He was just an ordinary high school graduate. Yet 2 months ago he was swept away by the space-time distortions created by Team Galactic. When he awoke, he had somehow regressed to childhood in 11 or 12-year-old body with small, soft arms and inexplicably found himself at Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town. Everything had happened too quickly, too strangely, too unreasonably. That morning, he suppressed the shock and nostalgia in his heart as he placed the steaming fried rice on the table, untied his apron, and briefly called out that breakfast was ready. The responses from the professor and Xiao Jian echoed from within the house, ordinary voices that suddenly filled him with an unreal sense of peace, simply because he was no longer the young man who had held his diploma, but a stranger reset by space and time. 2 months wasn't long, yet Bai Yi remembered every moment of panic and upheaval. Team Galactic's illegal experiments at the Spear Pillar ruins in Sinnoh had caused massive space-time distortions that even affected Kanto and Hoenn, sweeping him away from his original world to this place. Unexpectedly, the first to greet him wasn't a human but a passing oddish, which gently dusted him with sleep powder, causing him to doze off in the wilderness. Had Professor Oak not arrived to investigate the distortion site, he surely would have slept himself into trouble. The professor reported his situation to the League and temporarily housed him at the laboratory. He wasn't a helpless drifter, was an assistant with knowledge of mega evolution and excellent cooking skills, earning his keep through ability and winning trust through reliability, gradually establishing himself in this land. Breakfast was still warm when Xiao Jian approached with slight embarrassment, mentioning that the starter Pokémon for new trainers had arrived and asking for his help in the nursery. Xiao Jian was an experienced Pokémon watcher who happened to be awkward with baby Pokémon, a contrast that made Bai Yi smile. He rose in response, washed his hands, and entered the nursery with Xiao Jian. In the nursery, Bulbasaur and Charmander were quietly eating. Bai Yi first bent down to pat Bulbasaur's head. The little girl hummed, "Bulba Bulba," twice, so comfortable that she used her vine to pick a flower from the vase and offer it to him. The nearby Charmander's eyes lit up with longing upon seeing him, gesturing wildly to be lifted up high. The records indicated this child's father was an excellent flying Charizard. It most looked forward to evolving and loved being lifted up and carried around. Bai Yi didn't refuse, picking up Charmander and walking 3 circles around the room until it was satisfied and back on the ground. Only then did he ask Xiao Jian with a smile. They're all so well behaved. Why did he need help? Xiao Jian frowned and pointed to the corner. A turtle shell lay quietly on the table like an old garment abandoned by its owner. Bai Yi walked over and lifted the shell. His first impression was that it felt unrealistically light. Looking again, he held only the shell, no turtle. While he was still puzzled, a Squirtle greeting came from behind him. A water blue Squirtle with a bare, round head emerged from behind the curtains, staring with watery eyes at the shell in Bai Yi's hands. Bai Yi smiled apologetically and placed the shell back on the table. But unexpectedly, this little fellow showed no shame, strutting over to the table with full swagger. Bulbasaur's face reddened as she raised a vine to cover her eyes, softly uttering, "Bulba Bulba," with unstoppable embarrassment and reproach. Even using the sofa as a stepping stone, Squirtle leaped up and nimbly crawled back into its shell. However, it had put the shell on backwards, turtle back down, and couldn't get up despite flailing its limbs. Bai Yi reached out and gently flipped it over. Only then did Squirtle stand properly, sizing him up with its shiny head before patting his leg like a friend and stuffing some Pokémon food from within its shell into his palm. It called out, "Squirtle, Squirtle," with great authority, as if saying, "Kid, you know what's up, stick with me for good food and drink." Bai Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, waving his hand in polite refusal. Only then did Xiao Jian voice his real concern, telling Bai Yi that this Squirtle didn't listen to commands very well. Not only that, but it had somehow taught itself a strange shell break technique. While normal shell break only shattered energy layers, this one actually crawled out of its shell completely, walking around naked and enjoying it, like an unclassifiable problem child. This wasn't its first time at the laboratory either. Before Bai Yi's arrival, this Squirtle had been sent over from the breeding center, but unfortunately no one liked it, so it had to be returned. Xiao Jian shook his head and sighed, unsure who the new trainers would be this time, but doubting anyone would choose it. Hearing these words, Squirtle stopped its antics, quietly put on its shell, jumped down from the table, and sat by the window. Its silhouette suddenly carried a touch of loneliness. Bai Yi turned aside, feeling a slight ache in his heart. He fetched a teapot and 2 cups, one large and one small, and sat beside Squirtle, calmly pouring a cup for both himself and it. Steam rose gently from the cup rims. The gesture resembled courtesy between friends, but the meaning was closer to understanding. Squirtle looked up, surprise hiding hesitation. It had seen plenty of pointing and whispering, but rarely had anyone treated it as an equal drinking companion. "Doctor, Bai Yi really has a way with things." Xiao Jian sprang to his feet with a snap, his voice brimming with pride. Across from him, Professor Oak removed his reading glasses and nodded kindly. Ever since Bai Yi had arrived in Pallet Town, his intensely focused, almost luminous gaze had repeatedly reminded the professor of something. This instinctive love for Pokémon was something he had only seen in Ash before. It was precisely for this reason that Professor Oak had chosen to trust him from the very beginning. Bai Yi, I came here because I have something to tell you. The professor cleared his throat and got straight to the point. Mr. Damaranch just called. The League has ended its supervision of you. That means starting today, you're free to live in this world and have the right to train Pokémon. As he spoke, he lifted the red cloth from the table, revealing 3 Pokeballs with gleaming silver clasps. Click, the spheres opened, and Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander tumbled out onto the ground. With their soft little feet patting one after another, they wobbled over to Bai Yi, their bright, round eyes filled with anticipation. The happiness came so suddenly that Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. So he had been wondering, who could have these 3 little ones? The answer turned out to be himself. He squinted, studying them carefully. 1. Squirtle's shell was deep blue, its body emanating a faint red glow. 2. Bulbasaur's red light was tinged with purple, like watercolors bleeding together. 3. Charmander was surrounded by a gentle purple light. This was the special ability Bai Yi had picked up from the space-time turbulency, could glimpse a Pokémon's future growth potential. Red light represented champion level. Purple light represented elite 4 level. Red light, tinged with purple, meant more flexible limits, capable of breaking through in either direction. Over the past 2 months, he had repeatedly tested this in the professor's backyard. Ash's Snorlax, Sceptile, and Swellow all glowed red. The Tauros leader and Corphish showed purple, while the professor's Dragonite and Kangaskhan flashed with dazzling gold within their red glow that represented an even more distant peak. Thinking of this, Bai Yi silently marveled. Professor Oak had truly treated him well. At this moment, Xiao Jian watched his silence, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. His mind was already churning with thoughts. Why isn't he immediately choosing Squirtle? Oh right, as a new trainer, the starter decision can't be rushed. Type compatibility, tactics, growth path. Bai Yi must be running through all the possibilities in his head. Calm, cautious, and responsible toward his partner. No wonder the professor thinks so highly of him. After a long while, Bai Yi looked up, his voice firm. I've decided. I want Squirtle. His reasoning was crystal clear in his mind. While Bulbasaur could develop faster with substitute and toxic strategies, Squirtle was equally excellent and had already learned Shell Smash. More importantly, if not for him, perhaps no one would choose it first, and he couldn't let down that bond. As soon as he spoke, the 3 little ones immediately showed their reactions. Squirtle's eyes widened with joy, and it once again popped its entire shell off, dancing a comical shell dance around Bai Yi's legs. Pop! Bai Yi flicked its forehead. Remember, from now on, no using Shell Smash casually except in official battles. Though somewhat disappointed, Charmander shrugged it off with a tail wag. It cared more about evolving soon than just setting off immediately. Only Bulbasaur, the lone female of the group, had tears welling up in her eyes before finally bursting into loud sobs. Bulbasaur cried out, Bulba, Bulba! Just moments ago, you accepted Flowery, and now you're abandoning her. What a scumbag. Men are all the same. Hearing the adorable Bulbasaur crying her heart out, Bai Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to comfort her, Professor Oak patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, little one. You're so lovely that another trainer will surely choose you soon. Before he finished speaking, the professor looked up and called out, Old friend, Thunder Punch. A red flash appeared, and a champion-level Dragonite emerged with beating wings. Before Bai Yi could react, he felt an electric numbness around his ankle. The tracking device that had been bound there was instantly shattered by Dragonite. The device, originally installed by the League, would release an electric current equivalent to Thunderbolt if the wearer left Pallet Town or tried to remove it by force. After all, Bai Yi had been swept here by temporal distortions, making his identity a mystery. When it was first installed, Professor Oak strongly opposed it, but Bai Yi voluntarily wore it to avoid putting the professor in a difficult position. Thank you, Professor, but wasn't that a bit excessive? Don't you have the key? Bai Yi asked nervously, looking at the sparking fragments. If not for Dragonite's speed far exceeding the device's reaction time, he would have already experienced that electric shock. The professor scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. I lost the key. But don't get too excited. The end of supervision doesn't mean complete freedom. There are still plenty of complications to watch out for. Bai Yi nodded. As long as he could take this first step, other problems could be solved gradually. He wanted to travel farther, encounter more Pokémon, capture some partners he truly liked, and live freely and happily with everyone. If given the chance, he also wanted to personally remedy the regrets from the anime of his previous life. Here, Xiao Yi, this is a gift for you, a Pokédex and Pokeballs. The professor handed him 5 empty balls and a specially made Pokédex. Possessing a Pokédex was equivalent to having the status of a League-affiliated trainer. Compared to the standard models in the drawer, this aqua-blue Pokédex looked more advanced. Only a few elites like Cousin Gary had the previous generation, and this generation was only given to Ash and Gary. Bai Yi accepted them with both hands. knowing deep down that names like Red and Green would eventually intersect with his own path. Over the past 2 months in Pallet Town, he had caught many clues of temporal displacement, but there was no rush. Assistant Tracy was happy for Bai Yi, though he felt melancholy thinking he wouldn't be able to enjoy Bai Yi's cooking anymore. Pika pika. A familiar cry came from the entrance. A big yellow mouse darted into the lab, followed closely by 2 young men. Professor Oak. Grandpa. The professor smiled at them. Gary, you look well. Ash, congratulations again on conquering the battle frontier. You really worked hard. He could tell the two had met on the outskirts of Pallet Town and traveled back together. Bai Yi quietly observed them. Gary still gave off that reliable, steady impression. Ash, having gone through 5 journeys across Kanto, Johto, the Orange Islands, Hoenn, and the battle frontier, was no longer as naive as before. His eyes held more determination, though his dream of becoming the greatest Pokémon master had never changed. Hello there, Ash, Pikachu. Bai Yi waved. Hey, hello there, Xiaoyi. Pika Pika. Bai Yi had already been in contact with Gary through Mega Evolution Intelligence, but this was his first face-to-face meeting with Ash. Phone conversations aside, seeing the real person in the flesh still filled Bai Yi with excitement. After the Masters 8 tournament, he thought he'd never see this silly guy again. Now he could not only see him, but shake hands with him too. The 2 young men stepped forward, their palms meeting as youthful energy filled the air. The professor deliberately stirred things up. Ash, I have good news for you, Xiao. He just got his starter Pokémon. Really? Xiaoyi, let's have a battle. Ash's eyes blazed with enthusiasm. Seeing his eager expression, Bai Yi felt his chest surge with excitement and shouted, Battle on. Let's battle, you silly guy, Ash. On the grassy field in front of Professor Oak's laboratory, Bai Yi and Ash were about to begin their first Pokémon battle. Shigeru volunteered to serve as the referee. He raised his hand and signaled. Both trainers, get ready. Pikachu, I choose you. Ash sent out his ace Pokémon first. Pika. The yellow electric type landed on the ground, tiny sparks crackling from its round cheek pouches, eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Show yourself, little buddy. Bai Yi flicked his wrist, and the red and white Pokeball traced a graceful arc through the air before snapping open with a pop. In a flash of blue light, a Squirtle appeared. Squirtle, Squirtle? It first struck a cool pose, but upon looking up and seeing the menacing Pikachu, it immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It turned back to Bai Yi and gestured frantically. Boss, that's at least a level 70 monster, and I'm just a level 5 little turtle. Bai Yi ruthlessly called it out. Stop pretending. I've already checked the Pokédex. The Pokédex screen flickered. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokémon. It withdraws into its shell for protection and attacks with water when opponents show an opening. Ability, Torrent. Type, Water. Gender, Level, 11. Moves, Tackle, Water Gun. Withdraw, Rapid Spin, Shell Smash. Egg move, Aura Sphere. It actually inherited Aura Sphere. Bai Yi was delighted, while simultaneously calculating. Type advantage is on my side. Ash is at a disadvantage this round. He took the initiative. Since you're not attacking, we'll go first. Pikachu, quick attack. Whoosh, Pikachu transformed into white lightning and dove forward. Squirtle, use withdraw followed by rapid spin. Squirtle instinctively pulled into its shell, then immediately became a spinning blue top. Bang! The two collided, and the rotating shell rebounded with tremendous force. Pikachu! Pikachu cried out in pain, sent flying several meters back as dust kicked up. Seeing its opponent go flying, Squirtle was stunned. I'm this strong? I'm actually this strong. Bai Yi already had his strategy mapped out. Squirtle, use Shell Smash. Swoosh. Squirtle thrust its head out of its shell as crimson light exploded from its body, instantly boosting its attack, special attack, and speed. From the referee's platform, Shigeru frowned and leaned down to whisper to Professor Oak, Grandpa, Bai Yi just started his journey, and Pikachu isn't badly hurt. Is he really trying to decide the match in one go? Professor Oak squinted with a smile. Let's keep watching. This boy isn't reckless. Bai Yi's gaze remained clear and calm, showing no signs of impulsiveness. While Shell Smash lowered both defenses, it provided massive boosts to both attacks and speed. For a water-type Squirtle facing an electric type, it was certainly dangerous, but not necessarily a death sentence. Meanwhile, Pikachu steadied itself. The damage from the high-speed collision wasn't fatal. Ash, Thunderbolt. Boom, golden electricity surged forward like a torrent. Bai Yi smiled slightly. Squirtle, use your shell as a shield. The blue turtle half-turned and raised its shell forward. The smooth carapace acted like a mirror, deflecting the entire Thunderbolt attack as crackling sparks scattered across the grass. What? Shigeru was shocked, thinking, this is completely unconventional. Ash was equally stunned. This scene felt strangely familiar, though he couldn't quite remember where he'd seen it before. Professor Oak continued smiling without comment. Only Bai Yi knew that this move was directly copied from the famous anime scene where Ash's Oshawott used a shelter to block attacks. Thunderbolt again. Ash shouted defiantly. Pikachu's entire body erupted with golden electricity, unleashing multiple thunderbolts in succession, but Squirtle steadily blocked them with its hard shell. Electric currents sparked densely across the shell's surface before being redirected into the ground. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Since ranged attacks weren't working, Ash opted for close combat. Pikachu's tail instantly blazed with brilliant white light as it nimbly lunged toward Squirtle. Water gun, aim at its feet. Bai Yi had been waiting for this moment. A thin stream of water swept across the ground diagonally. Pikachu slipped. The white glow on its tail immediately dimmed, and Iron Tail was forcibly interrupted. Following up, Squirtle fired another water gun, the surging torrent sending Pikachu flying several meters. Use Shell Smash again. Red light once more enveloped Squirtle, muscle definition bulging beneath its shell. 2 rounds of enhancement made its presence explosive. Ash's pupils contracted slightly, knowing further delay would spell trouble. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle to settle this. Pika 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 Pika. Pikachu became wreathed in lightning, transforming into a golden bolt as it charged straight at its opponent. Aura Sphere, Bai Yi commanded. Squirtle gathered blue and white aura energy between its palms, compressing it into an orb nearly as large as itself. Use Water Gun to push the aura sphere forward. Bai Yi quickly followed up with another command. The water stream shot out, accelerating the massive aura sphere. Boom. Volt Tackle and aura sphere collided midair, blinding white light accompanied by thunderous roars as black smoke instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. When the smoke cleared, Pikachu lay sprawled on the ground with swirled eyes, while Squirtle, though panting heavily, still managed to remain standing. Pikachu is unable to battle. The winner is Bai Yi's Squirtle. Shigeru announced promptly. That's a wrap. Squirtle plopped down on its rear, clearly having pushed itself to the limit using such massive aura power. Bai Yi didn't immediately recall his Pokémon, instead picking up Squirtle and walking over to Ash. Well fought. You're both really strong. His steady aura power naturally emanated, soothing the emptiness Squirtle felt from the massive energy expenditure. But he wasn't worried about whether this might make Squirtle more attached to Ash. The bond with one's first Pokémon was unquestionable. Ash held Pikachu, looking remorseful. Sorry, Pikachu. I really thought we could win. Not at all. Xiaoyi, you're the amazing one. We couldn't even crack Squirtle's shell, Ash admitted frankly. Pika. Pikachu blinked, seemingly wanting to mention Thunderbolt again. Say that again, and see if you don't get a Thunderbolt warning. Bai Yi laughed as he rubbed its head, treating it as payment for the performance, casually massaging the sore muscles beneath its electric pouches. Pikachu made a comfortable short cry. Pika. This Pikachu will let you off the hook for today. It snorted indignantly. Only then did Shigeru approach, his tone carrying seriousness. Don't get carried away so easily. Don't forget, the battle frontier is just the beginning. There are many powerful trainers in this world you don't know about yet. Bai Yi tactfully stepped back a few paces, quietly enjoying the drama. Originally, according to plan, Shigeru should have personally stepped up to humble Ash, but now he was using verbal education instead, his tone still commanding attention. Damn it. Shigeru, let's have a battle. Without the opportunity to be thoroughly beaten, Ash naturally wouldn't give in easily. The two faced off tensely until Professor Oak had to step in as peacemaker. The party is ready, and Pikachu needs rest too. Let's go to Ash's house for a feast first. Ash had no choice but to reluctantly let Shigeru off the hook for now. Xiaoji's mother, Hanako, knew her son was coming home today, so she got up extra early to prepare a whole table of dishes, all of Xiaoji's favorites. Before noon, Bai Yi arrived at Xiaoji's front door carrying a fragrant, spicy grilled fish weighing a full 4 pounds, accompanied by Professor Oak and Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao's Electivire carried a grill with its arms, the fish glistening with red oil and filling the air with spicy aromas that drew envious glances from passers-by along the way. Mr. Mime opened the door for its trainer, and as soon as it swung open, Hanako came forward with sparkling eyes. Professor Oak, Xiao Mao, you're back too. Come in quickly. When she spotted the grilled fish in Bai Yi's hands, her smile grew even brighter. Little E, you're always so thoughtful, child. It's my pleasure, Sister Hanako, Bai Yi replied respectfully, bowing deeply in a gesture of respect befitting a younger person. Hanako was delighted by being called sister and couldn't help but cover her mouth as she laughed sweetly. Oh my, this child really knows how to talk. You're the same age as my Zayaza, just call me Andy. After this playful exchange, Hanako's cheeks flushed like blooming peonies. Bai Yi looked up and caught Professor Oak's eye. Old man, you can't blame me entirely for this. Hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs as Xiaoji and Pikachu rushed down and slid into seats at the dining table, immediately digging into the food. Bai Yi and Xiao Mao didn't stand on ceremony either, first releasing their Pokémon before the lively family feast officially began. The table was set party-style with everyone serving themselves, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Bai Yi walked over to Xiao Mao with a cola in hand, gently clinking it against his friend's juice glass. Xiao Mao, where are you planning to go next? I'm heading back to the Sinnoh region this afternoon, Xiao Mao replied, taking a sip after the toast. His gaze drifted toward Xiaoji, who was wolfing down his food, and he shrugged helplessly. Can't help it, there's still a lot of work to do. Bai Yi caught the worry in his eyes and smiled without saying anything. Just then, Professor Oak approached. Xiaomao, if you're returning to Sinnoh this afternoon, could you take Bai Yi with you? Xiaomao raised an eyebrow slightly. Grandpa, why does he have to go with me specifically? Bai Yi just got his restrictions lifted, surely Professor Rowan isn't that urgent about it. Well, that's a long story, Professor Oak said with a wry smile, explaining the phone call in detail. Professor Rowan had learned of Bai Yi's release and believed he might be connected to Team Galactic's activities at MT Coronet 2 months ago, making a face-to-face meeting urgent. As Professor Oak's mentor, Professor Rowan was always thorough yet impulsive in his approach, leaving Professor Oak unable to refuse. Bai Yi set down his glass and nodded readily. It's fine, Professor. I'll go to Sinnoh with Xiaomao this afternoon. Professor Oak had treated him like his own grandson, so naturally he wouldn't put the old man in a difficult position. Besides, as the professor's assistant, following instructions was only proper, not to mention Sinnoh had so many Pokémon he was eager to see. But Grandpa, Xiaomao still found it suspicious. Professor Oak sighed. Although Bai Yi's restrictions have been lifted, he still has a 3-month probationary period. During these 3 months, he can go anywhere, but must be accompanied by an experienced trainer with at least 2 years of qualifications who has traveled through at least 2 regions. Also, during these 3 months, Bai Yi cannot travel on commercial aircraft. For this reason, Damaranch, out of respect for Professor Oak and Professor Rowan, specially arranged a helicopter for direct flight to the Sinnoh region, which was now parked on the outskirts of Pallet Town. Beside the landing pad, the rotors were still slowly spinning, stirring up waves of hot air. Professor Oak looked at the League emblem on the aircraft's fuselage, then turned back with an apologetic smile toward Bai Yi. Xiao Yi, of course we trust you, but rules are rules. I can't make too many exceptions, so I hope you understand. It's fine, Professor Oak. I understand. Bai Yi shrugged and casually nudged Gary with his elbow. Please take good care of me from now on. You're taking this pretty well. Gary set his juice cup on the car roof nearby, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Grandpa, we shouldn't delay any longer. Let's head back to Sinnoh. Professor Oak nodded. Bai Yi raised his cola, gulped down the last sip, and said goodbye to Ash and Aunt Delia one by one. When Aunt Delia learned that Bai Yi would be under supervision for 3 more months, her brow furrowed with concern. This is just too unfair. Xiao Yi, please take good care of yourself out there, okay? Don't worry, Aunt Delia. Bai Yi responded warmly. Meanwhile, when Ash heard that Gary was about to leave, he nearly choked on his omelet rice and slammed the table, demanding a farewell battle. Gary couldn't refuse him and had to send out his electivire for a match. Poor Pikachu lost twice in one day, his ears drooping pitifully, but this completely ignited Ash's interest in Sinnoh. Bai Yi was certain that before long, his old friend would follow them to Sinnoh. After brief farewells, Professor Oak started up Gary's convertible and drove the 2 young researchers toward the outskirts. The helicopter was already on standby, and only after repeatedly giving instructions did he see the 2 off, slipping a black card into Bai Yi's palm just before takeoff. Your allowance will be deposited regularly. Don't forget to check your account. The helicopter broke through the air currents and climbed to high altitude. Through the porthole, the lights of the Kanto plains were gradually swallowed by the night. Bai Yi stared intently at the sea of clouds, his heart like a bird being set free, escaping the cage, entering the depths, with new adventures unfolding beneath his feet. By the way, Gary, when you traveled between the 2 regions before, did you always take planes? Not really. Gary spread his hands with a relaxed expression. Mount Coronet connects to the Silver Mountain Range. I usually ride flying-type Pokémon along the mountain ridges first, then switch to Arcanine in familiar areas. It's fast and warm too. Hearing this casual boast, Bai Yi's mouth twitched. When it comes to showing off, you're still the master, young Master Gary. The helicopter flew directly to Sanjem Town, arriving at the League's public airport before the sky had completely darkened. As soon as they stepped off the gangway, a gentle evening breeze carrying the sweet scent of grass and trees hit their faces. In the grass, Budu and Burmy poked their heads out, curiously watching the 2 newcomers. Bai Yi took a deep breath, and a sense of reality instantly filled his heart. Sinnoh region. Here I come. Not far away, Professor Rowan was already waiting with Research Institute staff. The elderly man was tall and imposing, with bright, piercing eyes, his white lab coat fluttering in the night wind. Hello, Professor Rowan. My grandfather, Professor Oak, asked me to give you his regards. Gary stepped forward first. Oh, Gary, ending your vacation so soon? I'm really sorry about that. How is Oak doing? Professor Rowan shook Gary's hand. This is my duty as a researcher. Grandpa is doing well. Gary smiled as he replied. After brief pleasantries, Gary pushed Bai Yi forward. Bai Yi maintained a composed and respectful demeanor, placed his hands at his sides, and bowed deeply in a standard gesture. He was no stranger to showing respect to elders, and his movements were crisp and clean. Hello, Professor Rowan. I'm Bai Yi. Thank you for your care. It's nothing. Oak said you're a good kid, and he clearly wasn't wrong. Let's head back to the Research Institute first. Although the Rowan Research Institute wasn't as large as Professor Oak's lab, it was still quite an authoritative first-class research facility. As soon as everyone entered, two kind-looking assistants approached them. Welcome back, Professor Rowan. You must be tired. You've worked hard too, staying overnight at the Institute. Professor Rowan nodded gently, her eyes showing approval. Bai Yi carefully observed the two assistants and realized he had seen them in the Diamond Pearl anime. They were the incompetent duo from the episode where they received starter Pokémon at Sangem Town, unable to even calm a Staraptor. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smirk slightly. All right, shall we? Although you should rest first. The equipment is already running. Could we do a physical examination first? Professor Rowan asked. Seeing Bai Yi nod, she immediately introduced him to her assistants. This is Mr. Bai Yi, Professor Oak's assistant. I've invited him to help with our work. Please give him a comprehensive physical examination. Upon hearing the renowned Professor Oak, the assistant's attitude became much more respectful, and they led Bai Yi to the examination area in the back. The Research Institute was well equipped, and the thorough full-body examination took a full hour. When it was over, Bai Yi felt completely drained. Professor Rowan frowned slightly as she carefully reviewed the report. All indicators were normal for a child his age, except his strength and physical fitness were significantly below average. Shigeru leaned over and glanced at Bai Yi with an amused look. Xiao Yi, you're really weak, even weaker than Satoshi. You're the weak one. Your whole family is weak. Bai Yi retorted with a pout, thinking to himself, Satoshi is a super rookie from Pallet Town. How can I compare? Professor Rowan intervened. All right, Shigeru, go get some rest. Xiao Yi, would you like to rest or take a tour? Professor, could I visit the hills behind the Research Institute? Of course, just be careful. Shigeru had originally planned to have his Electivire escort Bai Yi, but considering the back hills were within the Research Institute's territory, he figured it would be fine and let him go alone. As for who could prove Bai Yi left Shigeru's sight? No one. Thanks, Shigeru. Bai Yi waved goodbye and turned to leave. Before he left, Professor Rowan specifically reminded him, the Pokémon in the back hills are all under research and observation, so please don't capture any. As soon as he stepped out of the Research Institute, Bai Yi immediately released his Squirtle. He remembered that the back hills were home to an aggressive Ariados colony. But since even a level 5 Piplup could handle them back then, Squirtle's strength would be more than enough for protection. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Bai Yi headed with Squirtle toward his real destination Lake Verity. Legend had it that Mesprit, one of the lake trio, resided there, and Hikari had once seen its phantom. Now that Bai Yi had come here, due to his connection with the dragons of time and space, he wondered if Mesprit would grace him with its presence. The lake water was so clear you could see straight to the bottom. Whether due to Mesprit's legendary influence or the strict protection by the Rowan Research Institute was unclear. Squirtle? Boss, can I go swimming? Go ahead, but no peeing in the lake. With Bai Yi's permission, Squirtle dove headfirst into the lake water, swimming with great joy. Bai Yi sat by the lake, feeling the gentle breeze on his face and listening to the sound of wind-stirred water lapping against the shore, gradually growing drowsy. He pondered silently. How should he thank Team Galactic? Perhaps when Cyrus opens the distortion world, he could drag that guy back and let him serve some proper jail time in this world to reform himself. Squirtle, what's wrong, boss? Missing some girl? The voice snapped Bai Yi out of his reverie. Squirtle leaped from the water and pounced into his arms, splashing water everywhere and soaking his shirt. Nothing. Having fun. Squirtle nodded enthusiastically and shouted at the top of his lungs. The water here tastes so sweet. Once we help you conquer the world, boss, I'm settling down here and keeping a bunch of Milotic as my concubines. Bai Yi flicked its forehead and smiled faintly. Night had fully fallen, leaving only moonlight shimmering on the lake's surface, but unfortunately, there was still no sign of Mesprit. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly noticed whirlwinds forming on the lake, followed by thick fog rapidly spreading and engulfing the entire body of water. Wind that could create fog. This was no ordinary phenomenon. Bai Yi and Squirtle stood on the shore, watching the center of the lake with vigilance. From within the fog came what sounded like someone humming. The melody was haunting, and a small mushroom-like pink figure danced gracefully in the mist. Not an illusion, but the true emotion Pokémon, Mesprit. Old turtle, can you communicate with it? Squirtle, I'll try. Squirtle had inherited Aura Sphere and naturally understood the power of Aura. Bai Yi thought communication wouldn't be difficult, but the next second made him want to smack the turtle. Squirtle, the Heavenly King covers the Earthly Tiger. Bai Yi's temple twitched. I should never have told you about taking Tiger Mountain by strategy. On the lake, Mesprit's dance paused momentarily. The fog grew even thicker, and its figure gradually became more obscured. Wait, Mesprit. I mean no harm, let me see you please. Bai Yi called out urgently. Mesprit. The voice seemed to resonate directly within his soul. Hello, human. I sense a familiar power within you. And your emotions, they weren't granted by me. Mesprit, I was brought to this world by Dialga and Palkia. I truly don't belong here. I see, that explains it. The fog dispersed, and Mesprit floated gracefully above the water's surface. Human, I can feel your emotions toward this Squirtle. That purity brings me comfort. Thank you for being willing to meet me. Squirtle is my partner, I care deeply for him. The red gem on Mesprit's forehead glowed, and Bai Yi felt warmth in his chest. The next instant, a heart-shaped red mark appeared on the back of his hand. I shall lend you a portion of my emotional power. Mesprit explained. Outsiders brought by the Temporal Spatial Dragons were undocumented residents, without divine protection, vulnerable to being swept away by dimensional currents at the slightest space-time fluctuation. The emotional power served as a temporary residence permit, stabilizing his existence. Additionally, he could now sense the emotions of people and Pokémon, and significantly improve his affinity with Psychic-type Pokémon. Thank you, Mesprit. Bai Yi looked down at the pulsing red mark in his palm, knowing he had gained immensely. Even so, you must stay away from places where the temporal spatial dragons appear, unless. Before finishing the sentence, Mesprit dove into the lake depths, as if startled. Bai Yi also sensed something amiss and looked up sharply. Two white streaks cut through the night sky like jet trails, moving at incredible speed as they traced a semicircle in the air before diving straight toward his location. The flying object drew closer and closer, finally landing about 5 meters away from Bai Yi. Moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the menacing and towering figure. The Garchomp stood over 2 meters tall, its spindle-shaped dragon horns tilted slightly backward, fierce vertical pupils filled with murderous intent, and razor-sharp fangs gleaming coldly in the silver light. The fin-like appendages on its back were stained dark red with blood, as if ready to tear through the air at any moment. The Sinnoh pseudo-legendary Garchomp. Behind the Pokémon, a blonde woman gracefully emerged. Her black trench coat hugged her curves, high heels clicking crisply against the rocky surface, and golden hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist. Actually, without even seeing her in person, just from the Garchomp's scales that gleamed with red-gold luster, Bai Yi recognized her identity: Sinnoh champion, Cynthia Julan. Thank you for your hard work, Garchomp. Cynthia spoke gently, recalling the Pokémon into its red and white Pokeball. After completing this task, she slowly walked toward Bai Yi. You must be Professor Oak's assistant, Teacher Bai Yi, right? Hello, Miss Cynthia. It's an honor to meet the Sinnoh champion here. Bai Yi nodded respectfully. Through his emotional power, he clearly sensed Cynthia's intense curiosity about him. Don't be too formal, Teacher Bai. Cynthia smiled, deliberately restraining her imposing aura. Your release was decided by a joint vote from the higher-ups in Kanto and Sinnoh, and I voted in favor. Thank you very much, Miss Cynthia. Bai Yi nodded again. Looking at that gentle curve of her smile, he thought to himself, no wonder all the transmigrators dream of marrying Cynthia. This smile would be irresistible to ordinary people. However, his current body made it extremely difficult for hormones to be stirred by emotions, so he naturally remained much more composed. Are you here to see Professor Rowan this time? Bai Yi asked proactively. Professor Rowan did ask me to come here, but my main target is you. Cynthia's gaze was calm, yet seemed to see through everything. Please come with me. Squirtle, Squirtle. Before she finished speaking, Squirtle suddenly rushed between the two of them. It raised its head high, resolutely blocking Bai Yi's front. Under the moonlight, beads of sweat kept sliding down the little one's forehead. That Garchomp from earlier was terrifyingly strong, and with just those fangs alone, it could probably crunch him up like chocolate. But even so, it still protected Bai Yi without hesitation. Squirtle, thank you. I'm fine. Bai Yi was moved as he picked it up, then turned to Cynthia with an apologetic smile. Sorry, this little one is just worried about me. It's all right. Cynthia waved her hand gently. Squirtle struggled twice unsuccessfully, then could only helplessly facepalm. Big brother, you're being foolish. She smiles once, and you surrender. This woman is terrifying enough to devour you completely, without leaving even bones. Bai Yi chuckled and rubbed its head. Of course I know that. Cynthia took another step forward, bending down where moonlight and tree shadows intersected, her pale hand gently stroking the top of Squirtle's head. Squirtle initially wanted to dodge, but under her gaze, its body froze as if out of control, and its water-blue head instantly flushed red like a freshly boiled shrimp. At the same time, through its aura sensing, it detected Cynthia's intentions. Although this big sister was strong, she wouldn't harm its boss. After confirming this, Squirtle embarrassedly retreated into its Pokeball on its own. Boss, I understand you now. Sorry for the embarrassment, Miss Cynthia. This little one is a bit shy. Bai Yi gently patted the Pokeball. It's fine. You have a partner who truly treasures you. The two chatted as they walked toward the Yamanashi Research Institute. Bai Yi reflected on how he had only met Squirtle less than a day ago, feeling inexplicably moved. Actually, Squirtle and I just met today. Even I didn't expect our bond to grow so strong so quickly. He gently patted the Squirtle resting on his shoulder, his voice filled with pleasant surprise. His companion smiled and replied, every life encounters other lives, and something special is born from those meetings. I can already see that you two will develop a very strong bond. This Squirtle has excellent potential. Train it well. Thank you for your kind words. Bai Yi nodded solemnly. Night had fallen deeply, yet the research institute's lights remained on. As they stepped through the entrance, Bai Yi noticed Dr. Yamanashi still hunched over his desk, clearly waiting for Cynthia's return. Dr. Yamanashi, it's been a while. He greeted first. The gentle doctor looked up, then smiled at the blonde woman behind him. Miss Cynthia, I'm sorry to trouble you with delivering this when you have champion duties to attend to. It's nothing after all. I'm also a scholar of mythology. Cynthia shook her cape and retrieved an exquisite package from within, walking to the central workstation and carefully unwrapping it. Layer by layer, the wrapping cloth fell away, revealing an irregularly shaped crystal the size of a human head. The crystal had a diamond-like quality, refracting cold blue and purple light under the laboratory illumination. The adamant orb, a relic of Dialga, the god of time. Bai Yi couldn't help but exclaim quietly. No wonder such a treasure required the Sinnoh champion's personal escort. Dr. Yamanashi adjusted his glasses and looked toward the young man. Bai Yi, come closer and take a careful look. See if anything happens. Bai Yi stepped forward as requested. As soon as he approached, the pale golden markings on the back of his hand left by Mesprit grew slightly warm, as if touched by warm water. Strangely, these markings seemed visible only to him. No one else appeared to notice them. Time passed in silence. Half an hour went by, and the adamant orb remained quietly on the table. Apart from that faint warmth, Bai Yi made no new discoveries. He gave them an apologetic look. Though Dr. Yamanashi and Cynthia were somewhat disappointed, they had been mentally prepared and said nothing. I suppose I was overthinking it. The doctor sighed softly, then looked up. Miss Cynthia, thank you for your trouble. The guest room is ready. That won't be necessary. I still need to return the adamant orb to the museum. Cynthia re-wrapped the crystal and held it close, her tone gentle but firm. Dr. Yamanashi wanted to remind her how late it was, but ultimately remained silent. Though the item was precious, its purpose remained unclear, and few would dare covet it if Team Galactic truly wanted to steal it. They wouldn't risk a direct nighttime confrontation with Cynthia. Before leaving, Cynthia's gaze fell on Bai Yi. Bai Yi, what are your plans going forward? Have you considered challenging the Sinnoh League? If that's an invitation, I'm deeply honored. Bai Yi placed his right hand over his heart and bowed slightly. Seeing his gesture, Cynthia smiled faintly. Good. I look forward to the day you and that Squirtle win the Sinnoh League and come to challenge me. With those words, she bid a brief farewell to Dr. Yamanashi and stepped outside, releasing her Garchomp. Thank you for your hard work, Garchomp. She gently patted the fin on its jaw and mounted the dragon's back. Garchomp's two fins beat powerfully, and it soared into the sky, leaving only a blue streak cutting through the darkness. Watching the light fade into the distance, the research institute returned to quiet. Dr. Yamanashi turned around and studied Bai Yi seriously. Bai Yi, do you really intend to challenge the Sinnoh League? Yes, Professor. My idea is that since I'm already here in Sinnoh, I might as well participate in this year's Sinnoh League. Professor Rowan listened to Bai Yi's response and stroked his graying beard with satisfaction. For him, having Bai Yi stationed in Sinnoh would be convenient for future research on the legendary dragons of time and space, as well as handling emergencies. He could call for help anytime, saving considerable trouble. With this in mind, he nodded and granted travel permission. In that case, I can have Shigeru accompany you on your journey. However, I have a commission for you first. Professor Rowan's tone shifted as he spoke seriously. Team Galactic has been forcibly digging tunnels through Mount Coronet to break into the Spear Pillar ruins for their experiments, severely damaging the site's environment. I've drafted a detailed protection plan, but it involves security secrets that cannot be mailed. That must be hand-delivered. All the researchers at the lab were busy with their own tasks and couldn't be spared, so he turned his attention to the two young men. I'll have Shigeru deliver the documents, but since I've already agreed to let you two travel together, you'll both need to complete this task. Professor Rowan trusted Bai Yi. After all, he was Professor Oak's assistant with a clear background. Bai Yi nodded without hesitation. He had wanted to see the Spear Pillar ruins on Mount Coronet with his own eyes anyway, to compare them with his memories from the Diamond and Pearl world. Professor Rowan smiled slightly. A commission is a commission, and I can't let you work for nothing. Naturally, I must provide compensation. He paused for a moment, as if weighing something. Normally, I should give you one of the starter Pokémon designated for new trainers in Sinnoh. However, in a few days, a young girl from Sanjem Town will come to choose her starter Pokémon. The lab only has one complete set of starter Pokémon for new trainers, so I can't let you cut in line. You understand, right? Bai Yi nodded. He knew the young girl the professor mentioned was Dawn. In the Diamond and Pearl world, Hikari and Piplup had a complete storyline. If he took Chimchar early, it might disrupt the meeting between Hikari and Piplup, which wouldn't be good. As for Turtwig, he already had other plans and didn't need to conflict with the lab's set of Pokémon. Seeing Bai Yi being so understanding, Professor Rowan was even more pleased. He immediately took out a Pokeball from his drawer and handed it over. I wonder if you'd be willing to try raising this one. Through the semi-transparent red shell, Bai Yi could see a dark silhouette standing quietly inside, clearly a crow-like bird Pokémon. Professor Rowan explained, "This is a Murkrow. When I found it, it was severely injured, and I nursed it back to health. After recovering, it has been active around Sanjem Town. Mount Coronet in Sinnoh is often regarded as the origin of the world, making its residents second only to Johto in terms of superstition. In such an atmosphere, Murkrow are considered harbingers of misfortune. While it's acceptable if owned by a trainer, wild Murkrow are generally unwelcome. What's more troublesome is this particular Murkrow's strange behavior. Unlike typical nocturnal Pokémon that sleep during the day and are active at night, this one rarely closes its eyes during the day, only sleeping for 2 hours each at dawn and noon. Despite only sleeping 4 hours a day, this Murkrow remains energetic and seems to be getting stronger. Over time, the people of Masago Town grew fearful of it, forbidding their children from playing with it, and even beginning to drive the Murkrow away. The Murkrow never fought back, only flying pitifully to Professor Rowan for comfort. The professor, left with no choice, had to temporarily recall it into its Pokeball, waiting for a destined trainer to come along. "Professor, this Murkrow's ability is insomnia?" "That's right, you're truly worthy of being Professor Oak's assistant." Professor Rowan nodded and handed the Pokeball to Bai Yi. Bai Yi had already set his heart on this Murkrow. If he was going to participate in the Lily of the Valley conference, he would inevitably face off against that legendary Pokemon user. The Murkrow's insomnia ability could perfectly counter Darkray's Dark Void, and its dark typing could also check Latios. "Professor, I'd like to ask for its opinion first. In Bai Yi's view, capturing a Pokemon required genuine effort, even if it was just through conversation. Simply throwing a ball or taking advantage unfairly was playing dirty." Professor Rowan nodded approvingly and opened the Pokeball. A flash of red light revealed a half-meter-tall Murkrow landing on the floor. Its cap-like crest gave it a gentlemanly air, while its jet-black feathers gleamed with an eerie luster under the lights. "Hello, Murkrow." The Murkrow remained unmoved, not even sparing him a glance, unwilling to trust humans anymore. "Murkrow, don't be so hostile toward me. Look, Professor Rowan is here too, and he wouldn't harm you, right?" The Murkrow cast a suspicious glance at the professor. Only after the professor nodded in confirmation did its hostility ease slightly. "They don't like you because of ignorance. But I really do like you. Craw craw. I don't believe it in a body likes bad omens." Through his empathic abilities, Bai Yi sensed the Murkrow's rejection and self-doubt. An idea struck him, and he pulled out another Pokeball. "Squirtle, come out and help." Blue light flashed as Squirtle appeared. The Murkrow immediately crouched low, wings slightly spread, ready to attack at any moment. If not for the professor's presence, it probably would have already struck. "Squirtle, have a chat with Murkrow for me." Squirtle glanced at the Murkrow, put its hands behind its shell, and swaggered over with a confident stride. "Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle? What's up, buddy? Looking to mess with my boss?" Bai Yi facepalmed and regretted teaching it that northeastern dialect. The Murkrow was also stunned. "How is this turtle even more street smart than me?" "Squirtle, you little punk. Who are you calling a turtle? I'm your bro." The two little creatures went back and forth, like thugs meeting gangsters, trading insults, yet somehow getting along surprisingly well. A few minutes later, the Murkrow fluttered over to Squirtle's side, looking like they were the best of friends. Squirtle smugly turned back to give Bai Yi a wink. Mission accomplished. Those big round eyes now looked undeniably smug. Then everyone watched as the Murkrow gently nudged its own Pokeball with its beak, pushing it toward Bai Yi's feet, signaling for him to capture it. Its demeanor was completely different from its earlier aloofness, like a different bird entirely. Bai Yi looked at Squirtle in disbelief. Though he could sense emotions, he couldn't understand their conversation. Through Squirtle's mix of words and gestures, Bai Yi finally understood what had happened. It wasn't just humans who rejected this Murkrow, even its own kind wouldn't accept it. Murkrow are naturally mischievous creatures, often deliberately leading travelers astray at night or trapping them in illusions, all for the amusement of watching their panicked reactions. But this particular Murkrow was different. It never played tricks on passersby, and simply wanted to find companions to play with. Over time, its peers found it too honest. They first grew distant, then openly rejected it, and the Murkrow began to wonder if it was born defective. After hearing its story, Squirtle shrugged and offered comfort. "You just haven't found your crowd. I'm not a typical Squirtle, and you're not a typical Murkrow, so why don't you hang with me? As for that guy over there, they say Pokemon grow to resemble their trainers, and look at my personality. What does that tell you about him? You might be the most normal one among the three of us." Though his teasing was somewhat irritating, it struck right at the heart of Murkrow's longing for belonging. Recalling how it had refrained from harming anyone even when driven out by the residents of Masago Town, it felt drawn to Bai Yi and Squirtle's invitation. Bai Yi was equally straightforward. "I'm already the biggest misfit in this world anyway, and the more companions on the journey, the better. Please take care of me from now on." He raised his hand to retrieve a Pokeball, his fingertip just touching the button when Murkrow gently pecked at him with its beak. Squirtle immediately translated, "It wants to battle first." Bai Yi nodded. A willingness to fight showed ambition, which suited him perfectly. Both sides took their positions. Murkrow dove down, its sharp beak gleaming coldly. Squirtle slid on its feet, spinning at high speed to block the first peck attack, then used the rotational momentum to deflect Murkrow's second thrust. Rather than retreating, Murkrow spread its wings and prepared to close in again. Squirtle suddenly stopped spinning, gathering azure orbs of light in both palms. The aura sphere struck home with tremendous force. As the impact faded, Murkrow wobbled as it landed, breathing heavily but still defiant. Bai Yi seized the moment and threw his pokeball. The red and white sphere tapped the ground, shook 3 times, then clicked shut with a definitive lock. Capture successful. With the battle over, Professor Rowan approached to pack up his equipment, patting Bai Yi on the shoulder with a smile. Get some good rest today. The research lab heads back first thing tomorrow morning, so you and Gary will have plenty of time before you need to set out. Early the next morning, Bai Yi and Shigeru packed their documents and prepared to depart. During the Diamond and Pearl arc, Shigeru only had Electivire and Umbreon by his side in Sinnoh, but today he brought out all his old companions at Bai Yi's strong insistence. Blastoise, Nidoqueen, Arcanine, and Scizor lined up in formation, along with Electivire and Umbreon. His overall strength now rivaled that of a second-tier Elite Four member. Bai Yi's reasoning was simple. In the future battle to protect Shereldon, Shigeru had only brought 2 Pokémon and was chased around helplessly by Hunter J. Salamence. He wanted to see if Hunter J would still dare to act so arrogantly when facing a full team. Outside Professor Rowan's research facility, 2 gym-level Altaria were pecking at Pokémon food, equipped with the latest riding gear developed in Alola, the result of Professor Rowan's overnight preparations. With them, Bai Yi and Shigeru could fly directly to MT Coronet, and the Altaria would immediately return to the lab after landing, saving both time and effort. Since Bai Yi lacked experience with aerial riding, this equipment perfectly solved his problem, and he earnestly thanked Professor Rowan. After the professor gave them a few safety reminders, the 2 mounted their Pokémon. Cloud-like wings spread wide as the Altaria rose swiftly and steadily. Compared to most flying mounts, while they weren't the fastest, they excelled in stability. Their wing bases could fold into natural windshields, protecting the trainers on their backs from the cold high-altitude winds. As they approached the airspace above Jubilife City, Bai Yi suddenly shouted over the wind to Shigeru. Let's land for a bit. That's the Eterna forest below us. The outskirts are full of Stantler, which could be troublesome. Shigeru frowned. I'll cook you something delicious. All right, let's land. Master Shigeru will guarantee your safety. The 2 Altarias slowly descended to a clearing. They first provided water and Pokémon food for the Altaria, and agreed to take off again in 2 hours. Bai Yi opened his backpack and retrieved the portable gas stove, Mumu milk, and small pot that Aunt Hanako had packed for him. Electivire, go gather some fresh berries. Scizor, help find some honey. With Shigeru's approval, these 2 imposing powerhouses streaked into the dense forest as golden and red flashes of light. Squirtle simply lay down on Blastoise's sturdy thigh to rest, while Murkrow quietly sidled up to Umbreon for warmth. Since they were still low-level and might run into trouble with Stantler, Bai Yi decided not to send them on errands. Before long, Electivire returned carrying an armload of plump, colorful berries, while Scizor came back with a dripping honeycomb. Bai Yi washed and diced the berries, then combined them with Mumu milk and honey in the pot, heating and stirring the mixture. Rich, sweet aromas quickly filled the forest, making even the pampered Shigeru involuntarily swallow. The fragrance also drew out the native residents of Eterna Forest. Stantler paced and peered curiously, Rattata poked their heads out cautiously, and Beedrill hovered among the treetops. However, with Shigeru's high-level companions maintaining their presence, these smaller Pokémon only dared to watch from a distance, not daring to approach. After a few more minutes, all the little sprites simultaneously twitched their noses, as if they had seen something terrifying, and scattered in all directions. Even the jungle bullies, the Beedrill, buzzed as they turned around and flew away in unison. Bai Yi's lips curved slightly upward. His target had finally appeared. From deep within the forest came first a deafening roar, followed by footsteps as heavy as drumbeats. As the footsteps drew closer, bushes swayed left and right, and small trees snapped and fell one after another. Scyther and Electabuzz immediately went on alert, their gazes locked onto the source of the sound. Blastoise remained sitting calmly and composed, making Squirtle's eyes sparkle with admiration. What a boss move. Roar. A savage bear's roar swept forward with a foul wind as a Ursaring over 2 meters tall, its body glowing red with hints of golden light, burst through the forest. Bai Yi squinted. With this kind of potential, no wonder it remained nearly undefeated after being captured by Shinji later. Electabuzz stepped forward to block the path, while Scyther teleported behind Xiao Mao, raising its sides like a guardian. Squirtle and Murkrow also fluttered to their feet, positioning themselves protectively on either side of Bai Yi. Ami Xiao Mao's Blastoise finally stood up, slowly walking up to the Ursaring and looking up at it with a sideways glance. Though Ursaring's expression remained fierce, it involuntarily took a step back. It knew clearly that it was no match for this Blastoise. Blastoise snorted dismissively through its nostrils, casually picked up the fruit milk soup that Bai Yi had just finished cooking, and turned to leave. You can fight all you want, just don't mess up my lunch. Bai Yi clearly observed Ursaring's retreat. With Electabuzz and his two little companions protecting him, he felt secure enough to observe. Though this guy was savage, it lacked the conviction to win. Retreating, when faced with strength, it would never reach the peak. That smooth retreating motion was clearly practiced from being beaten up regularly. But in this Ilex forest, who exactly had beaten it into this sorry state? While pondering, a white light suddenly shot out from the grass, hitting Ursaring with a bang and making it stagger. The speed was so fast that even Electabuzz had just barely reacted. When the figure landed and steadied itself, Bai Yi could finally see clearly it was an EV. EV. Ursaring, don't bully people. EV shook its head, clearly having suffered some recoil from that fierce tackle. Upon seeing EV, Ursaring instantly flew into a rage, white light bursting from both arms as it brought down a hammer arm attack. EV's eyes lit up as its body shifted slightly foresight. Then its two little paws glowed white, delivering a double kick that first struck the leg, then the face, forcibly knocking Ursaring down. It seemed this little one was the old acquaintance who regularly taught Ursaring a lesson. Bai Yi pulled out his Pokédex and quickly scanned. EV, Evolution Pokémon. Genetically unstable with diverse evolutionary possibilities. Rare in number. Ability, Anticipation. Type, Normal. Gender, Level, 20. Moves, Tackle, Quick Attack, Swift, Takedown. Egg move, Double Kick. Tutor moves, Detect, Dig. A little girl who dared to face Ursaring such admirable courage. Bai Yi's eyes lit up, and Xiao Mao, noticing this scene, smiled and leaned back against the tree trunk. Perhaps stimulated by the aroma of Bai Yi's cooking, Ursaring became furious with embarrassment. Its claws glowed white again as it wildly slashed and lunged at EV. Having just learned Detect, EV's constant dodging led to consecutive failures, causing its body to pause briefly and get swatted away by a claw. Watch out! Bai Yi rushed forward in a flash, caught EV in his arms, and rolled twice to absorb the impact. EV. The expected pain never came. EV looked up to find itself cradled in Bai Yi's arms, its little face instantly turning red. EV. Oh no. I came to be a hero, but ended up being rescued. How embarrassing. I'm glad you're okay. Bai Yi chuckled softly, warmth flooding into EV's heart. Just then, Ursaring charged again. EV lightly stepped on Bai Yi's arm, its whole body glowing white as it used Takedown to force Ursaring to stop once more. After colliding with Ursaring, EV's body swayed 3 times, the recoil from the second fierce tackle nearly draining all its strength. Across from it, Ursaring shook its head, its thick arms gleaming with blinding white light as the hammer arm attack rose high again with a howling wind. Use Dig to dodge. Bai Yi suddenly called out. EV didn't dare gamble on another failed Detect, instinctively crouching down and digging rapidly with all 4 paws, disappearing underground in the blink of an eye. The hammer arm missed, stirring up dust as Ursaring roared in frustration. The next second, EV burst from the ground beneath its feet, delivering a fierce head but that sent its opponent staggering backward. Swift, EV spun around and swung its large tail, golden starlight pouring down like a torrential rain. Ursaring roared angrily, its claws gleaming as it wildly slashed, shattering all the stars in the sky. The moment the starlight faded, 2 beams of white light suddenly reflected in its pupils. EV had already raised both hind legs. Double kick. The first kick landed with a dull thud, the second was even fiercer, directly sending Ursaring flying into the forest. With one final defiant roar, Ursaring disappeared hastily into the depths of the tree shadows. After confirming the enemy had retreated, EV let out a soft cry, its tense body instantly losing strength as it began to fall forward. However, instead of the expected cold earth, it fell into a warm embrace. It's okay now, rest well. Bai Yi smiled as he took out a blue berry and held it near EV's nose. Vui. EV's small face flushed red as it first sniffed the fruity aroma, then finally ate it bite by bite. Bai Yi then took out some medicine, carefully treating the scratches on its whiskers and tail. The sweetness of the blueberry and the cooling sensation of the medicine slowly seeped in, and EV's breathing quickly stabilized. A gentle breeze passed by, and EV's little nose twitched. Suddenly, small flames lit up in its eyes as it gently broke free from the embrace and followed the aroma to Blastoise. No way, there's none for you. Blastoise glanced at it warily and hid the soup pot behind its back. EV bared its adorably fierce little teeth, ready to pounce and snatch it at any moment. Bai Yi chuckled. This was exactly the Pokemon he wanted to capture. Cute yet brave. All right, Blastoise, bring it out so everyone can eat together. I'll make more if there isn't enough. He held EV in one arm, while ladling a full spoonful from the pot with the other hand, bringing it to EV's mouth. You must be hungry, come on, eat up. Evie struggled symbolically but couldn't break free. Ultimately tempted by the enticing aroma, it could only obediently extend its pink tongue and lap up the broth bit by bit. Squirtle, Murkrow, I don't need to be polite with you too, right? Squirtle patted its shell and filled its bowl to the brim. Just as it was about to eat, it cleverly offered the bowl to Blastoise first. Squirtle, Squirtle, big brother eats first. Blastoise patted its back with satisfaction. This little guy knew the rules. Murkrow also learned to push its bowl toward Umbreon, but Umbreon completely ignored it and leaped to Xiao Mao's side instead. Xiao Mao had already served himself a bowl during the battle and now pushed his remaining half bowl in front of Umbreon, indicating it should enjoy it slowly. The other companions also received their portions one by one. The aroma of hot soup mingled with the scent of forest vegetation, creating a warm and relaxed atmosphere. After licking up the last spoonful Bai Yi offered, Eevee contentedly patted its round little belly and let out a satisfied burp. It had never tasted anything so delicious. How about it, Eevee? Want to come with me? You'll get to eat delicious food like this every day. Bai Yi gently placed Eevee on the ground and took out a Pokeball from his waist. Eevee froze for a moment, then pretended to be calm by closing its eyes and lying down, but its swishing tail had already given away its Sundara nature. Bai Yi watched with an amused smile. After waiting for a while without any capture attempt, Eevee thought Bai Yi had left and quietly opened its eyes only to meet the boy's mischievous grin. Eevee! It bristled, baring its teeth as it charged forward. Bad human. Laughing at me. I'll bite you. Bai Yi didn't bother dodging and raised the ball to meet it. Eevee crashed right into the open Pokeball, and red light enveloped it. The ball only shook twice before the indicator light went out. Through the translucent shell, Eevee could be seen resting peacefully with its little paws tucked in. Yes, I caught an Eevee. Bai Yi raised the Pokeball high, and Squirtle and Murkrow applauded in response, warmly welcoming their new companion. After resting up, he and Xiao Mao packed their belongings and mounted Altaria once again, flying at full speed toward Mount Coronet. The day was clear with favorable winds, and despite their earlier delay, they still reached the ruins entrance on the mountainside before sunset. The moment Altaria landed, 3 Arcanine burst from the bushes, surrounding them in a triangular formation. 2 Officer Jennies followed, dropping down from the trees with wary expressions. Who are you? Don't worry, we're both Pokemon trainers. I'm Shigeru Oki, Professor Rowan's assistant. Xiao Mao first calmed Altaria as it landed, then showed his Pokédex. The device activated, and Professor Oak's voice came through. This special Pokédex is given to Shigeru. If stolen, it cannot be replaced, so please be careful. The lead Jenny carefully verified the Pokédex and nodded after confirming his identity. Hello, Professor Shigeru. You must be Professor Oak's grandson, right? And this is Bai Yi, Professor Oak's assistant. We're here on a mission commissioned by Professor Rowan. Bai Yi also dismounted and handed over his Pokédex. Hello, Professor Bai, Professor Shigeru, my apologies. The lead Jenny saluted and immediately commanded the Arcanine. Back. Sit. Salute. The 3 Arcanine quickly lined up, sat down, and raised their heads in respect. The Spear Pillar ruins held a special position, and the Jenny stationed there weren't temporary assignments from various cities, but elite members of Sinnoh's Special Investigation Unit, all equipped with Arcanine. The middle one's combat power was approaching Elite 4 level. It's fine, Officer Jenny. Please take us to see the person in charge of the ruins. I am the person in charge, captain of the Sinnoh Scientific Special Investigation Team, Jenny Na. You're here to deliver the ruins protection plan, right? You can hand it directly to me. She showed her credentials, and Xiao Mao passed over the documents. Jenny Na signed a receipt and gave it to Xiao Mao, then handed the documents to her colleague behind her, whose skirt was slightly shorter. That Jenny tucked the materials under her arm and quickly headed into the depths of the ruins. Professor Shigeru, Professor Bai, thank you for your hard work. If you don't mind, please rest well at our camp tonight. It was perfectly reasonable for the 2 doctoral assistants to be called Professor. Naturally accepting the invitation, they followed Officer Jenny into the ruins. The 2 followed Officer Jenny into the ruins, where the Spear Pillar site was now equipped with numerous maintenance scaffolds, and research teams along with security personnel had set up camp. Under the dim work lights, the scaffolds were arranged in orderly rows, with the crisp sounds of metal striking rock walls echoing intermittently. Researchers buried themselves in data recording while security guards patrolled with gleaming batons. Bai Yi and Shigeru pitched their portable tents in a relatively quiet spot near the inner wall. Seeing the 2 were self-sufficient, Officer Jenny nodded approvingly and didn't bother them further. After securing their tent, Bai Yi asked if photography was allowed within the ruins. As Professor Oak's assistant, this was a favor Officer Jenny could easily grant as long as he didn't photograph the camp. He was free to take pictures anywhere in the ruins. With permission granted, Bai Yi carefully framed shots around the main pillar, capturing rubble, runes, and scaffolding in his viewfinder. He took over 20 photos, planning to send them all to Professor Oak for archival when they next passed a Pokemon Center. What are your plans next, Teacher Bai? Officer Jenny approached briskly in her short skirt, her voice carrying deliberate enthusiasm. Bai Yi casually mentioned his intention to challenge the Sinnoh League. Officer Jenny immediately provided directions. The nearest gym is in Orberg City. Follow the foothills of Mount Coronet forward, then connect to Route 207, and you'll reach it directly. As a stationed officer at League headquarters, she knew Sinnoh's road network like the back of her hand. Thank you so much, Officer Jenny. It looks like I need to rest up. Leaving first thing tomorrow morning. After expressing his gratitude, Bai Yi ducked back into his tent. The moment his figure disappeared, Officer Jenny puffed out her cheeks in frustration, nearly breaking her high heels from stomping. I hadn't even started flirting yet. Why are all the handsome men so oblivious? Under the night sky, campfires flickered throughout the site. Bai Yi and Shigeru each rested for the night, then set off together the following morning toward their first gym destination, Orberg Gym. Before departure, Officer Jenny handed Bai Yi a detailed map with red circles marking key intersections. Head west onto Route 207 to reach Orberg City. The foothill highway was an officially constructed route with few dangerous Pokémon. Starly flapped overhead, Mime Jr. spun in circles through the grass, and Rattata squeaked from rocky crevices. Along the roadside were the usual trainer regulars, youngsters in shorts leading Turtwig, bug catchers holding Weedle. Without exception, they all became experience fodder for Squirtle and Murkrow. Bidoof. Use Hyper Fong. The youngster in shorts attacked first. Squirtle, use Water Gun. Bai Yi responded calmly. As the opposing Bidoof's fangs gleamed white and lunged forward, Bai Yi immediately commanded. Aim for the feet first. The water stream accurately struck its front paws, causing Bidoof to stumble and lose balance. Now hit the face. The second water gun blocked its breathing, and after 2 consecutive hits, the opponent collapsed with swirling eyes. You won. Humph, that stinks. The youngster reluctantly recalled his Bidoof, threw down $140, and ran off. Bai Yi pocketed the prize money with an easy smile. Squirtle, let's celebrate with a withdraw. Squirtle, Squirtle. Squirtle instantly retreated into its hard shell. Since beginning their journey, Shigeru had reminded Bai Yi to strengthen Squirtle's shell. Understanding the importance of defense, Bai Yi had Squirtle practice withdraw whenever possible. Of course, that's far from enough. Once they reach Orberg City, Bai Yi plans to visit the friendly shop to buy some calcium supplements for Squirtle and make some energy cubes. Money isn't an issue for him anyway. To pave the way ahead, he hasn't been idle in the Pokemon academic world either. The previous intelligence on Mega Evolution, under Professor Oak's guidance, with preliminary research data provided by Professor Sycamore and supplementary materials from Bai Yi, has been compiled into a published paper. The paper temporarily disclosed a list of 10 Pokemon capable of Mega Evolution. At the end, Professor Sycamore insisted on being listed as the first author, Bai Yi as second, and Professor Oak as the supervisor. Bai Yi didn't feel shortchanged after all. The entire paper's framework and extensive experimental records came almost entirely from Professor Sycamore, and he only supplemented additional Mega Evolution data for Beedrill, Gyarados, and Garchomp. In return, the paper's royalties and research funding were deposited into Bai Yi's account, and Professor Sycamore promised that once they entered the experimental phase, Bai Yi would be the first trainer to participate in testing. This way, he could keep a low profile while being first in line to reap the benefits of Mega Evolution, a crystal clear win-win situation. Income-wise, he's receiving a monthly 3,000 league trainer allowance, 3,500 research assistant stipend, plus the 1,000 in pocket money that Aunt Hanako secretly slips into his clothesso. He's financially secure for now. Bai Yi has always believed that accumulation requires patience, and battles become fulfilling through preparation. Rather than focusing on the dazzling present, he cares more about building a solid foundation. Gary, being an excellent Blastoise trainer with a Dark-type Umbreon, has indeed provided Bai Yi with plenty of valuable insights on Pokemon breeding. Throughout the entire morning, the two traveled along the mountain path until they reached a fork in the road, where they spotted a modest-sized Pokemon Center by the roadside. After registering their Pokemon for treatment first, they used the downtime while the machines operated to prepare lunch. Bai Yi skillfully took charge of cooking. One pot bubbled with glossy, aromatic braised pork, while another contained rich, golden scrambled eggs with tomatoes for 3 tomatoes. He cracked a full 15 eggs, ensuring the Pokemon wouldn't go short on portions. The rice had been steamed early, with ingredients paid for by the ever-generous young Master Gary Oak. Before mealtime, the treatment completion chime sounded, and all Pokemon were fully recovered. With few travelers in the center at that time, Bai Yi casually invited Nurse Joy to join them when collecting his Pokeballs. Since Joy couldn't leave her post, Bai Yi simply prepared a serving and brought it to the front desk, so she could enjoy something hot too. 8 Pokemon in total had their food bowls ready, and Bai Yi ladled a generous spoonful of braised pork onto each, topped with a spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Squirtle sat on Blastoise's leg holding his bowl, his round eyes sparkling at the aroma. After just one taste, he buried his head and devoured the food. So delicious. Squir. Blastoise looked down at his little buddy, laughing so hard his shell shook. Clearly never had anything this good before. Then he took a bite himself, his pupils dilated in shock. Squir. The flavor instantly overwhelmed his taste buds, making him feel like even his water pulse would have pink sparkles. He simply tilted the entire bowl back and poured it into his mouth. Electivire wasn't about to be outdone, also downing his entire bowl in one go, then holding the empty dish out to Bai Yi. Elec. Another bowl. The other Pokémon devoured their meals just as ravenously, filling the small lobby with the mingled aromas of food and sounds of satisfaction. After the hearty meal, the two trainers briefly discussed their itinerary. Route 207 wasn't long, and Orberg City was close by, so there was no rush to travel immediately. Bai Yi decided to use this opportunity to take his Pokédex to Nurse Joy and register for the Sinnoh League competition, while Gary would help look after Squirtle and Murkrow. Miss Joy was extremely professional and completed Bai Yi's competition registration in less than 10 minutes. All done, Teacher Bai. I wish you great success in the Sinnoh League. She handed the brand new Pokédex to him. Thank you very much. Bai Yi smiled and nodded, expressing his gratitude before turning to leave. Miss Joy had hoped to chat a bit more, but a trainer holding a Bidoof approached the counter, so she had to give up. Watching Bai Yi leave, she sighed inwardly. He cooks deliciously, he's handsome, gentle, and polite, and he's even Professor Oak's assistant. Why can't such a perfect guy be my man? Naturally, Bai Yi had no idea about Miss Joy's inner monologue. Returning to the bench where Xiao Mao was sitting, he had barely sat down when he caught sight of that mischievous grin on Xiao Mao's face, the kind that suggested he was enjoying some drama. Back already? I've got a surprise for you. Xiao Mao gestured toward the Pokédex in his hand with his chin, then meaningfully nodded toward Murkrow. Only then did Bai Yi remember that he hadn't used the Pokédex to scan Murkrow yet. Murkrow Darkness Pokémon. People believe that encountering it at night brings misfortune, so it's often considered taboo. Ability, Insomnia. Type, Dark Flying. Gender, Level, 18. Moves, Peck, Wing Attack, Haze. Egg Move, Roost. Tutor Move, Dark Pulse. Wow, it really did learn Dark Pulse. Bai Yi looked at Murkrow, who was proudly flapping its wings, and gently patted its head. You worked hard. Well done. A faint blue glow shimmered through Murkrow's feathers' gym-level potential. As long as he could find a high-quality dark stone in the future, evolving it into Honchkrow and advancing another tier wouldn't be difficult. Thank you, young master, and thank you too, Umbreon. I'll give you both extra treats tonight. Bai Yi didn't forget to thank those who had contributed. The reason Murkrow could master the high-powered Dark Pulse so quickly wasn't just due to the same type attack bonus Xiao Mao, and Umbreon's dedicated training had been equally crucial. Xiao Mao crossed his arms, closed his eyes with a smile, and waved dismissively as if it were nothing. Umbreon happily circled around to Bai Yi's feet and gently rubbed against his pants. In the corner, Blastoise was resting against the wall when he saw this scene and secretly nudged Electivire beside him with his elbow. The two muscle-bound giants exchanged glances, then looked at the sleeping Squirtle nearby. Somehow feeling deeply moved, tears began streaming down their faces. In the afternoon, the two continued along Route 207 toward Orberg City. Indeed, getting lost and triggering special events was Xiaoji's unique talent that others could only envy. Bai Yi and Xiao Mao traveled south along Route 207 under clear skies, with the forest path bathed in golden sunlight from the setting sun. The trainers they encountered gradually changed from youngsters in shorts at the beginning to hikers carrying ropes, coal-covered miners, and occasionally campers with their tents pitched. The common wild Pokémon also shifted from Piplup and Starly to Geodude and Machop. Squirtle and Murkrow took the opportunity to gain experience battling rock and fighting types, their spirits high. As darkness fell, the two reached the large earthen slope on the northeast side of Orberg City. They slid down the slope and landed steadily on the gravel-paved road, officially entering Orberg City's territory. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, they each placed their Pokémon into the healing machines. When the cold white healing beams retracted, their Pokémon bounced out full of energy. Xiao Mao sat at the public phone to report their progress to Professor Rowan, while Bai Yi called Professor Oak. Besides the photos he had taken earlier at the Spear Pillar ruins, he also sent over the pictures of Emrit that his Pokédex had automatically captured. Though Emrit's figure remained partially obscured in the swirling mist without revealing its full form, it held much more research value than the previous blurry phantom image. Professor Oak was so excited he rubbed his hands together in front of the camera, repeatedly praising Bai Yi for his excellent work. After hanging up, Xiao Mao waited quite a while before seeing Bai Yi return with a beaming smile. He teased with amused exasperation. Tisk, is Professor Oak my grandfather or yours? Bai Yi quickly waved his hands apologetically, and Xiao Mao wasn't really jealous, instead thoughtfully reminding him. Did you book the Orberg gym? They specialize in rock types, and it's a 3-on-3 elimination battle. Even though EV knows Dig and Double Kick, normal types are still at a disadvantage, and Murkrow will be completely countered. Already booked for tomorrow afternoon, first slot. Bai Yi patted his chest confidently. Starting from the Sinnoh region, gym battles had become fully digitized, with many gym leaders busy with side businesses posting their weekly availability on reservation terminals at Pokémon centers. Challengers could select time slots with one booking per day. Only fools would follow Xiaoji's example of barging in. All right then, what do you plan to do now? I'm hungry, let's eat. That night, Bai Yi used the Pokémon Center's communal kitchen to knead dough, chop shrimp, mix filling, and skillfully wrap a pot of shrimp dumplings, plus bake a berry pie according to Clefairy's taste. Steam rose and aromas filled the air as Xiao Mao ate contentedly, and all three Pokémon were thoroughly satisfied. After dinner, Bai Yi said a quick goodbye and hurried off. Xiao Mao wanted to ask where he was going, but seeing Bai Yi's determined stride, he said nothing and simply entrusted Squirtle to Blastoise and Clefairy before returning to his room to organize his research reports. By lights-out time, Bai Yi still hadn't returned. Fortunately, Squirtle, Blastoise, and Clefairy were all experienced main team members who, despite their worry, found their respective spots to rest. Deep in the night, the full moon hung in the sky as gentle breezes stirred the curtains, silver moonlight streaming into the room like a caring parent checking on sleeping children. Squirtle hugged a soft pillow with its head tucked under the blanket corner, clearly conserving energy for tomorrow's gym battle. Hee Melodixus, Gardevoirsus, Lopunnesis, Zz. Suddenly, an electromagnetic wave shot straight out from the darkness. Before Squirtle could even cry out, it was paralyzed and couldn't move at all. Electric currents crackled chaotically across its shell. Squirtle only had time to blink before a thick blanket was thrown over its head. Dizziness, weightlessness, and stifling heat hit all at once. Its mind buzzed, and consciousness completely cut out. When it opened its eyes again, the morning breeze carried the fresh scent of grass leaves past its nose. Squirtle found itself lying on the lawn outside the Pokémon Center. Across from it, two big shots, Blastoise and Electivire, were staring at it with drool dripping from their mouths. Squirtle? It shrank its neck back. Boss, what's up? Blast! Blastoise tapped the ground with its shell, its eyes full of meaning. Blastoise explained simply. Last night Bai Yi had baked fruit pies, its favorite, but unfortunately it didn't get any and Big Brother was not happy. Squirtle was a smooth operator and immediately seized the opportunity. I'll tell our trainer right away to give you special treatment tomorrow, boss. Blastoise nodded with satisfaction. Squirtle saw its chance to escape, but the other gently stepped on its tail with one massive foot. Can't step on the shell, this little guy will retreat into it. Blastoise half joked, half warned, then patted Squirtle's back shell. Big Brother doesn't eat for free and doesn't want to make things difficult for you. I'll teach you a few moves today. Study hard, and when our trainer is happy later, he'll naturally give Big Brother extra meals. It raised its eyes to signal Electivire. The latter grinned menacingly, arms crackling with lightning, and casually struck down with a thunder punch. The green lawn at its feet instantly collapsed into a charred crater. Squirtle swallowed hard and nodded frantically, guaranteeing it absolutely wouldn't slack off. The training that followed was brutal but efficient. Skull Bash knocked it senseless again and again. Protect was practiced until its arms were numb and sore. When Ice Punch was thrown, the punch's wind carried frost that froze and cracked the air. Only when the horizon showed the pale light of dawn did the two coaches finally call it quits and release the turtle. The next morning, just as the sun peeked over the horizon, Bai Yi pushed through the doors of the Pokémon Center with dark circles under his eyes from staying up all night, only to be immediately scolded by Xiao Mao. Gone all night without a trace. Abandoning your own Pokémon for a whole night, very irresponsible. Eevee. Eevee puffed its cheeks and jumped into his arms, pressing its little head firmly against him. Trainer, do you have another Eevee somewhere else? Sorry, I made you worry. Bai Yi rubbed Eevee's head. Eevee snorted lightly, but its tail wagged like a little windmill before it proudly jumped away. I don't want your head pats anyway. After appeasing Eevee, Blastoise and Electivire also came over with big smiles, seeking credit. Through gestures and verbal explanation, Bai Yi quickly understood what had happened and hurriedly looked towards Squirtle. Fortunately, it had just lost some sleep and would be fine after resting for the morning. However, its move pool had genuinely gained 3 new techniques: Skull Bash, Protect, and Ice Punch. No doubt about it, these two coaches are reliable. Bai Yi rolled up his sleeves, cooked a big pot of nutritious porridge with extra ingredients, and baked several berry pies according to Blastoise's, Electivire's, and Squirtle's individual tastes. After breakfast was settled, he paid for the Pokémon Center's express recovery service and let Squirtle rest peacefully. Bai Yi, who was yawning continuously, also wanted to go back and catch up on sleep, but Xiao Mao still wouldn't let it go. Where exactly did you go last night? You're becoming more and more like Ash. Bai Yi waved his hands repeatedly. Don't curse me that harshly. I really did have special circumstances, and I said goodbye to Squirtle and the others before leaving. Besides, with you, young Master Mao, holding down the fort, what do I have to worry about? He yawned again. I guarantee it won't happen again. As for what I did last night, you'll know this afternoon. With that, Bai Yi slipped back to his room to catch up on sleep. At 1 in the afternoon, his energy restored. He washed up, changed clothes, and knocked on the door to call Xiao Mao. The two of them went to Orbird Gym. Bai Yi and his companion arrived at the Orbird Gym to find that gym leader Rourke was already waiting for them. Rourke wore an orange-eared mining helmet and thick gloves that tightly covered his hands. With an iron pickaxe gleaming coldly at his side clearly, he planned to head down to the Orbird coal mine to continue fossil digging after this battle. Bai Yi stepped forward and bowed slightly in greeting. Hello, Mr. Rourke. I'm Bai Yi from Pallet Town, and I'm here to challenge your gym. Hello, Teacher Bai. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. This must be Professor Oak, right? Please come in. Rourke responded politely. Xiao Mao also returned the courteous greeting, then followed by Yi as they accompanied Rourke into the battle arena. The entire field was earth-colored, with jagged boulders and scattered rocks everywhere, a natural fit for rock-type Pokémon battles. Rourke and Bai Yi took their positions at the designated trainer and challenger spots, while Xiao Mao sat in the spectator area, curious to see what team Bai Yi had brought. The referee, Mr. Yensheng, stepped onto the platform and announced in a booming voice. The gym battle between challenger Bai Yi and Orbird gym leader Rourke now begins. Each side may use 3 Pokémon. The match ends when all of one side's Pokémon lose their ability to battle. Only the challenger has the right to switch Pokémon. Battle begin. Rourke made the first move, his voice cheerful. Let me see the skills of Professor Oak's assistant. Go Geodude. As expected, matching the intelligence from the Sinnoh region, Rourke's lead Pokémon was indeed Geodude. While observing, Bai Yi recalled Rourke's typical team composition: Geodude, Onix, and his ace Cranidos. Show yourself, Bulbasaur. Bai Yi threw his Pokeball. The red and white ball traced an arc through the air before opening, and a Bulbasaur landed steadily in the center of the rocky field. Xiao Mao in the spectator seats was stunned, then suddenly realized, Grandpa, who exactly is your real grandson? You actually gave that Bulbasaur to Bai Yi. This was indeed the Bulbasaur from the research lab. When Bai Yi had contacted Professor Oak to report his safety, the little one had burst into tears upon seeing him and wouldn't stop crying no matter how anyone tried to comfort it. Professor Oak had no choice but to transfer Bulbasaur to Bai Yi, asking him to take good care of it. Originally, Bai Yi had planned to catch a Mewtwo to replace Eevee in battle. While Eevee was powerful, facing Rourke's team of aggressive, charging Pokémon, he didn't want his little darling to become a sitting duck. Unexpectedly, before he could find a Mewtwo, Bulbasaur had volunteered to join. Perhaps this was fate. What was even more surprising was Bulbasaur's excellent stats. Species: Bulbasaur born carrying a seed that will bloom into a flower as it grows. Ability: Overgrow. Type: Grass Poison. Gender: Level: 8. Moves: Tackle, Vine Whip, Leech Seed. Top move: Solar Beam. During its time away from the lab, it was clear that Xiao Zhi's Bulbasaur had been mentoring this youngster. Last night, Bai Yi had stayed up all night working on building rapport with his new partner. Bulbasaur, use Leech Seed. Bai Yi commanded first. With Bulbasaur still at a low level, he didn't intend to go head-to-head with Geodude. Geodude, use Wake Up Slap. At Hyoda's command, Geodude immediately fired over a dozen light orbs, knocking down the parasitic seeds. Geodude, roll out. Go for it, he urged again. Geodude tucked in its limbs, transforming into a grayish-brown sphere that rumbled across the battlefield toward Bulbasaur, kicking up clouds of dust in its wake. Bulbasaur, don't be afraid. Use Vine Whip on its side. Bai Yi commanded while comforting his Bulbasaur, who was competing for the first time. Crack. The first whip struck its flank deadened, immediately sending Geodude off course. Crack, crack, crack. A series of successive whips followed, the vines lashing like tartar whips, making Geodude spin faster and faster as chaos erupted on the field. Dana, this feels amazing. Why does whipping feel so good? I can't stop. Bulbasaur grew more excited with each strike, its eyes practically sparkling with stars. Watching his Pokémon's thrilled expression, Bai Yi couldn't help but shudder. Jump up, Hyoda commanded urgently. Geodude pushed off hard and leaped into the air, finally escaping the frenzied whipping, but it was now covered in cracks and completely disoriented. Leech Seed. Bai Yi seized the moment when his opponent was airborne and unable to maneuver. Several green seeds landed precisely on Geodude's shell and immediately took root. This is bad. Hyoda's temple twitched. His continuous offensive had been brutally interrupted, leaving Geodude with no room to recover. Pull it over here. Solar Beam. 2 vines wrapped around Geodude, dragging it back firmly. Bulbasaur raised its head toward the sun as its bulb blazed with white light, rapidly gathering energy. Solar Beam fire. A blinding beam of light flashed across the field. Geodude was blasted black and crashed to the ground with swirls in its eyes. Geodude is unable to battle. Bulbasaur wins. Iwao immediately declared. Come back, Geodude. You did well. Hyoda's heart ached. His partner probably wouldn't want to battle another Bulbasaur for a long time. Taking a deep breath, he threw his second Pokeball. Go, Onix. The massive serpent burst from the ground with a roar that shook the arena. Hyoda was clearly getting serious. Bai Yi recalled his Bulbasaur. Great job, take a rest. He then threw a new ball. Take the stage, Squirtle. Squirtle, Squirtle. Squirtle placed its hands on its hips and looked up. Boss, who am I fighting? Bai Yi nodded toward the massive creature across the field. That one. Stealth Rock. Hyota struck first, sending rock energy scattering into the air. Shell smash. Bai Yi didn't back down. Fine cracks appeared across Squirtle's shell as its power and speed dramatically increased. Floating rocks filled the field, glinting coldly, but Bai Yi's lips curved into a smile. An opponent with the sturdy ability could safely use reckless attacks, then use Stealth Rock to limit switching truly troublesome. But rocks were still just rocks. Rapid spin. Squirtle suddenly withdrew into its shell and spun rapidly. The shell's edge scraped against the rocks with crisp clanging sounds, clearing the field in moments. Double edge. Hyota seized the opportunity to counterattack. Aura Sphere, then Water Gun. Bai Yi issued two commands in succession. The enhanced Aura Sphere collided with Onyx's double-edge attack midair, exploding thunderously. Before the flames cleared, Water Gun followed immediately after, splashing directly onto Onyx's face and forcing the massive serpent backward with its impact. Was this an even match? No. Onyx had superior stamina. Just as Hyota was thinking this, he watched as Onyx took the Water Gun that followed the Aura Sphere straight to the face and toppled backward heavily. Come back, Squirtle. Bulbasaur, use Leech Seed. Bai Yi recalled Squirtle and threw out a Pokeball. In a flash of green, Bulbasaur landed steadily on the ground. It opened the seed on its back, and hair-thin vines burrowed into the cracks of Onyx's rocky armor. A pale red glow immediately flickered across the serpent's body as its stamina was gradually drained away. Onyx, use Screech. Piaotai immediately commanded. He could see that Bulbasaur wasn't high-level and planned to first lower its defense with Screech, then finish it off with a decisive double-edge attack. But Bai Yi was one step ahead, pressing the button. Come back, Bulbasaur. The red light converged, safely withdrawing Bulbasaur as Screech hit nothing but air. Show yourself, Murkrow. A dark shadow burst forth on beating wings. At the same moment, the red glow of Leech Seed flared up again, draining more of Onyx's stamina. Piaotai frowned. Onyx, use Screech. Fly high. Murkrow suddenly shot skyward, creating distance as the high-frequency noise was weakened to almost nothing in midair. Piaotai's composure began to crack. Onyx only knew Screech, Stealth Rock, Tackle, and Double Edge, all close-range moves. Grab it and squeeze. Bai Yi's voice echoed across the battlefield. Dodge it. Onyx, I believe in you. Use Double Edge. Piaotai gritted his teeth, placing his final hope on a direct confrontation. Onyx slammed its tail heavily against the ground, using the recoil to launch itself upward with the white light of Double Edge, its massive body charging like a mountain toward the airborne Murkrow. Fly higher. Murkrow ascended again, soaring beyond Onyx's maximum reach. The double-edge energy quickly depleted, and without support, Onyx's massive body fell helplessly. Stealth Rock. Piaotai shouted desperately. Dark Pulse. Murkrow opened its beak and unleashed a spiraling black wave that struck Onyx directly, forcibly interrupting Stealth Rock. The impact drove it hard toward the ground. Boom. The ground trembled as dust clouds rose. When the gray mist cleared, Onyx's eyes had become swirls, completely unable to battle. Onyx is unable to battle. Murkrow wins. Come back, Onyx. You did your best. Piaotai smiled bitterly as he recalled his Pokeball, then raised his hand to throw out his final ball. Go. Cornitos. Come back, Dark Crow. You did great. Go, Squirtle. Bai Yi recalled Dark Crow, the red and white Pokeball snapping shut in his palm before he threw out his second one. As the white light faded, Squirtle raised its half-retracted shell high, its stubby legs planted firmly in the center of the field, radiating a steady presence like a shield. Across the field, Piaotai stared at the little water type, his heart suddenly tightening. Absolutely couldn't let Squirtle complete Shell Smash. Once that move succeeded, it would be a complete rout. Cornitos, use Iron Head. Protect. A emerald barrier instantly expanded, and Iron Head struck the light screen solidly, sparks flying but completely nullified. The moment Protect faded, Bai Yi's hand dropped. Water Gun. Squirtle lifted its head, the water jet shooting like a high-pressure cutter straight at Cornitos' face. Flamethrower. Piaotai commanded rapidly. Hiss. Flame and Water Gun collided, heat, violent steam exploding outward, white smoke billowing and instantly engulfing the entire field. With visibility gone, both sides gave orders almost simultaneously. Focus Energy. Shell Smash. After the rumbling, both Pokémon stats and speed climbed steadily, but the smoke lingered stubbornly. When visibility returned, a flash of deep blue-green shot out like lightning. Leech Seed struck Cornitos squarely on the shoulder, life-draining vines instantly taking root. What? Piaotai gasped, only now realizing that Bai Yi had quietly switched to Bulbasaur in the smoke. Cornitos. Flamethrower. Vine Whip. Bulbasaur's vines swept horizontally, wrapping around Cornitos' legs. The massive dragon type lost its support and crashed backward with a thunderous impact, flames grazing the ceiling as they passed overhead. Bai Yi immediately recalled Bulbasaur. Squirtle, use Aura Sphere. Piao Tai forced the pace. Double Edge. With Leech Seed continuously draining its stamina, Cornetos's movements were inevitably sluggish. The post-shell smash Squirtle was surrounded by swirling air currents as its Azure Aura Sphere collided with Double Edge amid a howling sound. Boom. Energy erupted. Cornetos was blasted several meters back, landing and trembling uncontrollably, the agony of recoil damage written across its face. Immediately after, Leech Seed's red glow flashed again, draining more of its strength. Despite this, as Piao Tai's ace, Cornetos stubbornly propped up its upper body. Cornetos. Zen Headbutt. Bai Yi's eyes sharpened. You want a Heat-in showdown? We'll give you one. Squirtle, Ice Punch. An ice blue fist wreathed in frost slammed heavily into Cornetos' skull. Both Pokémon hit the ground simultaneously, dust rising and settling back to stillness. Several seconds later, Cornetos swayed once, then crashed sideways with a thunderous impact, its eyes becoming swirls. Cornetos is unable to battle. Squirtle wins, and the victor of this match is challenger Bai Yi. The referee's flag fell. Piao Tai recalled Cornetos, letting out a long breath. Finally over. Squirtle, you did wonderfully. Bai Yi called his partner back to its Pokeball, smugly raising an eyebrow toward the spectator seats. How about that, Xiao Mao? I didn't waste last night, did I? Getting cocky over just one badge? Besides, it was your Pokemon who did the work, wasn't it? Xiao Mao descended from the stands, his expression serious but breaking into a smile as he approached. Congratulations, Xiao Yi. That was a beautiful victory. Compared to Xiao Ji's passionate quick attacks, Xiao Mao appreciated Bai Yi's tactical coordination more. Reflecting on his own training career, he vaguely realized what he had been missing back then. Piao Tai placed a deep black stone badge with silverage trim on red velvet cloth, extending it with both hands. Congratulations. This is proof of defeating Orberg, Jim the Cold badge. Thank you for that final Heat-in battle. I look forward to your performance in the Sinnoh League. Thank you for your encouragement. Bai Yi accepted the badge, solemnly storing it in the badge collection case provided by Orberg Jim. His gaze turned to the two elders beside him. Teacher Bai, Professor Oak, I wonder what your plans are next. I heard you can find fossils in the Orberg coal mine. I'd like to take a look, if that's okay. Of course. Gym leader Rourke cheerfully patted his chest. I'd be happy to guide you two doctor's assistants on your expedition to the Orberg mine. While Bai Yi and Rourke were chatting enthusiastically, Xiao Mao's phone suddenly vibrated. Caller ID, Professor Rowan. This is Oki Mao. Yes, Professor Rowan. Whatever was said on the other end made Xiao Mao's expression shift from surprise to bewildered amusement, and finally to embarrassment as he glanced at Bai Yi. Xiao Yi, I'm afraid we need to make a trip to the Sinnoh Research Institute first. Take your time, what's going on? Bai Yi said reassuringly. Rourke tactfully refrained from asking questions and warmly escorted them out of the Orberg gym. At the Pokemon Center, Bai Yi handed his Pokemon over to Nurse Joy for rest. In their room, Xiao Mao finally explained the situation. 1. In the original timeline, on the day Hikari caught Piplup, a startled Staraptor caused chaos throughout the Research Institute. 2. Professor Rowan discovered that while his assistants were academically strong, their battle skills were pathetic. 3. Then came the incident of Satoshi's Pikachu going missing, and the professor wanted to send someone but had no one available. 4. Hikari also reported a large, aggressive swarm of Ariados near Lake Verity behind the Research Institute. 5. So Professor Rowan urgently recalled the combat-trained trainer Xiao Mao. To avoid delaying Bai Yi, Professor Rowan simultaneously contacted Satoshi and Hikari, who were heading to Jubilife City, asking Satoshi to take over Xiao Mao's escort duties. They agreed to meet up in Jubilife City. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. After all his Pokemon had recovered, he and Xiao Mao immediately left Orberg City. As night fell, they set up camp along Route 203. The next morning, the aroma of Bai Yi's pancakes filled the campsite. Xiao Mao apologized between bites. I promised to travel with you for 3 months, and now I'm dumping you on that guy. Sorry about that. Bai Yi shrugged. It's fine. Satoshi may be slow-paced, but he has Takashi on his team of God-tier support. I can have him help with Squirtle's training issues. Besides, Satoshi is the Aura Guardian, so having Squirtle spend time with him will be beneficial too. After eating, they gazed toward Jubilife City shrouded in morning mist. According to their original plan, following Route 203 straight ahead would get them to the Pokemon Center by noon. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Eevee and Bulbasaur got into a fight. As the third team member, Eevee had the highest strength and level on the team, and had already beaten Squirtle and Murkrow into submission the night before. The newly joined Bulbasaur was young and playfully poked Eevee's tail with its vines during mealtime, only to immediately get beaten up and burst into tears. Dana. Wah, big sister is so mean. Not like me, I only know how to care for big brother Eevee. You wash my underwear. The little one cried as it ran to Bai Yi to tattle. Bai Yi could only gather both of them in his arms to comfort them. Xiao Mao crossed his arms and watched the show with Schadenfreude. Can't even manage your own Pokémon. How useless. A trainer who can't even harmonize their own team won't do. A cold male voice cut through the campsite commotion. The two looked toward the sound and saw a stern-looking young man standing by the road, fierce eyes, undisguised contempt, and distinctive purple hair that made his identity immediately recognizable. Satoshi's lifelong rival, Shinji. Bai Yi hadn't expected to encounter Shinji here, though it wasn't really surprising, and Xiaoji always seemed to move at a similar pace. The grand festival celebration hadn't even started yet when Shinji left Celebration City early, but now he'd arrived at Orbird Gym right around the same time as Xiaoji, clearly having done considerable training before challenging the gym. The two locked eyes. Bai Yi said nothing, simply studying his opponent with an appraising gaze that made even someone with Shinji's temperament feel uneasy. What are you looking at? Shinji asked in a low voice. Nothing much. Bai Yi shook his head casually. Just thinking you seem too tense. What else? Should I be as relaxed as you? Shinji shot back, without courtesy. Bai Yi wasn't offended. Instead, he reached out and patted Shinji's shoulder. Nice one, buddy. I love that attitude of yours. That's exactly the spirit. Among all of Xiaoji's rivals throughout the generations, Bai Yi admired Xiao Mao and Shinji the most. I'm Bai Yi from Pallet Town, he introduced himself. Oomph, another one from Pallet Town, Shinji snorted. Bai Yi and Xiao Mao exchanged wry glances. Judging from the direction Shinji had come from, he'd probably run into Xiaoji. Let's battle. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. From the looks of it, you're heading to Orbird City? If you win, I'll tell you about the Orbird Gym. Fine. Shinji agreed readily, never considering advanced intelligence gathering to be dishonorable. Another reason Bai Yi respected him. He wasn't rigid and understood the importance of taking opponents seriously. Shinji's expression turned fierce, and Bai Yi decided to play up the act. By the way, what's your name? You don't need to know. Yeah, then let's make it a 2v2 elimination match. Perfect for some post-meal exercise, Shinji sneered, turning toward an open area beside the road. Bai Yi followed, already guessing who he'd send out. Chimchar, let's go. Shinji threw his Pokeball first. Show yourself, Bulbasaur. Bai Yi responded. After defeating Geodude at Orbird Gym and splitting experience with Onix and Cranidos, Bulbasaur's level had surged. After being tutored by Nidoqueen all night, this little lady now had a dangerous glint in her eyes. Char. Seeing the grass-type opponent, Chimchar made a playful face while Shinji's view was blocked. His mischievous nature hadn't been worn down by the harsh training. Bulbasaur licked her lips. Big sister just loved doting on energetic little troublemakers like this. Since you sent out your Pokemon first, you can attack first, Bai Yi gestured. Ember. Shinji wasted no time. Protect, Bai Yi calmly ordered. A pale green barrier formed. Though Bulbasaur's mastery wasn't perfect yet, it was enough to block the Ember attack. Flame Wheel. Vine Whip. Bulbasaur's vines lashed out, striking from the side and deflecting the Flame Wheel, though she winced from the contact with the flames. The monkey was much more agile than rocks. When his Flame Wheel was knocked off course, Chimchar immediately twisted and lunged again, only to be blocked once more by Bulbasaur's Protect. However, this time, Bulbasaur's Protect showed cracks. The Chimchar, now within striking distance, lunged through the fissure. The flames reflected in Bulbasaur's half-closed eyes, as if mocking its opponent's recklessness. It smiled coldly, recalling a phrase Bai Yi often said. A little brother who doesn't let his sister discipline him isn't well-behaved at all. In the next second, a cloud of purple-black powder rose from the tip of its vine whip, scattering entirely across Chimchar's face. This was one of Bai Yi's key teaching points. Once an opponent gets close, immediately poison them unless they're a steel type. Originally, he had planned to have Nidoqueen teach Toxic, but Bulbasaur was still too young and hadn't learned Toxic yet. Surprisingly, it had mastered Poison Powder before evolving. The mist-like powder penetrated Chimchar's respiratory system. Its entire body shuddered, and tiny bubbles immediately appeared among its fur. Poisoned. Shinji's expression turned stern as he urgently commanded, Dig. Use Leech Seed at the hole entrance. Quickly, Bai Yi's instruction followed immediately. The ground cracked instantly. Just as Chimchar emerged from underground, it was entangled by Leech Seed. It turned and flung Bulbasaur into the air. Ground-type moves dealt significant damage to poison types, and the landing Bulbasaur winced in pain before retaliating with a vine whip that struck Chimchar's rear. With a crisp smack, Chimchar clutched its bottom and cried out in pain as two negative status conditions simultaneously drained its stamina. Flame Wheel. Shinji urged again upon seeing this. Blazing flames erupted from Chimchar's body, first burning away the Leech Seed, then forming a wheel of fire that crashed toward Bulbasaur. However, the sparks scattered before a green barrier Protect activated once more, and immediately after, a new round of Leech Seed burrowed into Chimchar's back. Shinji frowned deeply. Dig. Grab it. But this time, Chimchar's movements were slowed by the Leech Seed, and its ankle was caught by a vine whip first. Flame Wheel. Then throw it out. Shinji was practically roaring. Just as Chimchar was about to ignite its flames, its entire body was swung in a half-arc by the vine whip and slammed heavily toward the edge of the battlefield. Now Solar Beam. Bai Yi seized the advantage of the sunny weather. Brilliant white light rapidly gathered between Bulbasaur's leaves, requiring no charging time before unleashing directly. Chimchar was completely engulfed by the beam of light. The prior poisoning and leech seed had already left it teetering, and this final blow didn't even give it time to trigger its blaze ability before it fell backward, losing its ability to battle. Come back, Chimchar. Shinji recalled his Pokémon and snorted coldly. Useless thing. Is all you can do blame Chimchar? Bai Yi's gaze was sharp. As a trainer, besides developing potential, you need to manage the overall strategy, right? This Chimchar's ability is Blaze, isn't it? Shinji remained silent, not denying it, but puzzled about how Bai Yi had figured it out. Bai Yi looked at him, his mind churning with the indignation he'd felt watching the anime before his transmigration. Blaze can only activate when at low health, yet you keep pushing relentlessly even if you do trigger Blaze. How much stamina would Chimchar have left? With your current commanding skills, can you really handle Blaze's explosive power? In his memory, Shinji had once challenged the Oreburgh gym with Chimchar, forcibly drawing out Blaze, only to have Rourke, as the gym leader, instantly defeat it with a high-powered move. Back then, Shinji had actually complained that Blaze was only that much. Remembering this incident, Bai Yi's anger surged today, he had to wake this guy up. Shinji clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, the resentment in his eyes nearly overflowing. He suddenly pulled out a Pokeball from his waist and threw it. Ursaring, get ready for battle. The Pokeball opened, and a ferocious Ursaring burst out. It seemed this guy had been captured by Shinji after being defeated by Eevee, just like in the anime. The moment it appeared, Ursaring's eyes blazed with bloodthirsty fury, completely ignoring Shinji's commands. Its heavy footsteps cracked the ground as it charged straight at Bai Yi. Dana, don't you dare hurt my Gigi. Bulbasaur called out in its young but determined voice, blocking Bai Yi's path. The bud on its back instantly bloomed, releasing a cloud of purple-black poison powder that whipped toward the massive bear. Bai Yi immediately pulled out his Pokeball. Bulbasaur, come back. But Ursaring had already charged up its attack. A focused blast exploded between them, sending debris flying and forcibly cutting off the Pokeball's red beam. Purple bubbles rose from Ursaring's body. Then its fur turned red, and its gaze grew even more vicious, its gleaming claws seemingly growing longer its guts ability had activated. In the next second, a devastating hammer arm came crashing down, instantly shattering Bulbasaur's protect. Bai Yi threw himself forward to shield the little one, taking the debris and impact across his back. At the critical moment, 3 red beams tore through the air. Shigeru's Electivire and Shinji's Electabuzz simultaneously raised green light shields with protect, encasing Bai Yi and Bulbasaur in the center. The third beam materialized into an Eevee, who dove forward with a fierce tackle to force Ursaring back, then flipped in midair and delivered a brutal double kick that left the bear's face caved in. Vui! Eevee's fur bristled as she roared. How dare you attack my trainer and bully my little sister? You're dead. Taking advantage of her landing, she tackled again, ignoring the recoil damage as her relentless assault forced Ursaring to stagger back several steps. The dazed Ursaring was finally recalled by Shinji. Eevee positioned herself in front of Shinji, fangs bared, ready to fight again. Shinji's Electabuzz quickly moved to its trainer's side, arms spinning rapidly, though cold sweat was already beading on its forehead. This crazy lady was not to be messed with. Eevee, come back, Bai Yi called. Eevee shot Electabuzz one last glare before returning to Bai Yi's side, nuzzling his leg with her head. Bai Yi gently stroked her head, then petted the still trembling Bulbasaur. There. Thank you both for protecting me. I know. After comforting his partners, Bai Yi stood and looked at Shinji. That Ursaring and I have some history. Is there any point in continuing this battle? Shinji remained silent for a long moment, then finally recalled his Electabuzz and bowed to Bai Yi. I am Shinji from Veilstone City. Thank you very much for the lesson. Bai Yi waved dismissively with a smile. I actually prefer you when you're rebellious and defiant. Shinji barely suppressed his exasperation and turned to leave. Shigeru frowned as if to say something, but Bai Yi raised a hand to stop him. Shinji, there's a Pokémon Center not far ahead, Bai Yi called to his retreating figure. Shinji's steps faltered. He only replied with a curt, I know, before continuing forward without looking back. Bai Yi watched in silence for a long time. Shigeru glanced at him sideways. I never expected that Ursaring to be captured by him. You seem to think highly of him. Don't you think he's just like Ash? Hearing Bai Yi's words, Gary could only smile wryly and shrug his shoulders. With that one sentence, you just insulted both of them. Bai Yi had no time to continue bantering with him, his attention already focused on his own Pokémon. Bulbasaur's little eyes were slightly red from the battle. It timidly approached Eevee, who was sitting and grooming herself, and whispered softly, Thank you. Eevee snorted and flicked her tail lightly. Don't get the wrong idea. I just couldn't stand watching that Ursaring pick on someone smaller. I wasn't specifically trying to save you. There are adults in this family, so we don't need a little one like you stepping up. If you want to protect our trainer, then grow stronger. Bulbasaur nodded repeatedly, completely convinced. Using its vine whip, It picked a small flower from the roadside and offered it over. Then, big sister? Evie gave it a discerning glance, but still lowered her head to take the flower in her mouth, then walked over to Bai Yi's feet with small steps. All right, I'll put it on for you. Bai Yi chuckled, taking the flower and weaving some grass into a small garland, which he placed behind Evie's ear. Evie! Evie wagged her fluffy tail disdainfully. What is this? It's so ugly. After Bai Yi finished handling his family affairs, Gary pulled out a Pokeball and released his Arcanine. Let's go. We need to hurry to Jubilife City. Bulbasaur and Evie should rest too. Sounds good. Bai Yi recalled his two little companions and climbed onto Arcanine's broad back alongside Gary. Arcanine raised its head and howled, then powered forward with its four legs, shooting toward the distance like an orange lightning bolt. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the brightly lit Jubilife City. This travel experience made Bai Yi develop a great fondness for Arcanino's thick, soft fur was comparable to a premium cushion. He even entertained the idea of catching a Growlithe and training it as a transportation Pokemon for the future. After entering the Pokemon Center, Bai Yi first handed his Pokeballs to Nurse Joy for treatment, then directly registered for a Sinnoh region contest pass. You're going to participate in contests? Gary raised an eyebrow upon seeing the registration information. I thought you didn't like being in the spotlight. What? Don't have confidence in me. Bai Yi smiled. Before I came to this world, I loved being on stage, but I just didn't have the opportunity. Since I'm in the Pokemon world now, I certainly don't want to have any regrets. The league, contests, I want to try everything I can participate in. As they were talking, a girl's anxious cry suddenly came from the video phone area in the corner. Oh no, where's my necklace? Following the sound, they saw a blue-haired girl in a pink dress covering her chest and looking around frantically. Standing beside her were two boys, Ash in his red cap and black vest, with Pikachu at his feet, and the slightly taller Brock with his squinting eyes, wearing a tan short-sleeve shirt over a military green undershirt. It was the Sinnoh trio. The two boys, Ash and Brock, being completely oblivious, didn't realize the girl's distress and were just looking around aimlessly. Bai Yi walked over with a gentle tone. Miss, do you need help? Before he could finish speaking, Ash had already called out his name with delight. Bai Yi. Long time no see, Ash. Hello there, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pikachu waved its paw in greeting with squinted eyes. Through Ash's introduction, Bai Yi met Brock and Dawn. Gary arrived shortly after and greeted everyone. Ash and Gary exchanged glances, tacitly completing the supervision partner handover. Gary already knew Brock, and with this pewter gym trainer accompanying them, he felt more at ease about Ash and Bai Yi. Gary, want to stay and watch the contest? Ash extended an invitation. No time. Gary remained aloof and shook his head. I really did have a tight schedule this trip. 10 minutes later, Arcanine had recovered. Gary pressed a phone into Bai Yi's hands. Link it to your trainer ID. Contact me if anything happens. Got it. By the way, you really do care about Ash. I'm just fulfilling Grandpa's request and looking out for you while I'm at it. Gary snorted lightly, ignored Bai Yi, and turned to say goodbye to Ash, Brock, and the others. Learning that Bai Yi already had 4 partners and had obtained the coal badge from the Canalave gym, Ash excitedly grabbed his hair and stomped his feet on the spot. Ah, my blood is boiling. Let's have a battle. He threw up his fist, eager to pull out a Pokeball right then and there. Hold on, Ash. Finding Dawn's necklace should be our priority right now, shouldn't it? Bai Yi reached out to stop him, his gaze falling on Dawn. Dawn, can you remember the last place you saw your necklace? Don't worry, take your time. No problem. A faint pink blush appeared on Dawn's cheeks. The black-haired boy standing before her had perfect posture and spoke gently, yet seemed far more reliable than the noisy Ash beside him. Hey, Dawn, came an exasperated but affectionate voice from the video call behind them. When friends offer to help, you should speak properly. Only then did Bai notice the screen was still connected. On the other end of the call, Johanna held her forehead and sighed. You child, whenever you say no problem, that's usually when there's the biggest problem. Hello, ma'am. I'm Bai Yi. You can call me E. Please take good care of Dawn in the time ahead. Bai Yi stepped forward to greet her. Johanna had been a star performer on stage in her youth, using her Glaymo to defeat opponents with Gibble in contest battles, even making some cry if she hadn't retired. Her skills would likely rival those of Adam from the Hoenn region. Hello, E. You look very dependable. Johanna smiled and nodded. I'm entrusting Dawn to you 3. Dawn, Mom's hanging up now. Good luck in the contest battles, Mom. We'll be watching you on TV. After the call ended, the spacious lobby returned to quiet. Bai Yi silently marveled at how trusting mothers in the Pokemon world could be, not worrying at all about their daughters traveling with boys for so long. So, Dawn, do you remember what your necklace looked like? Bai Yi confirmed again. I remember my necklace. Dawn's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone followed her gaze to see a glossy-furred Glaymo walking proudly, a ribbon collar swaying on its spring-like tail. This is indeed yours. You left it in the fitting room. With crisp footsteps, a girl approached leading the Glaymo. Her boots clicked sharply on the floor. Her orange vest gave her a sharp appearance, and sunglasses rested atop her fluffy red hair. Her features were striking and her gaze shrewd. Upon seeing her, Glaymo immediately jumped into her arms to act cute. Here comes Dawn's rival, Glaymo girl Zoe, Bai Yi thought to himself. Based solely on matching the necklace with clothing styles, she had determined who the owner was. Clearly her fashion sense was top-notch. Oh, that's wonderful. Dawn hurriedly took the necklace and fastened it around her neck, afraid of losing it again. When she looked up to thank her, Zoe had already turned and left, leaving only her brisk silhouette behind. At noon, everyone had a simple meal at the Pokémon Center. Ever since Brock joined the team, Bai Yi immediately decided he'd never have to cook over a campfire again. After the meal, all of Bai Yi's Pokémon had fully recovered, and Ash was clamoring for a battle again. But this time Bai Yi didn't agree, had more important matters to attend to. Although Jubilife City's contest wasn't as grand as Hearthome City in this region, nor could it compare to top-tier venues like Slateport City in the Hoenn region, it was still a first-tier city in Sinnoh. The berry market here and the equipment for making Poke Blocks were impressive in both quantity and quality. While Poffins were more popular in the Sinnoh region, Poke Blocks were still available, and compared to Poffins, Bai Yi preferred Poke Blocks. Brock, I've been looking for the right energy cube and nutritional meal combinations for my Pokémon. Could you help me out? Bai Yi got straight to the point. He knew he was a novice when it came to breeding, but fortunately, he had the reliable Brock. Upon hearing Bai Yi's request, Brock readily agreed, and the two immediately headed to the Celebration Berry Market, leaving Ash and Dawn to travel together. The Celebration Berry Market was located right next to the contest hall in the city center, with bright and eye-catching signs. The shelves were stacked with various berries, while the nearby counters displayed all kinds of specialized Pokémon nutritional supplements. The air was filled with fruity aromas mixed with a faint medicinal scent. More supplements isn't always better, Brock said earnestly while selecting items. Pokémon can only absorb a limited amount of supplements at each stage. Blind supplementation might actually backfire. Bai Yi nodded repeatedly. He explained his team's situation to Brock in detail. 1. Bulbasaur was the youngest and in its growth spurt phase. The stronger its foundation, the more dramatic its size expansion after evolution would be. They couldn't let it go hungry out of fear of overfeeding. 2. Squirtle had exceptional talent and was the team's main damage dealer, but frequent shell shedding had made its shell somewhat brittle, requiring focus strengthening. 3. Murkrow had been carefully raised by Professor Rowan and had excellent physical condition, though its potential was slightly limited. 4. The wild-raised EV appeared healthy on the surface, but still needed healing from hidden injuries sustained in battles during its youth, and its development had room for improvement. Initially, Brock worried that Bai Yi might be exaggerating, but after examining each Pokémon, their condition left him thoroughly convinced. Bai Yi's breeding methods were sound, even making Brock consider whether to add a daily midnight snack. The two browsed the entire market and made a special trip to the league-friendly store at the end for price comparisons. Brock's final recommendations were: energy cubes should be handmade by the trainer. Berries and external items should be purchased at the market. Internal nutritional products should be bought from the official friendly store. Though expensive, the quality was guaranteed. He would take full responsibility for the nutritional meals. Without hesitation, Bai Yi handed over both cards containing his trainer allowance and assistant stipend to Brock. As Brock accepted the cards, he said with some emotion, "This is a man's romance. I'll definitely help you raise your partners to be even stronger." Using the market's berry blender, Bai Yi tried making over a dozen types of energy cubes under Brock's guidance. Already skilled at cooking, Bai Yi produced cubes with appealing colors and uniform shapes. The feeding test results were: Squirtle preferred bouncy, sweet and sour textures. Bulbasaur liked soft, slightly sweetened spicy flavors. Eevee exclusively loved semi-liquid pink cubes. Bai Yi gladly paid extra to order multiple batches in canned and stick packaging, so he could feed and pet at the same time. Murkrow would continue with Professor Rowan's specialized breeding regimen. While ensuring flavor preferences, he tried to keep the nutritional components of the three cube types balanced. Bai Yi then purchased a large bottle of calcium tablets, 2 containers of protein powder, and various supplements from the friendly store. Finally, he selected an Everstone each for Squirtle and Bulbasaur, nearly exhausting his thesis manuscript fees. As they left the store, night had fallen and streetlights illuminated the scene. Celebration City sparkled with neon lights as people moved through the streets. The somewhat sentimental evening atmosphere naturally prompted expressions of gratitude. "Thanks so much for today. How about I treat you to a movie?" Bai Yi looked toward the cinema across the street, but Brock shook his head in refusal. "I'm a bit worried about Ash and Dawn. You go ahead, and we'll meet up at the Pokémon Center." "All right, don't wait for me for dinner." Bai Yi walked into the movie theater and bought 1 adult ticket and 4 Pokémon tickets. With only the final preparation period left before the contest, he planned to use the movie to cultivate some artistic sensibilities in his partners while seeing who had the most performance talent. Today's new release starred Miss Diantha at this time. She was still the Kalos champion, at the height of her popularity, but not yet the household name and national sweetheart she would become 2 years later. Even with just her current fame, the perverts wanting to spend an evening with this champion actress could form a line from Kalos all the way to Kanto. Bai Yi certainly wasn't among those people. He simply appreciated cinematic art. The movie ran a full 2 hours with a straightforward plot. Diantha played a princess who owned a garde of war, while the male lead's partner was a galade. They belonged to different countries. She was the beloved heir in a castle, while he was a young knight guarding the border. A chance diplomatic event made them fall in love at first sight, but they could only gaze at each other across the border. Then war broke out. The princess was escorted inland while the knight was forced onto the battlefield, wielding his sword to kill his beloved's countrymen. Eventually, the princess's country achieved victory, but the knight's forces launched a desperate counterattack in their defeat. The terrified princess sent her garde of war to protect him, but it was too late. The knight died on the battlefield, and garde of war could only rescue the male lead's galade. Before dying, the knight gave galade one final command to protect the princess he could never reach again. The grief-stricken princess, worried that her emotions would harm the two Pokémon, resolutely released them, hoping only that her beloved's partner could escape the war and see the world. The cliched plot was revitalized by Diantha's acting skills and beauty, with packed theaters and rave reviews. When the lights came up after the screening, the four little ones had different reactions. Squirtle showed little interest, waving his short arms. What's the big deal about women? They just get in the way when you're hatching. Brothers before hoes. Evie flicked her fluffy tail. Turtle's right. Romance isn't nearly as exciting as fighting. Men just slow down my kicking speed. Except for our trainer has to trim my claws. Bulbasaur was even more disdainful of the screen beauty. Too timid. If I liked a Bulbasaur, I'd just kidnap him and have my way with him. The usually low-key Murkrow, however, had bright, shining eyes and even secretly wiped the corner of her eye with her wing. Bai Yi was secretly amazed. Good grief. Are you really a dark-type Pokemon? Looks like you're the one performing at the contest, Murkrow. He recalled his Pokemon into their Pokeballs and turned to leave, but was attracted by an activity at the entrance. The theater had set up a fan comment book, with staff enthusiastically calling out, "Write a review." Miss Diantha reads them all personally and randomly selects lucky viewers for prizes. Bai Yi was skeptical of such promotions, but thinking of the star-crossed lovers on screen who never got to say "I love you," he still felt a pang of melancholy. A popular poem from before his transmigration flashed through his mind, and he picked up the pen to write it in one fluid motion in the comment book. After finishing, he collected the limited edition Gift Illustrious, soft beautiful scarf and left the theater. All the way home, Bai Yi was planning Murkrow's performance routine. Bai Yi returned to the Pokemon Center and learned that Ash was also planning to enter the celebration conference with his Apom. He announced that he would participate in Pokemon contests as well. Unlike Ash's impulsive, let's do it for my partner approach, Bai Yi planned to collect ribbon badges step by step and eventually reach the stage of the grand festival. Since he had decided to live without regrets, he would give his absolute best to everything. After hearing this, Ash playfully bumped Dawn's shoulder with his own. "Dawn, looks like you've got yourself a formidable rival." "No problem at all." Dawn raised her hand and made an energetic cheering gesture toward Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, let's encourage each other." Bai Yi smiled and returned the gesture. Memories are pearls, but friendship is diamond. Being able to stand side by side, without any hard feelings after giving their all in battle was one of the reasons he loved this world so much. With this thought, his expression grew more serious. Sinnoh's Pokemon contests were highly formal, with scoring based not only on move power, but also on the coordinator's overall presentation. Bai Yi looked around the lobby and suggested, "How about we go to the mall first to pick out some new clothes?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ash slapped his forehead hard. "Oh no, I forgot." Ignoring the confused looks from the three of them, he frantically rummaged through his dusty backpack. Sleeping bag, folding tent, pajamas. Sakshi even pulled out a book titled Pikachu's Postpartum Care. Various items piled up like a small mountain on the floor. Finally, he pulled out a package wrapped in a dust cover and shook it open to reveal a brand new outfit. Almost identical to what he was wearing, except the black vest was white, plus a baseball cap and new shoes. "My mom sent this one set for you, one for me. I almost forgot to give it to you." The fabric was soft and comfortable with fine craftsmanship. Bai Yi could tell at a glance that it was identical in quality to Ash's gear, and warmth filled his heart. He thought to himself, he couldn't go easy on Ash when it came to the league championship, but if he encountered Darkrai early, helping Ash secure second place wouldn't be bad either. Meanwhile, in a secluded warehouse at the Pokemon Center, a man, a woman, and a Meowth were hiding behind storage shelves. "James, why aren't you eating?" With his mouth stuffed full of bread making his speech unclear, James looked at Jessie, who was disguised as a nerdy girl with glasses. The woman who could normally devour 10 pieces of bread in one bite, when hungry, was now clutching her belt tightly. "Humph, tomorrow is the contest, and as a famous actress, I must maintain my figure." Jessie spoke haughtily, but swallowed hard as her stomach growled thunderously. "Oh my, being an actress is really tough, Meow." Meowth's belly was round like a ball. The trio had obviously been hungry for quite some time. After James finished eating, he stuffed several days' worth of rations into his backpack and sprang up with a carp-like flip. All right, in that case, I'll work hard too. People in Sinnoh have no resistance to trendy things. Let's prepare a huge batch of contest stickers and make a killing. That's right, meow. It's all for Boss Giovanni, meow. What a great feeling. The three fools, each lost in their get-rich-quick dreams, shouted in unison. Every city has its own meaning, and Zhucheng City represents a place that brings happiness to its people. From what one can see, this city truly lives up to that promise. At midnight, the Zhucheng Grand Hotel blazed with brilliant lights. The city's most luxurious, champion suite occupied nearly the entire top floor, featuring a spacious bedroom with plush furnishings, an elegant reception room, a fully equipped training facility, and a temperature-controlled indoor pool large enough for a Gyarados to swim freely. Every detail screamed extravagance. At this moment, two graceful figures lay together on the soft, oversized bed. The woman in the black silk nightgown had porcelain-smooth skin and delicate features, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall behind her. She lounged with feline grace beside her companion, her petite tongue delicately licking the ice cream in her hand. This was none other than Cynthia Giovanni, nicknamed Bai Yi, the woman who stood at the pinnacle of Sinnoh, known throughout the world as the Valkyrie. Beside her sat a woman wrapped in a white bathrobe, her elegant curves subtly visible beneath the fabric. Her light brown hair still glistened with water droplets, and her clear blue eyes were captivating. A fan mail album rested across her long, graceful legs. This was Diantha, the champion of Kalos, who had come to Sinnoh to promote her new film and visit her dear friend. With one hand she flipped through fan letters, while the other ran through those golden tresses. Diantha's greatest pleasure was touching that silky hair. These two extraordinary beauties nestled together, one still glowing from her recent bath, created a scene that could ignite passion in anyone, yet their unparalleled strength as trainers would instantly quell any improper thoughts. Diantha, I'm so sorry for keeping you out so late, Cynthia said, looking up with those large golden eyes, her expression pleading for forgiveness. Diantha smiled wryly and gently ruffled Cynthia's hair. This woman who could make Flint tremble and drive Lucian to distraction probably only showed this adorable side to her. How could she bear to scold her? Truth be told, Cynthia had indeed caused quite the detour today. Originally, Diantha had planned to secretly try the local specialty cakes after the press conference and then return to the hotel. However, Cynthia had become fixated on the shop's ice cream selection. The two had spent hours choosing flavors, taking photos, and signing autographs, not returning to their room until well past midnight. Zhucheng City was renowned for its nightlife. While relatively peaceful during the day, once these two incredibly popular beauties appeared at night, they could barely move through the crowds. Diantha had no choice but to stay in their room, scrolling through fan messages. Halfway through the album, her hand suddenly froze on the page. Her gaze, her movements, even the gentle stroking of Cynthia's hair, everything stopped at once. Cynthia immediately noticed and looked up to see Diantha's expression vacant, her blue eyes slightly reddened, as if she had suffered some terrible grievance. Cynthia's brow furrowed deeply. Had some shameless viewer written something inappropriate about Diantha in their review? She knew her friend was usually immune to such comments, so for Diantha to show this expression, how outrageous must it have been? This was absolutely unacceptable in her own turf. Someone had dared to upset her dear friend like this. Garchomp, come with me to the theater. Cynthia smiled slightly, kicked off her slippers, and headed toward the walk-in closet. While Diantha couldn't pursue the clumsy person from the theater, Cynthia certainly could once she found them. Garchomp would naturally give them some trouble. In the corner, Garchomp was delicately sipping tea from an elegant cup. Hearing its trainer's call, it immediately set down the cup, its fin-like appendages gleaming coldly under the light. Years of understanding allowed it to distinguish Cynthia's tone. This kind of subtle smile only appeared when she was cleaving through Infernape, ramming Bronzong, or slashing Drapianthus was definitely not mere intimidation. Diantha snapped back to reality and quickly stopped her friend. Hey, Cynthia, what are you doing? Be good, Diantha. Wait here for me, I'm going to take care of a little matter. Cynthia flipped her golden hair, her killing intent restrained, yet still radiating coldness, as if the room temperature had dropped 5 degrees instantly. The perceptive Diantha immediately understood this was a misunderstanding. Cynthia thought she had been bullied and wanted to stand up for her. Warmed by this gesture, she hugged Cynthia and playfully pinched her cheek. You haven't shown me your adorably angry side in so long. I wasn't wronged, I was just captivated. Look at this first, then decide whether you still want to go handle business. She handed over the guest book while giving Garchomp a reassuring look. Garchomp nodded knowingly, returned to its corner, sat down, and picked up its teacup again. Cynthia suspiciously opened the book and found elegant handwriting on the pristine white pagesa poem. The furthest distance in the world is not between life and death, but when I stand in front of you. Yet you don't know that I love you. The furthest distance in the world is not when I stand in front of you. Yet you don't know that I love you, but when undoubtedly knowing the love from both. yet cannot be together. The furthest distance in the world is not being apart while being in love, but when plainly cannot resist the yearning, yet pretending you have never been in my heart. This Tagore poem was one Bai Yi could recite backwards from helping others write love letters before his transmigration. After watching Diantha's movie, he casually wrote it from memory, not realizing that in the Pokémon world, where literature and entertainment were relatively scarce, such writing was practically a dimensional strike. Cynthia read with stirred emotions. Is this person your fan? Are they confessing to you? Huh? Probably not. Though Diantha had never been in love, her experience as an actress had broadened her perspective. He was probably just inspired after watching the movie. I've never heard this poem before. If he wrote it himself, he's truly talented. Diantha was naturally sensitive, unable to hide the fluctuation in her voice. Cynthia caught this hint of wavering and smiled mischievously as she leaned closer. Diantha, are you smitten? Should I still go handle that little matter? You little Cynthia, I try to help you, and you tease me instead. Let me show you. Cynthia suddenly reached out and tickled Diantha's slender waist. Diantha pleaded for mercy. No, Cynthia, I was wrong. After their playful scuffle, Cynthia changed into loose pajamas, grabbed an ice cream from the refrigerator, and sat back on the sofa while eating. Diantha also regained her usual sharpness. If the movie's ending could feature this poem, what was originally just a mediocre romantic film might achieve legendary status. With this thought, she immediately called her agent, demanding they come to her room right away. She was always professional about entertainment-related matters. Her so-called neglect of duties only applied to champion responsibilities. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, the instigator of all this, was currently preparing for tomorrow's battle. For tomorrow's first review performance, Bai Yi recalled a scene he had witnessed in the game before his transmigration. It was a sequence of Dark Crow's silhouette flipping through the air with overlapping afterimages. If he could recreate this on stage, it would surely captivate the entire audience. He immediately contacted Professor Oak, asking him to transfer Xiaoji's Swellow over. The teleportation device flashed with blue light, and the long-winged Swellow materialized in the laboratory. Upon seeing his partner, Xiaoji immediately spread his arms wide to greet it, and the trainer and Pokémon shared an affectionate reunion in the hallway for quite some time. Having stayed at the laboratory for many days, Swellow was no stranger to Bai Yi. Combined with Xiaoji's plea, it readily nodded in agreement to teach Dark Crow the double-team technique. As practice began, Apom swiftly scampered up to Xiaoji's shoulder in a few quick steps, indignantly snatching his hat and plopping it on its own head, its purple tail held high. Hey, I know double team, too. Why specifically? Asked Swellow. Xiaoji quickly reached out to comfort it, reminding the Pokémon that it had a contest the next day and needed proper rest. Only then did Apom pout and obediently jump back to the ground. The next morning, the Zhuqing City contest venue buzzed with excitement. Outside the main entrance, contestants and spectators formed long lines that wrapped around the plaza in circles. Bai Yi swiped his card to enter with the other participants, making his way to the backstage waiting room. On the large screen, host Marion beamed as she introduced the three judges: contest director Raul Contesta, Pokémon fan club representative Mr. Sakizo, and the local nurse Joy. The camera cut to the audience, where colorful lights and cheers rose and fell in waves. As expected, Xiao Wang was late again due to her hairstyling. Fortunately, Xiao Wang helped submit her registration form, preventing any mishaps. The performance order was determined by lottery, with Xiao Wang drawing first place. By the time Xiao Wang hurried back, Xiao Wang had already taken the stage. Mist Drevis floated in midair, instantly creating multiple afterimages that intertwined with the mist spraying across the field. Immediately after, Psybeam traced brilliant curves while Shock Wave exploded into golden-white sparks on the ground. The opening performance was a tremendous success. In the waiting room, Xiaoji glanced at Bai Yi, who was intently watching the broadcast, and whispered a reminder. Xiao Yi, Xiao Wang's moves overlap quite a bit with what you've prepared. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang immediately felt anxious for Bai Yi. She knew well that in contests, when later performances resembled earlier ones, judges tended to be more critical. Thanks for the concern, but don't forget your catchphrase. Bai Yi gave Xiao Wang a thumbs up, then raised an eyebrow at Xiaoji. You should worry about yourself instead, silly. You're also using double team. How do you plan to avoid the similarity? No worries. Xiaoji scratched his head. Creating different effects with the same move, that's what shows a coordinator's true skill. He figured that since his design was completely different from Xiao Wang's, Bai Yi surely had his own strategy too. Time passed gradually in the venue as contestants took the stage one by one. Musashi and Carnavine's suicidal performance took center stage. Carnivine suddenly opened its mouth wide, swallowing Musashi's head into its throat, causing the audience to erupt in screams and applause. The wild yet precise demonstration showcased the absolute trust between trainer and Pokémon, earning praise from Contesta. Xiaoji followed next. Apom first used Double Team to fill the entire stage, then systematically shattered each afterimage with Focus Punch, the fragments falling like glass rain, a perfect blend of battle and beauty, proving that even a straight guy could create art. As the performance ended, staff immediately notified the next contestant Xiao to wait at the entrance. She pushed through the curtain and happened to pass by Xiaoji as he came off stage. Xiaoji, that was a great performance. You've got this too, Hikari. The two high-fived as they passed each other, the crisp sound like a starting pistol marking the beginning of the entire Diamond and Pearl contest. Though it was Hikari's first time on stage, Piplup had trained until sweat soaked through its feathers, and their performance was surprisingly smooth. The judges' scores were practically a foregone conclusion. Advancing to the next round was never in doubt. The last contestant to take the stage was Bai Yi. He wore a pure black cloak with the hood pulled so low that even his companions couldn't see what he wore underneath. Show yourself, Murkrow. The poke ball burst open, feathers whistling through the air as Murkrow swooped out. Haze. In the next second, icy mist surged across the stage like a tide, swallowing even the spotlights. The audience was left in complete darkness, as if the theater had been dragged into eternal night. Scattered applause broke out, but everyone understood that haze alone wouldn't earn high marks. Time stretched in the silence, and the venue gradually grew cold. The surprise the audience expected never came. Whispers rose around them, and more people concluded that Bai Yi was just a novice. Judge Bian was about to speak up to salvage the situation when a hoarse roar suddenly echoed from center stage. Murkrow, double team. From deep within the haze, Bai Yi suddenly leaped out, his body wrapped in straw. Dozens of Murkrow copies swirled wildly, their black wings whipping up a storm. Bai Yi commanded again. Murkrow, use Astonish. The flock cried out in unison, sharp and eerie. He had specifically trained Murkrow's voice the night before, all for this moment's bone-chilling tone. To the audience, Bai Yi seemed to have his soul pulled away by invisible strings, instantly transforming into a true scarecrow with crows circling his body, ancient fear washing over them. In the illusions triggered by the Astonish move, everyone faced their deepest fears. Children fell silent, afraid to cry lest they disturb the crows. Many girls dove into their partner's arms in terror. The haze slowly dissipated, and the spotlights pierced through the air once more. Where was the scarecrow on stage? Only Bai Yi remained, cradling Murkrow and bowing like a little gentleman. Head Judge Contesta raised his handkerchief to wipe away sweat. Had the best view and suffered the greatest psychological impact. He commented. The haze demonstrated power, while Double Team and Astonish pushed the atmosphere to its peak. Bai Yi and Murkrow showed outstanding coordination. Sukizo swallowed hard. I like it. Nurse Joy's voice was delicate but still trembling. It's still frightening just thinking about it now. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, with the boys whose girlfriends had just hidden in their arms clapping the hardest. Bai Yi returned to the waiting room and exchanged congratulations with Satoshi and Hikari. On television, host Bian announced the first review results. Bai Yi's photo hung at the top with a total score of 28.9. Nozomi, Satoshi, Hikari, and Musashi all waited on site. Then the battle brackets appeared one by one. First match Nozomi versus Satoshi, second match Bai Yi versus Musashi, third match Hikari versus random contestant A, fourth match Cannon Fodder B versus Nobody C. When Xiaowang heard that Xiaoji was participating in both contests and gym battles simultaneously, her expression visibly darkened, and she directly refused his offered handshake. The air in the waiting room seemed to freeze instantly. Several contestants stopped organizing their pokeballs and stole glances at the scene. Xiaoji withdrew his hand that had been left hanging in the air, his honest smile from the greeting still plastered on his face, looking rather awkward. Xiaoji, if you're going to participate in gym battles, then you'd better not participate in contests, Xiaowang said, crossing her arms and stepping closer. Her voice was crisp but carried an undeniable authority. Contest battles are different from gym battles theory, not something you can just fight through casually. I'll make sure you understand that. After delivering her words, she paid no attention to Xiaoji's bewildered expression and turned to stride confidently toward the exit, as if she had just defended some honor for coordinators in front of everyone. Xiaoji opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't manage to get out a single word of explanation. Just as Xiaowang was about to step through the doorway, Bai Yi suddenly stepped sideways, straightening his body to block her path. Is there something you need? Xiaowang stopped in her tracks, raising an eyebrow slightly, while maintaining the courtesy due to a formidable opponent. Bai Yi wasn't buying into that courtesy. His voice was low and even, yet it carried clearly to everyone's ears. Nothing much. Miss Xiaowang, Xiaoji is only participating in contests for the sake of his APOM. You've misunderstood him and need to apologize. The rustling sounds in the waiting room ceased immediately, and all eyes focused on the two of them. Bai Yi continued. Moreover, whether they're trainers or coordinators, they're all working alongside their Pokémon toward their dreams. No one is more noble than anyone else. Many top trainers are also excellent coordinators, and vice versa. I don't think you have the right to lecture Xiaoji, especially since he's your senior. The pressure of everyone's gaze didn't shake Xiaowang. She let out a cold laugh, stepped around Bai Yi, and placed her hand on the door handle. But before stepping out, she turned her head and left behind a casual remark. Since you think so highly of him, Then watch carefully how I teach him to face reality. The door slammed shut with a bang. Bai Yi withdrew his blocking stance and gazed through the glass toward Xiaowang's retreating figure at the end of the corridor. His voice wasn't loud, but was sufficient for everyone in the room to hear again. I don't actually think highly of him. He turned back to face Xiaoji and the other contestants. I was just speaking up for my friend. On the contrary, I hope you can win, so that I can personally show you just how simple a trainer who participates in both contests and gym battles really is. Xiaowang showed no mercy toward this newcomer who dared to challenge him. Show yourself, Squirtle. As the Pokeball snapped open, Bai Yi's Squirtle landed center stage, its round shell gleaming with a cold blue-green light under the spotlights. The celebration contest allowed different Pokémon for the second review, and both trainers had coincidentally chosen the Squirtle versus Glamow combination. Host Bai Yi raised the timer. 5-minute countdown begin. Xiaowang, Glamow, Shadow Claw, knock it back. Glamow's form flashed as its claw shadows formed a black arc. Bai Yi commanded almost simultaneously. Squirtle, withdraw, then rapid spin. Squirtle retreated into its shell, spinning like a top and deflecting Glamow's assault entirely. Xiaowang's points were deducted first. Thunderwave. Glamow charged up as electric arcs crackled, bright white like a net. Bai Yi was momentarily surprised. In all his battles with Xiaoji and the original records of defeating Xiaoguang, Glamow had only used Shadow Claw, Fury Swipes, and Iron Tail. He hadn't expected the opponent to be hiding Thunder Wave. However, he quickly regained composure. Squirtle, dodge gracefully but leave her a target. Squirtle rolled left and right as the electric arcs grazed its shell. Xiaowang lost more points for missing, but Squirtle's evasive posture lacked elegance, costing Bai Yi some points as well. Xiaowang, Glamow, use your tail as a spring. Glamow's tail pushed off the ground, launching the cat gracefully into midair like a tiger pouncing from above. Squirtle's upward gaze appeared clumsy, costing Bai Yi more points, but his eyes gleamed with insight. The airborne Glamow had lost her leverage point. Skull Bash. Fury Swipes. Xiaowang quickly countered. But Bai Yi added, use your shell as a shield. Xiaowang's heart sank. His strategy had been completely seen through. Squirtle positioned its shell atop its head and charged like a cannonball. Glamow clawed frantically in midair, but the hard shell blocked everything, ultimately sending her crashing into the ceiling. Her cry of pain echoed as she lost the ability to battle, ending in a tactical KO. Glamow. Xiaowang's eyes went blank. A fall from that height could shatter every bone. Bai Yi raised his hand. Squirtle, go save her. Use water gun on the ground. Squirtle rushed to the landing spot, catching Glamow on its shell while spraying water gun at the ground for reverse thrust, bringing both Pokémon down safely. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Xiaowang rushed forward to embrace Glamow. Bai Yi announced, advancing to the finals is Bai Yi. Cheers rose again. Bai Yi bowed elegantly to the stands, then turned and extended his hand. Xiaowang, I hope you'll learn to respect all trainers who work hard for their dreams. I look forward to another spectacular contest battle with you. Yes, I'll also learn more trainer-style battling. Thank you, Xiaoyi. Xiaowang shook hands as the entire venue thundered with applause. In front of televisions, viewers were equally buzzing. Big brother Bai Yi is so gentle. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? That guy who was so scary in the first review turned out to be so caring. I'm officially a fan now. Hey above, my big brother doesn't need you as a fan. Having me is enough. Subsequently, Xiaoguang also defeated random opponent B with clean, decisive moves, successfully advancing to the finals. In the finals, Bai Yi didn't go as hard against Piplup as he had against Xiaowang's Glamow, instead focusing on gradually reducing his opponent's points. Squirtle, use rapid spin to pull in that bubble beam. The spinning shell whipped up currents of water and foam, creating a spiraling water spout under the lights that completely shredded Piplup's bubble beam. The judges' deduction lights flashed instantly, and Piplup lost points once again. Squirtle, use your shell to block that peck attack. Bai Yi quickly followed up with another command. Squirtle immediately withdrew into its shell, the hard exterior creating sparks as it spun at high speed, forcefully blocking Piplup's sharp beak as it dove down from above. Another wave of deduction lights lit up, putting Piplup's score in critical danger. In front of the television, Hikari's mother Ayako sighed softly, rubbing her forehead. That child is still too nervous. Despite this, both she and Hikari felt grateful toward Bai Yi could have easily gone for a direct knockout, but instead chose to turn it into a patient teaching match. 5 minutes later, host Marion announced time was up. On the scoreboard, Bai Yi was ahead, and the Jubilife ribbon naturally fell into his hands. Facing Judge Contesta's encouragement, Bai Yi bowed respectfully and solemnly accepted the ribbon that symbolized glory. Meanwhile, on the other side of the venue, Team Rocket's booth was in complete chaos. Musashi, still fuming from being eliminated by Bai Yi in the preliminaries, had just run into Kojuro's shoddy souvenirs being exposed by customers. Musashi clung desperately to their money pouch, but all three ended up being blasted away by angry trainers and their Pokémon working together. We still didn't make a single penny, meow. I'm a famous actress, how could I be knocked out in one round by that little twerp number 2? Carnivine, I know you tried your best. The trio disappeared into the distant sky, becoming star-like points of light. What a terrible feeling. Their wails echoed through the night sky. That evening, Bai Yi's group didn't stay at the Pokémon Center, but instead went to celebrate their victory at an established restaurant in Jubilife City. As dishes were served one after another, laughter and cheerful conversation filled the air. When it came time to pay the bill, however, the server smiled and said, "Someone has already taken care of it for you." He gestured toward a corner where a woman wearing black-rimmed glasses and a well-tailored suit was quietly standing up. "Satoshi, you all head back to the Pokémon Center first. I have something to take care of." After giving his instructions, Bai Yi turned and walked toward the woman. "Hello. Hello." The woman with glasses nodded politely, her demeanor carrying professional elegance. Bai Yi sat down, puzzled. "We don't seem to know each other. I followed you here specifically because your friend felt it would be inconvenient to approach you directly, so they sent me instead. May we talk?" She handed over a business card Carnay's agent. When Bai Yi had been at the movie theater with his 4 Pokémon, 2 of which were Kanto starters rarely seen in Cinepolis, his striking appearance and the time he spent writing his review, he had been quickly identified. The agent briefly explained her purpose. The company wanted to purchase the rights to the poem that appeared in his review. "The poem isn't mine," Bai Yi said honestly. "It's the work of a literary master surnamed Tai. You don't need to be modest." The agent smiled knowingly. Last night the company had mobilized everyone to search for the poem's origins. 5 gym-level Porygon had simultaneously scoured the internet, but couldn't find even a trace of its source. Suspecting it might be from ancient texts, Carnay had even asked Cynthia to help with translation, but found no connection whatsoever. The conclusion was clear. Everyone unanimously agreed that Bai Yi had written the poem himself. Upon hearing the agent's smug explanation, Bai Yi realized this was all a huge misunderstanding. "I won't sell the copyright because it truly wasn't written by me." He suppressed his surprise and added, "However, you can use this poem. My only requirement is no modifications and no derivative works." The agent nodded, carefully noting down the terms. Though he couldn't secure the copyright, obtaining usage rights was still an achievement. Those few hundred words captured unrequited love so perfectly that even he, who considered himself a veteran of romance, couldn't shake it off. After first reading it, would dare create derivatives? He tentatively made an offer. "Then for the usage fee, would 3 million alliance coins per year work? That's the highest amount I'm authorized to offer." "That's not necessary." Bai Yi shook his head, his gaze remaining calm. "As I said, this poem isn't my work, and I don't deserve payment for something I didn't do. Besides, you already treated me to a meal." With that, he suppressed his temptation and turned to leave. The entertainment industry was murky waters he didn't want to wade deeper into, and the poem truly wasn't his creation. The agent watched the young man's retreating figure and helplessly dialed Karuna's number, reporting the entire process in detail. "I understand. We were too hasty. I'll handle this matter personally. You come back for now." On the other end, Karuna's voice was calm. In front of her, the television was replaying footage from the first screening of the Celebration conference screen. Bai Yi had delivered that remarkably creative performance using a weak Murkrow as his medium. With her abilities, let alone a Murkrow, even stronger Pokémon would hardly impress her, yet that creativity still made her heart race. Today, Cynthia had gone to the Sinnoh League headquarters for a meeting, leaving her alone at home. She pulled out that poem again, discovering that each rereading revealed new emotions. Out of boredom, remembering that Bai Yi would participate in the Celebration conference's second screening, she turned on the television to watch the live broadcast. Unexpectedly, the Bai Yi on camera was not only gracefully charismatic, but also gave her a second surprise. After the performance ended, she immediately instructed her assistant to thoroughly investigate the young man's background, learning he was actually Professor Oak's assistant. Of course, Karuna smiled slightly. That guy was definitely going to return empty-handed today. Events unfolded exactly as she predicted. Bai Yi refused. It made perfect sense. Professor Oak's assistant, well-informed and worldly, a talent as pure as moonlight and clear breeze. How could he be swayed by mere money? However, the situation wasn't entirely bad, as he at least agreed to let her use the poem. If Bai Yi could hear Karuna's thoughts at this moment, he would surely cry out. "I was actually tempted. Very tempted. I just simply didn't dare accept it." Karuna examined the poem once more. What kind of emotional experience could a 12-year-old child have gone through to write such heart-wrenching lines? With Bai Yi's talent, looks, and status, which girl could have left him with unrequited love? She murmured to herself and finally made a decision, picking up her phone. "Hello, it's me. Arrange a new film promotional tour in the Kanto region, with the first stop in Viridian City." Viridian City was closest to Pallet Town. She planned to personally visit Professor Oak and ask about certain matters face-to-face, as contacting him directly by phone would be impolite. After hanging up, she thought to herself, perhaps Bai Yi could help elevate her acting career to the next level. However, The matter of this poem couldn't just end like this. Although Bai Yi said it wasn't necessary, Karuna couldn't fail to show her gratitude. First impressions were crucial for future collaborations. Karina turned around and picked up her personal phone, scrolling through her contacts for quite a while before finding a number. Thinking about the dark stone that Bai Yi's Murkrow needed for evolution, she dialed the number. Hello, Mr. Daigo. This is Karina. I apologize for calling so late, but I wanted to ask about your collection. On Bai Yi's side, he had just left the Pokemon Center in Jubilife City. After vaguely brushing off the concerns from Ash, Dawn, and Brock, the four quickly settled on their itinerary. They would depart the next day, heading for the first gym's location, Orberg City. Although Bai Yi had already obtained the Coal Badge, he was still under supervision and needed companions. Orberg City's famous Orberg Mine was also a place that interested him. The next morning, the four said goodbye to Rowan and left Jubilife City. As it turned out, traveling with Ash was indeed more eventful than traveling with Gary. They got lost right after leaving the city limits. What should have been a 2-day journey now had no definite timeline. Bai Yi wasn't in a hurry, already had the badge, and the extended journey actually gave Murkrow and Ash's Starly plenty of time to practice their U-turn aerial ace combo. During their training, they met ornithologist Rosebay, rescued bird Pokemon captured by Team Rocket, and witnessed Ash's Starly evolve into Staravia and learn U-turn. Watching Staravia dive and soar through the air, Murkrow's eyes were full of envy. Bai Yi rubbed its head. Don't worry, build up your energy well, and I'll definitely find you a quality dark stone. Murkrow was delighted and gently pecked him. Under Rosebay's guidance, the group decided to cross the mountains to reach Orberg City. Upon arriving outside the Pokemon Center at the mountain's base, they saw Nurse Joy trying to calm a Nuzleaf that had been separated from its group. The Nuzleaf was panicking, backing away while unleashing Razor Wind. Nurse Joy, seeing that Joy was about to be hit, Brock rushed forward without hesitation, planning to block the attack with his own chest. Squirtle, protect. Bai Yi quickly threw his Pokeball. A green light flashed as Squirtle blocked the Razor Wind with Protect. Joy thanked them anxiously, while Brock was left paralyzed on the ground after Croagunk's poison jab exposed his simp nature. Fortunately, with his patient persuasion, Nuzleaf finally lowered its guard, and with Brock's help, it recovered its strength. Joy was too busy with work to escort Nuzleaf, so Bai Yi's group voluntarily took on the task of returning it to its group. The mountain path wound upward, and halfway through their journey, a strangely shaped Shiftry making odd noises suddenly appeared, followed by a blue-haired male hiker and a red-haired female hiker. The two claimed they were helping Shiftry find its group. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes. Who are you people? The hikers and Shiftry all froze simultaneously. The next second, an exaggerated recitation echoed. We heard the voice asking, who are you people? And came at the speed of light. Wind, earth, sky, meow. The stars of this era, that's us, the invincible Team Rocket. So Nancy. This time Dawn didn't need to pull out her Pokédex. Their true identities were revealed before their masks even came off. Meowth bristled his whiskers indignantly. Hey, second brat. How did you figure out it was us, Meow? Bai Yi shrugged. What kind of Shiftry has Meow in its cry? Hey, second brat, you're making us lose face. Whatever. We don't care anymore. Little brat number 2, I still haven't settled the score with you from the grand contest. In that case, I'll steal your Pokemon along with Nosepass. Arbok, use Bind. Dustox, Psybeam. Before she finished speaking, Musashi threw out Arbok and Dustox, while Kojiro hastily released Carnivine and Cacnea. The 4 Pokemon immediately descended into chaos upon landing, with Carnivine and Cacnea attacking indiscriminately, striking both Arbok and Dustox, causing Team Rocket's formation to completely collapse. Squirtle, use Water Gun on Arbok. Murkrow, hit Dustox with U-turn. Bai Yi commanded decisively. The clear water jet left Arbok battered and bruised, while Murkrow's high-speed spin sent Dustox crashing to the ground, both unfortunate Pokemon immediately losing their ability to battle. Meanwhile, Brock's Sudowoodo used its newly learned Mimic technique, perfectly copying moves, and sending both Carnivine and Cacnea flying. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Squirtle, Aura Sphere, Ash and Bai Yi called out almost simultaneously, Golden Lightning and Azure Energy Spheres intertwining as they struck the airborne targets. In a flash, Team Rocket's 4 weakened Pokemon all transformed into white light and returned to their Pokeballs. After the battle ended, Sudowoodo evolved into Sudowoodo in brilliant white light. Nosepass mistook it for a grass type and excitedly hugged its top, refusing to let go no matter how much they tried to pull it down, causing everyone to chuckle. The group crossed the rushing river and reached the ancient tree Joy had mentioned. Smoke and chaos surrounded the base of the tree. A high-level Drapion was locked in combat with Shiftry, while 2 Skorupi flanked the sides, waiting for opportunities to strike. Shiftry was completely pinned down, protecting its clan, unable to break away to search for the missing Nosepass. Seeing its family in danger, Nosepass rushed toward the battle without hesitation. Contempt flashed in Drapion's cold pupils as it swung its arms, unleashing a barrage of poison sting attacks. Shiftry, Shiftry lunged forward to block the first wave, but could only weaken part of the assault. The remaining poison stings still whistled through the air. In the critical moment, Brock threw himself forward, embracing Nosepass and rolling several times through the grass, protecting it completely in his arms. Don't worry, Nosepass. Everything's okay, he whispered soothingly. Seeing Brock's face covered in mud and grass, Nosepass's eyes immediately welled up with tears. As Drapion moved to press its advantage, a mass of pitch-black mist suddenly descended before it. Murkrow spread its wings wide, emanating an eerie glow. Buddy, bullying the weak isn't good behavior. Bai Yi stepped forward protectively, while Ash and Dawn each engaged the two Skorupi, instantly dividing the battlefield. The Drapion, which had dominated the forest for so long, flew into a rage. Crossing its 6 arms, it launched a cross-poison attack directly at Murkrow. Use U-turn to dodge, Bai Yi shouted. Murkrow spun its body, barely avoiding the crossing strikes, then used the momentum to glide low across the ground. Its sharp beak cut through the air, precisely piercing Drapion's belly armor. A critical hit. Crobat launched another dark pulse, stunning Drapion before finishing it off with U-turn. While the smoke of battle still lingered, Ash and Dawn had already settled their match on the other side. Bai Yi stepped forward to examine the fallen Drapion, noticing only a faint white glow surrounding its body. Mediocre potential at best, with just 3 moves: cross poison, pin missile, and poison jab. For it to have evolved into Drapion was already a stroke of luck. Without some miraculous encounter, this was likely as far as it would go. Behind Drapion, 2 Skorupi raised their tail stingers defensively. One of them glowed with a subtle purple light, its potential unmistakable. Species: Skorupi Scorpion Pokémon. Type: Poison Bug. Ability: Sniper. Gender: Level 15. Moves: Hone Claws, Leer, Fell Stinger, Bite. Egg move: Poison Tail. Tutor move: Aqua Tail. Well, Bai Yi chuckled, casting a pitying glance at Drapion. Either living off your partner or getting cheated on. Given wild Pokemon nature, the former seems unlikely. Might as well do you a favor and take it away to spare your feelings. He turned to the others. Who wants this Skorupi? You guys defeated it, after all. Ash was captivated by Cacturne, while Dawn simply shook her head. Seeing no objections, Bai Yi threw a Pokeball and captured the talented Skorupi. Meanwhile, Brock was tending to the wounded Nuzleaf pack. The most severely injured Nuzleaf still clung close to Sudowoodo even after returning to its group, clearly having grown attached to both Brock and his Pokemon. Bai Yi suggested, Brock, this one's worth training. Why not take it along? Brock had been wanting to try different types anyway, so after bidding farewell to the Nuzleaf and Shiftry, he captured the young Nuzleaf in a Pokeball. Seeing his companion's successive catches, Ash felt restless. Bai Yi's casual remark about gym quality seed going to waste immediately caught his attention, prompting him to capture one as well. In high spirits, the group descended the mountain toward the nearby Orberg city. Upon entering the city, Ash bolted toward Orberg Gym like a wild dog off its leash, impossible for the others to stop. Dawn looked worriedly at Bai Yi. Bai Yi, will Ash be okay? Don't worry, he's not a child. Besides, Orberg Gym isn't somewhere you can just waltz in and challenge. Bai Yi paused, then added, I need to visit Orberg Mine first. Dawn and Brock could only exchange sighs and follow along. When the trio reached the mine, Ash had already found Rourke and was passionately requesting a battle. Bai Yi stepped forward with a greeting. Hello, Mr. Rourke. Long time no see, Teacher Bai? Welcome back to Orberg City. Rourke responded cheerfully. Mr. Rourke, I'd like to explore Orberg Mine, Bai Yi requested. Hearing this, Ash immediately blocked his path. Wait up, Bai Yi. Don't you want to watch my gym battle? Mr. Rourke already agreed. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Bai Yi found it strange. For challenging the Orberg Gym, Shinji should have been ahead of Xiaoji in line. Could something unexpected have happened that prevented Shinji from challenging the Orberg Gym? In fact, due to the pressure Bai Yi's presence had created, Shinji had arrived in Orberg City a day early and had already completed his gym challenge yesterday. Bai Yi was unaware of this change. How about it, Xiaoyi? Want to come cheer me on? Xiaoji stood with his hands on his hips, grinning confidently. Bai Yi simply waved his hand dismissively. I'm going to the Orberg Mine today. Don't worry, after you lose your challenge, I'll help you with some special training. Hearing this, Xiaoji felt underestimated and huffily headed toward the gym with Pikachu. Hyuta watched Xiaoji's retreating figure with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He could only hand over a complete set of excavation equipment to Bai Yi, point toward the nearby mine pit, then hurriedly chase after Xiaoji to the Orberg Gym. After putting on the equipment, Bai Yi slowly descended along the marked mine shaft. The small pits in the tourist area only had the main passages cleared, ensuring safety and sightseeing experience, but finding precious stones there relied almost entirely on luck. However, what Hyuta had recommended was a half-developed mine pit currently under construction. Its internal structure was intricate and complex, making it impossible to use large machinery and requiring slow manual excavation. While the safety was still acceptable, the chances of finding fossils were much higher. Had Bai Yi not been Professor Oak's assistant, Hyuta would never have been willing to reveal this location. Deep inside the coal mine, Bai Yi turned on his searchlight and activated his portable video recorder. Professor Oak had instructed him that the value of ancient Pokémon lay not only in the fossils themselves, but also in the soil layers, colors, and structures where the fossils were found, all valuable research resources. As he walked, Bai Yi noticed unusually colored soil on the stone walls and immediately scraped it off with a small knife, storing it in small bottles. He imagined Professor Oak's excited expression upon seeing these samples, and his lips curved into a slight smile. As for the actual excavation, he simply had Squirtle practice ice punch against the stone walls. The icy punches shattered the rock layers, achieving both efficiency and training. While completely absorbed in his work, his foot suddenly slipped. This was bad. The mine was riddled with many undeveloped passages that were bottomless. Before entering the cave, Hyuta had repeatedly warned him to be careful, yet Bai Yi had still been careless. As layers of rubble crumbled away, he lacked both the superhuman physical abilities of a super rookie and the strength to stop his fall with his body alone. In that split second, just as he was about to have Bulbasaur use Vine Whip for self-rescue, a powerful psychic force suddenly caught his body. Blue light enveloped him like a translucent membrane, instantly slowing his descent and gently delivering him to a cave opening on the opposite stone wall. The texture and trajectory of that blue light were extremely similar to psychic attacks. Bai Yi quickly analyzed the situation. Among fossil Pokémon, there theoretically shouldn't be any that mastered psychic moves. Yet this power could not only precisely catch a target during a rapid fall, but also transfer them to safety without a scratch. The user was definitely a top-tier expert. Guided by the psychic force, he stepped into the cave opening. The view before him suddenly opened up. A massive new mine cavern appeared, dozens of meters high. A bronzer floated in the air, emitting flash. The brilliant white light filled the cave walls, illuminating every detail of the jagged rock layers and mineral veins. At that moment, from the depths of the darkness, 2 points of blood-red light suddenly blazed to life. Those crimson eyes silently watched Bai Yi. Bai Yi decisively stepped back 2 paces as all 5 of his Pokémon emerged from their Pokeballs. In the narrow, dim mine tunnel, a pair of blood-red eyes approached from the distance, and a steel-type Pokémon resembling a massive 4-legged spider silently floated forward. Metagross. Unlike the common blue-gray coloration, this Metagross was entirely silver-white, its metallic surface gleaming coldly under the faint light of the headlamp. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes, keenly catching that hint of red light streaked with gold in the opponent's aura, comparable to the Garchomp he had encountered before. With stone walls close at hand, the Metagross's massive form nearly filled the entire passageway, and the cramped space amplified the sense of oppression. Squirtle bore the brunt of this pressure most directly. It stood firm with its shell braced, yet couldn't help but raise a paw to wipe sweat from its forehead, muttering to itself. First a Garchomp, now a Metagross. The boss really doesn't give anyone a moment's peace. Bai Yi, however, wasn't particularly nervous, as a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Could it be another trainer of that caliber? But encountering 2 champions within a month seemed far too improbable. Stones are the most valuable things in the world, came a gentle yet weighty voice from behind the Metagross. There's nothing wrong with loving stones, but they're not worth dying for. The speaker emerged, steel blue short hair gleaming coldly under the light, a well-tailored purplered suit lending him an elegant bearing. Hoenn champion and stone collector, Daigo. Are you all right, Teacher Bai Yi? He asked with concerned courtesy. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Daigo. Bai Yi recalled his Pokémon from the field and bowed slightly in gratitude, then asked with curiosity, You know me? Daigo smiled as he explained that he had long been aware of Bai Yi's name through various channels, though they had never had the chance to meet until this fortuitous encounter at the Orberg mine. Bai Yi's paper on trainers also requiring keystones to guide mega evolution was precious intelligence in Daigo's eyes. While the outside world largely attributed the keystone concept to Professor Platten or Professor Oak, only Daigo knew who the paper's true author was, and he had long wanted to meet him personally. Has the master also come to excavate fossils? He asked with interest. Consider it learning, Bai Yi replied honestly. I don't yet truly understand the beauty of fossils, but their uniqueness and ability to nurture Pokémon with formidable battle prowess greatly appeals to me. The courteous words were pleasant to hear, and Daigo nodded approvingly, worthy of being Professor Oak's assistant. That perception is something even Mikuri couldn't express so precisely. May I call you Xiaoyi? The honor is mine, Bai Yi responded readily. During their conversation, Daigo generously produced a newly discovered Mega Stone, its crystal-clear form refracting rainbow light under the headlamp's illumination. He took the opportunity to ask, Does my Metagross have a chance at Mega Evolution? Bai Yi explained truthfully. Metagross were rare, and trainers capable of fully commanding pseudo-legendary Pokémon were even rarer, making experimental data consistently scarce, but he gave a definitive, feasible assessment. Daigo nodded thoughtfully, silently filing away the information. The two then chatted casually, moving from mega evolution topics to fossil excavation, then to the business that had brought Daigo to Sinawith, a side trip to explore the Orberg mine. Daigo carried none of the airs of a wealthy heir, while Bai Yi's knowledge of the latest academic gossip happened to be exactly the kind of content that interested refined gentlemen most. The two got along splendidly. Surprisingly, in the legendary Dongwang region across the sea, there were ancient stones that could transform into monkeys. What exactly was that monkey? Was it a Pokémon? Daigo stroked his chin thoughtfully, finally shrugging his shoulders. I'm not sure either. If it really was a Pokémon, it would have to be at least a first-class legendary without divine duties. His words amused Bai Yi, but Daigo suddenly became interested. Since Dongwang also has the 3-live stone that can determine fate by carving names on it, do you know where that stone is now? Only then did Bai Yi realize he had underestimated Daigo's obsession with stones. He couldn't help but complain. With your status, what girl couldn't you pursue? Do you really need the 3-live stone? No, I wanted to give it to Miko, never mind. Let's change the subject. Daigo quickly interrupted himself, but still reluctantly pulled out an exquisite wooden box from his chest and pressed it into Bai Yi's hands. Don't tell anyone about this. For me. Bai Yi initially wanted to decline, but the silencing look from Metagross made him quickly accept it. Opening the box, a surge of powerful water-type energy hit him in the face. Even dampening his sleeves, inside lay quietly a fist-sized, pure, and flawless water stone. Seeing this, Daigo shrugged. I heard you have a Murkrow? I originally wanted to give you a premium dark stone, but Miss Carnet bought the last one a few days ago, saying it was for a friend. I had to compensate with a water stone instead. Bai Yi was almost moved to tears on the spot. Daigo was truly a living example of helping others achieve their goals. By the way, Xiao, what's your trainer ID? I'll save your number so we can stay in touch. This reminder made Bai Yi's eyes light up instantly. The person before him wasn't just a generous young master, but also a money tree he could collaborate with. Don't you think the current phone system is too outdated? Bai Yi pulled Daigo aside to sit down, discussing everything from mobile communications to social media platforms like Douyin and Kuaijiao from his previous life. Although Daigo had little interest in business initially, his family education and cultivated vision allowed him to instantly grasp the enormous business opportunity. Don't worry, I'll visit the company as soon as I return. I'm sure the old man will contact you personally. After their casual chat, Daigo remembered the main issue. By the way, how exactly did you fall down? Bai Yi scratched his head. I stepped on something, slipped, and fell. Years of mining had honed Daigo's instincts, and his eyes lit. Yupani stone that could cause someone to slip was likely extraordinary. He immediately called out, Metagross, Bronzong, take us up. Metagross nodded silently and used Psychic to lift both of them, while Bronzong followed alongside, using its shiny mirror surface to reflect brilliant beams of light for illumination. In the light, Bai Yi could see from afar the sliding marks he had made when he fell. It should be around here. Daigo indicated. Look carefully, there might really be treasure. Following the rules, Daigo only provided guidance without taking action himself. Bai Yi crouched down and carefully brushed away the loose soil with a small shovel, suddenly hitting something hard with a clang. He quickly dropped the shovel and used his fingertips to wipe away the debris. A shiny object gradually appeared before his eyes. Bai Yi brushed away the soil with his hand, revealing an oval-shaped, pale golden crystalline object buried in the dirt. The crystal was completely transparent, with a dark red tissue inside that resembled frozen flames, floating quietly yet remaining cohesive and undispersed. Mr. Daigo, I believe this should be secret amber. Bai Yi lowered his voice, though he couldn't hide his excitement. Daigo hurried over in quick strides and pulled out his portable magnifying glass. The light in the mine was dim, so he had his Bronzong release flash and held the crystal up to the lens for a closer look. After a long moment, he raised his head, his eyes showing rare approval. Congratulations, Xiao Yi. This is indeed secret amber, and the genes inside are remarkably well preserved. For Bai Yi, the quality of genes in the secret amber would directly determine the strength of the revived Aerodactyl. After thanking Daigo, he carefully placed the crystal into a specialized shockproof case and tucked it into his backpack. Although Orberg City had fossil revival machines, the equipment in both Pewter City in Kanto and Kanazawa City in Hoenn was far more advanced, so he had no intention of reviving the fossil locally. The two continued searching in the coal mine for a while longer. Daigo was still eager to explore and prepared to venture into more dangerous mining levels, while Bai Yi left his contact information and departed alone. When he emerged from the mine, night had completely fallen, and the smell of coal dust mixed with cold, damp air hit him in the face. Back at the Pokémon Center, Bai Yi immediately made a video call to Professor Oak. On the screen, Professor Oak was slurping instant noodles with a loud slurp. Hello, it's Xiao Yi. Have you arrived in Orberg City? Professor, why are you eating instant noodles again? Where's Xiao Jian? Oh, Xiao Jian's third uncle is getting remarried, so I let him go home. After repeatedly reminding the professor to watch his diet, Bai Yi reported his discovery of the secret amber in detail. Upon hearing that the amber was well preserved, Professor Oak's eyes immediately lit up. Professor, I'll express mail the experimental samples and amber back to Pallet Town. Nonsense. Professor Oak immediately put down his noodles, his expression more serious than ever before. Something this important absolutely cannot be sent by express mail. Someone will come to the Orberg City Pokémon Center tomorrow to collect it in person. Understood. Bai Yi nodded and ended the call. Late into the night, he suddenly remembered that Ash's gym battle had probably ended as well. After inquiring with Nurse Joy, he handed over Squirtle and the others for examination, then was directed to the backyard of the Pokémon Center. On the lawn, Ash sat holding an orange berry, lost in thought. His Pikachu and other partners were still resting in the treatment room, and Nurse Joy had shooed him out, worried he might interfere with their treatment. Ash, did your challenge at Orberg Gym go smoothly? I lost. Mr. Rourke is really strong. Ash smiled bitterly as the orange berry nuzzled against him. Bai Yi had also battled Rourke before and knew how troublesome that fast attack strategy could be, so he nodded in understanding. Bai Yi, just watch. Next time I'll definitely win. Ash suddenly stood up, his eyes rekindling with fighting spirit. Bai Yi appreciated this determination but reminded him, fighting spirit alone isn't enough. Rock-type Pokemon are covered in solid stone. Going head-to-head will only cause your partners unnecessary injury. Right? I need to figure out how to dodge first. I was too overconfident. Ash lowered his head in acknowledgement. Seeing that he was finally reflecting on his mistakes, Bai Yi pulled him to his feet with satisfaction. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Using his memories from before his transmigration, the two made their way through the quiet streets and around to the back entrance of Orberg City's Fossil Research Center. The night was thick, with only the mottled light from street lamps casting shadows at the base of the walls. In the darkness, three suspicious figures were wielding shovels and digging intently. Bai Yi called out sternly, "Who are you people?" Bai Yi shouted into the darkness, and immediately saw three figures suddenly shudder. I heard the commotion of "Who are you people?" and rushed here at the speed of light. The rest is omitted. His voice exploded through the deserted forest. Team Rocket's trio was secretly tinkering with some shady business when they looked up and spotted Bai Yi and Ash, their guilty consciences making them slip and stumble. Twerp. Second twerp, they instinctively yelled. Bai Yi pointed at the heavily covered machine. Team Rocket, I'm guessing you're after the fossil revival machine again, right? How did you know? Meowth had just opened his mouth when Jesse and James simultaneously covered it. Ash wasn't planning to give the trio a chance to explain, swinging his arm. Seeped. Use tackle. A bright green figure shot out like lightning, slamming Team Rocket's trio hard against a nearby tree, leaves rustling loudly. Cough cough. You three aren't dead yet, are you? Bai Yi leisurely strolled over to them. How about we make a deal? Second twerp, we're the evil Team Rocket. We would never make a deal with you. Before Jesse could finish, Bai Yi nodded toward Ash, who stood behind them looking completely confused. You've suffered quite a bit opposing Ash all these years, haven't you? Second twerp, you understand us? James's eyes lit up as he grabbed Bai Yi's hand. Bai Yi nodded with a meaningful smile. Today I'm giving you a chance for revenge. After hearing the plan, Team Rocket's trio were shocked by it themselves. Meow? Are you and the twerp really friends, Meow? Just one question, are you in or not? If you're in, not only can you get revenge, but meals are included too. The three exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. Second twerp is really a stand-up guy. After securing the trio's cooperation, Bai Yi turned back to Ash. If you want your Pokemon to dodge attacks, you as a trainer need to learn instant judgment first. When your judgment is accurate, Pikachu and the others can keep up. Got it, Bai Yi. How do we do this? Ash's fighting spirit was ignited by just a few words. Don't rush. Tomorrow morning at 7, meet at the Orberg mine. The next morning, the quiet Orberg mine suddenly roared with engine noise. A modified Jeep with a widened chassis and massive tires came charging through, kicking up dust. In front of the vehicle, Ash ran desperately in his tracksuit, sweat flying everywhere. In the driver's seat were Team Rocket's trio, trembling with excitement. Full throttle, Ash. Don't think you can escape. Jessie gripped the steering wheel, her foot flooring the gas pedal. James and Meowth clutched the burgers and cola that Bai Yi had bought them, munching away enthusiastically. All the resentment from being blasted off for years were settling the score today. Meowth had modified the Jeep's front bumper into a soft cushioning barrier. Bai Yi had personally inspected it, and if it hit Ash, it would only bounce him away, not drag him under the vehicle. Besides, Ash's super rookie constitution was tough enough to handle it. Outside the mine, Bai Yi lounged lazily in a deck chair, wearing sunglasses and soaking up the sun, shaking a fruit juice in his hand. Only extreme conditions can force out Ash's instant reaction abilities. When he can dodge on his own, he'll naturally be able to give Pikachu the right commands. Dawn stood nearby, nervously clenching her fists. Bai Yi, make them stop. This is too reckless. She tried to rush over several times, but Bai Yi raised his hand to stop her. Brock frowned deeply, his gaze constantly following the frantically running Ash, but he remained silent. As someone who understood rock-type heavy attack training, He knew that while Bai Yi's method was reckless, it might actually work. Xiaoyi, I'm starting to regret lending you the site. Piao Tai approached with a bitter smile. It was only after this captain of the Black Gold exploration team had given his approval that Bai Yi was able to bring Team Rocket into the coal mine for their wild experiments. Originally, he had worried about the site being destroyed, but now he was more concerned about Xiaoji getting hurt. However, Xiaoji truly lived up to his reputation as the famous super rookie. After several close calls, his movements became increasingly precise. Just as the jeep took a sharp turn with its rear wheels scraping against the pit wall, Xiaoji grabbed the vehicle's frame with one arm, used the momentum to leap up, and perfectly avoided the impact. The workers gathered around the coal pit burst into applause, and even Kojiro, standing nearby, was moved to tears, declaring, "This is the power of friendship." Seeing this, Xiaowang's blood boiled with excitement. She immediately pulled Piplup and Buniri aside to warm up for the upcoming special training. "Mr. Piaotai, please battle me once more." Xiaoji's eyes burned like fire. Infected by his enthusiasm, Piaotai nodded without hesitation. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped up from nowhere, sending rocks tumbling. Several dark clouds seemed pushed by invisible hands, cutting across the sky at an unnatural speed, and the sunlight dimmed in an instant. Since ancient times, clouds follow dragons and winds follow tigers. Such overwhelming presence could only come from an extraordinary Pokémon. Piaotai immediately released his Rampardos and commanded the workers to evacuate in a stern voice. Pikachu crouched low with its electric pouches sparking as lightning danced through the air. Only Bai Yi looked up with squinted eyes, as if he had already seen through what was coming. "Old man, do you really need to be in such a hurry?" he muttered to himself. The dark clouds suddenly dispersed, and a plump black dragon silhouette burst through the light. Dragonite dove down and stopped in front of Bai Yi like hitting the brakes. It raised its stubby little arms, seeking its familiar reward. Bai Yi hurriedly rummaged through his backpack and handed over all the Toro's sandwiches he had prepared. Dragonite squinted contentedly as it chewed, letting out satisfied rumbling sounds. Whoosh, whoosh. Two massive steel claws launched a surprise attack from the side. One firmly grasped Pikachu while the other locked onto Dragonite's left arm. "Pikachu!" Xiaoji cried out in alarm. Everyone turned to see that Team Rocket's jeep had somehow transformed into a towering combat robot, raising its mechanical arms high. We heard voices chattering away, so we came at the speed of light. "Wind, earth, sky meow, we'll bring danger to the whole world. We'll spread crisis throughout the universe. Whether angel or demon, just call that name. You are the stars of this era." "Team Rocket!" the trio shouted in unison as the robot's chest projected a gleaming R. Inside the cockpit, Pikachu was trapped in an electric-proof cage. Sparks exploded all over its body, but it was helpless against the specially designed insulation. Xiao Wang angrily demanded, "Didn't you call a truce with us?" Musashi snorted coldly, running her fingers through her purple hair. "Who called a truce with you? Little twerp number 2. I must settle the score from that contest." She raised her eyebrows provocatively. "Thanks for the burger, but today we're taking both Pikachu and this incredibly strong Dragonite to the boss." In contrast, Kojiro seemed to retain some conscience, yet still covered his face in ecstasy. What a great feeling. 3-inch. Team Rocket may not be the brightest, but they certainly have good taste. Bai Yi shouted at the top of his lungs. "Get out of here before things get worse. Who's gonna listen to you? Blah blah blah." Musashi put her hands on her hips and pouted, dismissing his warning as mere intimidation. Dragonite finished the sandwich in its hand, shook off the crumbs, and glanced sideways at Bai Yi. "Are these 3 idiots your friends?" Bai Yi immediately stepped back. "Don't worry about saving face for me. Just don't hurt Pikachu." His movement triggered a domino effect as Hikari, Brock, Hyuta, and Ash also retreated. Dragonite's smile vanished as it grabbed the robot's massive steel claw with one arm and snapped it in half with a loud crack. No way. The trio's mouths twitched. "Hepchui!" Dragonite spat. Then a millstone-sized dragon rage fireball exploded thunderously, instantly dismantling the robot. What a terrible feeling. With their signature catchphrase, Team Rocket turned into shooting stars and flew off toward Orberg City. Ash caught the falling Pikachu while Dragonite casually grabbed the box Bai Yi was delivering to Professor Oak, creating a series of sonic booms as it tore through the air and shot straight into the clouds. At the other end of Orberg City, Team Rocket was dragged along by inertia until they finally crashed through the dome of the Fossil Research Institute and tumbled into the simulated primeval forest. The tremendous crash awakened the Aerodactyl sleeping in the treetops. The researchers had worked so hard to calm it down, and now its wild nature was completely ignited again. Its crimson eyes lit up as Musashi trembled and poked Meowth. "I think we made it angry." Meowth's translation was more blunt. "It says we look delicious, meow." Purple gold energy instantly enveloped the pterosaur as it dove down. Midair, Kojiro pulled out his collector's card and finally recognized their opponent. "Oh, Aerodactyl. That move was called Giga Impact. What a terrible feeling." What a terrible feeling. What a terrible feeling. The trio wailed in succession, yet miraculously escaped becoming a meal. The frustrated Aerodactyl spread its wings in fury, unleashing devastating hyper beams in all directions, instantly paralyzing the research facility's electrical systems. In the billowing smoke, Kabutops and Kabuto also took advantage of the chaos to escape from the experimental area. On the way to Orbird Gym, Hyuta received an emergency call from the Research Institute, his face turning pale. Ash, the gym battle might have to be postponed. Because of them, Bai Yi interrupted, his gaze fixed on the intersection ahead where Kabutops and Kabuto were rampaging. The pedestrians nearby were ordinary citizens who had no time to escape. Squirtle, Bulbasaur, protect. Bai Yi threw out 2 Pokeballs. The Hyper Beam was blocked by Squirtle's water wall, while the water gun was deflected by Bulbasaur's Vine Whip. Thank you, Xiao Yi, but let me, a gym trainer, handle this battle. Hyuta released Cornitos. Focus energies in Headbutt. Cornitos held its own against the two-known battle without falling behind. Seeing this, Kabutops and Kabuto turned to attack other people. You two troublemakers. Look over here. Bai Yi opened the box gifted by Daigo, and the rich waterstone energy instantly caught their attention, especially making the part water-type Kabutops practically drool. Seizing the opportunity, Cornitos landed 2 consecutive critical hits, knocking both opponents down. A white light flashed as Cornitos evolved on the spot into Rampardos, its roar piercing through clouds and splitting stones. In the sky, an even louder shriek. Aerodactyl was drawn by Rampardos' roar and dove down furiously. Make your appearance, Murkrow. Bai Yi put away the water stone and sent out Murkrow. The ancient sky ruler saw that even a small crow dared to compete for territory and became even more enraged, opening its mouth for a vicious bite. U-turn. Murkrow's form flashed as it swept fiercely from Aerodactyl's flank. Though the damage was limited, it completely touched the opponent's pride. Aerodactyl shrieked and roared while Murkrow raised its head to stare directly back, fearless and unyielding. Its evolution was the natural leader haunch crow, with pride rooted in its very bones. Bai Yi's eyes blazed as he coldly declared, "You relic of the old era, there's no place for you in the skies of this new age." Both being flying-type Pokémon, Aerodactyl understood Murkrow's taunting and angrily launched a Giga Impact straight at it. Shadow Clone. At Bai Yi's command, Murkrow instantly split into dozens of afterimages, spreading out like ink stains. Aerodactyl's charge only shattered empty air. Bai Yi didn't immediately order a counterattack, repeatedly having Murkrow dodge instead. Against this proud aerial predator, any mistake would mean complete destruction. The little Eevee back home had grown strong through exactly this kind of brutal combat training. With such a rare opportunity, he didn't want to waste it. Murkrow, use haze. Pitch black mist instantly filled the sky. Just as Aerodactyl was closing in, its vision was completely obscured, and it struck nothing once again. Xiaoyi, Satoshi, are you okay? Came Hikari's shout from the distance. Having just finished her contest training, she came running over with Buniri and Piplup. Bai Yi kept his eyes locked on the sky above, responding calmly. Murkrow, stop playing around. Murkrow understood perfectly, gliding past Aerodactyl's belly before unleashing a dark pulse from its beak that struck the opponent's back directly. With a thunderous crash, it hit the ground in a cloud of dust. As Aerodactyl plummeted toward the earth, Bai Yi recalled Murkrow. This tough battle was enough to lay the foundation for evolution. It was time to find a dark stone. However, Roar. A furious cry tore through the air as the wounded Aerodactyl still managed to take flight, its rage unabated. Hikari walked up beside Bai Yi and said softly, Xiaoyi, let us handle it from here, okay? Bai Yi nodded, raised his hand to signal retreat, and turned to leave. Hikari flashed him a confident smile and gave him a light high five as they passed each other. Piplup, watch this. She pointed skyward. Hey, big guy, come on. Piplup flexed its small wings. Piplup. Buniri also got into position. Aerodactyl roared and launched another Giga Impact, whipping up dust and wind as it charged straight at the 2 small Pokémon. Now, go. Left and right. Piplup and Buniri performed graceful yet practical aerial spins, barely grazing past the impact wave by mere inches. Bai Yi smiled slightly from the sidelines. The signature spinning entrance that ran throughout the Diamond and Pearl series had appeared. Hikari truly lived up to her reputation. With its attack missing, Aerodactyl was left vulnerable, instantly pinned down by both small Pokémon on its back. A Pokeball's red light flashed as it was recalled. Once the smoke cleared, Bai Yi also called back Squirtle and Bulbasaur, who had been stationed on both sides of the road. Those two were only there to protect civilians. The real battle belonged to Murkrow. That was always the rule in the Bai household. Fight your own battles, and if you can't win, go find Big Sister Eevee. Back at the Pokemon Center, everyone handed their Pokeballs to Nurse Joy for treatment. Satoshi and Pikachu went to find Hyuta to finalize the next day's gym battle. The following morning, Satoshi arrived early at Orbird Gym, with Bai Yi accompanying him. As the match began, Bai Yi released Murkrow and EV to observe Pikachu's excellent evasion techniques were worth learning from. Hyuta held nothing back, and sparks flew in their intense battle. After Rampardos defeated Pikachu, Satoshi finally sent out his early game ace. Bai Yi straightened up from leaning against his chair as he watched Satoshi's early game powerhouse Turtwig. This guy showed real backbone early on, helping Satoshi win quite a few tough battles. Turtwig's final evolution is Torterra, which also has ground-type attributes. The entire Pokémon looks like a super tank in camouflage, heavy and imposing. However, once Turtwig evolves into Grotle, it becomes cannon fodder due to its loss of speed, and Satoshi's signature fast attack combo tactics can't bring out its true power. Fortunately, the current Turtwig still shows promise. Bai Yi witnessed firsthand how that round little head bit down hard on the massive Rampardos and forcefully hurled its opponent away, leaving him feeling like Chow Chow when he first met Guan Yu, both amazed and delighted. Heavy Pokémon don't lack the need for speed. Rather, they emphasize explosive bursts of power. Snorlax became Satoshi's ace with that massive frame precisely because of this kind of explosive force. The Turtwig before them clearly possesses potential of the same caliber. It took a direct hit from Rampardos' stab double edge with 150 base power from a Pokémon with 165 attack, yet still stood up steadily to continue fighting. Excellent durability. Even more remarkable is the pure red glow around its body, symbolizing champion-level potential, indicating an extremely high future ceiling. Bai Yi glanced at the audience seat. C. Was playing around with Nuzleaf and immediately decided to help Satoshi develop this new grass-type powerhouse as soon as possible. Compared to Turtwig, Shifttree's battle style would also mesh better with Satoshi's approach, and their future team composition was beginning to take shape. After the gym battle ended, Hyuta solemnly handed Satoshi the Coal Badge, symbol of defeating Oreburgh Gym. "I got it. The Coal Badge," the boy shouted, clutching the badge, and that evening everyone gathered to celebrate the victory. During the celebration, Bai Yi called Shigeru. Murkrow had reached the point where it could evolve, but with its limited potential, it needed a high-quality dusk stone to go further. Unfortunately, Oreburgh's coal mines don't produce dusk stones, and even Hyuta couldn't help. However, Hyuta mentioned that when his father Tugon served as Canalave City's gym leader, dusk stones had once been discovered in the mines there. According to the original story, Satoshi's next destination should be Eterna City's grass-type gym, but he hasn't found his senior disciple yet, and going to Tugon's place with the current team composition would be suicide. In the original story, everyone would first go to Floaroma Town for a contest, then waste a lot of time in Eterna Forest helping an explorer find the elusive honey tree, none of which appealed to Bai Yi. After thinking for a moment, he simply pulled out the satellite phone Shigeru had given him. "Hello, young Master Mao? Miss me?" Early the next morning, Shigeru arrived at Oreburgh City's Pokemon Center. Bai Yi, packed and ready, was waiting at the entrance. Satoshi looked at his friend, then at Bai Yi, and immediately felt a surge of abandonment. Though mature, Shigeru still couldn't resist bantering with Satoshi. "You're making me mad." "Fine. Shigeru, battle me right now." "Xiao Yi, don't leave, I'll definitely win and show you." Satoshi shouted with his head held high. Bai Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only explain. "Sorry, Satoshi, I really do need to go to Canalave City, but I'll meet up with you in Eterna City soon. Let's see who can get Eterna Gym's forest badge first." "Fine, I won't lose," Satoshi responded with full fighting spirit. Bai Yi entrusted his companion to Takashi. "Takashi, I'm counting on you to look after Satoshi." He also encouraged Hikari. "Good luck in the contest." "Yeah, see you in Eterna City, Xiao Yi." Everyone waved goodbye. Bai Yi then leaped onto Shigeru's Arcanine, gripping its mane tightly as hot wind hit his face. The two of them departed together. Bai Yi and Xiao Mao once again traveled along Route 203 to Jubilife City, but this time they didn't linger. Instead, they passed through the city and took a long-distance bus to Canalave City. This port city on Sinnoh's west coast hugged the ocean, gazing across the waters at Hoen's Lilycove City. Thanks to its proximity to Iron Island, Canalave City not only boasted abundant mineral resources, but also stood as Sinnoh's leading industrial hub for steel production, forming the region's economic backbone alongside Sunnyshore's City on the eastern coast. The bus stopped at the dock, where salty sea breezes carried the metallic scent of machinery. Xiao Mao, carrying his equipment case, pointed at the azure ocean and said, "Xiao Yi, I'm here to investigate the ecology of the three eastern islands. Want to come along?" The three eastern islands he mentioned were Full Moon Island, New Moon Island, and Iron Island. Full Moon Island was famous for the lunar Pokémon Cresselia. Every year when Canalave City residents suffered from recurring nightmares caused by Darkrai, Cresselia would descend upon Full Moon Island to soothe their dreams. The more mysterious New Moon Island was said to be Darkrai's habitat, while the nearest Iron Island teemed with powerful Steel-type Pokemonxio Mao's first destination. Bai Yi naturally nodded in agreement. He had arrived in Sinnoh much earlier than in the original story, and without Ash accompanying them, the risks were manageable. The two of them could handle themselves. After a quick recovery session for their partners at the Pokémon Center, they bought tickets and boarded the ship. The white passenger vessel cut through the waves along its route, and from the deck, they could clearly see Iron Island's dark rocky walls. Over the years, Steel-type Pokémon and Canalave City's miners had tested each other's boundaries before reaching an equilibrium. Regular mining was limited to the outer areas with annual quotas. Only trainers seeking powerful steel types or special training for their teams would venture into the island's depths. Bai Yi wanted to catch a new steel-type team member, while Xiaomao needed to record native data. Both their goals lay in the interior. After landing, they descended along the rugged mining paths. The deeper they went, the more steel-type Pokémon appeared. Heavy Lyron slowly patrolled between rock walls, their shells scraping with sounds of falling metal shavings. Occasionally, they spotted Metong gliding through the air, their silver-blue bodies gleaming coldly under the mining lamps. In contrast, the more valuable Aaron and Beldum were nowhere to be seen. Several Skarmory circled overhead, their razor-sharp wings beating powerful gusts, but when Xiao Mao released his Arcanine, they hesitated briefly before keeping their distance. The temperature inside the mountain was rather high, and noon had arrived before they knew it. Xiao Mao checked his watch. Xiao Yi, isn't it about lunchtime? Bai Yi selected a flat rock surface to set up his stove, stirring ingredients while smiling helplessly. Mao, sometimes ordinary is best. Without that troublemaker around, fewer mishaps is actually nice. As the pot filled with delicious aromas, a distant boulder suddenly shifted, and a blue-black figure nimbly emerged. The Pokémon stood about half Bai Yi's height, with bright red eyes. It was a Riolu. Bai Yi immediately dropped his spatula, his gaze intense. Xiao Mao also stood up instantly. You want a Lucario too? Bai Yi asked. Not really. Xiao Mao shook his head, looking puzzled. Have you ever thought about it? Even though Lucario has steel-type attributes, Riolu is purely fighting type. How could it be here? Never mind. I'll capture it first. Bai Yi found it difficult to stay calm in front of a future Lucario. What concerned him even more was that his glimpse of the future ability, which had never failed since his transmigration, couldn't penetrate Riolu's talent this time. It wasn't that his ability had failed, but rather a faint layer of energy acted like a protective membrane, shielding his investigation. Pure and powerful aura force was continuously emanating from within Riolu's body. To have such pure aura while still just a Riolu, Bai Yi marveled inwardly, immediately preparing a steaming portion of food and placing it about 10 meters away. His emotional power told him that Riolu wasn't afraid of strangers, but if he got any closer, it would become nervous. He stepped back several paces, pressed his palm bearing the heart of emotion pattern against his chest, and slowly released pink emotional energy. If power were visible, one could see pink ripples gently touching the blue waves emanating from Riolu's body in the air. Riolu, I mean no harm. I'd like to invite you to travel together, but even if you don't agree, please let me treat you to a good meal. The aroma was enticing, the emotional force gentle, and Riolu's feet unconsciously shifted. Luca, a black shadow flashed as a majestic Lucario stepped forward protectively. Green light gathered in its palms, forming bone clubs. The first strike instantly shattered the food plate. The second forced Bai Yi to retreat hastily. Click! The pokeball at Bai Yi's waist popped open, and Eevee leaped out to stand before its trainer, its sharp teeth biting the bone club until it cracked and splintered. Lucario frowned but nodded to Eevee in acknowledgement of respect, then retreated to Riolu's side. Clearly, it was only protecting Riolu and hadn't truly intended to harm anyone. Taking advantage of this pause, Bai Yi finally got a clear look at this Lucario. Well-proportioned build, refined features, and despite its stern expression, it radiated a certain friendliness, the typical sunny and scholarly temperament of a literary youth. And as everyone knows, when scholars fight, they can be quite ruthless. The more Bai Yi looked, the more familiar it seemed. Sorry, you weren't hurt, were you? Accompanied by the light sound of landing, a clean-featured young man dressed as a ranger emerged from a side path. Hello, I'm the companion of this Lucario, Aaron. It really was him, the Aura Guardian Aaron. Bai Yi dusted off his clothes, picked up Eevee, and glanced at Shigeru beside him. I'm Bai Yi, and this is my partner Eevee. This handsome guy here is Professor Oak's grandson, Professor Rowan's assistant, Shigeru Oak. Using connections as leverage, Bai Yi executed this routine smoothly. Shigeru shrugged helplessly. Though young Master Shigeru kept a low profile, he could still back up his friends. Hello, I'm Shigeru. Greetings, Professor Oak. Aaron nodded to Shigeru, then turned to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, are you one of the co-authors of the Mega Evolution Thesis, Professor Oak's prize student, Professor Bai? Bai Yi was slightly stunned. Aaron smiled and explained. Members of the Aura clan held positions in the League's academic hierarchy, and as a guardian, he had access to clan intelligence. In the anime, Aaron only had one Lucario, yet here, there was also a Riolu? Mr. Aaron, is this Riolu the child of your Lucario? Lucario, who had been leaning against a boulder watching Riolu practice, immediately blushed upon hearing this and jumped away to a distance. Aaron shook his head with a wry smile. No. It turned out that Riolu's parents had died at the hands of Hunter J, and Aaron's Lucario had once been fond of that Riolu's mother. Hunter J again. Bai Yi's gaze darkened as he looked at the back of his hand. In the future, that woman would target the lake trio as well. Sooner or later, he'd have to face her in battle. Aaron sensed the change in atmosphere and turned to Shigeru with a slightly apologetic tone. Professor Oak, may I speak with Professor Bai privately about some matters? Xiaomao heard Yashuan's words and exchanged a glance with Bai Yi, then saw Bai Yi nod. Don't worry, Xiaomao. I trust Mr. Yashuan. Bai Yi's voice made Xiaomao breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled helplessly, mounted his Arcanine, and rode away in a cloud of dust. After Xiaomao left, Yashuan's gaze fell on the back of Bai Yi's hand. Something seemed to be hidden there. Teacher Bai, although I cannot see it, I can sense a certain power dwelling within you. Truly worthy of someone who possesses the power of aura. Bai Yi praised softly, acknowledging Yashuan's question. Yashuan bowed, placing one hand on his chest and raising the other. The aura is with me. Pale blue energy gathered around him, his hair rising without wind. Bai Yi wondered whether he should create a catchphrase for his own emotional power, but dismissed the idea as too childish. As the aura power approached, the emotional power granted by Amrito was activated. After the two forces briefly touched, Yashuan withdrew his aura clearly, just testing. Very pure power, Teacher Bai? Have you been blessed by a legendary Pokémon? Something like that. Bai nodded. Yashuan turned to Lucario. Please bring Riolu here, would you? Lucario hesitated for a moment, then led Riolu to his side. You understand you cannot keep it by your side forever. It needs its own future, and your protection will hinder its growth. I know, but I must find someone worthy of entrusting it to. Then, what do you think of this young man before us? His EV is strong, but he himself is weak, and he lacks aura power. Their conversation was conducted entirely through aura, leaving Bai Yi completely unaware. After a long discussion, Yashuan turned back to Bai Yi. Teacher Bai, I no longer have the strength to train another Riolu and would like to entrust it to you. However, Lucario wishes to battle you once. Confirming intentions through battle? I accept. Bai Yi drew out a Pokeball. Show yourself. Squirtle. Squirtle. Boss. Who are we fighting? Lucario stepped forward. Me. The two Pokemon locked eyes, both sensing each other's aura. Yashuan hadn't expected Bai Yi to have a Squirtle that could also use aura. Lucario Force Palm. Squirtle Ice Punch. White light and blue light clashed in the air. Lucario stepped back, once while Squirtle retreated 5 steps. Lucario held the advantage in strength. Squirtle, use Aura Sphere and show it what a real Aura Sphere looks like. Two massive blue energy orbs collided in midair, with Lucario's aura appearing pure in color. Before the sparks from the collision had faded, Lucario was already charging forward with its bone staff. Water gun, Bai Yi commanded. The high-pressure water stream shattered the energy bone staff, but allowed Lucario to leap up and pin Squirtle to the ground with 2 bone staff segments. With its shell facing up and both staffs restraining its body, Squirtle struggled momentarily. Rapid spin. Bai Yi ordered again. Squirtle withdrew into its shell and spun at high speed, sending the bone staffs flying. Squirtle, launch yourself up. Squirtle spun rapidly, bouncing back and forth between several massive iron rocks until it finally righted itself. The next second, Lucario's aura sphere came whistling through the air. Bai Yi immediately commanded, protect. A translucent energy barrier steadily blocked the glowing orb. A bone club came slicing through the air. Use withdraw to dodge. Red light exploded around Squirtle as it leaped out of its shell, leaving the bone club to shatter only the empty shell. Lucario bullet punch. Aaron couldn't hold back, wanting to see the limits of this partnership. The steel fist struck like a bullet, hitting Squirtle squarely now that it had lost its shell's protection, sending it crashing hard into the iron rocks. Withdraw had weakened its defense, and this blow nearly knocked it unconscious, but it still struggled to get up. The situation was clear. Lucario lowered its head slightly, acknowledging Squirtle with respect, yet still looked coldly at Bai Yi. Without aura, you can't bring out Squirtle's true potential, nor are you qualified to train Riolu. Squirtle, shut up. Squirtle staggered to its feet, glaring fiercely at Lucario. If it weren't for Boss, I'd just be some unwanted little turtle in the research lab. Boss has always treated me like a brother. Sending me into battle is the best proof of that. Bai Yi shook his head with a sigh. Squirtle, don't push yourself. Your safety is more important. He turned toward Yashuan. Mr. Yashuan, I concede. Squirtle. Squirtle interrupted him, walking step by step back to its shell, putting it back on, then pulling out a smooth gray stone from within the cracks. Boss, it's time. All right, brother, I respect your choice. Squirtle tossed away the Everstone, and the suppressed energy instantly erupted as white light engulfed its entire body. Squirtle. Its form grew larger, its shell thicker, as cloud-shaped ears and a wave-patterned large tail gradually appeared. When the white light faded, it had evolved into Wartortle. Wartortle, here I come. That's the spirit. Show it what you're made of. Wartortle gathered water-type energy in both palms, forming it into a spinning water orb. Water Pulse. Lucario, Aura Sphere. The Water Pulse, enhanced by the Withdraw boost, collided with the Aura Sphere and exploded thunderously. Lucario was knocked back against the iron rocks by the shockwave, while Riolu, who had curiously approached the battlefield, was swept directly toward the cliff by the water surge. Riolu. Lucario. Both Bai Yi and Lucario leaped down simultaneously. To save Riolu, who had been swept off the cliff by the water's force, Bai Yi and Lucario leaped down together. Mountain winds howled as waves crashed below their feet. Midair, Bai Yi reached out and caught Riolu firmly, while Lucario grabbed Bai Yi's waist from behind, linking the three of them together in the turbulent air. As the sensation of weightlessness engulfed them, Bai Yi raised his hand and released Bulbasaur. The green seed's top split open, and two vines whipped out with a sharp crack, wrapping tightly around Lucario's arms and abruptly halting their descent. Don't worry, Riolu. Everything's okay now. Bai Yi whispered soothingly. Gentle emotional energy flowed from his palm like a warm current, enveloping Riolu's anxious spirit. The little one's breathing gradually steadied, crying out Rio as he clung to Bai Yi's arm, refusing to let go. At the cliff's edge, Yixian arrived breathless, adding his aura power to the end of Bulbasaur's vines. Together, they pulled Bai Yi, Lucario, and Riolu back to the safety of the rocky ledge. The moment they landed, Riolu still clung tightly to Bai Yi's arm. Seeing this, Lucario sighed helplessly. Fine, fine. Kids grow up and leave their fathers behind, not that I'm even his real father anyway. Bai Yi gently patted Riolu's shoulder and extended an invitation. Riolu, would you like to come with me? Riolu looked up thoughtfully for a moment, then released his grip and lightly jumped to the ground, waving his paw at Bai Yi. Lucario raised an eyebrow. That was the signal for accepting a battle. A battle? Great. That's the spirit. Bai Yi raised his hand and threw a pokeball. Show yourself, Skorupi. Skorupi landed and spread its pincered tail, eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Bai Yi rarely had the chance to use it in battle, so this would serve as good warm-up practice. Before the battle began, he pulled out his Pokédex and scanned Riolu. Riolu, the emanation Pokémon. The more scared or sad it becomes, the stronger its aura grows, allowing it to send danger signals to its companions. Ability, Prankster. Type, Fighting. Gender, Level, 14. Moves, Quick Attack, Counter. Egg Move, Cross Chop. Tutor Moves, Hone Claws, Bullet Punch. Bai Yi glanced at Lucario nearby, thinking to himself, this guy really taught him thoroughly. Well then, we won't hold back. Skorupi used Poison Sting. Skorupi's tail whipped forward, launching dozens of purple-black poisonous needles like raindrops. Riolu dashed forward, his fists taking on a metallic sheen bullet punch. Sparks flew as all the poison stings were deflected. Focus Energy. Skorupi crouched low, breathing heavily with claws trembling slightly. Riolu seized the opening and launched Quick Attack, becoming a blur as he knocked Skorupi over. Amid the flying debris, Bai Yi commanded decisively. Grab it with your tail. As Skorupi tumbled, his tail snapped shut like an iron clamp, locking around Riolu's waist. Poison Tail. Skorupi's tail tip glowed with an eerie purple light as it slammed down, pinning Riolu to the rocky ground. The next second, Riolu's entire body erupted in blinding white light as he struck out with one paw counter. Skorupi was sent flying several meters, scraping across the ground and carving multiple furrows. On the sidelines, Lucario and Wartortle watched quietly. Lucario smiled faintly. Not bad, right? I trained him myself. Wartortle glanced at him. A real father wouldn't let his kid fight this recklessly. What do you know? Lucario snorted coldly, though his eyes remained fixed on the battle. Seeing Skorupi down, Riolu failed to notice it was secretly using its tail to brace against the ground for cushioning, and charged forward again with Quick Attack. Lucario sighed inwardly. Silly kid, that's a trap. Poison Sting into Poison Tail, combo attack. Bai Yi called out. Skorupi flipped in midair, spreading poison stings in a fan pattern that forced Riolu to stop, then immediately followed with a tail sweep that knocked Riolu to the ground, his fighting spirit rapidly plummeting. Come back, Skorupi, well done. Bai Yi recalled his partner and quickly approached Riolu. Instead of immediately reaching for a Pokeball, he first offered a Pecha Berry and an Oran Berry. As Riolu chewed, the frustration in his eyes gradually gave way to trust. Wartortle looked at Lucario. Now you can finally relax, right? I'll take good care of my nephew from now on. Lucario glared at him. Riolu isn't my son. After Riolu recovered his spirits, Bai Yi raised the Pokeball and gently tapped it against him. Red light drew him inside. The ball shook twice before confirming a successful capture. Later, when Bai Yi released Riolu again, the little one looked around curiously, but couldn't see Lucario anywhere. It's okay, go ahead with peace of mind. You can always come back to visit Lucario when you have the chance. Shigeru jogged back from the dock, and the first thing he saw was that Bai Yi's Squirtle had completed its evolution. He immediately smiled and offered his congratulations. Bai Yi recalled his newly evolved Wartortle into its Pokeball and boarded the ship. On the deck, Riolu kept looking back with every few steps. torn between reluctance to leave and excitement about the outside world, but ultimately followed Bai Yi away from Iron Island. Back at the Pokémon Center in Canalave City, Bai Yi immediately arranged full medical examinations for Gligar, Riolu, and Wartortle. Half an hour later, Nurse Joy emerged from the examination room with a serious expression. Nurse Joy, how is my Wartortle? Bai Yi instinctively tightened his grip on the Pokeball in his hand. Teacher Bai, please don't worry just yet. This might not be entirely bad news. Joy gestured for him to approach the observation window. Through the glass, Bai Yi discovered that Wartortle's shell was covered with a thin, silver-gray membrane. The substance seemed to merge seamlessly with the shell, making it impossible to distinguish the boundary at first glance. When Joy lightly scraped it with a scalpel, it produced a crisp metallic sound, leaving only barely perceptible white marks on the surface. Shigeru suggested sending Wartortle back to Pallet Town for examination, and Bai Yi agreed. During his video call with Professor Oak, the elderly professor was unusually well-groomed and was absorbed in studying the soil samples and secret amber that Bai Yi had sent. Professor, are you satisfied with the samples? Xiaoyi, I was just about to contact you. The sample quality is excellent, and even the genes in the secret amber are perfectly preserved. After hearing about Wartortle's unusual condition, Professor Oak immediately suggested transferring it to the research lab. Bai Yi secured Wartortle and activated the transfer device. A few minutes later, the professor called back to confirm receipt. Xiaoyi, you're really working hard. Why don't you just become my grandson? You'd be third in line, after Green and Shigeru. Bai Yi's mouth twitched. Was this a compliment or an insult? Professor Oak mysteriously stepped aside. Miss Karun, this is the Bai Yi you asked about, Pokémon researcher and my third grandson. On screen, Karun appeared in casual clothes with a gentle smile. Teacher Xiaoyi, nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Dear grandson, Miss Karun is in Viridian City for a movie premiere and made a special trip to Pallet Town to ask about you. I'm quite busy, so I'll leave you two to chat. The old professor winked and left the frame. Facing the movie star Karun, Bai Yi remained composed. He had been a fan of hers even before his transmigration, admiring this champion's temperament, though the writers had weakened her battle prowess. Karun's smile was warm and approachable, seeming to bridge all distances, completely different from Cynthia's Valkyrie-like, intimidating presence, yet more likely to create the illusion that perhaps we could become friends. Even so, Bai Yi maintained his composure. After all, this body's age wasn't yet susceptible to hormonal influence. I heard you're currently in Canalave City. Karun confirmed softly. I happen to have business in Sinnoh, but aside from Cynthia, I don't know anyone there. Do you have time? Karun added another sentence. This would be in my personal capacity. I won't cause you any trouble. It would be my honor. I'll be staying in Shalar City for the next few days, though I'm not a local myself, so I'm afraid I can't offer much advice. On the video call, Korna nodded slightly, her voice gentle as always. Bai Yi sat upright in front of the public communication terminal at the Pokémon Center, squinting slightly. He really didn't want to accept this assignment. It seemed like such a hassle. But faced with Korna's invitation, he could only nod in the end. The champion's presence was simply impossible to refuse. Then it settled. See you in Shalar City. Korna politely exited the screen. The cursor flashed, and Professor Oak's head popped up to fill the screen. He winked at Bai Yi while speaking. My dear grandson, do your best. Grandpa has mentioned quite a few things about you to her. Bai Yi quickly caught the key point. Professor, about my background. Ahem. Well, I didn't mention that. Grandpa won't expose your biggest secret. However, Miss Korna and Miss Cynthia are quite close friends, so she probably has heard some rumors. Bai Yi nodded lightly. He never planned to keep it from Korna forever anyway, but the fewer people who knew, the better. All right then. Grandpa is looking forward to your good news. Miss Korna is quite wonderful, and although you're a bit younger, what if she doesn't mind? Professor, Bai Yi frowned. She might be contacting me for business matters. All right, that's enough. Grandpa has faith in you. Professor Oak hung up immediately after finishing his sentence. Suppressed laughter came from behind him. Bai Yi turned around and glared at Gary, who was leaning against the wall watching the show. What are you laughing at? Your grandfather is being inappropriate, and you're joining in on the fun. Third brother, that's where you're wrong. Gary patted his shoulder. He's your grandfather now too. Don't worry, when Miss Korna arrives, second brother will leave. I definitely won't cause you any trouble. The call bell in the side hall suddenly rang, and a nurse waved to indicate there were new forms. Bai Yi grabbed his Pokeballs and headed outside. Where are you going? Gary called after him. I can't beat you, Bai Yi replied without looking back. So I'll find someone I can beat to vent my frustration. Following the map's directions, Bai Yi quickly arrived at Shalar Gym. He pushed through the door and headed straight to the front desk. Hello, I'm Bai Yi from Pallet Town, and I want to schedule a gym battle today. Right now. The gym assistant was a muscular man built like a tank. Seeing Bai Yi's dark expression, he thought trouble had walked in, until the Pokédex badge lit up and he relaxed his guard. Please wait a moment. Gym leader Rourke happens to be in. I'll notify him for you. After making a call to the back office, he felt like he'd heard the name Bai Yi somewhere before. In less than 5 minutes, clanging sounds came from the other end of the hall. A scruffy, gray-cloaked man rushed over waving a shovel, followed by several burly men he'd recruited from somewhere, holding up a worn banner. Originally reading Mr. Rourke, it had been crossed out with some colored marker and changed to Welcome Teacher Bai to Shaller City. The man threw his shovel to the ground and grabbed Bai Yi's hands tightly, his weathered eyes practically sparkling with little stars. Hello, hello. Teacher Bai, welcome, welcome. A strange chill crept up Bai Yi's spine, but he forced himself to maintain his composure. Hello. Are you Gym Trainer Rourke? You're too kind, Teacher Bai. Just call me Little Rourke. Rourke was so excited his voice trembled. This is a welcome ceremony I specially prepared for you. Through his explanation, Bai Yi finally understood the reason in his paper on Mega Evolution. He had emphasized the roles of Mega Stones and Key Stones, which had earned him quite a reputation in fossil enthusiast circles, making Rourke naturally view him as an idol. So that's why? Your arrival makes me feel like I've just eaten a sweet red bean bun, so I've prepared a welcome ceremony for you. Donghua boomed with his loud voice, then immediately turned to shout at his staff. What are you all doing? Start playing. Get going. Gongs and drums exploded into sound. Firecrackers burst with sparks, shaking the entire roof of the Shueimai gym until it buzzed. A group of overly enthusiastic, muscular men completely ignored Bai Yi's gestures as he tried to explain himself. Two of the burly men, who apparently thought quite highly of their appearance, rushed forward carrying entire basins of flowers, grinning as they presented their bouquets. Bai Yi exchanged glances with Xiao Mao, whose face was red from suppressing laughter, and could only think, can I just leave Earth today? Being socially mortified twice in one day was bad enough, but earlier it had been a sweet girl like Kowloon giving him flowers, and now it was a bunch of oily, muscled uncles. What kind of ridiculous treatment was this? After the commotion finally died down, Bai Yi found a chance to speak. I'm here to challenge the Shueimai gym. Oh, a challenge? You should have said so earlier. Please come in, Teacher Bai. Donghua immediately composed himself, waved the crowd away, and led him toward the battle arena. The assistant who had been handling reception earlier took position as referee and briefly announced the rules. As the whistle blew, Donghua's entire demeanor suddenly turned serious. I love fossils most of all, and I'm all about defense. Go Bronzong. The silver Bronzong hovered in the air, its mirror surface shimmering with light. Show yourself, Murkrow. Bai Yi threw his pokeball, and Murkrow spread its wings and soared up to face its opponent. You go first, quick attack. Murkrow transformed into a black shadow and closed in. Iron defense. Bronzong's metallic luster suddenly intensified. Just as it was reinforcing its defenses, it was struck heated by a dark pulse, producing a dull thud as its entire body was sent flying. Dark-type moves were super effective against psychic types. Bronzong. Hypnosis. Blue-purple ripples spread out, but were completely nullified by Murkrow's insomnia ability. Dark pulse. A second wave of energy swept across, and Bronzong crashed heavily to the ground. Bronzong is unable to battle. Murkrow wins. The assistant raised his flag in announcement. Donghua clapped his fists together, his eyes gleaming. That's the spirit. I'm so excited. He forcefully threw out his next ball. Do you have a way to handle this one? Come out, Steelix. The Steelix, standing 2 stories tall, rose up in a cloud of dust, its shadow covering half the field. Return, Murkrow. Show yourself, Eevee. After landing, Eevee looked up and faced the menacing Steelix without backing down, baring its teeth in defiance. Eevee, swift, block it. The star-shaped beam struck Steelix's metallic shell, producing only a few sparks. Vui. Eevee flicked its tail, clearly annoyed by the ineffective damage. Quick attack. Steelix screech. Eevee charged forward, continuously firing swift attacks to mask its movement, but the howling sound waves instantly tore through the star curtain. The next second, Eevee had vanished. Vui. A burst of sand exploded from Steelix's writhing belly. V had burst up from underground, causing the massive body to sway. Don't let it escape. Fine. Detect. Eevee's body swayed slightly as it anticipated Steelix's coiling attack and nimbly dodged. Double kick. Eevee smoothly climbed onto the steel body, its hind legs landing precisely on its opponent's face. Bang. Bang. Steelix. Slam. Detect. Once again predicting the move, Steelix's tail struck empty air. Eevee seized the opportunity to land another double kick, and with a tremendous crash, Steelix toppled over. Steelix is unable to battle. Eevee wins. The assistant nervously swallowed. It was his first time seeing someone defeat a Steelix with an Eevee. Eevee, well done. Bai Yi gently patted the pokeball as he recalled it. He knew very well that Donghua's final guardian dragon, with that massive face of his, was truly unreasonably tough. Wow. Haha. I love intense battles. My absolute favorite. Bastiodon. Donghua laughed heartily as he hurled his third pokeball into the air. White light exploded, and a Bastiodon with a face like a castle gate and steel armor covering its entire body landed heavily, sending dust flying everywhere. I love defense. I love Bastiodon. He clenched his fists, his voice booming like thunder. On the opposite side, Bai Yi raised his pokeball. Show yourself, Ryu. The blue-gray little fellow appeared and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Riolu, quick attack. Useless. Bastiodon, iron defense. A steely gleam quickly spread across Bastiodon's face guard. Riolu turned into a silver streak and crashed against the metal surface, creating only a faint mark. Now, cross chop. Riolu crossed his arms, condensing fighting spirit into a brilliant cross shape that struck heavily against Bastiodon's face guard. The type advantage created a thunderous impact that shook the surroundings, yet Bastiodon only stepped back once. Using quick attack to accelerate cross chop? Interesting. Bastiodon, iron defense again. Donghua didn't hesitate to use multiple stat boosts, attempting to wear down his opponent through attrition if the attacks continued. The attacker's stamina would eventually run out first. Bai Yi chuckled softly. Riolu, hone claws. A cold gleam appeared as Riolu's claw marks crisscrossed through the air, his fighting spirit surging. Bastiodon, iron defense again. Donghua continued his defensive strategy. Cross chop. Riolu suddenly rushed forward and crouched low, his arm striking fiercely at Bastiodon's soft inner thigh, a critical hit. Bastiodon cried out in pain and sat down heavily, making the battlefield tremble slightly. Bastiodon, flash cannon. Bai Yi immediately recalled Riolu. Come back. Then he threw out his next pokeball. Show yourself, Murkrow. Bastiodon, iron defense. Murkrow haze. Pitch black cold mist engulfed the entire field. As Bastiodon stepped into the maze of fog, the icy chill penetrated his armor, making him shiver involuntarily. All his previous iron defense boosts instantly vanished. Unable to see clearly into the field, Donghua could only shout, Bastiodon, use iron defense again. Strike, Bai Yi commanded in a low voice. Crack boom. A tremendous crash echoed from within the fog, and the ground shook violently. After a few moments, the black mist cleared, revealing Bastiodon's massive body lying on its side, with the battlefield covered in intersecting holes. Vui. An EV poked his head out from one of the holes under cover of the haze. Bai Yi had quietly switched Murkrow for EV, who had quickly dug a network of tunnels and then used double kick to create a series of fine dents in Bastiodon's head armor. The referee raised his flag. Bastiodon is unable to battle. The winner is challenger Bai Yi. Donghua recalled Bastiodon, gently patting the pokeball. Come back. You did well. He then presented a badge gleaming with metallic light. Congratulations, Teacher Bai. This is proof of your victory at Canalave Gym the Mind badge. Thank you very much for the battle. Bai Yi accepted the badge but politely declined the invitation to stay for dinner. I appreciate the offer, Mr. Donghua, but I have another matter to attend to during this visit to Canalave City. Oh, what might that be? I'd like to purchase a dusk stone for my Murkrow. Mr. Hyuta mentioned that they were once mined here. Donghua nodded. Canalave City has indeed produced dusk stones. Unfortunately, the mines primarily yield fossils and iron ore. Only a few dusk stones were ever found back then, and they were all sold long ago. He showed an apologetic smile. I'm very sorry, but Teacher Bai, I'll have my workers help search for one. Thank you so much. I'll be staying in Sunnyshour City for the next few days, so please send someone to notify me if you find anything. After finishing his conversation with the gym leader, Bai Yi pushed open the door and left the Sunnyshour gym. The afternoon sun was perfect, and he joined Xiao Mao for a simple lunch at the Pokémon Center. During their meal, Xiao Mao mentioned his upcoming investigation trip to New Moon Island. Bai Yi shook his head and politely declined that island was the legendary dwelling place of Darkrai, and it was still far too early before Darkrai would appear according to the original storyline. With his current strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against Darkrai if they actually encountered it. Besides, there were hardly any other Pokémon on the island, making the trip hardly worthwhile. After lunch, he returned to his room just as the satellite phone connected. On the other end of the screen, Karun confirmed the schedule. She would arrive at Sunnyshour City Beach at exactly 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and asked Bai Yi to meet her there. The next morning, dawn was just breaking with a pale light on the horizon, and the streets remained quiet. Bai Yi quickly washed up and changed into a clean shirt and jacket, then scooped up the still drowsy little Eevee into his arms. Eevee was quite displeased about being picked up, but when it heard they were going to meet that pretty lady from the movie last time, its ears immediately perked up. Seeing its mood, Bai Yi playfully lifted Eevee high up and buried his face in its fluffy belly, taking a deep breath. So comforting. You know, you're very important to me. I'm just taking you to meet a friend, or maybe not even a friend really. Don't be jealous. After struggling for a while without breaking free, Eevee simply gave him a gentle bite, then used its big tail as a blanket and curled up in his arms to continue sleeping. The beach was deserted, with the sea breeze carrying a hint of salt. Bai Yi sat down by the rocks to wait, when suddenly he heard the sound of helicopter rotors approaching from the distance. The helicopter hovered overhead, lowering a rope, and a graceful figure with a backpack smoothly rappelled down, landing steadily in front of him. Hello, Teacher Xiaoyi. Karun smiled and nodded. It's a great honor to meet you, Miss Karun. Bai Yi responded politely. A small assistant in the aircraft cabin muttered something to Karun, then signaled the pilot to leave. The rotor wash kicked up sand particles before disappearing into the distance. Bai Yi reached out to take her luggage, and Karun didn't refuse, handing him the bag strap. Thank you. You're welcome. Would you like to hold little Evie? Upon hearing this, Evie immediately started scrambling around, hiding behind Bai Yi's legs and petulantly nibbling at his pant leg. Karun smiled and shook her head. Thank you, but this little one doesn't seem to like me very much, so I'll pass. Hearing the words, I'll pass, Evie suddenly leaped onto Bai Yi's head to claim its territory, with its tail dangling in front of his eyes. Bai Yi chuckled inwardly, treating it as a way to smooth things over. Would Miss Karun prefer to stay at the Pokémon Center or the Sunny Shore Hotel? No need, I have a villa here. The aura of wealth couldn't be blocked even by the sea breeze. Bai Yi inwardly sighed, rich people, while maintaining his composed expression and nodding. Karun then took out a black windbreaker from her luggage and put it over her dress, wrapped a pink silk scarf around herself, and put on a hat and sunglasses, covering her beautiful figure and face completely. The entire sequence was executed smoothly, clearly showing she was accustomed to being watched by crowds. Bai Yi nodded understandingly with Karun's looks. Even if she weren't a champion and actress, she would still be the center of attention walking down any street. Sorry to keep you waiting, Teacher Bai. Shall we go? The two crossed the beach and entered the streets of Canalave City. Even in the early morning, Canalave City was already bustling with roaring machinery and voices. The intense energy of an industrial town hit them immediately. Walking beside Karen, Bai Yi asked curiously, how does Miss Karen have a villa in Canalave City? Do you come here often for vacation? Karen adjusted her mask and replied calmly, not for vacation. I often visit Cynthia in Sinnoh, so for convenience, I've prepared residences in every city across Sinnoh. Silly me for asking, Bai Yi said with a shrug. Despite her careful disguise, Karen's tall figure and graceful curves still drew glances from passers-by. A sharp whistle suddenly echoed from an alley entrance. Karen frowned slightly, but didn't stop walking. Bai Yi thought to himself, I should have bought a car beforehand to avoid all this unwanted attention. He whispered, Evie, go teach those rude guys a lesson for the pretty lady. Evie's ears twitched as it leaped from his shoulder and darted into the corner like the wind. Karen merely glanced at Bai Yi without stopping him. 2 minutes later, agonized screams echoed from that direction. Evie returned leisurely, tail swishing, and hopped back onto Bai Yi's shoulder. Vui. Beautiful work. One kick knocked out all their teeth. The second kick ensured they'd never have kids, Bai Yi said, pulling out Evie's favorite yogurt. He took a sip first, then handed over the lid for Evie to lick slowly. He muttered under his breath, I hate perverts the most, and people who won't let me be a pervert. What did you say? Karen asked with an amused sideways glance. Bai Yi quickly waved his hands. What I do is natural human desire. What they do is truly indecent. Is there a difference? Of course there is. I'm good at making excuses. Karen couldn't help but cover her lips and laugh softly, while Evie, having finished the yogurt lid, turned its head away in disdain. Bai Yi asked, Miss Karen, wouldn't you handle this kind of situation yourself? In the past when shopping, I'd simply rent out entire streets, but randomly attacking people isn't really appropriate. Bai Yi shook his head. People shouldn't be too selfish, but they can be more spontaneous. We're all living our first life, why should we have to put up with others? Your popularity comes from your talent and beauty, not from inexplicable tolerance. Perhaps you're right, Karen nodded lightly. Bai Yi's words reminded her of Cynthia and Caitlin. You mentioned beauty just now? Do you think I'm very pretty? Bai Yi was stunned. Miss, don't you know that yourself? Seeing his dazed expression, Karen smiled softly. We'll be there once we cross the park. Morning mist still lingered in Canalave Park, filling the air with the scent of grass. The two walked along a tree-lined path to the villa district in the deepest part. Karen stopped in front of a light, gray villa. The wrought iron gate slid open automatically, revealing a male and female NDD and a Gotharita standing at the entrance, all bowing respectfully to her. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Are they your Pokémon, Miss Karen? Yes. I caught the NDD while filming in Galar, and the Gotharita hatched from an egg Caitlin gave me. Bai Yi assessed their strength, a Gotharita with Elite 4 potential and 2 gym-level NDD, and thought to himself, this is how the wealthy live. Well then, Miss Karen, please rest well. I'll head back to the Pokémon Center. Won't you come in and sit for a while? You and your partners haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come in and rest properly. Faced with Karunos' invitation, Bai Yi didn't hesitate to accept. After all, if it weren't for picking up Karunos, he'd still be sleeping right now. The living room was spacious and bright. Karunos pressed her Pokeball buttons first. As the white light faded, Gardevoir, Gorgiast, and Gudra appeared one by one. The impressively large Hawlucha, Aurorus, and Tyrantrum remained at her villa to guard the house due to their size. Gudra, gentle by nature, nuzzled against Bai Yi softly before crawling to a corner of the sofa for a nap. Gorgiast, silent by temperament, simply stood in a corner, disguising itself as a giant Halloween pumpkin. Talonflame was different. Upon landing, it raised its crest and swept its sharp gaze over Bai Yi repeatedly. Its trainer had never invited a strange man to stay overnight, so it had to be wary of his intentions. Gardevoir was most skilled at sensing emotions, and with Bai Yi possessing the power of emotion, her favorability toward him maxed out instantly. When Talonflame prepared to approach provocatively, Gardevoir casually used her psychic powers to levitate the combative bird and deposit it by the door. Don't cause trouble. Talonflame landed and rubbed its rear pitifully, having no choice but to slink away from sight. It seems Gardevoir has quite a good impression of you. Kurunos chuckled lightly, inviting Bai Yi to sit while she gracefully settled across from him. A attending Gothitelle served warm black tea on a tray. After receiving permission, Bai Yi also released his Pokémon. Little Eevee naturally perched on Bai Yi's shoulder. Bulbasaur, who had wanted to compete for attention, immediately backed down upon seeing Gardevoir and ran to chat with Gourgeist in the corner. Murkrow remained well-behaved, as always scanning the room full of psychic types. It knew it wasn't welcome. Not daring to approach the part-fighting type Talonflame either, it could only fly near the chandelier to perch. Fortunately, Goodra was a little angel, waving its sticky appendages to greet Murkrow, helping it relax slightly. Skorupi cautiously pressed against the wall, not daring to move. Riolu, being naturally sociable, ran straight after Talonflame, hoping to catch a chance to secretly learn some fighting techniques. Your Pokémon all have distinct personalities, especially that Murkrow, Kurunos said, seeing such a quiet Murkrow for the first time. It doesn't have a mischievous bone in its body. This one's shy, Bai Yi shrugged, his gaze sweeping over the powerhouses in the room. Look at this lineup. Forget Murkrow, even I don't dare move carelessly. Bulbasaur and Riolu only became bold after spending time with Wartortle, but interacting with strong opponents is good for their growth. As tea fragrance filled the air, Kurunos turned to business. Speaking of which, I haven't properly thanked you yet. Because of that poem you recited, my movie's popularity reached nearly 10 times the original projection, and it's still climbing. That's wonderful. But I really didn't write that poem. Bai Yi wasn't surprised. It was originally a masterpiece by a great literary figure. He thought to himself, if I brought out Nalan Shingdas, if life were only as beautiful as our first meeting, why would the autumn wind grieve over painted fans? The impact would be even greater. Even if you didn't write it, you're the one who brought it before me, Kurunos said, producing an exquisite sandalwood box. As the lid opened, purple light glowed softly. A fist-sized premium dark stone lay quietly in the velvet lining. The box was identical to the one Daigo had given Bai Yi before. The purple light reflected on the ceiling, and Murkrow lost emotional control for the first time. Its feathers ruffled, wings trembling slightly, nearly ready to pounce. If not for Bai Yi giving no command, it would have already flown to Kurunos. Bai Yi's heart jolted, remembering Daigo mentioning the finest dark stone bought by Kurunos. He couldn't help but mutter quietly, this world can't be that small, can it? I met Mr. Daigo at the Orberg mine. After seeing Murkrow, he also mentioned a dark stone. So you were the one who bought it. What a coincidence. Yes, I watched your contest broadcast and specifically bought it for Murkrow. Kurunos nodded frankly. A premium dark stone that even Daigo was reluctant to part with was priceless. If Murkrow evolved with this, its potential could reach at least Elite Four level. The team member with the lowest aptitude but greatest diligence was precisely Murkrow. Though it joined only after Squirtle, it always positioned itself as the little brother. It had participated in every tough battle alongside Onyx, Aerodactyl, and Steelix without ever complaining. Despite being a dark type, it was kind and pure-hearted. Bai Yi saw all these qualities clearly. Bai Yi took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. Kurunos also confirmed in her heart for Bai Yi, money was merely worldly, but treasures that could make his Pokémon stronger truly moved him. Miss Kurunos, may I know what you paid to obtain this dark stone? And what should I do to thank you for receiving it? Kuruno listened to Bai Yi's words and simply gazed at him quietly. She silently assessed. Was this boy who claimed to be 12 years old really only 12? Bai Yi was right. The regional champions appeared to get along well on the surface, but their relationships were mostly built on mutual respect and awe for the strong, hardly constituting deep friendship. Within the champion circle, Kuruno was truly close only to Cynthia. For this premium dark stone, she had indeed paid with an item that was useless to her, but extremely precious to Steven, a piece from her collection that she had obtained by chance. You can ask Mr. Steven about that, Kuruno explained gently, but you don't need to pay any price. She gracefully stretched and took a sip of her tea, smiling warmly. Consider it a meeting gift between friends. Meeting gifts aren't this valuable, and I don't like owing favors. Bai Yi shook his head. I want you to owe me a favor. Kuruno's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of aggressive confidence as the aura of someone in power washed over him. I admire your performance. Your talent could take my acting career to greater heights. Miss Kuruno, I think you've misunderstood, Bai Yi smiled wryly. I don't want to get too involved in performance work. I dislike trouble and don't have much talent. You don't need to explain, I have my own judgment. Kuruno softened her tone and revealed her true motives. She didn't intend to collaborate with Bai Yi immediately. She simply wanted to befriend him. Given Bai Yi's character, if her acting career hit a bottleneck, even without her asking, he would never stand by and watch a friend struggle. She believed that a purposeful acquaintance wouldn't prevent genuine friendship in the future. At this moment, her sincerity appeared particularly charming beneath her intellectual and approachable exterior. Bai Yi stopped refusing and put the dark stone into his backpack. Thank you then, Miss Kuruno. Just call me Kuruno. Then you can call me Xiao Yi, like a friend would. Bai Yi touched his nose, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to being approached so proactively by such a beautiful woman. He then called to his Murkrow. Come, thanks, Sister Kuruno. Murkrow flew over and nodded slightly like a gentleman. Though it couldn't understand their conversation, it knew Bai Yi had accepted this generous gift for its sake. Evie lay listlessly on Bai Yi's shoulder. The little bald one had evolved. The little crow had received a precious gift. The little sister could learn new moves at any time, yet it had nothing. Bai Yi noticed its mood and lifted Evie onto his lap, gently stroking its head. Evie huffed softly, though its big tail still wagged obediently. It's not like I want you to pet my head or anything. Where would Kuruno like to go next? Forest Mansion. Hearing the answer, Bai Yi suddenly understood. Whenever Kuruno visited a new place, she always had to try all the local sweets. All right, I'll accompany you to eat yokan later. You know about forest yokan too? Kuruno's eyes lit up. Eating is my favorite thing to do. However, Bai Yi knew that reality would surely disappoint Kuruno. Huh, is it already closed? Hearing passers-by discussing the news that Mori no Yokan has temporarily closed, Kuruno's expression immediately darkened. Since last week, the temperature inside the mansion had plummeted, and eerie sounds echoed through the nights. Staff members conducted thorough searches night after night, but found nothing, and even the police couldn't detect any abnormalities, leaving them no choice but to announce a temporary closure. How tragic, it's like the world is ending, she muttered with drooping shoulders. Bai Yi chuckled softly. Don't say that. Let's go have some Mori no Yokan. But Xiao Yi, there's no one left in the mansion. Kuruno looked up, seeing the enthusiasm still sparkling in his eyes. I don't want to return empty-handed, but... Look, Bai Yi pointed toward the main entrance. The previously locked wooden door had somehow opened, as if waiting specifically for them. Cool air drifted through the gap, carrying a faint scent of dust. Kuruno, don't you think things just got interesting? Bai Yi's smile carried a mischievous glint. Xiao Yi really is an interesting person. She was finally infected by his mood and smiled as well. The two pushed through the door, not noticing the pair of dark red eyes quietly watching from the shadows of the corridor. Bai Yi remembered from the anime of the same name that the ghost was actually a rodent, playful by nature but harmless, just wanting someone to play with. Arriving at the spacious lobby, Bai Yi pulled out a bill from his wallet and placed it under the keyboard at the reception desk. Seeing this, Kuruno relaxed considerably, and anticipation for the yokan they were about to taste began to grow in her heart. Xiao Yi, do you know where we can get yokan? Even though we paid, we can't just waltz into the kitchen, but the tourist brochure mentions that the mansion has an experience room. I happen to be decent at cooking, so we can make some ourselves. All right then, let's go. Following the signs and relying on Bai Yi's memory of the anime scenes, they quickly reached the experience room. The lights came on, revealing pristine countertops with neatly arranged cooking utensils. Bai Yi checked the instruction manual on the table and confirmed the ingredients. Red beans, agar, sugar, honey, milk, everything was there. Kuruno patted her chest. This trip hadn't been in vain. Bai Yi glanced at her, thinking, though 20-year-old Kuruno appears mature, she's really just a young woman who's more grown-up than her peers. Yokan had its origins in China's Shang dynasty, but Bai Yi had never actually tasted it. In his previous life, he'd only learned about it from a fanfiction writer's Pokémon story. Yokan contains no mutton, it's a red bean confection. Having done his research, he could now operate with confidence. He first made an original version, following the mansion's recipe, then created an improved version using the method from that writer's work, substituting regular honey and milk with combi honey and mumu milk. Steaming, cooling, setting, unmolding, cutting completed each step smoothly. Bai Yi presented a small plate of yokan to Kuruno. Please enjoy. Thank you for the meal. She picked up a piece. The yokan's soft surface gleamed under the lights, and upon tasting, layers of delicate red bean flavor intertwined with the clear sweetness of honey. It's delicious. The improved version is more fragrant and mellow, sweet but not cloying, bringing out all the red bean flavor. I've never experienced this kind of texture. Kalo's sweets were usually sickeningly sweet, requiring tea as accompaniment. Now she could enjoy it plain, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Bai Yi also tried 2 pieces and nodded approvingly. Indeed excellent. Though I still prefer the original version, it's less sweet. This way, Kuruno could enjoy the improved version while he savored the original, and they wouldn't compete for the same pieces. As the two discussed whether to brew some tea, continuous rumbling suddenly echoed from deep in the corridor, like someone pounding the walls, causing dust to fall. Bai Yi smiled slightly. Here it comes. Outside in the hallway, A bizarre-looking lawnmower with gleaming steel teeth and an unnaturally eerie appearance came charging from the far end of the corridor. Evie, use bite. Bai Yi commanded without hesitation. Evie's fangs flashed with white light as it first dodged sideways to avoid the leaf storms sprayed by the lawnmower, then pounced forward and bit down hard on the cold metal shell. Accompanied by the harsh sound of metal collision, the lawnmower's body trembled, and a cry of pain echoed from within. An orange lightning-like figure darted out through the metal gaps and hurriedly slipped into a wall outlet. Having lost its soul, the lawnmower instantly stopped its erratic movements and returned to being ordinary machinery. Karenai frowned as she walked up behind Bai Yi. That was a Rotom, wasn't it? Bai Yi shrugged with a smile. As expected of Karenai. You're right, that little guy was indeed a Rotom. I think it'll be back soon. Before he finished speaking, a thunderous boom echoed from behind as the rust-covered door was violently pushed open. An equally bizarre-looking washing machine wobbled its drum as it charged in, its thick drainage pipe resembling a cannon barrel as it suddenly shot out a high-pressure water jet aimed directly at the two of them. Show yourself, Bulbasaur. Use Protect. Bai Yi threw out a Pokeball. Bulba. The moment Bulbasaur landed, it raised an emerald green shield. The water cannon crashed against the shield's surface, creating white mist. After the shield stabilized, the vines on its back glowed with a fluorescent green light as an orb of energy formed in its mouth, the very move it had learned earlier from the Pumpkaboo. Excellent. Bulbasaur Energy Ball. The orb transformed into a shooting green comet that struck the refrigerator form, swaying nearby. The refrigerator's outer wall exploded, and the orange-yellow figure was sent tumbling across the ground, letting out a piercing shriek as its eyes instantly turned into spirals. Rotom's fragile constitution was fully exposed by this single attack. It lost its fighting ability before it could even display the refrigerator and oven forms commonly seen in the anime. Go. Pokeball. Bai Yi seized the opportunity and threw the ball. The red and white sphere flashed once, successfully capturing Rotom. Karenai clapped her hands together. Congratulations, Xiaoyi. You've gained a new companion and boosted your battle strength. Bai Yi clipped the Pokeball back to his belt with a calm smile. I suppose so. However, this Rotom doesn't seem suited for direct combat. The light emanating from it is green mixed with pale blue, probably maxing out at veteran level, not even reaching standard gym level. He paused. But I never intended to use it as a main battler anyway. As long as it can serve as a functional household appliance assistant and coordinate with electrical devices for surprise attacks when necessary, that's enough. With that, he released Rotom again. After the brief rest in the Pokeball, it seemed somewhat better, though it still floated unsteadily. Bai Yi took out an orange berry and fed it to Rotom, then sprayed potion along its lightning-shaped body. From now on, you'll come with me. I know you were just bored, but don't play pranks randomly anymore. Rotom. Rotom shook its head frantically, flying circles around Bai Yi as if urging him to leave quickly. Karenai noticed its panicked behavior and furrowed her brow slightly. Xiaoyi, what Rotom means, it doesn't want to play with us, but genuinely wants us to leave the old chateau. Rotom, is that right? Hearing their confirmation, Rotom nodded rapidly. Rotom. Master, quickly take your beautiful girlfriend and leave. There's great terror here. Bai Yi looked at its anxious demeanor, and remembering this was indeed the old chateau, his heart tightened involuntarily as that eerie storyline from the game flashed through his mind. Rotom, were your previous pranks in the mansion also meant to make everyone leave this place? Rotom nodded fearfully, trembling all over. Bai Yi couldn't care less about propriety and grabbed Karuno's hand, pulling her along. Run! Bai Yi dragged her toward the corridor. But the Yokon. Karuno looked back pitifully, her eyes full of longing for the sweet treat. Bai Yi had no time to pay attention and rushed up the stairs in one breath. The steps seemed to stretch endlessly in the dim light. After running for a while, Bai Yi suddenly sensed something was wrong. The kitchen where they made Yokon was clearly on the second floor, yet they seemed to be going downward. Even stranger, the hand in his palm began heating up rapidly. Bai Yi looked down and saw that what had been soft fingertips had turned into cold, smooth crystal. He spun around abruptly, only to find himself face-to-face with a chandelier. Holy crap! He reflexively let go and stumbled backward. The blue flame dancing on its wick swayed in midair, its two slender yellow eyes narrowed into crescents, accompanied by sharp, ghostly laughter. Bai Yi quickly reached for his Pokeball, but the clasp wouldn't budge. The chandelier glowed with the blood-red aura of champion-level power. Black thread-like energy tubes pierced straight into Bai Yi's chest, greedily draining his life force. His emotional power erupted instantly, forming an invisible barrier around his body. Rotom mustered its courage and fired a shadow ball at the chandelier. The opponent lashed out with a scorching flame pillar, sending Rotom crashing into the wall hard enough to leave cracks. It turned out the chandelier had been lurking in the forest's oceanic manor for days, hiding among the light fixtures and feeding on the life force of guests and staff. Usually, when Rotom secretly rescued a few people during quiet moments, the chandelier hadn't intervened since they were both ghost types. But recently, with the manor nearly empty of visitors, it had finally decided to hunt personally, and Rotom's continued interference had thoroughly enraged it. Moonblast attack. Karuno's fierce shout rang in his ears as a deep pink beam shot past Bai Yi's ear, striking the chandelier heat-in and blasting it back several meters. The surrounding scenery suddenly shifted. Bai Yi found himself still standing at the second-floor stairway, with Karuno and her Gardevoir standing guard nearby. Xiaoyi, are you alright? Karuno rushed over to support him. This thing isn't just powerful, it's incredibly cunning. If Gardevoir hadn't broken out of her ball on her own, I would have fallen for its tricks too. Thanks. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. I'll leave the rest to you. Bai Yi took a deep breath. Karuno looked up at their opponent, and thinking about how she, a champion, had nearly been fooled, her anger flared even hotter. Gardevoir. Dazzling gleam. Just as the chandelier began gathering flames, Gardevoir had already synchronized with her trainer's mind and teleported behind it. The seven-colored intense light struck like a physical force, pressing down hard on the chandelier's body. Its blazing ghostly fire nearly extinguished, and its outer shell began smoking continuously. Seeing this, Rotom shrank behind Bai Yi and whispered complainingly, Rotom, Master, your woman is terrifying. TCH, shut up. Keep talking, and I won't save you. Bai Yi tapped the Pokeball, and Rotom immediately retreated inside. In the center of the battlefield, Gardevoir pressed her advantage, her fist shadows trailing phantom light as they pounded dents into the walls. People often overlooked Karuno's top-tier strength because of her usual gentle demeanor, but now it was on full display. Finally, Gardevoir finished charging up and delivered a devastating psychic attack to a vital spot. The nearly incorporeal chandelier was literally smashed into the wall, leaving a deep crater. Go Pokeball. Bai Yi threw the Pokeball, striking the chandelier directly. The chandelier was drawn inside as the ball hit the wooden floor and began rolling. The red and white shell shook continuously. The warning light flashed several times, then clicked shut with a definitive snap, signaling a successful capture. He bent down to pick up the Pokeball and handed it to Cynthia. According to league regulations, only after a Pokédex scan would the Pokémon's information be registered to a trainer's profile, so legally speaking, this chandelier was still unclaimed. Cynthia blinked in slight confusion. For me? Bai Yi nodded. He had caught this chandelier for her in the first place. Truth be told, in the Pokémon world, if he had to name species he couldn't accept, Bruxish, Jinx, and the Litwick line topped the list. The first two were visually off-putting, while the Litwick line spoke for itself. In his previous life, after watching that episode about the haunted mansion of Litwick, he had nightmares all night and developed a deep-seated fear of this evolutionary line. Other ghost types absorbed life energy as a hobby, but for this line, it was pure instinct. Since they were friends, he naturally wanted to look out for her. This chandelier had excellent potential, and if Cynthia trained it carefully, perhaps she wouldn't suffer a clean sweep by Rillaboom when facing Leon in the future. Despite its many weaknesses, it possessed the flash fire ability, making it perfect for defensive synergy with that shameless Charizard. Cynthia looked at the Pokeball and shook her head with a soft laugh. No thanks. My Gardevoir clearly dislikes it, and I need to consider my partner's feelings. Besides that, you need a fire type. Bai Yi shrugged. I do need one, but I really don't plan to train it. The chandelier inside the Pokeball felt like crying a fully evolved Pokémon like itself, reduced to being rejected by both parties. Seeing this, Cynthia nodded understandingly and took the Pokeball. I get it. Since you won't keep it, it's still technically your Pokémon. I can ask other gym leaders or Elite Four members to help you trade it for another fire type or an egg, though the potential might not be as good. Is that okay with you? Bai Yi immediately nodded. Cynthia, you're so considerate. Cynthia gave him a flat look. This morning, someone taught me not to be too generous with rogues who want to take advantage. Considerate and wise. Bai Yi quickly corrected himself. All right, I'm going to eat some Yokon now. Cynthia turned to leave but noticed Bai Yi frowning in thought, so she asked with concern, what's wrong? Bai Yi's gaze swept across the empty old chateau. Why would such a powerful chandelier come here specifically? If it wanted to absorb life energy, there aren't many people around here. Cynthia also fell into thought. That is strange. Could something have attracted it here? Maybe. This is when we need this little guy. Bai Yi flicked his hand. Come on out, Rotom. Bai Yi released his Rotom, but the Rotom immediately began flying circles around Cynthia in a rather fawning manner. This is a big shot. Definitely need to stay on their good side. Bai Yi bent down slightly and asked the floating Rotom in a gentle voice. All right, Rotom, is there something special in this old chateau that's attracting you ghost-type Pokémon? Rotom drew a small circle in the air, first nodding cheerfully, then as if remembering something, quickly shaking its head. So you know what it is, but you don't want me to go find it, right? Bai Yi continued pressing. Rotom nodded resignedly. Can't bear to part with it? If it's yours, I'll give it back to you after I find it. Rotom quickly waved its hands. Then it must be terrifying, and you don't want me to get close? This time, Rotom nodded vigorously, electricity crackling at its tail. Bai Yi smiled and patted its body. Don't worry, with Sister Cynthia here, It's perfectly safe. Cynthia also added gently. Yes, Rotom, don't worry. I won't let your trainer get into danger. After receiving this assurance, Rotom dove headfirst into the corridor, leading the way. Bai Yi gave Cynthia a thumbs up. The champion was indeed reliable, powerful, gentle, and easy on the eyes. Following the dim greenish light, the group reached a storage room in the deepest part of the mansion. The door hinges were badly rusted, so Rotom used electricity to unlock it, and the door creaked open with a gap. The room had been unvisited for ages, with thick dust covering the floor, broken furniture scattered about, and a mixture of mold and dust that made everyone wrinkle their noses. Cynthia raised her hand to fan the air near her nose, her dress swaying slightly. Bai Yi's gaze quickly locked onto a corner. A completely black feather with purple patterns along its edges lay quietly beside some spider webs. Cynthia, look over there, he pointed to the feather. Following his gaze, Cynthia was also momentarily stunned. This feather, it's a lunar wing. Corresponding to the crescent wing, it comes from the nightmare Pokémon Darkrai. If blessed by it, one can use the feather to summon Darkrai, and it's also one of the keys to entering the legendary dream world. Bai Yi speculated. It seems Darkrai from New Moon Island once came here, dropped this feather, which then attracted the chandelure. Seeing Bai Yi's logical analysis, Cynthia's eyes showed more approval, truly worthy of being Professor Oak's assistant. Bai Yi reached out to pick up the feather, but Cynthia gently stopped him. Wait, Xiao Yi, don't rush. She smiled wryly and shook her head, taking out a crystalline charm from her bag and tucking it into Bai Yi's chest pocket. A crescent wing I found on Full Moon Island while filming, made into a charm with the finest natural crystal from Crystal Island. It's for you. With this, even if you carry the lunar wing, you won't have nightmares. This is too precious, It's just a little trinket worth 100,000 or so, don't refuse. Cynthia's tone was gentle but brooked no argument. Bai Yi really wanted the lunar wing, so he could only shamelessly accept the charm. He could tell that Cynthia didn't consider this gift a big deal. Afterward, he carefully sealed the lunar wing in a sample bottle he carried and stuffed it into the deepest part of his backpack. As the tense atmosphere dissipated, Cynthia suddenly touched her stomach. I'm a bit hungry. I want some yokan. The three returned to the second-floor kitchen, with Rotom following behind with a confused expression. That's it? The kitchen was full of ingredients Bai Yi had already paid for, so he simply made a large batch of yokan. £10 to send to Pallet Town for Professor Oak. £10 to send to Aunt Hanako. 2 more pounds packaged separately for Daigo and Shigeru. £1 split among the trio for later. £20 in his own bag since little Evie and Riola love them. Cynthia additionally ordered 2 extra sweet versions to send to Sharona and Katlia. In the afternoon, Bai Yi escorted Cynthia back to her villa. He asked, Rest well, do you have any activities tomorrow? There's a contest in Sunnyshour City tomorrow. I registered long ago and have thought of a new performance style. Learning that Bai Yi would be performing on stage, Cynthia laughed and said she couldn't conveniently go to the audience seats, but would watch the live broadcast at home, immediately calling Sunnyshour Department Store to buy a large television. After helping Karuno set up the television and confirming it was working properly, Bai Yi returned to the Pokemon Center. Karuno politely offered to let him stay overnight at the villa, but Bai Yi shook his head and declined. Staying over on their first meeting would be crossing the line. However, before parting, Karuno still gave him a courteous yet warm farewell hug. The luxurious floral perfume was rich but not overpowering, drifting from her collar into his nostrils with a lingering aftertaste. In the evening darkness, as soon as Bai Yi stepped through the Pokemon Center doors, he ran into Xiao Mao, who had just returned from New Moon Island. Xiao Mao slung his hiking backpack behind him and looked Bai Yi up and down with an expression that said, You're hopeless, buddy. Didn't work out? We're just ordinary friends, okay? Besides, I have the contest tomorrow. Got it. Worried about not being able to get up tomorrow morning. Bai Yi couldn't be bothered with more of this heart-piercing conversation and turned to head back to his room. Xiao Mao suggested, Want to go grill something in the suburbs to calm your nerves? Bai Yi stuffed the sweet bean jelly he was carrying into Xiao Mao's hands. You go ahead. Fine. I get it. You need to prepare well. After all, Miss Karuno will be cheering me on tomorrow. Bai Yi cut him off with that line and headed straight upstairs. Back in his room, he once again confirmed his current 6 partners: Murkrow, Eevee, Bulbasaur, Gligar, Riolu, and Rotom. Murkrow still actively requested to participate in the first round of judging. Thinking of this, Bai Yi took out a TM he had purchased at a high price today. This was Parting Shot, specially prepared for Murkrow. The next morning, he cleaned himself up immaculately, dressed in a sharp black windbreaker, and arrived at the contest venue right on time. The lottery results showed he would be the first contestant to take the stage. The judging panel still consisted of Mr. Contesta, Mr. Sakizo, and the local nurse Joy. The spotlight came on, and Bai Yi raised his hand slightly. Show yourself. Murkrow soared into the sky, its wings stirring up a fierce wind. Bai Yi had already briefed it backstage this would be its final battle as Murkrow, so they needed to do something different. Murkrow, use Attract. Pink hearts exploded in the air like a tide, layer upon layer. Shatter them all. Murkrow struck with rapid peck attacks, instantly breaking the hearts into tiny fragments of light. The pink shower looked both eerie and dreamlike under the dual illumination of spotlights and natural daylight. Double team. Dozens of black shadows spread out together, like a dark ribbon, catching all the falling light fragments. Hold steady. The pink light effects gradually faded, and the audience fell into breathless silence. Only then did everyone notice that sunlight streaming through the glass dome was reflecting off Murkrow's feathers beneath the deep black base. Subtle traces of blue, purple, green, and gold could be seen, like the flowing light of a cut obsidian gem. This was truly colorfully brilliant black. In the nearly still air, the audience looked conflicted. Murkrow was traditionally considered an ominous symbol, making them instinctively want to look away, yet they were firmly captivated by that indescribable beauty. Bai Yi observed this and sighed inwardly. Human prejudice is truly frightening. Murkrow remained composite, had long since found a trainer who appreciated it. As Wartortle had once said, from now on it just needed to work hard alongside its trainer. What others thought no longer mattered. Mr. Contesta was the first to applaud, his laughter hearty. I never expected contestant Bai Yi to showcase Murkrow's beauty to this extent. I love this. Mr. Sakizo nodded in agreement. You can completely see the deep bond between trainer and Pokémon. The Veilstone contest was a pilot program in the Sinnoh region featuring audience scoring. Due to its complex procedures, the Contest Affairs Bureau hastily reformed the system before Ash and his group arrived, which is why Dawn had no idea that Veilstone City even held contests when she got there. However, the audience scoring system remained in place. Despite Murkrow giving its all, Bai Yi's final average score was only 23.3 points. After all contestants completed the first round of appeals, the advancement list was announced. Bai Yi barely squeezed into the second round in 8th place. In the waiting area, Bai Yi had just sat down when his satellite phone began vibrating. Hello, Xiaoyi. Karenai, hello. Bai Yi looked up as the roar of propellers on the other end nearly drowned out half his hearing. You're about to leave, aren't you? Sorry, someone in the Kalos region has made a last-minute appointment to challenge the Champion League. I have to go. I see. Good luck and do your best. Bai Yi smiled, but couldn't help teasing. The Elite Four in Kalos really aren't up to par. Look at Lucian from Sinnoh. Not only can he work overtime, but he can also fight. Karenai laughed, but explained apologetically. I'm sorry I won't be able to see your second appeal, but I watched the first one completely. Murkrow's colors were truly beautiful. Even I never imagined that the true colors beneath its black feathers could be so brilliant. It's a shame the score wasn't higher. It's fine. I mainly wanted to perform for you, hoping it might inspire you. Sinnoh's mindset is rather conservative, after all. In a more accepting region, you'd definitely place better. Thank you. Please comfort Murkrow for me. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. No matter how hard you try, you can never move it. This little guy is used to it by now. On the other end of the line, Karenai fell silent for a long while before her voice dropped. I'll remember those words. Good luck. Goodbye. After hanging up, a staff member came over to notify him. Contestant Bai Yi, please prepare for the second appeal. Bai Yi nodded in acknowledgement. After the host left, he leaned back against the bench, feeling as if his heart had been hollowed out. Despite only spending a short day together, Karenai's departure left him suddenly melancholy. He opened a Pokeball and released little Eevee. He had originally planned to use Bulbasaur or Riolu for battle, but now he didn't need mood adjustment. Eevee was more suitable. Eevee had played wildly with new team member Rotom until dawn last night, and emerged from its ball rubbing sleepy eyes. Noticing Bai Yi sitting alone, it tilted its head in confusion. Bai Yi pulled Eevee into his arms and said softly, the pretty lady left. She has her own work to do. Eevee's big tail swished, and its possessiveness made it secretly pleased, but sensing Bai Yi's low spirits, it blushed slightly and rolled over, exposing its snow-white belly. Bai Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath of the soft fur, then smiled as he looked towards several contestants whispering among themselves in the distance. Some people bullied Murkrow. Shall we go get some payback for it? Vui. Eevee's eyes immediately sharpened with an attitude of how dare they bully my little brother, and it jumped energetically to the ground. The subsequent contest battles could be summarized in one sentence. Eevee went absolutely wild. All opponents who saw Bai Yi switch to Eevee thought he had learned his lesson from the first appeal and wanted to rely on Eevee's cute appearance for an easy win. They all secretly planned to take advantage. The result was that Eevee was terrifyingly fierce, opening with a close-range tackle, immediately followed by a clean bang. Bang! Double kick combo before the opponent's Pokemon could even be knocked away, deciding the match on the spot. The opponent who made it to the finals sent out a Torkoal famous for being ridiculously tanky, confident it could endure several more rounds. As it turned out, the consequence of enduring several more rounds was that this Torkoal suffered far deeper pain than the other opponents. Bai Yi stepped onto the first-place podium, holding little Eevee in his arms with Murkrow perched on his shoulder. Under the brilliant spotlights, his two Pokémon stood straight on either side of him, gazing at the audience with bright, sparkling eyes while Murkrow preened its feathers with its wings. Mr. Contesta approached with the aqua ribbon in hand, his eyes filled with appreciation and curiosity. Your contest battle style seems quite different from your first competition. Are you trying out a new contest format? Bai Yi looked down at little Eevee in his arms, then reached up to gently touch Murkrow's beak, explaining with a smile. It wasn't a deliberate change, just following the rhythm they prefer. Contesta nodded and personally placed the aqua ribbon in his palm. I see. Every time you perform, you never fail to impress me. I look forward to seeing an even more spectacular performance next time. Thank you very much for your expectations. Bai Yi responded solemnly, placing the ribbon into his ribbon case. The aqua ribbon from Slateport City was shaped like a simple blue-gray square, with blue and white wave-patterned ribbons below, symbolizing the city's crisscrossing waterways. Yes, I got the aqua ribbon. He raised the ribbon case high, and the venue immediately erupted in another round of enthusiastic applause. After leaving the contest venue, Bai Yi didn't head straight back to the Pokémon Center. Instead, he took his Pokémon down a quiet alley in Slateport City. Deep in the alley was a restaurant he had chosen in advance, discreetly located, but with excellent food. He had originally planned to bring Cynthia here to celebrate after the contest ended, but now he was scouting it out early. His Pokémon gathered around the table, with Murkrow occupying the chair back and little Eevee nestled obediently on Bai Yi's lap, making the atmosphere feel anything but lonely. Just as the seafood fried rice was served, an embarrassed voice came from the corner. Sorry, I forgot to bring money when I left home. Please wait, my assistant will arrive shortly. Bai Yi initially thought it was some absent-minded elderly person, but when he instinctively looked up, he was startled by the man's Aterian, impeccably tailored purple suit, silver hair combed to perfection, and a refined yet slightly portly appearance. It was none other than Daigo's father, Devon Corporation's president, Mr. Zvach. Bai Yi stood up and walked over, telling the server, I'll pay for this gentleman's bill. The restaurant wasn't expensive, and Zvach had only casually ordered a few pastries. The amount wasn't large. After the server left, Zvach smiled somewhat sheepishly. You've really troubled yourself, young man. Don't worry, my assistant will find me soon. It's no problem at all, Mr. Zvach. Daigo is my friend, and he once saved my life. Bai Yi decided to be straightforward rather than pretend not to recognize him, as time was limited, and being direct was more efficient. Zvach thought for a moment and nodded gently. You must be little E that Daigo mentioned. Thank you so much today. I had planned to contact you after finishing my business in Slateport City and returning to the company, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Meeting you here must be fate. Bai Yi responded with a smile. He then reserved a private dining room and invited Zvach to sit, and they began discussing the mobile phone project. Since Bai Yi wasn't a professional developer, he could only explain the common functions and user experiences from his previous life as clearly as possible for Zvach's reference. To make the demonstration more intuitive, he had Rotom enter his satellite phone, transforming into a communication Rotom. Blue and white light flashed, and the phone screen instantly displayed Rotom's orange face, its lively expressions amazing Zvach. As a gifted entrepreneur, he keenly grasped the commercial potential within, with inspiration flowing like spring water. Discussion filled the private room as they talked about everything from communication standards to user interfaces, from battery life to accessory ecosystems. The two exchanged ideas back and forth, their thoughts constantly colliding. During this time, servers brought several pastries and clear tea. The tea was fragrant, but neither man had time to savor it properly. Time slipped by quietly, and the sky outside had turned golden orange. The two became more and more engrossed in their conversation, chatting from noon until dusk. Zvach seemed completely tireless and still looked like he wanted to continue, grabbing Bai Yi's hand and wanting to take him back to Hoenn. Come on, buddy. Come back to Rustboro City with me. It'd be such a waste not to put your talents to use in business with me. Zvach enthusiastically threw his arm around Bai Yi's shoulder, as if he already considered him the most important partner in his company. Bai Yi gently waved his hand with his usual calm demeanor. Don't get too excited, old friend. I'm still on my journey as a trainer. I'm only halfway through Sinnoh, and I definitely need to visit Hoenn. Once I finish my travels, I'll make sure to visit Rustboro City. Hearing this, Zvach looked disappointed but had to accept it. He immediately promised that once he returned to Hoenn, he would start implementing Bai Yi's multifunctional phone concept, producing a prototype within a month and launching it officially within 2 months. He would send someone to sign a contract with Bai Yi when the time came. Zvach's company would handle all phone distribution and subsequent technology, while Bai Yi would receive equity for his creative input, earning 2% of the annual net profits. To outsiders, this percentage might seem insignificant, but if the multifunctional phone could truly transform the entire Pokémon world, even the smallest stake would yield immeasurable returns. The old businessman still felt uneasy, afraid of losing this endlessly creative and like-minded young man. He insisted on dragging Bai Yi to become sworn brothers in front of the large tree outside the gym. Little brother, since I'm older, I'll be the big brother. I have another little brother, though you probably won't meet him. You'll have to settle for being the third brother. Bai Yi chuckled to himself. Don't tell me your little brother is Xiaoshang. Zvach looked completely serious. Don't doubt me. Big brother will kneel first. Just as he was about to drop to his knees, his assistant rushed over and repeatedly discouraged him, preventing what could have been quite a scene. Zvach finally declared, "It's settled then." Bai Yi watched as Zvach boarded the ship for his return journey. On his way back, he mentally reviewed all the recent events, big and small, and after confirming he hadn't missed any important details, decided to leave Canalave City. Before departing, he first went to the Canalave gym to bid farewell to Byron. After all, he had previously troubled him to help search for a dark stone, which was no longer needed, so proper courtesy was essential. Learning that Bai Yi was about to leave, Byron, this big man, immediately burst into tears. I finally meet a scholar with such expertise in the field of stones, and you're leaving just like that. Bai Yi gently patted his shoulder in comfort. Byron gripped his hand and said earnestly, Teacher Bai Yi, have a safe journey. If you ever can't make it in academia, come to Canalave City and dig fossils with me. I love fossils the most. Bai Yi's mouth twitched with amusement, but he still nodded with a smile, saying he would definitely visit again if he had the chance. He left his satellite phone number and asked Byron to keep an eye on Iron Island and Darkray's movements, contacting him immediately if anything unusual happened. Byron regularly traveled to Iron Island, and Darkray was a frequent visitor to Canalave City, so this was no trouble for him at all. He readily agreed. Oh, Teacher Bai, please accept this. Byron carefully presented a box. Though not as luxurious as when Daigo gave gifts, the box surface was spotless, forming a stark contrast to his disheveled appearance. When the lid opened, a high-quality leaf stone lay quietly on the velvet lining. Bai Yi quickly declined. Mr. Byron, I can't accept rewards without merit. I cannot take this. Byron forcefully pressed the leaf stone into his palm, his tone resolute. Your thesis has great significance for the fossil industry. You must accept this token of appreciation. If you don't take it, I'll cry for you to see, make a scene for you to see, and hang myself for you to see. Unable to argue with him, Bai Yi had to accept it. He happened to be planning to help Satoshi train a shift-tree in the future, so this leaf stone came at the perfect time. To avoid taking his friend's kindness for nothing, before leaving, Bai Yi wrote down Zvach's assistant's contact information for Byron, suggesting he try cooperating with that company. Hoenn was not only rich in steel-type resources, but also had many fossil Pokémon, so they might be able to develop new business opportunities. Byron thanked him repeatedly, moved to the point of bowing continuously. Amid Byron's endless gratitude, Bai Yi left the Canalave gym. After returning to the Pokémon Center, he received a call from Satoshi. Xiaoguang was also fired up after seeing Bai Yi earn the Cascade badge, constantly cheering himself on with renewed enthusiasm. On the other end of the video call, Gang's mother remained calm as she recounted everything the three of them had recently experienced. Their close encounter with Pokemon Hunter J on the connecting bridge, nearly losing Pikachu to her, and only managing to escape through quick thinking. After hearing this, Xiaoguang clenched his fists, Xiaoji's expression darkened, and Bai Yi's gaze sharpened. Slightly staying away from Xiaoji for too long meant missing out on major plot developments. Pokemon Hunter J, the white-haired bounty queen in silver-gray armor, actually found her quite attractive, though only in terms of looks. If he had to choose between that cold face and the sweet Yokon that Carne offered him, he'd rather stay by Carne's side, comfortable and safe. But reality offered no choice. He and Jay had already formed a deadly feud. Setting aside the Lake Trio incident, Riolu's parents had died at Jay's hands. As the child's uncle, this blood debt was something he would eventually have to settle. After confirming that the three were calling from Garden Town, Bai Yi quickly got back to business. Xiaoguang was participating in a contest tomorrow, so he planned to take the connecting ferry today, and had specially packed a box of Yokon as a meeting gift. For Bai Yi, this trip offered additional benefits. Eterna Forest lay just outside Garden Town, rich with grass-type energy, and if Bulbasaur evolved there, its future base abilities would be more solid. After hanging up, he immediately told Xiaomao about his plan. Xiaomao crossed his arms and huffed proudly. Even though it's out of the way, I suppose I can make the trip for your sake, little brother. Thanks, big brother, Bai Yi chuckled. In just 2 days, Xiaomao had been calling him little brother so often that he was getting used to it. Thinking about how unloved he was before transmigrating, having a brother now wasn't such a bad thing. He grinned and extended his hand. Since you're my big brother, you should pay the name change fee. Humph. Xiaomao pulled out 2 TMs from his jacket, one red and one green, and slapped them into his palm. Bai Yi had only been joking, but he hadn't expected Xiaomao to actually have gifts prepared. His face immediately lit up with joy. You really prepared something? Young Master Mao, how generous. How can I not adore you? Xiaomao rolled his eyes. Stop being cheeky. This green disc is from Cousin Blue. When he heard that Grandpa had taken in a promising third grandson, he felt awkward coming empty-handed as the eldest brother, so he specially sent a training guide focused on Pokemon body types. From Blue. Bai Yi solemnly accepted the green disc, Thank you, big brother. This was precious knowledge from a breeding expert. Even if it only covered body types, it was invaluable. Venusaur, Blastoise, Honchkrow, Drapion. His main team were all power types, making this information like timely assistance in snow. It seemed Xiaomao had already told Blue everything about his current Pokemon team. Blue is very curious about you, Xiaomao added. If you really want to thank him, he's at Viridian Gym right now, just go challenge him. I'm not going. Bai Yi waved his hands frantically. I don't want to get beaten up. Bai Yi shook his head, once again mourning for Kanto's new trainers. Another red disc caught Bai Yi's attention. If the green one was a gift from green, then what did this bright red color represent? This one's from red. Xiaomao gently placed the red disc in Bai Yi's palm. He's been recovering at Silver Mountain lately, often meeting with green. When he heard that green gave you a gift, he prepared one too. It contains training methods for the return move. Bai Yi accepted it without hesitation. Can't refuse a gift from my sister-in-law. Oh, and Red heard from Grandpa about you and Squirtle. He's quite interested and invited you to go hot spring bathing together sometime. Xiaomao added with a mischievous grin. People from their generation are all about wild battles. Suddenly the disc in Bai Yi's hand didn't seem so appealing. I knew Red's gifts wouldn't come free. Is it too late to give this back? Xiaomao patted his shoulder. Too late now, better start preparing. In the morning, they boarded a ship bound for Garden Town. As soon as they docked in the afternoon, Bai Yi released Bulbasaur. Warm sunlight mixed with floral fragrance hit them, and Bulbasaur swished her vines, eyes sparkling like two green gems. This land was practically her natural stage. This old lady never got a chance to shine before, but now it's finally my home turf, she muttered to herself. Bai Yi hurried to the Pokemon Center and learned that Ash's group had gone to the Poffin classroom, so he rushed after them. His real goal wasn't learning to make Poffins, but meeting that legendary Roserata, supposedly powerful, yet socially anxious. A lush berry orchard came into view, and he knew he'd arrived. Bulbasaur stood obediently to the side, not touching even a single ripe berry. Bai Yi nodded approvingly. Pokemon raised properly at research facilities knew the rules and understood that this carefully tended orchard belonged to someone. That old pervert Squirtle told me to act more mature outside. Since I care so much about my dear brother, of course I won't embarrass him. Bulbasaur whispered. Ever since being lectured by Eevee, the big sister, she'd become not only possessive but also somewhat manipulative. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the tranquility. At the end of the path, a massive basket-shaped robot rumbled forward, its four thick mechanical arms flailing as it uprooted berry trees one by one. For Cynthia and Team Rocket burst out, watching the orchard's destruction and shouting anxiously. Stop. Please stop. I heard stop. Please stop. And came at the speed of light. Bai Yi raised and lowered his hand. Bulbasaur, Razor Leaf. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, sharp leaves whirled up in a green tornado, instantly shredding Team Rocket's uniforms to tatters. The three who landed finally saw who had arrived. Xiao, you're back. Bai Yi smoothly bypassed Ash, high-fived Dawn, stuffed the box of Yokon into Brock's hands, and casually cut a piece for Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu's eyes lit up. So thoughtful. Brock wiped away tears. Next time we battle, I'll still go easy on you. Second twerp. Jessie fumed. Don't just interrupt people's conversations. That's right, it's very rude. James and Meowth chimed in. Bai Yi tossed over a cloth bundle. James caught it and opened it to find 2 ounces of Yokon. Can we really eat this, Meow? Meowth hesitated. Bai Yi glanced at Roserade changing costumes inside the house and snorted with amusement. If you don't want it, give it back. Thanks for the meal. 3. Team Rocket instantly divided the Yokon, each taking a small piece. As soon as the sweetness hit their tongues, all 3 burst into tears. It had been so long since they'd tasted such high-quality sweets. The most gracious James was first to back down. Second twerp treated us to something so delicious. Maybe we should call it off this time? But is that really okay, Meow? Meowth wavered. Jessie angrily slammed the table. What are you saying? The second twerp is our enemy. This berry orchard is crucial for our food supply for the next year, and we still need to catch Pikachu for Boss Giovanni. James startled. Oh right. Second twerp, sorry about this. Just at this awkward moment, a sweet, refreshing fragrance drifted on the wind. Bai Yi's lips curved slightly. Here it comes. A blue figure wrapped in a wynard scarf gracefully descended from above. The phantom thief Roserade makes her entrance. Miss Lay immediately recognized her own Roserade. Apparently, face blindness was a problem only Ash would have. The Lotad responsible for watering was praising Roserade's quiet dedication to everyone when he accidentally let slip the secret that Roserade can't battle without its scarf. Team Rocket immediately launched a surprise attack. Meowth lightning fast snatched away the scarf and stuffed everyone into bamboo cage baskets they had prepared in advance. Because Bai Yi had delayed them earlier, Team Rocket didn't hold back like in the original story this time, but continued sweeping through the orchard with their giant fruit harvesting machine. After losing its scarf, Roserade curled up into a ball, trembling all over. Bulbasaur lashed out with its vines and rescued it from outside the cage. But Bai Yi just stood there watching with a smile. Xiaoyi, what are you doing? Help us. Ash was so angry he bent the bamboo basket. Fool, this orchard has its own guardian, Bai Yi replied coolly. Bulbasaur had heard Lotad's words crystal clear. It extended its vine and gave Roserade a sharp slap. Donnie, you're home. Your beloved trainer is being hurt. Are you still going to obsess over a scarf? Roserade hugged its knees and cowered, not even daring to lift its head. Forget it. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip to stop that machine. Ash finally shouted out a command. Two vines wrapped around the treads like chains, and the massive harvesting machine ground to a halt with a screech. How annoying. Why is this happening, Meowth? Jessie stamped her foot in frustration. Got it, Meow? Full power, Meow. Meowth cranked the power to maximum, and the treads kicked up dust again, dragging Bulbasaur along as they scraped forward. Bulbasaur, I believe in you. Don't lose to those guys. Donnie, Bulbasaur roared toward the sky, and suddenly burst with blinding white light. After arriving in Garden Town, Bai Yi had removed the Everstone from its body, and now the shackles of evolution were completely released. The last time Ash had seen a Bulbasaur evolve was in the mysterious garden, and that was someone else's Pokémon. This scene left him stunned. No way. Bulbasaur is starting to evolve. Brock cranked up his commentary voice to the max. In the brilliant white light, Bulbasaur's torso rapidly grew larger. Two fangs emerged from the corners of its mouth. Dark blue-green skin secreted a sticky fluid that only wouldn't poison its trainer, and the seed on its back burst through its shell to become a Bud Donnie. It had officially evolved into Ivysaur. Due to Bai Yi's focus on physical training, this Ivysaur was a full size larger than normal specimens. When its four limbs hit the ground, they pressed shallow craters into the earth. Two newly grown thick vines lashed out with a crack, locking the treads again, and its powerful lower body strength instantly turned the massive machine into scrap metal. Ivysaur licked the tip of its tongue, a mocking gleam in its pupils. Donnie? Run. You three little troublemakers, why aren't you running anymore? Can't bear to leave, big sister. Throw them out. Bai Yi's voice was ice cold. The next second, Ivysaur violently shook its entire body, explosive force like a catapult hurling the machine along with Team Rocket into the sky. The overloaded engine exploded thunderously in midair. What a terrible feeling. The Team Rocket trio disappeared into the sky with the smoke. However, the burning mass of wreckage was trailing flames as it plummeted straight down toward Lei's direction. At the critical moment, Roserade stepped in front of Xiaolei, its powerful petal dance swirling up countless petals to forcibly hold back tons of falling debris, pulling the girl back from the brink of death. Roserade. Rose. The trainer and Pokémon shared a brief embrace before turning to face the orchard that had been smashed to pieces. Roserade raised its hand, and a brilliant light burst in the sky. Sunny day activated. Under the blazing sunlight, Lotad excitedly waved its leaves, shooting water gun in arcs through the air that refracted into a rainbow. The devastated ground quickly sprouted tender green shoots, adding a touch of life to the scarred landscape. Ivysaur was covered in crystalline white light, lying contentedly on the ground absorbing energy, even the flower bud on its back swelling slightly. This scene left Bai Yi utterly stunned. Ivysaur was in high spirits, its vines quietly extending to gently wrap around Bai Yi's waist. Soar, it hummed softly. Photosynthesis is child's play to learn. Big brother still doesn't understand me well enough. Bai Yi shook his head with a wry smile. This one had completely gone astray. Since this world had no 4-move limit, Ivysaur currently had the most moves on the team. Tackle, Vine Whip, Leech Seed, Protect, Razor Leaf, Energy Ball, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Synthesis. It could even stack multiple status conditions simultaneously. Bai Yi didn't interfere, thinking to himself that if she wanted to be a Yandere queen, so be it. When the time was right, he'd take her to the Mystery Garden. The Venusaur leader there should know grassy terrain, and if he waited until Shinji challenged Cynthia, maybe he could pick up Frenzy Plant as well. At the mention of this Thorny Whip future move, Ivysaur's eyes immediately turned red with excitement. After the crisis passed, Bai Yi pulled out some Yokon, while Xiaolei brought out Poffins, and everyone held a simple afternoon tea in the Poffin classroom. Back at the Pokemon Center, Bai Yi immediately called Professor Oak. Wartortle's condition was basically confirmed during evolution. It had absorbed metallic elements dispersed from Iron Island, forming a metallic coating on its shell surface that significantly increased both weight and defense. Since it wasn't truly Steel-type, there was no need to worry about fighting and Fire-type weaknesses. Professor Oak praised him sincerely while munching on the Yokon Bai Yi had sent. I knew I was right about you, such a filial boy. I'm glad you like it. Bai Yi smiled as he transferred Wartortle back to the lab. As for Rotom, he simply sent it to Knaz City for Zvolch to help with. That one never liked battling anyway, and its mischievous personality meshed perfectly with Zvolch's wild research. Plus, he could freeload off the man's breeding expertise. With these arrangements, Bai Yi's full roster was temporarily set as Wartortle, Ivysaur, Eevee, Murkrow, Skorupi, and Riolu. The next morning, as soon as he stepped out of the Pokemon Center, he saw Pikachu instructing Pachirisu in electric-type moves. Bai Yi wondered if he should train a dedicated electric type to expand his coverage when an untimely voice cut through the noise. Hey there, Didi. A young trainer wearing a green sweater under a short-sleeved jacket waved as he approached. Dawn quickly smoothed her wind-tousled hair and turned to greet him. Kingo. Kingo always claimed to be Dawn's childhood friend, though they'd apparently only attended the same kindergarten briefly. He wasn't a bad person, just narcissistic, and his habit of using Dawn's embarrassing nickname was particularly grating. Both Dawn fans and those shipping her with Ash disliked him. While Bai Yi wasn't part of any shipping faction, he still found it rude to call a girl by her nickname in public like that. Dawn, these three are friends I'm traveling with. Hearing traveling together, Kingo automatically ignored Brock, his gaze shifting between Bai Yi and Ash before finally settling on Bai Yi, his eyes lighting up like searchlights. Oh, it's you. He excitedly pointed at Bai Yi. The dark scarecrow from the Jubilife contest. The Murkrow apostle. The embodiment of terror and evil. I absolutely loved your performance. You're really strong. Bai Yi maintained a polite smile. Thanks, but if you keep pointing at my nose like that, I'll show you those rumors weren't just talk. Jinwoo reluctantly withdrew his hand upon hearing Bai Yi's words. Fine, I get it. I thought you were Xiao Wang's friend, and I could be more casual, but why so fierce? Geez, he muttered. My name is Xiao Wang, not Liang Wang. Xiao Wang immediately corrected him indignantly from the side, though her protest once again fell on deaf ears. The grand festival wouldn't officially begin until tomorrow, so everyone decided to make use of their lunch break by gathering around a table in the tea house, where soft daylight filtered through the tiled roof. Jinwoo's partner Prinplup sat regally at his feet, its proud phoenix-like eyes sweeping over the group. Nearby, Piplup couldn't help but bristle after receiving a couple of cold stares from Prinplup, and the two penguin Pokémon nearly got into a squabble right then and there. As soon as the tea was served, Jinwoo began recounting embarrassing stories from Xiao Wang's kindergarten days, like flipping through an old photo album. You know what? She actually styled her hair to look like Chimchar back then. Xiaoji burst into laughter and slapped the table, while Xiaojiang and Piplup, both being typical guys, laughed until they could barely contain themselves. Even Pikachu, who usually had good emotional intelligence, couldn't help but tap the table with its tail, letting out giggles. Surrounded by this chorus of laughter, Xiao Wang's cheeks turned bright red, and she wished she could open a hole in the ground and swallow them all up. Watching this lively scene, Bai Yi silently shook his head. This kid Jinwoo clearly doesn't know how to win over a girl. That's enough. Xiao Wang slammed the table, making the teacups tremble. If you think I'm still the same person I used to be, you're dead wrong. I'll show you through battle. Her gaze burned intensely, as if flames were about to shoot from her eyes. However, Jinwoo turned his head and fixed his gaze on Bai Yi instead. If we're going to battle, I want to battle him. Bai Yi was taken aback according to the original storyline. Jinwoo should have challenged Xiaoji. Perhaps in Jinwoo's mind, Xiaoji was the special someone in Xiao Wang's heart, which explained why his previous comments had been directed at Xiaoji. Unexpectedly, this time he was pointing his finger at Bai Yi instead. Bai Yi had originally planned to watch the drama unfold from the sidelines, but now found himself dragged into it. You want to battle me? That's right. I want to face someone with real strength. It's for my Prinplup to get stronger. Jinwoo's fighting spirit blazed. Bai Yi closed his eyes and smiled. I refuse. Why? The moment our eyes meet is the signal for battle. You should understand this etiquette, right? I close my eyes. Bai Yi replied calmly. I also want to battle someone who looks stronger. Excuse me. With that, he moved to leave his seat, but a deep blue figure suddenly blocked his path. Prinplup. The water patterns around its body rippled like inverted blades, its royal pride unable to accept being ignored. Through his emotional powers, Bai Yi clearly sensed that intense pride and fighting spirit. This Pokemon that would one day evolve into Empoleon absolutely would not allow its trainer to be slighted in the least. Bai Yi smiled slightly. In his previous life, he had been particularly fond of this Prinplup. As one of the 3 penguin members from the Sinnoh starters, it, along with Piplup and Empoleon, each had personality flaws, but all were praiseworthy companions. You misunderstood. I am not looking down on you. He looked directly at Prinplup, then shifted his gaze to Jinwoo. I accept your challenge, but I have conditions. Thank you, Prinplup. Jinwoo patted his partner's shoulder armor, then stood before Bai Yi. What conditions? Do you want pocket money or resources? Don't be nervous. My condition is simple. If you lose, you'll call Hikari by her proper name and stop calling her too light in public, Shinji declared. As Shinji's words settled, warmth filled Hikari's heart, while Kingo's face flushed red then pale, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. To him, too light wasn't just a childhood nickname, it was his way of proving to other boys that his relationship with Hikari was special, though deep down he knew this approach was somewhat self-deceptive. Fine. Kingo took a deep breath. I accept your condition. But I have one too. If you lose, you can't travel with Hikari anymore. Everyone except Shinji tensed up, and sparks crackled from Pikachu's cheek pouches. Shinji. Hikari rushed between them, glaring angrily at Kingo. Who I travel with is my choice. Kingo, you've gone too far. Too light. I know what I'm doing. Kingo kept his eyes fixed on Shinji. I'm not asking you to leave your other companions just for this guy to stay away from you. Shinji is my friend. Hikari's voice grew firmer. I won't let him travel alone. And I won't make anyone leave because of you. Kingo opened his mouth but said nothing more, directly throwing out his pokeball. Prinplup, come out. Shinji sighed inwardly. Boys this age always loved using duels to decide who gets the girl they fancy, forgetting to respect her own wishes. Show yourself, Skorupi. Shinji tossed his ball into the air. Empoleon was steel and water type, but Kingo's Prinplup was only water type. Since Shinji's next destination was Canalave Gym, Skorupi needed the training. Skorupi, focus energy. Prinplup, metal claw. The short-legged Prinplup charged forward, white steel light wrapping around its flippers. Skorupi braced with its tail, flipped in midair, and precisely caught the opponent's flippers with both claws. Prinplup's speed and power were only moderate, rushing and recklessly put it at a disadvantage. Point-blank poison sting. Bubble beam. Needles and water jets collided midair, broken needles and water droplets splashing toward both sides. Shinji calmly reminded, your flippers are still in Skorupi's grip. Cross poison. Block it with metal claw. Kingo finally regained his composure. Steel-type energy formed a barrier, dispersing the toxins. If this were a contest battle, Shinji would have lost considerable points. Skorupi, poison tail. The purple tail claw struck like an uppercut, slamming into Prinplup's chest, a critical hit. Poison sting. Continuous needle strikes forced Prinplup to retreat repeatedly. Prinplup, drill peck. Poison tail. The tail claw swept horizontally, toppling Prinplup's stance. Skorupi smoothly raised its tail, the gleaming poison stinger pointing directly at its opponent's face. That's enough. Kingo raised his hand in surrender. Skorupi steadily pulled back its tail, stopping just 1 millimeter from Prinplup's nose. Kingo picked up his poison partner, murmuring with his head down. You won. I'll keep my distance from Hikari from now on. Hikari, I'm entrusting her to you. Hikari looked at her childhood friend, torn between heartache and anger. Kingo, what gives you the right to entrust me to someone else? I'm a coordinator. My partners and I work hard together. I don't need you saying things like that. Kingo was completely speechless. Shinji patted his shoulder. I never asked you to leave Hikari alone. I just want you to respect her. She's an independent and mature trainer with her own choices. If you keep clinging to those childish ideas, you'll only drift further away from her. Shinji's tone grew serious. Now, stand up like a man. The contest is tomorrow. Show your best form. Don't make Hikari worry, and don't let down your Pokemon's efforts. Kingo looked down at the weakened Prinplup in his arms, his face slightly flushed. He nodded apologetically and ran toward the Pokemon Center. Xiaoguang stood frozen to the side, unable to speak for a long moment. Though she was the female lead most similar to Xiaoji, she possessed high emotional intelligence and could clearly see that Bai Yi's uncharacteristic talkativeness was all for her sake. She quietly wiped the corners of her eyes, warmth flooding her heart while she ultimately had to deal with unwanted romantic attention herself. Having someone shield her from the storm still moved her deeply. Xiaoguang stepped forward, her eyes misty with tears. Xiao-Yi, thank you. Bai Yi waved his hand gently with a bright smile. Don't mention it then. Good luck at tomorrow's garden contest. The garden ribbon is really beautiful. Yes, no problem. Xiaoguang smiled through her tears and gave him a light high five. Not far away, Xiaoji remained completely confused. It's just a Pokemon battle. Where do all these complications come from? Xiaojing smiled wryly as he rubbed his forehead, while Pikachu shrugged on Xiaoji's shoulder with a helpless, don't ask me, expression. Bai Yi glanced at Xiaoji with a meaningful smile. When Kingo had been giving him trouble earlier, this guy had clearly been quietly reaching for Turtwig's Pokeball while still playing dumb. Just when everyone thought the storm had passed, disaster struck suddenly. A black mist silently enveloped the clearing, followed immediately by Kingo's anguished cry. Prinplup. From within the black mist, Kojiro and Meowth appeared alongside Musashi's Pokemon, having seized the opportunity to capture Prinplup. Bai Yi rubbed his temples. He had completely forgotten about these two troublemakers. A chaotic battle erupted immediately. Piplup mastered a new move called Whirlpool amid the turbulence, with swirling water currents rescuing Prinplup from the net. Kingo burned with fury. If I can't beat Bai Yi, can I beat you guys? He commanded Prinplup to counterattack, forcing Team Rocket into retreat. Finally, through the coordinated efforts of Xiaoji and Kingo, Pikachu's lightning pierced the night sky, and Team Rocket was once again sent flying with a whoosh. The two penguin Pokemon reconciled, affectionately touching foreheads. As night fell, warm yellow light filled the Pokemon Center room. Bai Yi leaned against the headboard, engrossed in reading the physical training manual that Qinglu had just given him. Wartortle, Ivysaur, Murkrow, and Skorupi crowded around the computer. Riolu stood by the wall practicing his newly learned brick break, with punches cutting through the air close to the wall. Little Eevee lay beside Bai Yi's hand, fur puffed up like a small ball, pouting in dissatisfaction while pointing at a brush she had mistakenly thought the manual's weight gain test meant fattening her up. nearly bringing down the Pokémon Center's roof. Ring. The satellite phone suddenly rang, and Bai Yi reached over to answer. Hello? Xiao Yi still not resting. A gentle voice came through the receiver. It was Kuruno. Not yet. You're not sleeping either. I'm currently location scouting in Lavender Town in Kanto for a new film in preparation. I heard there's a contest in Garden Town tomorrow, so I specially called to cheer you on. Bai Yi smiled and thanked her, mentioning that he didn't plan to participate this time. Kuruno understood readily. Too frequent participation would tire your partners. Lavender Town is famous for being haunted. Bai Yi teased. Are you venturing into horror films? Not exactly. Kuruno smiled softly, her amber eyes showing a hint of mischief. But if you'd like that, I could try exploring new territory. Gardevoir nearby rolled her eyes and used psychic powers to stuff a piece of yokon into her mouth. Shut up. Stop embarrassing yourself. Ahem, never mind then. So is your theme still romance this time? Asking directly about someone's new movie content would be quite rude and might involve confidentiality issues, so Bai Yi only inquired about the theme. On the other end of the phone, Kaloon was quite generous. The combination of ghost and dark types the prejudice in people's hearts is the mountain that cannot be moved. That line instantly lit up Bai Yi's memory, and he nodded in admiration. Indeed, many ghost and dark-type Pokémon can be summarized by that phrase. Kaloon's laughter was light and cheerful, her talent evident. Bai Yi couldn't help but agree. A talented national actress should make more profound films and stop getting entangled with those pretty boys. He didn't understand why he was so supportive of her transition from romantic film idol. Is there anything I can help with? He blurted out. Kaloon smugly glanced sideways at Gardevoir. See? Men need to be played hard to let him offer himself. Gardevoir raised her hand to her forehead. Keep playing games like that, and you'll eventually trap yourself in a pit. Kaloon refocused and continued responding to Bai Yi. The practical effects and special effects are fine, but the dramatic scenes lack something. I'll send you the script in a bit. Do I need to keep it confidential? Bai Yi remained cautious. The entertainment company is mine. What's there to keep secret? The phone fell into brief silence before Bai Yi finally uttered one word. All right. After ending the call, Kaloon grabbed her computer and with a few operations sent over the electronic script. The email notification chimed, and Bai Yi opened the attachment, quickly scanning from beginning to end. The structure was complete, and the concept wasn't bad, but the depth indeed left something to be desired. He rubbed his temples, sensing he'd be pulling an all-nighter. Wartortle, help me call Brock for some late-night snacks. Wartortle waddled away on his short legs toward Brock's room, muttering along the way. Boss has been quite popular with the ladies lately. I should ask the big sister what she looks like. The training room lights went out as Bai Yi clapped his hands. Today's theory class is over, everyone rest. The Pokémon dispersed, but little Eevee dissatisfiedly swished her tail and jumped onto his lap. Bai Yi casually petted her a few times before diving into the keyboard. That line, the prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain, came from the movie Naja, which perfectly matched the spirit of Kaloon's new film. Bai Yi self-deprecatingly admitted he lacked original talent and planned to borrow again this time. After all, he'd plagiarized before. When you have many lice, you don't feel the itch. Brock brought over Odin. Fish cakes, octopus sausages, and quail eggs piled high, without a single vegetable mixed in. I know you don't eat vegetables. Bai Yi wolfed it down, refilled his energy bar, and frantically typed away again. From deep night until dawn, he cut redundancies, filled gaps, and adjusted pacing until he was finally satisfied enough to hit send. After saving one last time, he slumped back in his chair like a deflated balloon. Suddenly his heart twinged. He'd originally agreed not to get involved in these matters anymore. How could he still not resist? The screen lit up as Kaloon's reply quickly popped up. Thanks for your hard work, Xiao Yi. You pulled an all-nighter, didn't you? Go sleep now. I'll transfer the first payment. If we shoot on location in Sinnoh, I'll contact you again. Remember to visit the set. Immediately after, a bank message followed. 300,000 league coins deposited. Bai Yi looked at the numbers, his lips slowly curving upward. Bai Yi smiled slightly and went straight to bed. But oh no, I'm absolutely starving. Ash clutched his empty stomach with both hands, looking utterly defeated. Brock smiled wryly and shrugged. Sorry, we're completely out of food. Yesterday, Bai Yi had slept the entire day while Brock got absorbed watching contest battles, and both had forgotten to restock at the Pokemart. Now they were in the middle of nowhere with no place to buy supplies. I'm too hungry to walk. Ash and Pikachu collapsed dramatically by the roadside. Bai knew better and just chuckled softly. Really can't move? He raised an eyebrow. Then I guess I'll have to head to the Pokemon Center with Dawn and Brock. Really? Nurse Joa. Brock instantly sprang back to life and sprinted ahead at full speed. Ash, motivated by the promise of food, also took off running, leaving Bai Yi and Dawn far behind. Honestly, are those two going to be okay? Dawn asked, watching the dust cloud ahead. Sometimes rushing gets you into trouble, Bai Yi shrugged. The Pokemon Center isn't going anywhere. When they leisurely arrived at their destination, they found chaos in the lobby. Ash was lying on the floor holding his head, while Brock sat against the wall looking completely drained. Nearby, An adorable little girl named Xiaowu held a broom and kept bowing apologetically. A married Nurse Joy and a teenage girl named Seixiang were busy attending to everyone. It turned out Brock was devastated because this Nurse Joy was already married, while Ash had rushed in too quickly and been mistaken for a thief by Xiaowu, who had given him a thorough beating. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Nurse Joy warmly welcomed everyone with her two daughters. The teenager was named Seixiang, and the little one was Xiaowu. After a hearty meal, Bai Yi learned that the Poke Mart was at the end of a forest path and decided to restock immediately. Wait, Bai Yi, Nurse Joy stopped him. The forest often gets thick fog, and travelers easily get lost. Let Seixiang go with you. Seixiang nodded and walked over to Bai Yi. Let's go, Bai Yi. I'll be counting on you then. After Bai Yi and Seixiang left, Brock and Dawn helped Nurse Joy organize supplies while Xiaowu took Ash into the forest to distribute cookies to wild Pokémon. With Seixiang's guidance, Bai Yi successfully reached the Poke Mart. Considering they were about to enter Eterna Forest, he stocked up on 10 days' worth of food and various medicines. As Seixiang helped pack everything, she smiled and said, "You're really a reliable partner, Bai Yi. I hardly deserve to be called reliable in front of Nurse Joy," Bai Yi replied with a smile. Seixiang blushed slightly. Bai Yi wasn't just being modes in the original story. This graceful young woman was not only her mother's capable assistant, but also doted on her willful little sister, eventually earning recognition from Suicune. With a few more years of growth, she might well become a dual-talented healer and investigator like Officer Joy. That should be enough. Let's head back. Okay. On their way back, the forest fog grew thicker, quickly swallowing their vision in gray-white mist. This kind of thick fog doesn't seem natural. I wonder which Pokemon is responsible. Bai Yi asked, though he already knew the answer. Seixiang smiled gently. It's my friend, so you don't need to worry. Before thunderstorms arrive, the place where Suicune dwells becomes shrouded in thick fog. The overly humid air filled Bai Yi's lungs, making him frown and cough. Sayaka immediately pulled out her handkerchief and offered it to him. But this is your handkerchief, Bai Yi reminded her softly. It's okay. The girl smiled sweetly, gently pressing the handkerchief to his nose and mouth, indicating he shouldn't be so polite. Bai Yi sighed inwardly. Truly worthy of the Joy family that dominates the medical industry, most of them are such considerate little angels. Thank you, he said briefly. Back at the Pokemon Center, the sky quickly darkened with lightning flickering in the distance. Then came the bad news. After delivering lunch to her father who worked at the power plant, Xiaowu should have ridden her Driflin straight home, but she never showed up. Nurse Joy called the power plant to confirm. The lunch had indeed been delivered, but the child had already left. She was still missing. In the anime, people witnessed Xiaowu being swept away by wind while holding onto Driflin, knowing roughly where she might have landed. But now, Xiaowu could have been blown off course by sudden gusts during her return journey. With the mountain ranges stretching endlessly, the search area had suddenly expanded dramatically. In desperation, Ash grabbed onto a Driflin and let the wind carry him into the sky. Since Xiaowu was blown away like this, I'll do the same. I'm sure I can catch up to her. Bai Yi watched the figure being lifted by the wind and shook his head helplessly. You fool, aren't you afraid of getting struck by lightning? Nurse Joy planned to drive and meet up with her husband to search the mountains, with Dawn and Brock volunteering to follow. Sayaka's eyes turned red as she watched the vehicle drive away in a cloud of dust, then suddenly turned and rushed into the forest. This way of searching is too slow. Bai Yi reminded everyone, don't panic. With Pikachu around in this weather, the wild Pokemon in the mountains won't hurt Xiaowu. Let's split into 3 groups: Ash's team, Brock and Dawn's team, and I'll go after Sayaka. Following the damp forest path, Bai Yi caught up to Sayaka at Northwind Pool. Thick fog rolled across the surface as Sayaka knelt by the water's edge, crying and begging Suicune to appear and save her sister. However, the water remained completely still. She collapsed to the ground in disappointment, sobbing uncontrollably. Bai Yi helped her up. Come on, she's your sister, isn't she? Use your own strength to bring Xiaowu back. I'll help you. Tears still streaming down her face, Sayaka nodded firmly. You're right. Xiaowu is my sister, and I'll save her with my own hands. Thank you, Xiaoyi. Let's go. The two left Northwind Pool. Bai Yi glanced back at the sea of fog and cursed silently. Shame of legendary Pokemon when that rich kid throws Pokeballs at you. You cower submissively, but when facing the kind and helpless Sayaka, you put on airs. Emerging from the forest, a golden bolt of lightning suddenly struck down in the mountain valley. Pikachu's thunderbolt. Pikachu is there. Xiaowu must be there too. Xiaoyi, hurry. Sayaka excitedly pointed toward the source of the lightning. Good. Now it's this guy's turn to shine. Bai Yi threw out a Pokeball. Goth, noble lord of the skies. Honchkrow. Bai Yi had already evolved his Murkrow into Honchkrow. After Murkrow obtained the premium Dusk Stone, its potential increased to the limits of Elite 4 level, and in the rich purple glow, nearly half of it was red light. Although it never reached championship level, the Honchkrow leader now stood nearly 5 feet 3 inches tall, towering over ordinary Honchkrow that barely reached its chest. Its talons were razor-sharp, its gaze profound, and the white feathers on its chest were thick and lustrous, with a wingspan approaching 10 feet. Boss Honchkrow, Bai Yi shouted. See that mountain path ahead? Carry us over there. The Honchkrow responded with a powerful beat of its wings, casting a massive shadow across the ground. Bai Yi and Sayaka pressed themselves against its sturdy back as mountain winds howled past their faces. Treetops rushed by beneath them as the giant bird dove into the forest with a steep descent. The mountain trail was narrow and winding. Xiaowu was trapped between a cliff face and the woods by several Zangoose, with Pikachu standing protectively in front of her, arms spread wide as electricity crackled in its cheek pouches. Under normal circumstances, Pikachu would have unleashed its full power, but fearing it might harm Xiaowu, it kept restraining its voltage. Aerial attack. Bai Yi commanded from midair as he descended. Honchkrow spread its 10-foot wingspan and dove like a black fighter jet, its sharp feathers slicing through the air. The impact forced all three Zangoose to retreat repeatedly, their claws digging deep furrows in the ground to steady themselves. Xiaowu, you really are something. Sayaka jumped down from the bird's back and embraced her sister tightly. Sister. Xiaowu sobbed as she hugged back, their tears mingling together. Just then, Xiaoji came tumbling down while gripping Drifloon's strings, landing clumsily and immediately looking around in all directions. Bai Yi's eyes flickered with subtle admiration as he thought to himself. Fortune favors fool, she actually managed to find the right place. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, Suikun's azure form stood silently. Seeing the crisis had been resolved, it lifted its head slightly, stepped gracefully on all fours, and rode the north wind to transform into a stream of aqua light that vanished into the clouds. Bai Yi caught sight of the ribbon-like tail dispersing in the air, and his lips curved into a smile. As night fell, everyone returned to the Pokémon Center for another overnight stay. The next morning brought a new journey toward Eterna Forest. At the entrance, Sayaka stood with her luggage, accompanied by Xiaowu to see them off. Bai Yi pulled out the pink handkerchief, looking somewhat awkward. Sorry, I should have washed it before returning it. It's fine, keep it as a gift, the girl said with her head down, her ears turning bright red. Be careful on your journey. Bai Yi nodded earnestly. I also wish you success in becoming a capable nurse Joy. Just as he finished speaking, Sayaka mustered her courage and stepped forward to hug him. Thank you for helping me find Xiaowu. Bai Yi was about to respond when something cool and soft suddenly pressed against his lips. The Pokeballs containing Honchkrow and Wartortle at his waist began shaking violently, as if they were cheering him on. By the time Bai Yi came to his senses, Sayaka had already run back with Xiaowu, who was covering her eyes with her hands. To challenge the Sinnoh League, Bai Yi and his companions set out toward Eterna City, continuing their journey until they finally reached Eterna Forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, with light filtering through gaps to cast dappled spots on the ground. Buzz 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 buzz. Bai Yi looked down and patted the Pokeballs at his waist, sighing helplessly. Ever since Sayaka had stolen that kiss from him, Wartortle and Murkrow had been arguing non-stop inside their balls, even synchronizing their vibration frequencies. Inside the Pokeballs, the two Pokemon hadn't stopped bickering for a moment. Murkrow, she kissed him. She kissed him. Wartortle, don't make such a big deal out of it, that's the third one already. Murkrow flapped his wings proudly. But I still like Sister Diantha the best. She's the one who gave me the Dusk Stone. Wartortle rolled his eyes. Don't be so pathetic. Everything should be about making Boss happy. Didn't you see that blonde lady's figure? Murkrow hesitated for a few seconds, then muttered quietly. But wouldn't that little nurse be pitiful? Boss isn't going to love them and leave them, is he? Wartortle snorted coldly. Well, what can I say? Total player. Pop pop. Two crisp sounds rang out as Bai Yi released both Pokemon. Murkrow, speed training for 2 hours. Wartortle, 500 sit-ups. Murkrow cackled and shot straight up toward the treetops, startling nearby grass-type Pokemon back into their tree holes. Wartortle lay on the ground with a sour expression and began his exercises, muttering. All we did was tell the truth. What a player indeed. Be careful saying things like that, your trainer is just a heartbreaker. That's all. Hikari walked up with a bright smile, having clearly witnessed Sayaka's bold kiss as well. Bai Yi rubbed his temples and turned to Brock. Mom, Brock, can we have lunch now? Brock set up the picnic cooking equipment, tears in his eyes as he bit the edge of his apron. Wah, don't talk to me. Bai Yi might not be able to resist poisoning your food. Despite saying this, he efficiently fried 6 eggs and slapped them onto a plate with a thud. I'll just make you fat. I thought you only liked older women. Bai Yi shrugged. How old is Sayaka anyway? She's just a future nurse Joy. Before he finished speaking, the grass rustled apart and a green-haired beauty emerged with a Chansey and a Burmy. Wow, my name is Brock. Brock was about to approach and confess his feelings when, before the woman's Burmy could even move, a Croagunk's poison spike was already jabbed into his arm. I'm paralyzed. Brock's entire body went stiff as a board. The green-haired woman introduced herself as Cheryl. She was carrying a treasure map left by her grandfather, searching Eterna Forest for the legendary Amber City. According to legend, the enchanted honey, there was tens of thousands of times sweeter than ordinary honey. The mysterious tale got Hikari's blood pumping, and she was about to invite Cheryl to join their expedition when Bai Yi calmly pulled out a jar of golden combi honey. The rich, sweet aroma instantly filled the air, and everyone fell silent. Bai Yi explained, combi honey is already much more fragrant and sweet than ordinary honey. The so-called enchanted honey of Amber City is actually Vespican's royal jelly. In economically developed Unova, this stuff isn't particularly rare. In Kalos, where gourmet sweets are popular, you can buy it at any random pastry shop. Looking at the jar of honey, Cheryl's eyes showed her beliefs crumbling as she fell into deep thought. Hikari felt sorry for her and quietly tugged at Bai Yi's sleeve, whispering a complaint. Bai Yi, is it really okay to be so blunt? Bai Yi shrugged helplessly. Hikari, you and Satoshi have this stuff in your milk and coffee every morning. Huh. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Xiao Guang's face flushed red. No wonder breakfast has been so delightfully refreshing every morning. The morning camp still carried the aroma of bread and honey. Xiao Guang held her meal box, quietly expressing her gratitude while secretly celebrating that she had finally figured out the true source of this delightful refreshment. She had thought it was the journey itself that lifted her spirits, never realizing it was Bai Yi's secret little surprises all along. Don't mention it, we're all friends here. Bai Yi waved his hand dismissively, turning his attention to Xiao Ji on the picnic blanket. The guy was hugging his knees in a daze, seemingly reliving last night's adventure. After a moment, Xiao Ji suddenly jumped up and walked over to Yumi, his eyes sparkling with determination. Miss Yumi, let us help you find the fearsome sweet together. Yumi hesitantly lowered her head. But the secret of the sweet has already. What does that matter? Bai Yi interjected. Your grandfather kept this secret all the way to today, and now it's been solved just like that. You must feel really unsatisfied, right? I can't accept mysterious treasures being obtained so easily, without any hard exploration either. Xiaoji flashed his signature smile. Don't mind Xiaoyi too much, he can be a bit blunt sometimes. But I'd also like to see if there are any mysterious Pokémon in Amber City. Xiao Gang, listening nearby, secretly gave a thumbs up, completely agreed with Bai Yi's praise of Xiao Ji's emotional intelligence. Unknown adventures, mysterious Pokémon, people who need help. As long as any of these elements were present, Xiao Ji would never be absent. That's exactly what made him so brilliant. Hearing Xiao Ji's sincere encouragement, Yumi's eyes welled up slightly as she nodded firmly. Thank you so much, Xiao Ji. Then she walked up to Bai Yi and bowed solemnly. Xiao Yi, thank you for solving my confusion. But since this was my grandfather's dream, I still want to search for it myself. Since you know so much about it, could you continue to help me? Moved by her sincerity, Bai Yi smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Miss Yumi. I'm not some heartless spoiler. Since I've already provided the intel, I'll definitely see this through to the end with you. This world is so interesting it wouldn't be fun if I didn't participate in the adventure myself. With their minds made up, the group of 5 officially set out on their journey to find the fearsome sweet. The first step was to evolve Yumi's Burmy into Mothamonly. After evolution, would it possess the ability to search for honey? Pikachu, Piplup, and Krogunk took turns as sparring partners, but no matter how intense the battles became, Burmy never triggered its evolution. Everyone's gaze then turned in unison to Bai Yi. Alright then. Bai Yi sighed helplessly and beckoned. Wartortle lazily walked over, stretching its arms in preparation for battle. Boss Wartortle, Bai Yi whispered his instructions, go easy on it. Just pretend to be half dead or something. Wartortle turned to look at him. Boss, throwing matches brings divine punishment. Yumi had already issued her command. Burmy, use tackle. The green figure shot forward like an arrow, charging straight at Wartortle. However, just as it was about to collide with its target, a large net suddenly dropped down. We heard chattering voices, so we came at the speed of light. Wind, Earth, Sky. Meow. We are the stars of this era. We are invincible. Team Rocket's trio struck their signature pose, with Meowth following behind and chiming in loudly. That's right, Naya. Taking advantage of everyone's stunned moment, they snatched away Yumi's Burmy. No, give me back my Burmy. Yumi reached out desperately, but only touched the swaying net ropes in the air. Bai Yi adjusted his glasses, his tone confident. Miss Yumi, you can look forward to meeting your Motham. With that, he whistled toward the sky. Kawa Black Shadow swept past, as Murkrow dove down from the clouds, circling overhead. Murkrow, go find Team Rocket. I'll help too. Go, Staravia. Xiaoji simultaneously threw his Pokeball. White feathers flashed as Staravia soared toward the sky with a clear cry. Staravia, you go find Team Rocket too. After Team Rocket captured Burmy, they didn't go far. They simply found a mountain wall to hide behind and began forcing Burmy to evolve. Bug-type Pokemon naturally have low base stats before evolution, so Meowth easily subdued Burmy with just Fury swipes. By the time Bai Yi and his group arrived, Guided by Murkrow and Staravia, Burmy had already accumulated enough experience. Team Rocket, thanks for your hard work. Now hand Burmy back, Bai Yi said, leaning against the mountain wall with a relaxed tone that carried undeniable authority. If you cooperate, you might not get blasted off today. Please, I'm begging you. Burmy is very important to me. Miss Yami clasped her hands together, pleading with a touch of vulnerability that made Jessie secretly pleased. However, Team Rocket wouldn't give up so easily, and a battle immediately broke out. During the chaos, seeing her trainer knocked down, Burmy erupted in furious light and instantly evolved into Mothim. The protagonist group went all out, and finally Pikachu's Volt Tackle created a dazzling electric arc that sent Team Rocket flying into the air. Murkrow, quick attack. Bai Yi naturally wanted to steal this finishing blow. Murkrow became a black shadow, caught up to Team Rocket midair, and rammed them even further away. What a terrible feeling. What a terrible feeling. What a terrible feeling. Team Rocket's wails faded into the distance. Everyone then ventured deeper into Eterna Forest alongside Mothim. The canopy layered overhead, creating dappled light and shadow. Deep in the forest, they spotted a girl crouched on the ground, intently observing a gloom. The girl had dark brown hair and a bob cut with 2 strands framing her cheeks, and bright, lively eyes the same color as her hair. She wore practical black outdoor gear with a green windbreaker over it, her figure athletic and capable. Despite Gloom's pungent odor, she seemed completely entranced. Seeing this, Brock's eyes immediately turned into hearts. Completely ignoring the foul smell, he rushed over like an arrow. My name is Brock, and I absolutely love the scent of Gloom too. I'm paralyzed. Paralyzed. Krogunk suddenly jabbed him from behind and dragged him away. The girl looked up and flashed everyone a cheerful smile. Hello there. Meeting new friends on such a beautiful day is the best. Let me be direct to your trainers, right? Do any of you have grass-type Pokémon? I'd love to see all kinds of grass types. This was none other than Gardenia, the Eterna City gym leader. Bai Yi turned slightly sideways, holding a Pokeball in his palm, and smiled in response. I do have a grass-type Pokémon, but are you sure you can handle it? This little one isn't something just anyone can deal with. Really? I want to see. Please. Gardenia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai Yi pressed the button, red light flashed, and Ivysaur appeared. Soar. Gardenia excitedly rushed over. Wow. It's an Ivysaur, so rare in the Sinnoh region. Those solid dark green muscles, that beautiful budding flower, those dangerous fangs, those sturdy hind legs. It's absolutely wonderful. Ivysaur glanced at Gardenia with disdain, then looked at Bai Yi. Soar big brother. I want to whip her. It's fine, Ivysaur. You don't need to hold back this time. Whip her. Bai Yi smiled leisurely, secretly complaining to himself. Before I came to this world, when I played the games, this woman always liked to wander around, and it took forever to find her every time. Yes, yes. Ivysaur, please use Vine Whip on me. Gardenia practically twisted her body as she begged, her eyes full of anticipation. A dangerous glint flashed in Ivysaur's eyes as 2 vines shot out, wrapped around Gardenia's ankles, hoisted her upside down, then aimed at her bottom and delivered a thorough thrashing. Wow, what amazing Vine Whip. It hurts, but it's so powerful. Use more force, Ivysaur. Saizhong's face flushed red as she pressed her legs together, moaning softly and urging Bulbasaur to continue. Bulbasaur grew more and more excited, causing Saizhong to shudder and nearly faint, though she still wore a smile on her face. This woman, could she be a? All right, Bulbasaur, put her down now. Bulbasaur set Saizhong down, and she excitedly scrambled to her feet, limping over to Bai Yi and grabbing his hands with enthusiasm. To have such an amazing Bulbasaur. Please, you must tell me your name and contact information. I want to stay in touch with you regularly. Squirtle's Pokeball shook slightly. That's the 4th one now. Can it really keep finding girls for the boss like this? Little sister is incredible. Just a couple of moves, and she's helping the boss capture such a wild girl. Brock gritted his teeth and cried with envy, while Dawn couldn't help but complain from the sidelines. She really loves grass-type Pokemon. Of course she does, because she's Saizhong, the grass-type specialist and gym leader of Eterna City. After Bai Yi's explanation, everyone was surprised, including Saizhong herself. Oh, you know about me. Then how about we have a battle? Do you have a badge? Upon hearing Bai Yi's request, Saizhong thought for a moment, looking somewhat troubled. Saizhong told Bai Yi that getting a badge was certainly possible, but since she was traveling, she only brought her 3rd-string team that she was training, and only brought 2 of her official gym battle Pokemon, while Eterna Gym's rules required 3 and 3 battles. If Bai Yi wanted a badge, he could only battle against 3 Pokemon from her 3rd team. Bai Yi thought it over. The main teams of Sinnoh's top-tier gyms were around level 70, and following the unwritten rule of reducing levels by 20 based on priority, Saizhong's 3rd team should be in the 30s. Fine by me. Straightforward. What an excellent battle invitation. Go, Jumpluff. Once the battle began, Saizhong transformed into a different person entirely. Her Pokeball opened, releasing a blue Jumpluff that flew out. The noble aerial godfather. Honchkrow. As Honchkrow emerged, Jumpluff's momentum immediately weakened considerably. Jumpluff, use Sunny Day. Aerial Ace. Jumpluff created sunny weather while Honchkrow spread its wings, its body glowing white as flying-type energy rained down like machine gun fire from above. Jumpluff grunted, but, thanks to its own flying typing, was only severely damaged rather than knocked out. Bai Yi recalled Honchkrow and directly sent out Squirtle, who puffed out its chest and struck a pose. I'm definitely going to defeat this lady and make her completely infatuated with the boss. Boss Squirtle. Who are we fighting? Jumpluff. Use sleep powder. Stop showing off and use water pulse on the ground. Blue hypnotic powder scattered down, but Squirtle's water pulse hit the ground, creating a water screen that blocked the sleep powder entirely. Moreover, getting wet made Jumpluff's body heavy, negating its chlorophyll ability. Jumpluff, Leech Seed. Use Shell Smash. The Leech Seed attached to the shell, but Squirtle immediately emerged from its shell while receiving a stat boost. How is that possible? Giga Drain. Ice Punch. Squirtle's fist glowed with blue light, directly shattering the Giga Drain and sending Jumpluff flying. Jumpluff's eyes turned into spirals. Squirtle casually groomed its ear boss. Mission accomplished. Excellent battle. But do you have a way to handle this one? Come out, Brellum. Bai Yi recalled Squirtle. This Brellum's fists weren't particularly sharp, and it wore a purple toxic orb around its neck. Poison heal ability? It probably also knows status moves and focus punch, right? Bai Yi smiled slightly and sent out Honchkrow. I knew you'd use Honchkrow. Brellum. Spore. Aerial Ace. White mushroom spores flew toward Honchkrow, but it was completely unaffected. The Aerial Ace hit with quadruple effectiveness, taking out Brellum in one strike. This Honchkrow, that's right, it has insomnia. Saizhong's expression darkened, looking ready to explode at any moment. As a grass-type trainer, this was the first time someone had controlled the battle's pace against her like this. Now I'm angry. Go, Torterra. The Pokeball opened, releasing a massive creature that caused the surrounding trees to shed their leaves. A fierce-eyed super tank appeared. Torterra. Murkrow. I'm counting on you again. Murkrow spread its wings and soared into the air, its crest gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Bai Yi glanced back at Xiaoji without saying a word, thinking to himself, you fool, I hope you learned something from this. Murkrow, Aerial Ace. Bai Yi called out first. Torterra, Stone Edge. Saizhong commanded almost simultaneously. Murkrow dove down like a black meteor, but sharp rocks instantly erupted around Torterra, creating what looked like a reverse stone ring. The two attacks collided midair with a thunderous crash, flames and dust swirling as Stone Edge clearly gained the upper hand. In this world, Stone Edge and Rock Tomb are two different moves. The former shoots sharp rocks at the opponent like a swarm of locusts, while the latter raises stone pillars from the ground to pierce enemies. Torterra, use Curse. Red light glowed from Torterra's eyes as it lowered its body steadily, its speed dropping sharply while its defense climbed higher and higher. Murkrow, Dark Pulse. The dark energy surged forward like waves, but the boosted Torterra managed to withstand it. Dark Pulse again. Bai Yi pressed the attack. Keep using Curse. Saizhong chose to continue building power. From the sidelines, Xiaoji watched with confusion. Missed Saizhong's Torterra is so strong. Why doesn't she attack directly? Xiaojiang explained nearby. She's using Torterra's resistances to stack boosts while waiting for the right moment to strike decisively. Unwilling to let his opponent continue powering up, Bai Yi suddenly gestured. Aerial Ace. Saizhong didn't back down. Stone Edge. Then Shell Smash. Sharp rocks rose again to intercept, shattering the Aerial Ace. Immediately after, Torterra's entire body erupted in brilliant red light. After Shell Smash, its eyes became sharp and its aura climbed steadily. Meanwhile, Murkrow was beginning to pant heavily. Bai Yi frowned slightly. He couldn't let Torterra keep building momentum. Dark Pulse. Block it, Torterra, then use Shell Smash again. Murkrow Haze. Black mist swept across the entire battlefield. Murkrow's haze instantly erased all stat boosts. Torterra's body trembled as its condition was reset to square one. Saizhong gritted her teeth. All that preparation had been wasted, though the accumulated damage remained. Bai Yi's eyes flashed as he suddenly recalled Murkrow and threw out another Pokeball. Wartortle, go. Rapid spin. Then Ice Punch. Wartortle spun out from the black mist, its shell rotating rapidly to deflect the leech seeds. Then its fist gathered frost and struck heavily on Torterra's head. With a dull impact, Torterra could no longer hold on and collapsed, succumbing to both the attack and its accumulated injuries. Torterra, you did well. Saizhong softly recalled her Pokeball and shook her head with a bitter smile. It seems my training is still far from enough. Mr. Bai, when you reach Eterna City, please come directly to the Eterna Gym to claim the Forest Badge. Thank you for the battle. Bai Yi nodded slightly and recalled Wartortle as well. Next, Xiaoji engaged in a Tuntuo battle with Saizhong. The result was that Xiaoji's Turtwig and Starly were completely outmaneuvered by Saizhong's Turtwig's speed difference was too great, making it nearly impossible for them to land a hit. Just as both battles ended, a Nuzleaf hurriedly jumped out from the bushes and handed Saizhong a report. After scanning it briefly, she promptly asked Bai Yi for his contact information before hurrying away. Xiaoji quickly adjusted his mood, crouching down to pat Turtwig's head. Turtwig, you feel frustrated too, don't you? Let's do some speed training. The image of Caizhong's Turtwig lingered in his mind. Bai Yi reminded him. If you want to focus on speed battles, wouldn't Shiftry be more suitable? That seed of yours has already evolved into Nuzleaf during my absence. I gave you the Leaf Stone before, so Nuzleaf can evolve into Shiftry anytime. And besides, since the opponent specializes in speed, why should we stubbornly compete in that area? Turtwig still has evolutions ahead, and Bai Yi certainly didn't want Ash to dump all the effort values into speed. Ash crossed his arms, pondering the Eterna Gym's lineup, and soon fell deep in thought. Turtwig was equally troubled. This strong-willed little turtle had originally focused on defensive counterattacks, but after joining Ash, it was required to prioritize evasion training and had to work hard on improving its agility. Seeing Ash frown, Bai Yi helplessly rubbed his forehead. You dummy, that Turtwig doesn't want to evolve at all, which is why it maxed out its speed while maintaining its current form. Didn't you see the Everstone on its back? Ha! A noisy flutter interrupted Bai Yi as Mothim suddenly beat its wings, its body restless with excitement. It had discovered the red pomeg flowers. Miss Cheryl rushed out in delight. As long as they found the red pomeg flowers, they could locate the honey walls built by Combi, and where there were honey walls, the Amber Castle would be within reach. Everyone hurried to catch up. The forest clearing was ablaze with red as vast patches of red pomeg flowers swayed in the wind. Two Combi weaved through the blossoms, gathering nectar before flying toward the forest depths, and the group quickly followed. The vastness of Eterna Forest exceeded all expectations. After a long pursuit, the legendary Amber Castle remained nowhere in sight. Fortunately, the honey walls grew increasingly dense, indicating their destination was near. Finally, following the Combi, they arrived at a valley waterfall surrounded by honey walls. At this point, not only Mothim, but even Pikachu's nose began twitching. With the two Pokémon leading the way, everyone followed the sweet fragrance behind the waterfall. Behind the waterfall lay an enormous cave, its crisscrossing tunnels dizzying to navigate. The group struggled considerably before reaching the deepest chamber. In the darkness, three figures were swinging pickaxes, digging and digging and digging. In the spacious cavern, Team Rocket had been blasted here and was gleefully planning to tunnel into the Amber Castle and steal all the honey. They failed to notice the increasing swarm of Combi gathering overhead, their eyes glowing red. The Queen of the Amber Castle had clearly issued an attack command. Ivysaur, Stun Spore. Bai Yi knew things would escalate if they delayed, immediately releasing Ivysaur. Light purple powder scattered down, instantly paralyzing Team Rocket while forcing the surrounding Combi to retreat. Dawn, take over. Piplup, use Whirlpool to wash them out. The churning water current blasted Team Rocket straight out of the cave. Cheryl let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest. Bai Yi merely shook his head. Since Team Rocket hadn't shouted their usual, "We're blasting off again," they'd probably be back. After settling this matter, the group continued following the direction the Combi had flown. Before long, they felt their way to a wall barrier in the darkness. The surface was rough and uneven, and Cheryl touched it in confusion. Dead end? But Mothim says our target is behind this wall. Ivysaur, use Stun Spore on the wall. Bai Yi deduced the wall was formed by countless packed Combi. As the powder fell, the Combi dropped away one by one, and a brilliant golden light burst forth. The Amber Castle finally revealed itself, a massive palace of beeswax gleaming with golden light, countless Combi darting through it, while at the center, the Vespiquen with crimson eyes guarded honey pools that resembled sweet lakes. The Vespiquen emitted a low hum, issuing simultaneous defense and attack commands. In an instant, the Combi split into two formations, one protecting the queen and the honey, the other completely surrounding the intruders. Your Majesty, I am a treasure hunter. My grandfather spent his entire life searching for the Amber Castle, and I've come here to— Cheryl had barely begun when Bai Yi raised his hand to stop her. Your Majesty, I'm here to negotiate terms. Seeing Bai Yi step forward, numerous Combi immediately swarmed around him, ready to attack at any moment. The buzzing of their wings vibrated through the air, while the amber-colored hive gleamed with a moist luster behind them. Bai Yi remained composed. Having entered the Amber City, he would never miss the chance to obtain the Queen's royal jelly. Go, Crow Boss. Crow Boss spread its wings and flew out, landing steadily between Bai Yi and the Queen. It paid no attention to the surrounding Combi, its deep black eyes locked firmly on the Queen. The auras of the two leaders clashed invisibly. Though Crow Boss faced them alone, it knew it wasn't truly isolated. The flying type's advantage gave it the upper hand in this standoff, forcing even the Queen defending her stronghold to restrain her aggression. Caw, Queen of the Amber City, Crow Boss spoke in a raspy voice. My trainer means no harm. Withdraw your army. We wish to negotiate. The Queen's compound eyes flashed with crimson light, and the surrounding Combi immediately adjusted their formation, creating a straight corridor that allowed both leaders and the trainer to see each other clearly. Buzz, buzz, leader from afar. What does your trainer wish to discuss? The queen responded in a low tone. Bai Yi stepped forward, his voice steady. Queen, it's true that we've disturbed your lives. For that, I apologize. But we mean no harm. My companion wants some sweet scent, and I need a portion of royal jelly. As his words fell, the queen's gaze suddenly turned fierce, and the combi surged forward like a tide. The other 5 Pokeballs at Bai Yi's waist simultaneously opened, releasing 5 Pokemon that surrounded their trainer protectively, causing the air to grow tense. Queen, please remain calm, Bai Yi said, still composed. As a ruler, you should consider your colony's safety above all. If we fight now, it benefits no one. Buzz, buzz, human, are you threatening me? The queen's aura suddenly intensified. I have no intention of threatening you. Bai Yi met her gaze directly. But I can tell you this. The Amber City is about to face catastrophic disaster. 3 villains have set their sights on this place. We're willing to help you resist the invasion while trading resources for royal jelly. The news of invasion caused a stir among the combi, their buzzing rising and falling until the queen silenced them with a sharp cry. Buzz, buzz, human, why should I trust you? The queen stared at Bai Yi. Whether you trust me is up to you, but I suggest immediately reinforcing the walls and positioning ambush troops. As for those 3, we'll help you drive them away, Bai Yi said with conviction. Ash, Pikachu. Hearing the commotion, Ash and Pikachu rushed over, standing beside Bai Yi. Queen, please believe us, we really mean no harm. Pikachu's cheeks crackled with electricity. Cheryl also solemnly crossed her hands over her chest and bowed to the queen. The queen's eyes flashed with a faint blue light, and countless combi received her command, forming orderly ranks and stacking themselves into a solid sweetheart wall along the Amber City's outer perimeter. In mere moments, the fortifications were complete. Crash! A tremendous noise descended from the sky, accompanied by white smoke as Team Rocket's trio crashed heavily into the plaza. Team Rocket, it's you 3 again. Ash looked at them with exasperation. Why do you never leave us alone? Bai Yi glanced over with a faint smile. Young man, your entanglement with them will likely continue for several more years, ever-changing companions. Eternal Team Rocket wasn't just a joke. I heard chattering voices, so I came to the Amber City. Jessie declared proudly. Sweet scent. James's eyes sparkled with stars. I'm Meowth, Meow. Meowth raised its claws. Together, we 3 will definitely get our hands on that honey. We are the famous Team Rocket, spreading this sweetness far and wide. So, nays. Their signature motto flowed seamlessly, leaving the trio stunned in place. Strange, the second little brat actually let us finish our lines this time. And didn't immediately blast us off, Meow. Meowth and James were the first to react, then noticed the countless hostile eyes surrounding them. Under the Queen Bee's attack command, countless signal beams engulfed Team Rocket. Face your judgment. Bai Yi's voice dropped to a stern tone. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash's command followed immediately, electric arcs flashed, and the air was instantly filled with scorching heat and dazzling light. Piplup, Bubble Beam. Dawn raised her hand, and clear bubbles refracted rainbow colors in the lightning. Ivysaur, Energy Ball. Yami's Ivysaur spat out a brilliant green energy orb. The 3 attacks struck with precision, forming a pincer movement with the swarm's signal beams. Team Rocket barely had time to cry out before being blasted high into the sky by the tremendous force, their figures forming an arc that gradually disappeared into the distance. Amber City had defensive measures in place, so the walls remained intact, and the honey didn't flow everywhere like in the original story. The buzzing flying-type bug swarm regrouped, and the queen bee hovered steadily in midair, her golden-red compound eyes reflecting everyone below. As a ruler, she first bowed slightly to the 3 trainers Bai Yi, Ash, and Danto show her gratitude. If Team Rocket had been allowed to wreak havoc, Amber City would have suffered severe damage this time. No big deal. Bai Yi waved his hand, but seized the opportunity to make a request. Queen Bee, I'd like some of your royal jelly. I'll trade resources for it. After speaking, he pulled out a head-sized transparent jar from his backpack, containing liquid energy cubes with a golden green Lustera treasure highly beneficial to bug-type Pokémon. Skorupi, sorry, I'll make some for you when we get back, he explained to his Skorupi. Skorupi waved its pincers, completely unbothered. Bai Yi placed the jar on the ground, and several combi immediately swarmed over, lifting the jar together and flying steadily to the queen bee. The queen bee lowered her head to sniff, and the rich floral fragrance and energy waves made her eyes gleam with gentle light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A slightly larger female combi with a brighter shell flew out from behind the queen bee, circling her joyfully, clearly attracted by the aroma from the jar. Is that combi the queen bee's child? Dawn was the first to realize. The queen bee briefly communicated with the combi, then nodded gently. The combi sampled a bit of the energy cube, then flew to Bai Yi, its compound eyes full of curiosity and delight. Buzz, buzz. Trainer, I'll give you some honey. Could you please take this child with you and raise it well? The queen bee made wing-beating sounds that everyone could understand. She could see that Bai Yi was capable of creating such energy cubes and was deeply trusted by Pokémon. Her child might have a brighter future following him. Bai Yi examined this combi's potential raised on premium honey from a young age. Its talent was comparable to his Murkrow, just one step away from champion level. Female combi could evolve into Vespiquen in the future, and while their battle prowess was mediocre in games, they held extremely high status in the anime world. Alright, Queen Bee. I promise to treat this child well. After receiving his promise, Eevee and Skorupi approached to gently touch the combi's antennae. Bai Yi's Pokémon had long-established coordination, with female team members under Eevee's management and senior Pokémon of the same type responsible for mentoring. The Queen Bee was indeed generous. Besides formally entrusting the female combi to Bai Yi, she also gifted 2 large jars of precious royal jelly and a substantial amount of fragrant honey known as enchanted honey. Ash, Dawn, and Yami, as Bai Yi's companions, also received generous shares. Yami insisted on taking only a small jar, which actually impressed the Queen Bee, who promised she could return annually to collect honey. On the way out of the hive, Bai Yi couldn't wait to taste a spoonful of the enchanted honey. The sweetness was rich but not cloying, with long-stored fusion of various floral fragrances. Upon tasting, the aroma unfolded in layers on his tongue, and in the aftertaste, he could distinguish the subtle differences between different flower varieties. I really underestimated it before, he thought to himself. If ordinary combi honey was premium honey, then this enchanted honey was the premium of premiums. When bidding farewell to Amber City, the swarm formed ranks to see them off under the setting sun. Yami declined Brock's invitation to travel together, choosing to continue her solo journey, while Bai Yi, Ash, and Dawn set off on a new adventure with their new companion, alongside Eevee, Skorupi, and other Pokémon. Bai Yi and his group finally left Eterna Forest. After leaving Baidai Forest, the group arrived at Baidai Town. Though called a town, its scale was comparable to Baidai City and served as the headquarters of the Pokémon fan club. Trainers carrying Pokeballs could be seen everywhere on the streets. Colorful banners hung outside themed cafes, and a warm, friendly atmosphere filled the air. 1. On the day of their arrival, the town was hosting its annual costume contest. The group decided to participate, with Pikachu wearing a custom-made cape and mimicking an Electivire under the stage lights. Its expressions and movements flowed seamlessly, drawing continuous laughter from the audience and perfect scores from the judges. However, Bai Yi had no time to enjoy the festivities. He noticed a Macamp holding a lucky egg appearing in the arena area. The opponent had excellent potential, but that egg would become a crucial turning point in Mama Gang's career in the future. Since it wasn't his place to interfere, he simply observed from a distance. 2. After the competition ended, Bai Yi contacted Professor Oak. He had the Pokédex transmit all the photos automatically taken in Amber City, and used the transfer device to send Honchkrow back to Vermilion Port. Trainers could actually apply to exceed the 6-Pokémon travel limit, but he was still within his 3-month probation period and could only have 3 combi temporarily fill the positions. Honchkrow can go back and learn from the old Dragonite, may pick up a few more moves, Bai Yi calculated in his mind. 3. On the other end of the communication, Professor Oak was enthusiastically browsing through the panoramic photos of Amber City, smiling. Bai Yi sent over a jar of Dire Hit and a bottle of Vespiquen's royal jelly, specifically instructing, "Professor, don't use it all for research. Drink a little morning and evening. Your health is more important. For my own sake, I need you to live several more decades. Don't worry, dear boy." Professor Oak closed the terminal. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness. And stop always worrying about this old man. Make time to contact Diantha, understand?" With those words, the professor waved and ended the call. 4. Bai Yi sighed softly. That jar of Dire Hit, aside from keeping some for himself, distributed to Professor Oak, Professor Rowan, Aunt Hanako, Gary, Green, Red, Brother Clavel, as well as Diantha and her 2 close friends. The royal jelly was only given to Professor Oak, Aunt Hanako, and Diantha. The problem was, he didn't know where Diantha was at the moment. 5. Ring ring ring. A call request appeared. After a few rings, an elegant Gardevoir appeared on the screen. It merely nodded at Bai Yi, speaking in a flat tone. "What do you want?" Though inwardly, it was sizing him up. Initially thought this young man was simple, but he seems to have complex motives too. Yet Diantha had instructed that his calls must always be answered. "Hello, Gardevoir. Is Diantha available? She's filming. Get to the point. I obtained some honey from Amber City and Vespiquen's royal jelly. I want to send them over, but I don't know her exact location." Gardevoir paused. Wait. The next second, its azure figure vanished in a flash. 6. While Vespiquen royal jelly was always rare and hard to come by, Gardevoir had tasted it once from the bottle Cynthia had given, and still couldn't forget it. For the sake of this delicacy, it decided to make the trip. On the other end of the screen, only an empty set remained. Bai Yi scanned the surroundings, feeling that the studio looked familiar somehow, but couldn't quite remember where he'd seen it before. 7. Before long, Diantha appeared on screen wearing a coat, still with a light sheen of sweat on her forehead as she entered the frame. "Long time no see, little E." She smiled and waved. "You've been working hard. Is the filming going smoothly?" "Thanks to you, very smoothly. Everyone in the crew says the script you revised is absolutely brilliant." After brief pleasantries, the two continued their conversation. With limited time, Diantha first inquired about Bai Yi's recent plans. "First, we'll head to Eterna City to help that silly guy with his gym battle. Then we'll see where the next contest is being held, probably Hardhome City." Cynthia looked down and flipped through her schedule. "If that's the case, after you challenge the Eterna gym, you can head straight up Mount Coronet to Alamos Town. They're also hosting a contest there soon." She looked up with a smile. "I'll be staying in Alamos Town for quite a while. Everything else sounds fine, but I mainly want to collect ribbon badges as quickly as possible. Alamos Town it is." Bai Yi made the decision immediately. Just then, crew members waved them over, and Cynthia had to leave in a hurry, handing the phone back to Gardevoir. "Are you coming too, Gardevoir?" "Yes, but I've heard Alamos Town has something sinister about it, so you must be careful." Bai Yi's expression tensed. The scene on the other end of the phone had seemed familiar, and when Cynthia mentioned Alamos Town, his memory finally clicked. That place is about to experience a space-time catastrophe. Hearing this, Gardevoir's expression relaxed slightly. "Alamos Town does indeed harbor something very powerful. But don't worry, on my first day there I reached an understanding with that guy. And I'll protect Cynthia well." She paused, then added, "I'll mail the gift ahead of time. See you in Alamos Town." She hung up immediately. Bai Yi pondered for a moment, then called Professor Oak. "Grandpa, interested in collecting data on Darkrai?" That afternoon, the Pokémon dress-up contest ended, and Brock was thrilled, holding a pink Pokémon egg. Bai Yi and the others were in high spirits as they set off for Eterna City. The next morning, everyone arrived at a riverside. On the bank, a hiker holding a zigzag gun and a youngster holding a bellsprout were excitedly discussing something. "I heard there's an incredibly strong floatzel on the other side of the river." Bai Yi immediately recalled the anime plot that would become one of Ash's midterm main Pokémon, first caught by Dawn, then traded with Ash's Apom. It was also Ash's first and only official trade. That narcissistic old con man on the Saint, and didn't count. Hearing about the powerful floatzel in the river, nearby trainers picked up their fishing rods. Bai Yi joined the group by the stream, but didn't cast his line. He was more concerned about Turtwig than floatzel. So he simply released all his Pokémon and let them move freely. Riolu repeatedly practiced brick break against the rocks on the shore. Since joining the team, this kid had been quiet and withdrawn, putting almost all his energy into training. Back on Iron Island, with Lucario's guidance and the steel and rock-type environment suiting his taste perfectly, he'd felt quite superior. Only after leaving the mountain did he realize there were always stronger opponents, and having never won a proper victory for Bai Yi, he trained even harder. Wartortle retreated into his shell and lay nearby. Using Aura to quietly sense Rilu's condition, he promised his big brother to take good care of his nephew. The three combis circled around Skorupi non-stop, calling Big Brother, asking for guidance on bug-type energy manipulation. Ivysaur was using Bai Yi as a barbell, doing weight training with his trainer. Little Eevee crouched on Bai Yi's lap, round ears perked straight up, eyes fixed on the water surface. His ability, Anticipation, told him there was an extremely formidable creature hiding in the water. "How is everyone doing?" a familiar voice called out. Everyone turned to see Nando approaching with his Sunflora. After some small talk, they learned that Nando had come fishing specifically to expand his team, hoping to catch a new water-type Pokémon. Just then, something unexpected happened. Xiao Wang's fishing rod by the riverbank suddenly began to shake violently. He rushed over to pull on it, and a Bizel emerged from the water, dragging the fishing line behind it. Eevee had been lazily sprawled across Bai Yi's lap, but the moment the rod moved, its body tensed up and its large tail stopped swaying. This Bizel looked like trouble. "Boy!" Bizel shook off the water droplets, its sharp gaze immediately locking onto Xiao Wang, who had pulled it from the water. "All right, I'm the one who's going to catch it. Go, Piplup." Xiao Wang raised his Pokeball high and released Piplup. Seeing Piplup's figure, Eevee settled back onto Bai Yi's leg, clearly considering this battle a foregone conclusion. Bai Yi also closed his eyes and quickly made the sign of the cross over his chest. Piplup had fought many tough battles, but with its current strength, facing Bizel was still too much of a stretch. Sure enough, after Piplup barely withstood 3 water gun attacks, it finally lost its ability to battle. Boy! After defeating its first opponent, Bizel turned around, shifting its gaze to Xiao Wang, who was closest to Xiao Wang. Instead of retreating, Xiao Wang stepped forward and threw her Pokeball. "Go, Glamow!" At the start of the battle, she made full use of Glamow's spring-like tail to repeatedly gain aerial advantage. Glamow used Fury swipes in midair, forcefully dispersing 5 sonic booms, but just as it prepared to dive again, Bizel suddenly leaped above it and used Water Gun to slam Glamow hard into the rocky shore. Glamow lay on the ground with its eyes tightly shut. While it hadn't completely lost its ability to battle, it clearly couldn't stand up. These exchanges had completely ignited Baizel's fury, and it mercilessly launched another water gun toward Glamour. Wait. Xiaowang's composure completely crumbled. Why does my Glamour always end up getting destroyed by water types? First it was Bai Yi's Squirtle, and now it's Baizel. Bang. A blue figure flashed like lightning in front of Glamour, and Xiaowang quickly recalled her Pokémon. It was Riolu. Using Force Palm to steadily block the water attack, the impact was so powerful that the rocks on the shore cracked. Xiaoyi. Thank you. Thank you, Riolu. Xiaowang was so grateful she was nearly in tears. Bai Yi really is a good person. Bai Yi simply nodded, though he was equally stunned inside. In the anime, Glamour had actually taken that hit, and he had even admired how Brother Baizel knows how to finish the job so ruthless. He hadn't expected Riolu to intervene this time. Riolu stood panting in place, scattered rocks at its feet. Riolu is down, some children by the riverbank shouted. Baizel glanced at Riolu with mockery in its eyes. Boy, little kid, go back and find your grown-ups. In its view, this opponent was nothing more than an unweaned youngster. Riolu felt insulted and couldn't stand Baizel's attitude, raising its head in challenge. Rio, I challenge you. Baizel sneered. Boy, little kid, meddling always comes with a price. Wartortle poked its head out of its shell, looking ready to provide backup at any moment. Eevee also bared its teeth and growled, wanting to stand up for Riolu, but Bai Yi stopped them both. Bai Yi thought to himself, Riolu had spent so many years with Yashuan that it had picked up too many ranger habits. This was the perfect opportunity to use Baizel to help it transform from ranger to warrior. The battle erupted again. Baizel fired a water gun, and Riolu suddenly used quick attack to dodge sideways, seizing the opportunity the moment it landed to use work up. This was the battle strategy Bai Yi had taught it. Don't waste any opportunity to power up. Baizel's lips curled upward as it suddenly launched a water pulse, like a water cannon aimed straight at Riolu. Riolu gritted its teeth and took the hit. Hedon, Fina fist glowing with white light, sent Baizel flying. Double payback plus critical hit. If Riolu wants to meddle in others' business, he needs both the price and the skill, and I happen to have both. Baizel was knocked down onto the grass by Riolu's counter, shaking his head before flashing a provocative grin. Kid, you're interesting. The next second, he shot out a torrential water gun. Riolu's feet sparked with electricity as he charged forward with quick attack. Water and light exploded into a shower of crystalline mist in midair. Before the aftershock settled, Riolu pressed his advantage with bullet punch, fast as a silver meteor. Baizel took the hit Hedon, but unleashed a sonic boom at point-blank range. Bowie bowie. The deafening impact sent Riolu flying. Taking advantage of his opponent's midair imbalance, Baizel followed up with another water gun, slamming him toward the ground, then swept with his tail and delivered another sonic boom. The blue figure tumbled through the air. Before Riolu could hit the water, Bai Yi leaped from stone to stone and caught him in his arms, landing steadily. It's okay, losing is normal. The key is learning from it, he said, offering an orange berry. Riolu chewed the fruit while reflecting on his mistakes. Bai Yi looked up and nodded slightly at Baizel. If you weren't a key partner in Ash and Dawn's journey, I'd really want to catch you. Bowie bowie, you're welcome, Baizel replied with a tail wave, then turned to challenge Pikachu. If Riolu had immediately followed up with another attack after forcing his opponent back with counter, the outcome might have been different. Bai Yi made a mental note. What followed was an all-out battle. Baizel defeated Pikachu and casually took everyone's fishing rods. The group gave chase and finally discovered his training ground at the upstream waterfall. The waterfall roared, mist swirling everywhere. Baizel was training against the current with combat-style conditioning, and Riolu watched with eager eyes. Go ahead, but be careful. Bai Yi gave permission for him to join. His gaze shifted between the waterfall and his own Eevee, and suddenly Bai Yi had an idea. Eevee, can you use double kick to cut through the waterfall? Vui. Eevee stared wide-eyed. Are you kidding me? With more and more siblings joining us, if you don't learn new finishing moves, your position as big sister might not be secure. Eevee snorted coldly, jumped onto a boulder below the waterfall, and began kicking at the water curtain. Meanwhile, Baizel and Riolu had already climbed to the top of the waterfall. Riolu looked down at the drop, his legs trembling slightly. Bowie, go home if you're scared. Baizel didn't look back and dove straight down. Bai Yi shouted up, Riolu, don't be afraid. Use your core to control direction. Focus your power brick break. Riolu took a deep breath, white light gathering around his hand as he leaped down. Splash. His hand chopped down, creating a momentary parting line in the water. Rio. He surfaced, pumping his fist in celebration. Brick break successful. Vuigua. An angry Eevee emerged soaking wet, having been drenched by the splash from Riolu's impact. Riolu, I'm getting out of here. Riolu scrambled away to hide behind Wartortle. Wartortle whispered, Shoo, your Aunt Eevee is being nice to you. If it were me, I'd already be flying through the air. Eevee glared at both of them and continued furiously kicking at the waterfall. Stupid trainer, only teaches Riolu moves, but gives me impossible tasks. Bai Yi casually tossed up a handful of leaves, mimicking how Lucario uses petals for precision. No petals? Use leaves instead. Kick when they land on the same spot. Eevee focused on the leaves' trajectory. First kick, piercing leaf and waterfall. Second kick, hitting the same point. Then a third kick flash 3 strikes created a brief gap in the water curtain. Excellent. Bai Yi waded forward, not caring that he was soaked through, and scooped up Eevee. Eevee blushed and swished her tail. I did this to secure my position as big sister, not so you could hug me. In front of the waterfall, Baisel watched this scene in stunned amazement. Just as Baisel stood there dazed, a large net suddenly dropped from the sky, capturing him. I heard voices chattering away. So I came here at the speed of light. Wind, earth, sky meow. We are invincible. Team Rocket, Team Rocket, Team Rocket Sanansu. Smoke suddenly erupted from between the rocks as Jesse, James, and Meowth made their entrance in synchronized steps. The trio had just witnessed Baisel's incredible water impact at the waterfall, and after Meowth's customary boss fantasy, they decided to capture this impressively powerful Pokémon. Jessie flipped her hair dismissively. Really now? It's neither beautiful nor elegant, and it's so long points deducted. Facing Team Rocket for the first time, Hikari couldn't help but slip into her contest judge persona, offering professional commentary on their entrance speech and poses, which made Jessie's expression stiffen slightly. The atmosphere grew awkward as Bai Yi simply smiled quietly to himself. The scene quickly fell apart. Turtwig's razor leaf precisely cut through the cage's chains, freeing Baisel. Immediately after, Pikachu's Thunderbolt combined with Squirtle's Water Pulse, creating a makeshift hydro cannon that sent Team Rocket flying in a graceful arc, their retreating figures becoming tiny dots in the sky. By the rushing waterfall, mist filled the air. Hikari ignored the slippery rocks and lunged forward, managing to grab Baisel just before it was swept away by the churning white rapids. After being rescued, Baisel froze for 2 seconds, gratitude flashing in its eyes, before immediately volunteering to battle Piplup. After several rounds, it was clearly holding back, and was eventually captured by a Pokeball with satisfaction. On the shore, when Nozomi learned that Bai Yi's next contest target was Alamos Town deep in Mount Coronet, she quickly weighed her options. Since she needed to train anyway, and wanted to avoid that Eevee that could kick through waterfall columns on the spot, she secretly resolved that no matter what, she wouldn't face Bai Yi in the next contest. The group left the waterfall and continued toward Veilstone City. As they approached the urban area, they stopped at a roadside Pokemon Center to rest, just in time to catch a broadcast elite 4-member Lucian was competing in the League Masters tournament, his characteristically steady battle style drawing cheers from the watching trainers. When the match ended and the broadcast returned to the scene, Lucian himself happened to walk through the door. Behind his polite wire-rimmed glasses, his gaze immediately fell on Bai Yi. Hello, Teacher Bai Yi. Hello, Elite Four Lucian. After brief pleasantries, Lucian smiled and waved, indicating there was no need for formality, casually mentioning that he had voted in favor of the league's decision regarding Bai Yi's supervision. Bai Yi had no doubt about this even back in the chaotic era before the league system was established. When Sinnoh was still controlled by various corporations, Lucian had been a steadfast supporter of Cynthia. If there was one Elite Four member Bai Yi held in highest regard, it was definitely Lucian. Though his strength was still overshadowed by the champion, he could respond with dignity, and his personality was both humble and dedicated. Unfortunately, despite appearing to be only in his 30s, his hairline was already showing signs of premature retreat. Thank you very much, Mr. Lucian. No overtime today, Bai Yi asked half-jokingly. Lucian smiled wryly and adjusted his glasses. Thanks for asking, but I have to go back to work overtime after this broadcast ends. Bowie bowie. The newly captured Baisel jumped in front of Lucian, seriously gesturing a challenge. Lucian didn't decline despite his opponent's relative weakness, readily agreeing. Outside the Pokemon Center on the open ground, the night breeze was cool. Lucian threw his Pokeball, and his ace Bronzong landed with its metallic surface reflecting the lights. The heavy bell sound seemed to ripple through the air. Bai Yi called out all his Pokemon, forming a semicircle to observe this instructional battle by an Elite Four member. Hikari, get ready to command, he reminded softly. In the first round, Hikari shouted Aqua Jet, but what emerged was just a regular water gun. Bronzong responded by using Iron Defense to strengthen its defenses. In the second round, Hikari wanted Baisel to switch to long-range water gun attacks, but Baisel instead used Sonic Boom. Why won't it listen? Hikari was both anxious and confused. Lucian raised an eyebrow, clearly somewhat surprised by this performance. Bai Yi smiled knowingly from the sidelines, quietly observing the situation. No longer just a spectator in this life, he understood Baisel's hidden intentions. Facing the unfathomable Bronzong, abandoning the aggressive Aqua Jet in favor of the long-range water gun for reconnaissance was the right choice. The reason for switching to Sonic Boom was even simpler. If you're boosting your defense, then I'll hit you with fixed damage. On the battlefield, Weasel Brother made his judgment with precision and confidence, as if he was born knowing how to crack his opponent's strategy. Bronzong, Euro Ball. The massive bronze bell began to spin slowly, its enormous metallic body rotating faster and faster like a rust-colored top, the heavy impact reverberating through the air even before contact. Dong-donda, dong-donda. The deep, chest-thumping sound rolled across the field like a crushing wave. Baisel didn't dodge. Instead, it raised both arms toward the incoming Euro ball, water bursting from its palms to form a rushing torrent. This stubborn determination was remarkably similar to Ash's fighting spirit. The water jet collided head-on with Bronzong, creating a massive cloud of white mist. Euro ball maintained its overwhelming momentum, sending Baisel flying to the edge of the battlefield. Though Bronzong was slow, its level advantage made its power devastating. However, it wasn't a decisive blow. Baisel struggled to its feet, but could barely stand steady. Lucian's blood surged with excitement as he gestured. Luster cannon. A silver-white beam thundered across the field, and Baisel had no strength left to resist, collapsing and losing its ability to battle. Old man, using ultimate moves against a rookie. After the battle ended, Dawn hurried to the Pokémon Center with Baisel in her arms, while Bai Yi was called over by Lucian. Teacher Bai Yi, please wait a moment. I have something I'd like to ask you about. Mr. Lucian, you don't need to be so formal. Lucian wanted to learn about Mega Evolution information for Psychic-type Pokémon. As he spoke, he removed the Mind Herb pin to his Wynard suit jacket and offered it with both hands. Mr. Lucian, this is your cherished accessory. How could I rudely accept it? Seeing Bai Yi's refusal, Lucian pinned the Mind Herb back to his chest and solemnly promised to prepare a generous gift as thanks when he returned. Bai Yi didn't ask why he didn't go directly to Professor Oak or Professor Rowan. Those two charged much higher fees, well beyond ordinary rates. Currently, the known Psychic-type Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution are only clearly documented in papers as Metagross and Gardevoir, Bai Yi said at a steady pace. However, based on experiments with the two professors, Alakazam has also been basically confirmed to have a Mega Evolution form. But we lack sufficient samples, so it hasn't been published yet. As for information about Mega Galade, Mega Metacam, and Mega Slowbro, Bai Yi didn't mention a word, even deliberately avoiding thinking about them. Who knew if Psychic-type trainers might have mind-reading abilities? Lucian nodded in acceptance. I will surely repay this favor in the future. After Bai Yi left, Lucian watched his retreating figure thoughtfully. Since both are final evolutions of Kirlia, if Gardevoir can Mega Evolve, there's no reason Galade couldn't. Alakazam is also on the candidate list. I'll try them all when I get back. Indeed, the genius Lucian never missed any possibility. Meanwhile, Bai Yi returned to the Pokémon Center to find the same development as in the original story. Baisel had fallen into depression after its crushing defeat to Bronzong, ignoring both Eevee and Krogunk completely. Fortunately, Team Rocket appeared, right on schedule, to provide assistance, and their antics reignited Baisel's fighting spirit. Lucian took the opportunity to personally command Baisel in front of Dawn, using Bronzong for another demonstration battle. From this, Dawn understood that trainers must coordinate with their Pokémon's battle rhythm rather than simply giving orders. Once she gained this insight, Lucian turned and left the Pokémon Center. With Cynthia on extended leave and her whereabouts unknown, the League would have to work overtime again. Bai Yi's group stayed at the Pokémon Center for a day before heading toward the nearby Canalave City. Eterna City is legendary as a town that bridges the past and future. The ancient Eterna Museum houses many treasures, but its crown jewel is the Adamant Orb. Today, however, alarms blared throughout the building. The Adamant Orb had been stolen. The museum was immediately sealed off, and Xiaoji, along with Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia, who happened to be nearby watching the commotion, were mistakenly identified as suspects and drawn into the investigation. Bai Yi, who knew all of this was happening, wasn't at the scene. Having advanced knowledge of the plot, he went directly to the Eterna Gym to avoid trouble. Although the gym leader Kaisong was away, Bai Yi successfully obtained the Forest Badge after verifying his trainer credentials. With this third badge in hand, his progress was quite good. While traveling with Xiaoji was certainly novel, the constant outdoor camping often meant sleeping rough under the stars, leaving him exhausted upon reaching towns. Bai Yi decided to give himself a break. He first returned to the Pokémon Center to give all his partners baths, then cuddled with his freshly washed, sweet-smelling Eevee for a nap. Eevee struggled briefly and nudged his chest with her tiny paws, but seeing it was futile, she huffily curled up in his arms. When he woke in the afternoon, it was nearly noon. According to his memory, there was a treasure hunter in Eterna City who would treat Team Rocket to miso ramen. Bai Yi hurried to that little restaurant, sat in a corner to observe while enjoying his meal, and devoured 2 bowls of ramen. The rich, creamy bone broth coated the chewy noodles perfectly, the soft-boiled egg was half set, and the thick-cut char siu satisfied even his taste buds. Team Rocket at the neighboring table was so absorbed in their meal, they temporarily forgot their mission. After his hearty meal, he lounged on a street bench in the sunshine with a gentle breeze. This finally felt like a proper vacation day during his journey. When the temperature rose slightly, Bai Yi headed to Eterna department store for supplies. The next destination, Alamos Town, required crossing deep into Mount Coronet, so he needed plenty of provisions, medicine, and Pokémon food. He filled his backpack using a shopping cart, and finally remembered escape ropes. Traveling with Xiaoji often meant getting lost, so he bought over 20 of them. At the TM section, he picked up a sleep talk disc. Although Darkrai in Alamos Town was essentially good-natured, it would still use Dark Void indiscriminately upon first meeting. Having his partners who could learn this move practice, it would at least allow them to defend themselves while asleep. It was already 2 p.m. when he left the department store. The streets were quiet during the afternoon lull as Bai Yi walked alone through a shadowy alley, following a small path toward the outskirts. Reaching a clearing in the woods, he stopped and said calmly, "Show yourself." Whoosh! Several Golbat swooped down from high branches, their flapping wings particularly jarring in the still air. Then a young woman emerged from behind a tree, flamered short hair, wearing a form-fitting Team Galactic uniform with a short skirt on top, black stockings below, and white combat boots. It was Team Galactic Commander Mars. "Your instincts are quite sharp. Come along with big sister, little boy." She flicked her hair with one hand, her smile carrying a hint of provocation. "I didn't expect it to be you, Mars." Bai Yi barely glanced at her. So it was Team Galactic who had been following him all along. It made sense while his origins were a secret unknown to most. The higher-ups and academic circles in Kanto and Sinnoh were aware of them. With Chi-Ri's fanatical abilities, gathering intelligence about me wouldn't be difficult. Since he knew my appearance was connected to the space-time twin dragons, Team Galactic would definitely not let me go. I had thought Saturn would be the one to come. Upon hearing this, Mars's eyes flashed with surprise, but quickly melted into an ambiguous smile. She deliberately twisted her curvaceous body, like a dangerous red ribbon swaying in the night. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to know so much about us. But why did it have to be Saturn? Am I not beautiful enough?" Bai Yi instinctively stepped back 2 paces, mentally cursing. This woman is terrifying. But he still answered honestly. "To be frank, among Team Galactic's 3 commanders, I find you the most tolerable. Saturn is neither male nor female, and Jupiter, that old hag pretending to be young, has lipstick smeared like pig liver." "Ha ha, little brother, you're so amusing." Mars giggled, deliberately swaying her hips and raising her shoulders seductively, even licking the corner of her lips. "If they knew you talked about them like this, especially coming from such a handsome boy, they'd definitely tear you apart." She stepped closer, her voice turning soft. "Come now, follow me, and I'll give you a reward." Bai Yi raised his hand to fan the air in front of his nose. "Now I think you're pretty ordinary too. Too fishy." As his words fell, Mars's gaze turned ice cold, a vicious gleam flashing through. "How disobedient." "Golbat." A Golbat swooped down, but Bai Yi's Wartortle had already appeared. Ice Punch thundered out bang, bang. 2 consecutive punches sent Golbat crashing to the ground. Mars's lip twitched as she threw another Pokeball. Purigly. Brick Break. Aura Sphere. Triple Kick Chain. Riolu, Wartortle, and Eevee attacked almost simultaneously. Eevee's newly learned double kick flowing into triple kick left Purigly's scalp tingling. Aqua Tail. Energy Ball. Bai Yi released Gligar and Ivysaur, their attacks precisely targeting Purigly's head. The main Pokemon of Team Galactic's 3 commanders all had third-rate Elite Four strength, with Mars's Purigly ranking second. But in this wild battle, Bai Yi gave no breathing room. The newly elite-level Purigly hadn't even finished calling its moves before it was already critically injured. Purigly. Shadow Ball. Ivysaur. Protect. Wartortle. Double Shell Break. The Shadow Ball was blocked by Ivysaur's Protect, while Wartortle seized the chance to use Shell Smash twice. Aura Sphere. A light sphere larger than Wartortle itself crashed down. Purigly instantly fainted with Swirly Eyes. 5 Pokemon ganging up, plus the trainer's tactical superiority. Even elite-level Pokemon had to suffer. "How splendid." Mars clapped lightly, her smile stiff as she recalled Purigly. "I didn't want to do this to you, but since you're being so naughty, I have no choice." Before she finished speaking, a buzzing filled the air. Over 30 Golbats swooped down from the treetops, with 7 or 8 Bronzor hovering midair. Shadows writhed densely on the ground. Just their wing beats stirred fierce winds, tousling Bai Yi's bangs. The Bronzor released flash in unison, their blinding beams locking onto him like searchlights. "How about it, little brother? If you don't want to be torn to shreds, come with me obediently." Mars's voice carried danger. "This wouldn't have been necessary, but unfortunately you know too much. I can't let you leave." "Oh, you won't let me leave?" Bai Yi chuckled. "Are you sure?" Mars paused, then curved her lips. "Clever boy, still acting tough. Stop pretending and come with me. Whether I'm bluffing or not, you'll know if you try." Bai Yi pulled out the last worn Pokeball from his waist, pressed the button, and called out, "Come forth." Charizard. Thud. The massive Charizard's heavy body crashed to the ground with a dull thump, its tail flame burning fierce and intense, the core having shifted from yellow to pale gold. It raised its scale-covered head, revealing a long scar cutting across the scales on its face and crisscrossing wounds on its belly, clearly visible in the firelight's silent testimony to past bloody battles and carnage. The moment Charizard emerged from its Pokeball, the scorching aura it released sent the Bronzong in the air trembling. They quickly ceased their flash attacks, fearing this harbinger of destruction might suddenly target them. One of Professor Oak's Trident, a champion-level Charizard such was its reputation. Just days ago, when Bai Yi mentioned to Professor Oak that a mysterious Darkrai might be lurking in Baiyang Town, the professor's interest was immediately piqued. Though he originally planned to investigate personally, research obligations held him back, so he asked Bai Yi to explore in his stead. To ensure safety, he reassigned the guard duty from Dragonite to Charizard. Charizard only secured this assignment because of its particular fondness for the late-night snacks Bai Yi prepared. After arriving in Veilstone City, Bai Yi immediately used the trading machine to swap his Combi for Charizard. Now, even the Crobat in the air, though still capable of flight, quietly lowered their altitude and automatically moved out of Charizard's line of sight as fellow flying types. This was the instinctive submission of thugs before a king. You? How is this possible? Huashing stared at the Pokeball in Bai Yi's hand, his voice trembling. We investigated you. How could you possibly have such a powerful Charizard? What did you expect? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Did you really think I'd lure you to the outskirts without any preparation? Huashing forced himself to remain calm and sneered. Don't think this guarantees your victory. Dragon rushed to the face. Tell me how I could possibly lose. Bai Yi taunted coolly while handing steaming beef dumplings to Charizard. Charizard took the dumplings and devoured them eagerly, tears of joy immediately streaming down its face. So delicious. No wonder that old fossil Dragonite always hogs the field missions. This time I finally snagged the job of escorting little third. Totally worth it. After its feast, Charizard let out a satisfied burp, releasing a stream of scorching flames that made the Bronzong tremble once more. Charizard glanced at the surrounding Team Galactic Pokémon and asked quietly, Little third, medium rare, or medium well? Don't get too cocky. Huashing roared. Crobat, air slash. Bronzong, wake up slap. Charizard scooped up Bai Yi and dodged backward, its wings beating powerfully as a blazing hurricane instantly swept across the battlefield. The air slash and wake up slap were torn apart by the fierce winds, while Crobat and Bronzong were knocked down by the heat wave, all crashing to the ground with swirling eyes. Huashing stood frozen in shock until her Purigly burst from its Pokeball at the last moment to shield her, barely saving her from certain death. But Purigly immediately lost its ability to battle, its fur completely singed away. Huashing's uniform had turned to charcoal, crumbling at the slightest touch. Bai Yi stepped forward, brushing ash from his sleeves. Huashing's legs gave out as she collapsed to the ground, trembling as she asked, What? What are you going to do? Bai Yi didn't bother responding. He bent down, picked up a charred stick, wound up, and struck down hard. Huashing let out a muffled groan of pain and collapsed unconscious. Bai Yi casually found a torn cloth in his backpack to wrap up Huashing, binding her tightly with rope. He then tied up the remaining Golbat and Bronzor in groups, having Charizard carry them all to the police station in Eterna City. At that moment, Officer Jenny, who had just finished handling the museum case, was returning and met Bai Yi face-to-face at the entrance. Officer Jenny, these people claim to be criminals from Team Galactic. Bai Yi efficiently handed over the criminals. Knowing that Huashing would keep her mouth shut once awake, he took advantage of her unconscious state to share all the intelligence he could reveal. Thank you very much, Teacher Bai Yi, for your contribution to Sinnoh's public safety. After brief pleasantries, Jenny began counting the criminals. Huashing, wrapped in the torn cloth, had tattered clothes with visible burn marks from heat wave attacks on her exposed skin. Jenny cast a suspicious glance at Bai Yi. Don't misunderstand, she got burned by heat wave during battle. Bai Yi quickly explained. The Jenny in Eterna City was thorough in her work, and any misunderstanding would be troublesome. He still had his reputation to maintain. I'll head back to the Pokemon Center. I won't be staying in Eterna long, so I'll leave the rest to you. Don't worry, be careful on your way. Hearing this polite response, Bai Yi nearly stumbled but turned and left the police station anyway. Jenny shook her head with amusement, then contacted the Sinnoh Special Investigation Unit at Mount Coronet, receiving orders to transport the criminals immediately. As night fell, a silver-gray helicopter circled above Eterna City. Blue-haired Jinxing observed the ground through the porthole, then reported to Team Galactic headquarters via headset. Lord Chi-Ri, my apologies. The mission to seize the Adamant Orb failed. I entrusted it to the unreliable Team Rocket Trio. This is my responsibility. It's fine, we'll find another opportunity. What about Huashing? An unexpected rank obstacle appeared. Huashing has been taken into Eterna City Police Station. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Chi-Ri murmured to himself, a rank obstacle? Could it be the Sinnoh champion? I didn't expect we'd have to face off so soon. He finally ordered. Bring Huashing back, and you retreat as well. Understood. Meanwhile, Bai Yi returned to the Pokemon Center to find Ash deep in special training. Tomorrow's battle lineup was set. Turtwig, Staravia, and the newly evolved Shiftry. Shiftry was replacing not Turtwig, but Apom. Still planning to max out Turtwig's speed? No. Ash shook his head unusually, once again surprising Bai Yi. You were right, and Turtwig agrees. But it lost to Miss Kaizhong's Turtwig back then. If we don't win it back, neither of us can accept it. Bai Yi nodded. Without this tenacity, it wouldn't be Ash. Late at night, the transport vehicle left Eterna City, speeding along the road toward Mount Coronet. Huoxing sat in the compartment wrapped in torn cloth, gritting her teeth. That boy dared to treat me like this. Quite manly of him. Suddenly, an explosion erupted ahead, followed by sounds of fierce battle as black mist instantly enveloped the vehicle. Two sharp poison stings pierced the compartment door and tore violently, causing the metal door panel to fall away. Zhenxing stepped into the compartment, holding Huoxing's pokeballs and a uniform. Change into this. The boss wants to see you. Wow, so dark, so thick, so scary. Huoxing threw herself into his arms, wailing. Zhenxing looked down expressionlessly. Do you want to meet Lord Qi Ri like this? I just wanted to act spoiled with you. Reluctantly leaving his embrace, she changed clothes in front of the unconscious officers, clipped the pokeballs back to her waist, and boarded the Team Galactic helicopter that had arrived as backup. On the grass, the transport officers slept due to hypnosis and Xing hadn't killed them, as Team Galactic's current strategy avoided completely antagonizing Sinnoh's authorities. After everyone boarded, the Team Galactic helicopter took off and gradually disappeared into the night sky. The next day, Veilstone City Police Station was thrown into chaos over the hijacking of Hoshi by Team Galactic. Phones rang incessantly throughout the lobby, documents were scattered across the floor, and officers hurried back and forth through the corridors clutching files, yet the scene still yielded no leads. Officer Jenny from Veilstone City, sporting dark circles under her eyes, rushed to Bai Yi's residence first thing in the morning, hoping the young researcher could assist with the case. Are you kidding me? Bai Yi pushed up his glasses, his tone full of impatience. Sure, I'm destined to have trouble with Team Galactic, but catching criminals is the job of Sinnoh's Special Investigation Unit. If that doesn't work, go find Interpol. Stop bothering an ordinary citizen like me all the time. It's too much trouble. However, Officer Jenny refused to back down. She took a deep breath and spoke in an almost pleading tone. If you're willing to help, the Jenny family of Sinnoh will owe you a favor. Officer Jenny, forgive me for being blunt, but I doubt you can speak for the entire Jenny family of Sinnoh, can you? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow in response. Indeed, I personally cannot. Officer Jenny's cheeks flushed red. But this situation is special. Inviting you to participate was a decision made by a superintendent from our family. To help Bai Yi understand the stakes, she quickly explained. Although the Jenny families of Kanto and Sinnoh shared the same ancestry, they had always been secretly competing with each other. Now, Officer Jenny from Viridian City was vacationing in Veilstone City and had already heard that yesterday's museum case wasn't handled satisfactorily, which undoubtedly damaged the Sinnoh Jenny family's reputation. If this Hoshi hijacking case also made no progress, the Sinnoh side would be even more embarrassed. Teacher Bai Yi, you know Team Galactic inside and out. You can definitely help. By the end, she pressed her palms together, bowed her head in supplication, her voice trembling pitifully. With an ordinary citizen, she could have simply said, assisting with work is a resident's duty, and taken them away directly. But Bai Yi was different. That great aunt from the Jenny family had repeatedly warned her over the phone. Bai Yi was Professor Oak's great-grandson, an officially registered Alliance researcher, and had close ties with Sinnoh's Elite Four member Lucian. Elite Four Lucian had just returned to the Spear Pillar headquarters 2 days ago, and immediately proposed to end Bai Yi's probationary period early. These details certainly couldn't be shared with Bai Yi, but they were enough to make Officer Jenny understand that this young man couldn't be handled forcefully. That great aunt's insistence on bringing Bai Yi into the situation was really aimed at creating an opportunity for the Sinnoh Jenny family to build connections with Bai Yi, and through him, establish ties with Professor Oak. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll make the trip. With the other party having said this much, refusing further would seem heartless. Moreover, he was indeed tempted by that girl life. After greeting Ash and the others, Bai Yi followed Officer Jenny to the crime scene. Outside the police tape, broken stones and scorch marks were clearly visible. The testimonies of the escort officers and trace analysis all pointed to the same conclusion: the perpetrator was Zhenxing's Toxicroak. Bai Yi knew this perfectly well, but had no intention of saying so directly. He crouched down to examine the ground, then looked up and surveyed the surroundings. No tire tracks. They most likely used a helicopter or similar flying device to escape. Of course, we can't rule out psychic or flying-type Pokémon, but I suggest focusing on checking yesterday's aviation records for Veilstone City. He then added, the perpetrators likely used disguises. Check which aircraft are registered in Sinnoh and belong to organizations that wouldn't be easily questioned. After saying this, he gave Officer Jenny a meaningful look. During the subsequent crime scene investigation, Bai Yi deliberately steered suspicion toward powerful poison-type Pokémon. After confirming he had done his due diligence, Bai Yi laid out his conditions. Just to grow life? Officer Jenny stared in disbelief. her mouth agape enough to fit half an egg. She hadn't expected such a modest request for compensation, something she could practically approve on the spot. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? A favor from the Jenny family isn't something you earn every day. Bai Yi chuckled softly, his fondness for this particular Eternity Jenny growing by the moment. She was either genuinely straightforward or had a refreshingly unique way of thinking. No need. I didn't really do much to help anyway, just offered some suggestions. You would have figured it out yourselves eventually. Getting a Growlithe out of it is already a great deal. His reasoning was crystal clear. If you don't plan to cultivate a relationship long term, cash in the favor while it's still hot. Rather than let the debt sit on the books and grow cold, he'd rather walk away immediately with a future police dog of considerable battle potential. To be honest, you're hoping to use me as a connection to Professor Oak, but you've got the wrong person. You should be talking to Gary. I am just the honorary grandson. Both parties exchanged contact information and agreed to reconnect when the Growlithe was ready for adoption. With business concluded, Bai Yi turned and headed back to the Pokémon Center. In the lobby, Hikari, Satoshi, and Takashi sat waiting for him in a circle, with a celebratory cake laid out. Both Satoshi and Bai Yi had just earned their forest badges. Bai Yi, Officer Jenny called you over. Everything okay? Hikari asked with concern, leaning forward. Everything's fine. Bai Yi waved dismissively and urged everyone to dig in. That evening, they feasted at a renowned restaurant in Eternity. The next day, the group set off toward Mount Coronet. While passing through Cycling Road, Takashi successfully hatched a happy under Nurse Joy's guidance. The group then reached the Great River where the Wylord tour boat was docked. Since Bai Yi had already stocked up on supplies back in Eternity, he didn't join Takashi and the others on their shopping trip to the nearby town, instead staying aboard to watch over all their Pokémon. It was precisely because of this that when Hikari's Pachirisu accidentally triggered the ship's controls, he was first to notice and rushed to the deck, shouting to wake the dozing captain on the riverbank and preventing a potential disaster. Several days later, the group arrived at a park housing ruins of the legendary Dragons of Time and Space. At the nearby Pokémon Center, they gathered around the big screen to watch recorded footage of a Masters League match between Goyu and Sharona. On screen, Sharona's Glacian repelled Bronzong, Spiritomb used Destiny Bond to take down Hippowdon, and Garchomp followed up with a devastating sweep. Even as a replay, the overwhelming pressure was palpable. Just then, a trainer burst into the lobby, shouting excitedly, "Sharona is at the park." Everyone immediately rushed toward the exit. Bai Yi wasn't far behind, his mind racing with calculations. With that Shinji guy keeping her occupied, Sharona should stick around for a while. If he could chat with her a bit more and maybe trick her into visiting Alamos Town to check on Carne's work, he'd have secured himself another powerful connection. After all, Sharona wasn't in any rush to return. Goyu could handle things. Everyone left the Pokémon Center just in time to witness Shinji challenging Cynthia to a battle. Faced with Shinji's invitation, the onlookers whispered among themselves, almost unanimously calling him reckless. Cynthia's deep gaze locked with Shinji's for a long moment before her lips curved slightly upward. "I'll accept your battle." In that instant, everyone except Bai Yi was stunned. Even Ash froze, as no one expected the champion to agree so readily. Learning that Shinji wanted a full battle, Cynthia decided to bring out her ace right away. Soar through the skies, Garchomp. The massive shark-like dragon burst from its pokeball, spreading its fins wide as its draconic presence dominated the field. She both appreciated Shinji's spirit and didn't want to waste time. Nearby, Bai Yi tossed out his pokeball. "Come out, Ivysaur." He patted Ivysaur's vines and whispered, "Even though Shinji's Torterra was defeated in one hit, his battle strategy is worth studying. Watch carefully, this could be your fighting style in the future." Shinji's first Pokemon was Monferno. He clearly intended to use Garchomp's pressure to trigger Blaze. Ivysaur nodded thoughtfully, its vines swaying gently. "I get it. From now on, I'll take on fire types." Bai Yi facepalmed. "Ahem. That's not what I meant for you to learn." On the battlefield, Garchomp's Dragon Rush instantly knocked out Monferno. Weevil entered next, its Ice Beam missed, and it too was taken down by the same move. Ivysaur's eyes darted around. "That's not what you should be learning either." Bai Yi reminded again. Cynthia sensed Shinji's hidden strategy, so during the aerial battle with Murkrow, she deliberately had Garchomp use Giga Impact. She thought to herself, "Since you're waiting for my opening, I'll give you one." A wicked smile crossed Shinji's lips. Bai Yi nudged the drowsy Ivysaur with his elbow. "Here comes the main event. Pay attention." Torterra took the stage, and a green beam Giga Drain hit its mark precisely. The massive dragon had its energy drained and dropped to one knee. Ivysaur perked up. Next, Torterra swung its thick vines, Frenzy Plant, transforming into thorned whips lashing toward Garchomp. Ivysaur's eyes sparkled with stars. "Is this the thorny whip Big Brother mentioned? So thick, so long, I want to learn it." Thick smoke billowed. But where there's smoke, there's no damage. As the smoke cleared, Garchomp stood with its fins crossed, virtually unharmed. The smugness on Shinji's face gradually stiffened as those draconic eyes filled with mockery. as if silently asking, "Are you done playing around?" Cynthia nodded slightly and gave her command gently. Brick break. Garchomp dove down like lightning, and under its heavy strike, the massive Torterra crashed to the ground. Shinji recalled his Pokémon, bowed his head, and conceded defeat. Strictly speaking, his strategy wasn't flawed. It was a common tactic used by game players, but he had underestimated the champion's ace. If Garchomp could be taken down so easily, Cynthia wouldn't deserve her position. Mocking voices rose from the crowd, but Ash stepped forward to defend Shinji. Their argument actually piqued Cynthia's interest. As a devoted Sato Shin shipper and their #1 CP fan, she developed a keen interest in this pair. Afterward, the group returned to the Pokemon Center, where Cynthia formally greeted Bai Yi. "Little E, long time no see. Could you help me treat Shinji's Pokemon?" "Of course, Miss Cynthia." Bai Yi readily accepted the medicine she handed him, smoothly taking over Brock's usual job. Brock shrugged understandingly, but Cynthia simply waved her hand. "No need to be so formal. I often hear Diantha mention you. No wonder I keep sneezing. Turns out Miss Karun has been secretly praising my good looks behind my back." Bai Yi's mind went blank with a loud buzz, and all he could do was nod, smile, and quickly change the subject. Cynthia keenly picked up on the intimate tone in his way of addressing Karun, raising the corner of her mouth meaningfully as she lowered her voice teasingly. "Little Yi Sensei, you don't need to pretend around me. Karunikan's way of addressing you is quite intimate indeed. How about we have a battle later? I'll give your Pokemon some special training. Being too weak won't match up to Karunikan, you know." Bai Yi instinctively swallowed from Cynthia's murderous golden eyes. He could even sense a killing intent. "Karun and I are just friends. Miss Cynthia, let's save our battle for after the Sinnoh League conference." He made an excuse about needing to treat Torterra and fled in panic, fearing that this champion might cause him trouble with just one comment about being close friends. In the hospital room, Bai Yi learned that Paul had already traveled through 3 major regions. With Cynthia present, Paul unusually chatted with Ash for a few more sentences before leaving. Bai Yi chased after him. "Paul. Oh, it's you." Paul stopped in his tracks, his tone slightly more polite than when facing others. "What is it?" "You're still obsessed with Chimchar's Blaze ability. But once you can't control the critical point properly, it falls first. Today's battle is proof of that." Paul fell silent, his hawk-like gaze sharp yet unable to refute. The power that Chimchar had once displayed fascinated him, but every time it approached Blaze, its stamina would be depleted first. Bai Yi understood clearly. Paul was like a traditional Chinese parent, firmly believing that high pressure could force out a child's potential, yet stingy with comfort when failure occurred. Bai Yi smiled slightly and took out a Pokeball. "Have a battle with me. If you lose, travel with me for a while. I have no obligation to agree." Paul narrowed his eyes. "If I lose, I'll introduce you to Professor Oak. His guidance would definitely be of great help to you." After brief consideration, Paul walked toward the open battle area. "Electabuzz, get ready." Bai Yi also threw his red and white ball. "Time to fight. Go for it, little EV." This time, he decided to go all out. The trip to Alamos Town required top-tier battle power and also needed a ruthless cleaner, and Paul was perfect for the role. Hearing the commotion, Ash and his group quickly ran out of the hospital room to watch, and Cynthia also leaned against the doorway with a light smile. "Electabuzz, Thunder Punch." At Paul's command, the electrified fist shot through the air. Double kick. Bai Yi's command followed immediately. The first kick deflected the Thunder Punch. The second kick smoothly dispersed the follow-up Brick Break. Then a 3-hit combo kicked straight at the face. Electabuzz was knocked back several meters, feeling a buzzing in its head. Swift. Eevee leaped up, its tail releasing golden stars. Protect. A green light shield appeared, and the stars crashed against the barrier, exploding into white smoke and blasting a deep hole in the ground. Wait for it to come out. Use Brick Break. Paul confidently seized the opportunity. Electabuzz was his ace. Its reflexes would definitely be sufficient. However, golden light erupted from the hole again, as Eevee launched a second wave of Swift from underground. Protect again. Electabuzz raised its light shield, blocking all the stars. Now, Bai Yi seized the moment as Eevee burst from the hole, headbutting Electabuzz into the air. Return. Brick Break. White light collided with the tearing palm strike in midair. Eevee landed with a slight wobble, while Electabuzz crashed heavily to the ground, completely losing its fighting spirit. The battle was decided. Seeing Electabuzz collapse to the ground, Shinji's face showed an expression of disbelief. He had already lost twice in a single day. While he had been mentally prepared for his match against Cynthia, being defeated by Bai Yi was completely unexpected. Return, Electabuzz. He recalled his Pokemon, avoiding Bai Yi's friendly gaze as he hurried toward the Pokemon Center. Ash called out from behind. "Shinji, Electabuzz performed amazingly." It was so close, but Shinji didn't respond with a single word, pushing straight through the treatment room doors and disappearing inside. "What's with that attitude?" Dawn pouted. "He should have taught him an even better lesson." "It's fine, Dawn, don't worry about it." Bai Yi smiled reassuringly at his companion, and the three of them began reviewing the battle. Cynthia approached, her gaze falling on the spirited EV in Bai Yi's arms. You've caught a new partner. That return just now was incredibly powerful. It's clear she adores you. Of course, I share a deep bond with all my partners. Bai Yi gently patted Evie's fur. Cynthia suddenly frowned. May I examine Evie? Of course. Bai Yi handed Evie over. The little one struggled at first, her front paws kicking wildly, but under Cynthia's gentle champion's gaze, her cheeks actually flushed pink as she obediently allowed herself to be held. Squirtle's pokeball trembled twice at his waist, as if resonating too had fallen under that gaze before. There's no resisting when she looks at you like that. So even big sister Evie gets shy. Unfortunately, Murkrow wasn't around this time to smooth things over for Squirtle. Cynthia lowered her head to carefully examine Evie's bones and muscles. Has your Evie been fighting life-or-death battles with wild Pokémon frequently? Yes. Is something wrong, Miss Cynthia? Bai Yi showed concern. She's accumulated quite a few internal injuries. They're not visible normally, but if left untreated, they'll hinder her evolution. Cynthia looked up with a gentle smile. But it's nothing serious. Daily aromatherapy or heal pulse treatments for a period of time will heal her completely. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief, taking back the still blushing Evie with a cheerful tone. As long as it doesn't affect her health. Evie, did you hear that? We're heading to Poplar Town anyway. We'll stay a few extra days and have Sister Diantha's Gardevoir use champion-level heal pulse on you multiple times. What internal injury can't that solve? How do you know Diantha is in Poplar Town? Cynthia immediately showed interest. Miss Diantha told me herself, of course. I'm planning to visit her on set and grab the Poplar contest ribbon while I'm there. Bai Yi replied. Cynthia nodded, calling out Garchomp and gently stroking its back. Garchomp, thank you for your hard work. Let's go to Poplar Town. Then, with a hint of jealous displeasure in her tone, she muttered under her breath. That annoying Dianthican, telling Bai Yi about her schedule, but not informing me in advance. I'm heading to Poplar Town right now, just wait until I get there and see how I deal with you. Cynthia shot Bai Yi a playful glare, then turned and climbed onto Garchomp's back. Under Bai Yi's watchful gaze, Garchomp swiftly soared into the sky. I'll be waiting for you in Alamos Town, see you there. Her voice was fragmented by the wind, yet still reached Bai Yi's ears clearly. After the dragon's silhouette disappeared, Bai Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Mentioning Diantha earlier was merely to tease Cynthia deliberately. Though this tactic carried an extremely high risk of getting beaten up, it significantly increased the safety factor of Bai Yi's trip to Alamos Town. Cynthia, provoked by him, had rushed ahead to Alamos Town. Diantha was already there filming. Plus Professor Oak's Charizard having 3 champions simultaneously guarding the place made that mountain town practically impregnable. Just as he was contemplating his masterful plan, familiar commotion reached Bai Yi's ears. Team Rocket's trio came running out frantically, clutching Chimchar, with Ash and his friends in hot pursuit. The moment their balloon took to the sky, Shinji released Ursaring, whose hyper beam struck directly, bursting the balloon and sending the trio shooting off like a meteor once again. The fallen Chimchar had barely caught its breath when Shinji launched into another round of harsh criticism. That look of grievance was written clearly in the monkey's eyes. Ash could see it, but couldn't help, leaving him silently anxious. The next morning, forest mist had yet to dissipate. Bai Yi found Shinji training with his Pokémon. Morning, Ice Face. Don't call me Ice Face. Got it, Ice Face. Bai Yi raised his hand in acknowledgement. Let's go. We agreed to travel together. Next I'm taking you somewhere. Where? Alamos Town. I need to participate in the contest there. The place is isolated with poor transportation, and the locals are martial-minded. You'll have all the battles you want. Shinji nodded, recalling his training Chimchar and Elekid, then glanced toward the nearby Pokémon Center. Don't worry, Ash is also heading to Alamos Town. Bai Yi smiled. He won't catch up to you. You're overthinking it. Shinji turned and started walking, with Bai Yi quickly following. Before leaving, Bai Yi left a note in the dormitory for Ash's trio, explaining that he and Shinji were departing first. When Ash woke up to discover his rival had partnered with his friend, leaving him behind, he was so angry he couldn't even finish breakfast, rushing out the door with half a piece of bread still in his mouth. Brock and Dawn exchanged helpless glances and had no choice but to follow, only to get lost as usual. In contrast, Bai Yi and Shinji had smooth sailing. The two battled while traveling, with wins and losses roughly at a 9-to-1 ratio. Whenever Shinji sent out Turtwig, Bai Yi immediately deployed Charizard. Initially, Shinji fought more fiercely each time, desperately trying to find Charizard's weakness while being crushed. Charizard took quite a liking to this cold-eyed, expressionless boy and automatically sparred with him daily, using only 20% of its power. After several days, Shinji became numb, and Turtwig collapsed on the ground. No more, really no more. I have no strength left at all. Charizard simply arranged a schedule. Shinji in the morning, Bai Yi in the afternoon, taking turns getting beaten up. Through this daily brutal training, the two gradually approached Alamos Town. While traversing MT Coronet, Shinji casually caught a blue West Sea Shellos and an extremely aggressive Lyron. Bai Yi's Ivysaur learned Frenzy Plant from Turtwig and stole Substitute from Weevil, officially completing its Sub-Seed Toxic set. To practice field coordination, Charizard demanded the two team up to challenge it, resulting in both sleeping bags containing tearful trainers that night. Finally, one day, Shinji's sacrifice tactics combined with Bai Yi's Ivysaur's Sub-Seed Toxic strategy managed to tie with Charizard using only 50% of its power. After the match, Charizard smiled sweetly while unleashing Thunder Punch, pulverizing a 2-meter-tall boulder into dust. Bai Yi and Shinji exchanged glances, reaching a rare consensus. In the short term, they would absolutely never provoke Charizard again. However, there was no need for more training, because they had finally reached Alamos Town. Poplar Town sits atop an isolated mountain, surrounded by steep cliffs on all sides, with only a single bridge connecting it to Mount Tengen. As soon as Bai Yi and Shinji emerged from the tunnel, the dirt path beneath their feet marked the beginning of Poplar Town's territory. The Pokémon Center stood nearby at the edge of the square, its red and white sign looking particularly welcoming through the morning mist. For the first time, Shinji found the Pokémon Center incredibly comforting. Instead of rushing around to gather information, he dashed into the lobby and immediately called his older brother back in Kanto to let him know he was safe. After hanging up, he requested a room, kicked off his shoes, and collapsed into bed. Bai Yi also wanted to catch up on sleep, but he had more pressing matters on his mind. The next morning at 10 o'clock, he finally dragged himself out of bed, took a thorough hot shower to wash away the dust from last night's journey, changed into a clean shirt and pants, and left the Pokémon Center feeling refreshed and energized. The cast for this movie wasn't particularly large. The blonde Alice and Tonio, who studied space-time fluctuations, were childhood sweethearts naturally brought together by Ash and his friends. As for that perverted Baron Albert who bullied others with his lickilicky and threw tantrums at every turn, well, Shinji would teach him some manners when he arrived. Bai Yi looked up toward the space-time tower in the town center. The tall tower gleamed like a snow-white flute in the sunlight, with a graceful figure in white clothing inspecting along the stairs, followed by staff members. Others might not recognize her, but Bai Yi knew exactly who she was. He bought several boxes of exquisite pastries and a bag of fresh fruit from a roadside stand, then headed straight for the space-time tower with his purchases. When he arrived at the tower's base, the film crew had just finished their morning shoot, with staff members forming a slow-moving stream of people descending. The crew had been stationed there for nearly a month, and the townspeople's initial excitement at watching had long since worn off, leaving only occasional curious glances. Diantha. A clear voice rang out above the crowd. Diantha's manager frowned, ready to scold whoever was calling out, but upon seeing it was Bai Yi, his anger immediately subsided. This teacher Bai Yi was the screenwriter for the production, and though young, the boss treated him with exceptional regard, not someone to mess with. "Thank you all for your hard work. Please go back and rest," Bai Yi said with a smile to the staff members. The manager hesitated. "But Miss Diantha, if you and teacher Bai Yi walk alone on the street." "It's fine." Diantha raised her hand, gracefully indicating there was no need to worry. She stepped toward Bai Yi, and as she approached, she smiled gently. "It's been a while, shall we?" "It's been a while. How's the filming going?" "Not bad." "That's good." The brief but awkward small talk made Bai Yi want to slap himself. Was this supposed to be a conversation? "Someone please save this situation." Pop! A flash of white light appeared as Eevee burst out of its pokeball, first rolling its eyes at Bai Yi, then happily jumping into Diantha's arms. "Eevee." "It's been a while, Eevee." Diantha smiled as she hugged Eevee's neck affectionately. Eevee shot another sideways glance at Bai Yi, as if saying, "Watch the master at work." Bai Yi lifted the pastries and fruit in his hands. "I came to visit the set. Didn't expect the morning scenes to be finished already." "That's all right, thank you." Diantha glanced back. Her manager understood, quickly stepped forward to take the bags from Bai Yi's hands, then left with the other staff members. Bai Yi's hands were now free. If the manager had lingered to spy on his boss's personal affairs, he truly wouldn't want to keep his job. Likewise, if he had walked away when needed to help carry things, that would equally be career suicide. Working your way up to Diantha's side in the film crew wasn't something you could achieve through mere flattery. After the manager left, Diantha seemed much more relaxed. "I've tasted the sweetness you sent over. Thank you." Gardevoir and the others absolutely loved the Vespican's royal jelly too. "I'm glad you like it, but I didn't see Gardevoir today." Bai Yi picked up his coffee and looked around. "She's at home. I have a villa in Alamos Town too." Karenai held Eevee in her arms, speaking casually. The sunlight was perfect, and people bustled along the streets, but suddenly a grating voice shattered the peace. "Oh my! A beautiful lady holding an adorable Pokémon, what an enticing sight. Dear Miss Karenai, would you perhaps accept my invitation for a date?" Baron Albert strode over with his outrageous hairstyle and aristocratic attire, his lickilicky dragging its long tongue behind him. Bai Yi exchanged a glance with Eevee. Eevee smoothly jumped down from Karenai's arms and bared its teeth at the approaching man. What a rude little creature. Albert snorted coldly. But for Miss Karenai's sake, I'll overlook it. This EV is mine. Bai Yi stepped in front of Karenai, his tone ice cold. So you'd better not overlook it. Albert raised an eyebrow. Oh, then there's no helping it. I never refuse anyone's request, and I absolutely won't pass up the chance to teach a brat a lesson. Lickilicky, use rap. Rio. In a flash of light, Riolu burst out of its poke ball on its own, deflecting the incoming tongue with a cross chop. Caught off guard, Lickilicky was hurt by the fighting-type move and stomped its feet in pain. Rio, how dare some drooling pervert try to lick our Aunt Evie? Bai Yi taunted. Evie. Evie responded softly, nuzzling Riolu's arm and making the little one's face turn bright red, then bounced back onto Bai Yi's shoulder. After a moment's thought, it jumped back into Karenai's arms, tail wagging furiously. Hey Blondie, watch closely, Sister Karenai belongs to my trainer, and we can share Pokémon. Baron Albert's face turned to Shin had never been humiliated like this in Alamos Town. Lickilicky, roll out. Riolu, use Brick Break. Riolu leaped into the air and struck Lickilicky's forehead with its palm. Before Lickilicky could even execute its move, it crashed to the ground along with its tongue. Bai Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. With skills like that, you wouldn't even feel it if Karenai's Gardevoir twisted your head off someday. Throughout the entire battle, Karenai held EV in her arms, watching with a smile and saying nothing. Albert gritted his teeth, recalled his Lickilicky with a sullen grunt, and stalked away. After he left, Bai Yi recalled Riolu, and EV returned to his shoulder. Thank you, Xiaoyi. Don't mention it. But how did you get tangled up with trash like that? Karenai chuckled softly. I wouldn't call it being tangled up. I'll be staying in Alamos Town for a while. The film crew is staying at a hotel, and all the tourism business in town belongs to this Baron Albert. Bai Yi sighed inwardly. Apart from Lance, Karenai was probably the champion most bound by her career and with the least freedom. Despite having the power to move mountains and fill seas, she had to deal with such arrogant small-time characters because of work. Seeing his expression darken, Karenai comforted him. It's fine, I'm not being wronged. I taught him a lesson the first time he bothered me. Only then did Bai Yi learn that Baron Albert wasn't actually weak. His strongest Lickilicky, the one that appeared in the movie, had been beaten half to death by Karenai's Altaria the first time he approached her, and was now essentially crippled, probably not long for this world. It would likely need final arrangements within the year. For him to still come looking for trouble could only mean he was addicted to getting beaten. After explaining, Karenai's eyes grew cold, and she smiled icily. Xiaoyi, I've always remembered what you told Mui, all human for the first time, so why should I indulge him? Karenai is mighty. Bai Yi shivered, feeling like he'd led her astray. The next second, Karenai returned to her gentle, intellectual big sister persona. The transition so natural, it was as if that murderous aura had never existed. All right, let's not talk about unpleasant things. Come to my place and rest. I want to eat the desserts you make. Okay, let's go. On the way back, Bai Yi made a special stop at the supermarket in Baiyang Town. Kuruno had originally suggested having the villa's housekeeper place and order just a phone call for whatever they wanted to eat, but Bai Yi politely declined, explaining that delivery quality wasn't always reliable, and only hand-picking ingredients could guarantee the best flavor. Learning that Kuruno had canceled her afternoon shoot, Bai Yi planned to make hot pot for dinner along with some desserts. Kuruno immediately raised both hands in enthusiastic approval. Unfortunately, the shelves didn't carry Chinese hot pot base, so he had to settle for sukiyaki instead. Wagyu beef, silky tofu, quail eggs, cabbage, chrysanthemum greens, konjac noodles. The beauty of hot pot or sukiyaki was that you could throw in whatever you wanted to eat. Bai Yi also picked up a basket full of fruits and berries, plus a large bag of rock sugar. Even in midsummer, one should enjoy candied hawthorn. Who said Tonghalu was only for snowy winter days? When checking out, Bai Yi and Kuruno walked ahead while Halucha followed behind, laden with bags and radiating resentment. Originally, Halucha had quite an opinion of Bai Yi, but after encountering that sleazy, perverted Baron, he suddenly understood. Compared to that creep, this kid was practically a saint. Kuruno's popularity was evident throughout Baiyang Town. Passers-by constantly greeted her along the way. She remained composed, maintaining just the right smile. Female fans didn't think much of seeing Bai Yi beside her. After all, he was just a child. Male fans, however, practically glued their eyes to Kuruno's legs, completely ignoring Bai Yi's presence. Do you have to go through a fan meet and greet every time you head home? Bai Yi asked, fascinated by the scene. I usually just drive straight back to my place, so I don't experience this kind of attention, Kuruno replied. After crossing the bridge, a business van waited by the roadside with her manager keeping a low profile nearby. Kuruno's address was always kept confidential. She slipped into the back seat, and as soon as the door closed, exhaustion immediately showed on her face. Xiaoyi, there's cola by the seat, help yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Yi heard soft breathing sounds. Kuruno had leaned back against her seat with closed eyes for a quick rest after filming all morning and constantly interacting with fans throughout the afternoon to maintain her image. She was truly worn out. Halucha, are there any jackets or blankets in the car? Bai Yi whispered. Halucha. Halucha opened the rear storage compartment and handed over a soft down blanket. Bai Yi gently shook it out and covered Kuruno with it, only to meet Halucha's murderous glare. What? You want to do it? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Halucha looked down at his own bulky limbs and, after careful consideration, waking the boss would be disastrous, could only pat his chest and declare, for the boss's sake, I'll endure this. As the car pulled into the Villa District's private garage, the manager was about to give a reminder when Kuruno opened her eyes on her own. Xiaoyi, thank you. Don't mention it. Bai Yi sighed inwardly, judging by her expression. She hadn't been asleep at all, merely resting with her eyes closed. Upon entering, Cynthia was half reclining on the living room sofa in loose loungewear, holding a large cup of ice cream. She looked up to see Bai Yi following behind Kuruno, instantly flushed red, and hurriedly turned to dash back to her bedroom. Oh my, I completely forgot about Cynthia. Kuruno quickly pressed her palms together in apology. Garchomp and Lucario's gazes were sharp as knives, and Bai Yi didn't dare say another word, quickly heading inside with the ingredients. Find a pot of the right size and layer the cabbage at the bottom first, then stack the various ingredients layer by layer, and finally pour the sukiyaki sauce over everything. Bai Yi carried the pot into the dining room and placed it on the electric stove in the center of the table. As soon as he turned on the heat, the broth began bubbling and rolling, instantly filling the entire room with the aroma of meat and vegetables. Kuruno followed the scent over, sniffing delicately with her nose, her eyes bright. It smells amazing. Xiaoyi, you're such a great cook. It's just store-bought sukiyaki sauce. You just throw everything in and wait for it to boil. It's not as impressive as you're making it sound, Bai Yi replied casually. But Kuruno shook her head, insisting, you're already amazing. She leaned close to Bai Yi's ear and whispered gossipily. The day before yesterday, when Cynthia came to visit, the two champions didn't want to eat out and decided to cook ramen themselves. But then ahem. Before she could finish, Cynthia emerged from the room after changing clothes. Her face flushed red as she shot a sharp glare at Kuruno. Kuruno stuck out her tongue with a hee-hee laugh and obediently fell silent. Bai Yi kept his head down, quickly processing the premium snowflake wagyu beef, while Talonflame and Garchomp stood guard on either side of the cutting board, their eyes blazing. Just try stealing a bite. By the time all the ingredients were cut and plated, Cynthia's anger had mostly subsided. She and Kuruno sat down at the table, while Bai Yi took charge of feeding the Pokémon their salad. He diced various berries into small pieces, mixed them with energy cubes, and drizzled combi honey over everything. When he brought out the large bowl, Gudra was the first to poke its head forward for a taste, immediately lighting up and digging in with gusto. Seeing how much it enjoyed the food, the other Pokémon also started eating well, not with chopsticks, but with their mouths. Soon the salad was gone, and the atmosphere in the room became lively. Bai Yi also released his own Pokémon. The little one showed no fear facing a room full of big shots and ate faster than anyone else. Well trained. Kuruno nodded approvingly, and Cynthia agreed. The two champions had always spared no expense for their main Pokémon, and these creatures had developed quite discerning palates. Yet now they couldn't stop eating. Bai Yi, standing in their minds quietly, gained more points. In truth, Bai Yi knew nothing about professional breeding. He only understood one principle. Throw everything into a hot pot, and with enough variety, everyone will find something they like. That bowl of berry salad included almost every common berry: sweet, sour, spicy, bitter, and astringent flavors, all covered, plus balanced nutrition. While the Pokémon ate happily, the humans also began their meal. Green vegetables, tender white tofu, and perfectly marbled snowflake wagyu rolled in the broth, with aromatic steam rising into their nostrils. Cynthia and Kuruno ate bite after bite, their eyes seeming to sparkle with little stars. But Bai Yi had only moderate interest in the expensive wagyu. Melts in your mouth? He'd rather buy a few pounds of tough cuts and stew them with tomatoes until tender for a more satisfying meal. When she was about 70% full, Kuruno put down her chopsticks and looked at him expectantly with her hands wrapped around her bowl. Xiaoyi. Bai Yi looked puzzled. What? Dessert, Kuruno said, her ears turning slightly red. Cynthia, also a serious dessert enthusiast, immediately looked up with expectation written all over her face. Bai Yi first served them a plate of washed fruit and let them go watch TV while he cleared the table and washed the dishes. When he finished and came out carrying the clean iron pot and rock sugar, ready for the next round of dessert preparation, he saw a heartwarming scene in the living room. Cynthia had let down her golden hair and wore black-framed glasses, leaning against the sofa reading a thick mythology book, one long leg casually crossed over the other, her presence restrained yet elegant. Kuruno had changed into loose loungewear, her slender legs stretched across the sofa, her head resting on Cynthia's shoulder as her fingers gently played with Cynthia's hair, her smile sweet and beautiful. Gardevoir appeared silently behind Bai Yi. Sensing that psychic energy, he immediately looked down and busied himself with the ingredients. See no evil, see no evil. Gardevoir watched as Bai Yi obediently kept his head down, focused on boiling the sugar, before gracefully floating over to him. Don't look at what you shouldn't. she reminded him with a backward glance. Cynthia had clearly never tried candied hawthorn before. As soon as the sweet aroma of rock sugar began wafting through the air, she wandered over to the counter like a strolling doe. Bai Yi threaded the cleaned and pitted hawthorn berries one by one onto skewers, rotating them so each fruit rolled through the thick syrup before arranging them neatly on a clean metal tray nearby. Taking advantage of the moment when he turned around, Cynthia quietly reached out her hand. Smack! Bai Yi instinctively swatted away that pale, delicate little hand. Wait a moment, they taste better once the sugar hardens. Oh, Cynthia rubbed the back of her hand pitifully, her face flushing red from being caught trying to sneak a taste, and quickly turned around to bury herself in Sharona's embrace. Sharona helplessly rubbed her face. What's wrong? No one paying attention to you over there, so you came running back to me. That's not it. Sharonakin, don't say such things. On the other side of the living room, Garchomp glanced at Gardevoir. What's the deal with your trainer? He's probably about to be stolen away, Gardevoir sighed. I tried to stop it, but couldn't. If you couldn't stop it, you just gave up? Garchomp curled her lip and picked up her teacup again. Try this teats brewed with royal jelly from Wild Vespican. Very nourishing for our level. As the hot tea touched her lips, Garchomp's eyes lit up. This tastes much better than what Gardenia sent. Where did you get it? He gave it to me. Gardevoir indicated Bai Yi, who was busy making candied hawthorn. 2 big jars. Take half when you leave. Bai Yi was completely oblivious to the two Pokemon's whispered conversation, his mind entirely occupied with finally getting to eat candied hawthorn. After 3 months in this world, he was absolutely craving it. In the center of the living room, Wartortle led Riolu by a small paw and nervously approached Sharona, gently tugging at her hem. Wartortle, Sister Sharona, it's really you. I didn't expect you'd already evolved. Is there something you need? Sharona smiled warmly. She had a vivid impression of that well-behaved Squirtle from Lake Verity. Wartortle nodded, pointing at Riolu, then sneaking a glance at the Lucario leaning against the stairway, chatting with Staraptor. Wartortle, could you let my nephew apprentice under your Lucario? This, uncle, had his heart broken with worry over Riolu. Sharona patted Riolu's head. Lucario likes brave children. If you want to learn, go find it yourself. I won't object. Rio, go on. Nephew, just do it like uncle taught you. Wartortle encouraged. So Riolu took a deep breath and, following the steps Wartortle had taught him, walked step by step toward the stairway. Though the distance wasn't far, it had already attracted the attention of quite a few Pokemon around them. In fact, when Wartortle had approached Sharona, Lucario had already noticed what was happening, but pretended not to see it, was well aware that this Riolu had exceptionally high aura talent. If Sharona asked, it would offer some guidance, but if Riolu dared to come on his own, that would be a different story entirely. Riolu walked up to it, but just stared directly at it without saying anything. Lucario's patience ran thin. Luca, what is it? Thud. Riolu suddenly dropped to his knees and kowtowed 3 times, completely stunning Lucario. What's this supposed to mean? I never said I wouldn't teach you. I just wanted to scare you a little. So why are you kowtowing right off the bat? Bai Yi also noticed what was happening and immediately understood this was Wartortle's doing, turning to glare at Wartortle. You've corrupted this perfectly good kid. Staraptor shot a sideways glance at Lucario. This little guy's not bad if you don't take him. I will. Dream on, Staraptor. Lucario quickly helped Riolu to his feet, untied the black belt from around his own waist, and fastened it around Riolu's waist. Cynthia smiled slightly. Lucario usually treasures that black belt, yet he just gave it to Riolu like that. He must be quite pleased with this apprentice. Diantha also smiled from the side. All 3 trainers in this room were shrewd individuals. Wartortle looked smugly at Bai Yi. How's that? Bai Yi quietly gave Wartortle a thumbs up. An honorable person can be moved through righteous means. Cynthia's Lucario has an upright and loyal nature. If you just had the kid go over there foolishly and bow, how could such a distinguished champion team leader not show some gesture in return? Once he made that gesture, their relationship immediately grew closer. Riolu's aptitude is quite excellent too, so there was no fear that Lucario wouldn't like him. This master-apprentice relationship was established in no time. The others followed suit. Ivysaur approached Roserade for guidance. Eevee went to snuggle with her Glacian sister, and seeing Riolu learning with Lucario, Wartortle felt at ease going to learn Dragon Pulse from Gudra. No one dared approach the 2 powerhouses Garchomp and Gardevoir, who sat by themselves sipping tea. Skorupi lay pitifully on the ground pretending to be well-behaved, until finally Staraptor beckoned to Skorupi and gave it a pair of dumbbells he usually used for training, letting it exercise its strength on its own. Charizard wasn't here. The old fellow had sensed Darkray's presence in Alamos Town as soon as they left Mount Coronet, saying he wanted to have a chat with Darkray, and flew off by himself. Bai Yi didn't stop him. In Alamos Town's small territory, if anyone could really do something to Charizard, it might as well pack up and prepare to meet its maker instead of returning to the Research Institute. After the candied fruit skewers were ready, Bai Yi gave some to each Pokemon, then carefully walked over to Garchomp and Gardevoir with several skewers made from energy cubes. Would you 2 ladies like some candy? Garchomp and Gardevoir exchanged glances, nodded, and each took a skewer to taste. It tastes great. In front of Diantha and Cynthia were dozens of various candied fruit skewers: hawthorn, pineapple, grape, strawberry, sweet peach, blue orange, and all sorts of exotic flavors. Diantha picked up a skewer, and her eyes sparkled with little stars from how delicious it was. Xiaoyi, your cooking skills are really amazing. Indeed, very delicious. Cynthia also expressed her approval. Bai Yi smiled without saying anything, glancing at the mountain of failed attempts piled in front of Wartortle. This was Bai Yi's first time making these too. Although he didn't know the techniques, he knew what would taste good, and trying several times would eventually yield results. Xiaoyi, you're planning to participate in the Alamos contest next, right? Bai Yi nodded. That morning at the Pokémon Center, he had carefully inquired about the Alamos contest situation. The Alamos contest was in 2 days. Xiaoyi, how are your preparations for the day after tomorrow's Bion conference coming along? Kaloon held up her candied hawthorn skewer with only 2 berries left, her voice sweet with the lingering taste, as she asked with genuine interest. Bai Yi leaned back in his chair, let out a long sigh, and shook his head helplessly. This whole thing was giving him a real headache. Among his Pokémon team, aside from Honchkrow, none of them enjoyed contest competitions. To prepare for the event, he'd spent the past few days asking every member of his team. The moment he mentioned the second round's contest battle, everyone immediately got fired up, practically itching to start battling right then and there. Even the usually cautious Drapion seemed eager to participate. But when the topic shifted to the first round's appeal round, the previously energetic training ground fell dead silent. Not a single Pokémon volunteered, and seeing this, Bai Yi couldn't bring himself to force them. He used to tease Ash for spoiling his Pokémon too much, but now that it was his turn, he realized he was even more indulgent than Ash. With virtually zero preparation and everyone generally opposed to the first round, Bai Yi had to settle for a backup plan. Worst case scenario, I'll just switch back to Honchkrow and use it again. Before he could finish speaking, Cynthia set down her coffee cup, her tone calm, but leaving no room for argument. You can't keep relying solely on Honchkrow. The performances will become too monotonous, and both the audience and judges will experience aesthetic fatigue. Your fans will lose interest too. I have fans. Bai Yi was stunned. Of course. The Dark Apostle who uses Murkrow, the Terrifying Scarecrow, Ancient Fear, these are all nicknames they've given you. Cynthia looked up at him. Besides, the Grand Festival's first round requires double performances. One Honchkrow simply isn't enough. A hastily thrown-together combination with no coordination has no chance of winning. Cynthia's words were somewhat harsh, but every point was valid. Bai Yi knew that this Valkyrie had participated in the Grand Festival back when she was still called Xiao Bai Kai, ultimately losing in the finals to Hikari's mother, Ayako, and had cried her heart out on the spot, so her words carried extra weight. Kaloon frowned slightly, the candied hawthorn stick tracing shallow circles on the porcelain plate. Xiaoyi, I haven't participated in contest competitions myself, so I can't help with experience, but perhaps I can offer you a solution. Her words drew simultaneous attention from both Bai Yi and Cynthia. Step into the spotlight, and let everyone see your charm, Ralts. The red and white pokeball traced an elegant arc through the air, opening on the table's surface as a small Ralts with ice blue hair landed in the center of the light. Ralts, the little one called out softly, immediately rushing into Kaloon's embrace and burying its face in her scarf. Good girl, good girl. Kaloon gently rubbed its head, then explained in a serious tone. I found this little one when Gardevoir brought her back from the wild while I was filming in Lavender Town. She must have gotten separated from her family during migration. She has a natural love for performing, but unfortunately, I simply don't have the time to take her to participate in Kalos's Tripokalon competitions. Ralts seemed to understand and gently nuzzled against Kaloon's arm, as if saying, no need to apologize. Bai Yi nodded. Given the talents how nature of the Tripokalon competitions, Kaloon participating would essentially be beneath her status. While the champion does earn the title of Kalos Queen, those competitions were better suited for dream-chasing girls like Serena. Kaloon really couldn't care less about such things. So, Xiaoyi, I can lend you Ralts to accompany you in a contest. If this little one likes it, then I'll have to ask you to take good care of her from now on. Upon hearing this, Gardevoir immediately raised her hand and smacked her forehead with his slap, thinking to herself, my best friend is beyond help. Garchomp burst into schadenfreude laughter nearby, only to be frozen in place by Gardevoir's sharp glare. Even Cynthia was stunned. A shiny Gardevoir was certainly rare and adorable, but for a champion whose team composition was already set, unless she was building a second team from scratch, training a baby Pokémon had limited significance. Diantha's generosity was truly beyond reason. Seeing Gardevoir and Cynthia's expressions that seemed to say, aren't you spoiling him too much? Diantha rarely blushed. You're overthinking it. Xiao helped me capture a champion-level Chandelure before, so this is me returning the favor. Besides, it still depends on whether Ralts is willing to go with him. That Chandelure hadn't been added to Diantha's main team yet, but with proper training, it would be an excellent substitute for Gorgiast. Not to mention those ghostly blue flames had a natural movie villain aura. Diantha had long decided never to trade it away. Hearing the phrase, respecting Ralt's choice, Gardevoir finally breathed a sigh of relief, though she still silently prayed, don't choose him. Baby, he's just a heartbreaker man, are all no good. Ralts timidly walked up to Bai Yi, tilting her head to study him seriously. Sensing the gorgeous contest stage depicted in Bai Yi's mind, the little one's eyes lit up like stars as she cheered and threw herself into his arms. Ralts, I'm willing to go with you. Gardevoir was stunned. Sigh, daughters grow up and leave home. Garchomp gloated. Chomp chomp, sister, you need to keep a closer watch. If any male dares to approach my little cabbage, I'll dragon claw him. Gardevoir rolled her eyes. No wonder you and your trainer are still single. Bai Yi possessed the power of emotion, a talent that was practically a natural attraction aura for psychic-type Pokémon. If Gardevoir hadn't misunderstood his intentions as wanting to steal her cabbage, she wouldn't have such a big problem with him. He pulled out his Pokédex and aimed it at the little one in his arms. Ralts, the feeling Pokémon. The horns on its head can sense human emotions. It rarely appears before people, only approaching when it senses positive emotions. Ability, telepathy. Type, psychic fairy. Gender, level, 15. Current moves, confusion, draining kiss, teleport. Egg moves, mystical fire. Tutor moves, magical leaf, shadow ball. To possess such a move pool at merely level 15, the future psychic queen truly lived up to her reputation. Forget the first round of contests. She was strong enough to challenge gyms. Diantha really is generous, Bai Yi thought. Though she said, temporarily lending, she had actually handed over Ralt's training rights entirely to him. While Cynthia could point out his shortcomings in contests, Diantha had directly provided a sugar mommy level solution. This favor naturally had to be treasured. Bai Yi gently stroked Ralt's soft head, tenderly embracing the little one. I'll train her well. Thank you, Diantha. That evening, Bai Yi returned to the Pokémon Center. Before leaving, Karuno had reminded him that there were still vacant rooms in the villa, but Gardevoir and Garchomp gave him no chance to decline, gently yet firmly escorting him out the front door. Riolu had been left behind with Lucario for training, so Bai Yi returned to town with only Ralts. Outside the Pokémon Center, Shinji was still training his Monferno and Elekid on the dimly lit training field, the same direct combat, sparring as always. The two Pokémon were evenly matched, but Shinji's tone toward Monferno was noticeably harsher than toward Elekid. Watching Monferno's hurt yet defiant expression, Bai Yi clenched his fists but ultimately held back from interfering. He knew that Ash was Monferno's true light, and besides, it would be rude to meddle in front of another trainer. After finishing a round of intense combat, Shinji pushed 2 cans of Pokémon food toward his Pokémon. Taking advantage of the moment while Shinji poured the food, Bai Yi approached. Dinner time? What do you need? Shinji asked flatly. Bai Yi crouched down, opened a bottle of protein supplement, and poured it first for Monferno, then emptied the remaining half into Elekid's bowl. This guy may have a nasty personality, but he's still a real man, he said. Monferno and Elekid looked up at him with surprise in their eyes. Shinji's mouth twitched, wanting to argue but remaining silent. Go ahead and eat. Bai Yi patted both Pokémon on the shoulder, then handed a candied fruit skewer to Shinji. Save this especially for you. Dongwang street food, handmade limited edition. Thanks, Shinji accepted it. Oh, you actually say thank you. Bai Yi teased. Shinji glared at him, broke off 2 pieces from the skewer to share with Monferno and Elekid, then took a bite himself, the sweet and sour flavor spreading in the night breeze. I had a battle in Hakatai City today, just a bunch of useless opponents. Shinji looked up. I'm planning to leave. Stay and watch my contest battle before you go, Bai Yi suggested. I don't have that much time. Your schedule is too relaxed. Shinji shook his head. Bai Yi deliberately lowered his voice. Why do you think I'm carrying Professor Oak's Charizard with me? Shinji froze. That Charizard was ridiculously powerful, but aside from using it to push himself during training, Bai Yi never relied on it in regular battles. If not for battling, then what was it for? Bai Yi saw through his confusion. Looks like you've noticed. Wait 2 more days, and I'll show you what real power looks like. With that, he crouched down and patted Monferno's head. Moving forward relentlessly is important, but don't ignore the scenery along the way. That scenery often helps both trainers and Pokémon grow together. I don't need your lectures. Shinji snapped, yet didn't turn to leave. You too, continue training after you finish eating. His figure remaining in place spoke more honestly than his words. Stubborn Tsundere, Bai Yi muttered under his breath. Roar. A deafening dragon's roar suddenly echoed from above as fierce winds whipped up the fallen leaves on the ground. Charizard folded its wings and landed in front of Bai Yi. Bai Yi immediately pulled out a thermal container from his backpack and handed over the warm dumplings. Good work. While Charizard devoured the food, it reported in a low voice. Roar, I met Darkrai. It wants you to leave, but hopes I'll stay to help. Bai Yi patted its blazing scales in acknowledgement. As the night deepened, the training field lights gradually went out. Bai Yi nodded, lay down on the grass, and quietly gazed up at the night sky. It seems that within the space-time rift, Dialga and Palkia have already begun their battle, and Darkrai sensed it all early on, already starting to call for help. Old friend, you've worked hard before. Let me help you this time, it'll be much easier for you. Bai Yi looked at Darkrai in the night, his tone sincere. To repay the debt for protecting the garden in the past, he was determined even if it meant risking his life, he would protect those memories. He smiled and gave Darkrai some advice. Hey, I told it that those two young but powerful Garchomp and Gardevoir were tricked into helping Bai Yi. Darkrai sneered coldly. Bullshit. The next second, Bai Yi started teaching it a lesson. After both sides stopped with bruised faces, Darkrai finally became half convinced. Charizard rubbed his face, which was swollen into black eyes, knowing he'd gotten the worse end of the deal. But seeing Darkrai in even worse shape, his mood immediately improved. Bai Yi tossed over the specially bought dumpling wine. The more you drink, the more there is, thanks for your hard work, brother. Charizard tilted his head back and drank heartily, stuffing dumplings into his mouth while casually handing one to Electabuzz, then grabbing little Chimchar by the neck to pour some wine down its throat, laughing boldly. Genuinely liked these two little guys. Nearby, Shinji remained silent, but the earlier conversation had already shocked him greatly. Only when Charizard burst into laughter again did he slightly lift the corners of his mouth. Darkrai, huh? At that moment, no one noticed, not even Bai Yi himself, that his legs briefly became translucent, only to be pulled back by the pale pink power of emotion. 2 days later, the Alamos contest began. In the judges' panel, Mr. Contesta and Mr. Sakizo were still present, while champion Cynthia from Sinnoh had taken Nurse Joy's place. Her arrival instantly ignited the venue, with the audience erupting like a boiling pot. Bai Yi once again drew the last performance slot. The Alamos contest was limited in scale, only a second-tier contest, and the quality of the first-round performances was hardly refined. Someone had their prime ape ride a bicycle to show balance, but the monkey flew into a rage and smashed both the bicycle and its trainer. If not for Cynthia releasing her champion's aura, that fist might have reached the judges' panel. Another genius had their Infernape use flamethrower to heat a hot air balloon, a good idea, to showcase power, but lost control of the intensity, causing a thunderous explosion. The audience side, even the most talented couldn't escape live performance disasters. When Bai Yi took the stage, the drowsy contesta's eyes immediately brightened. Cynthia was also full of anticipation. Diantha had specifically asked her to support Bai Yi since she couldn't attend due to filming. Little E, don't let Diantha down, Cynthia whispered as a reminder. Bai Yi nodded slightly. Ralt's Shadow Ball. A dark purple orb shot skyward. Psychic. Ralt's eyes flashed with blue light, and the Shadow Ball hovered in midair, slowly transforming until it formed a beating purple heart. When Bai Yi first saw this move last night, he was amazed. Trained by Diantha's Gardevoir, this level of energy control precision surpassed most of its kind. The ghost-type energy within the Shadow Ball was restless, forcibly compressed by psychic power, making the heart appear to beat as if it were real. Sweet kiss. Gentle light descended, gradually purifying the purple-black color into a soft pink. Subtle gasps arose from the audience, as if they were witnessing a dark heart being soothed by a holy kiss. A sense of happiness spread throughout the venue. Finally, magical flame. The flame struck the pink heart, bursting into brilliant fireworks across the sky. The purified heart shattered into gorgeous light rain, instantly transforming the venue's mood from tenderness to fervor. Thunderous applause erupted, with whistles and cheers rising one after another. Ralt's wish was fulfilled, and it showed a genuine smile. The 3 judges gave high praise for Ralt's performance. Contestant Xiao Yi's signature profound stage style was both visually stunning and emotionally moving. In the judges' eyes, the Pokémon's charm was displayed to perfection. Oh my, I love this, came enthusiastic praise from the judges' panel. That was truly an outstanding performance, and Ralts worked so hard too. Ralts rushed into Bai Yi's arms, clearly sensing the genuine affection from the audience below. In the end, Bai Yi successfully advanced to the second round with a score of 29.4 points, ranking first place. During the break, he found a quiet patch of grass and released all 6 of his Pokémon, contemplating who should compete in the second round. At the mention of battle, the eyes of Eevee, Wartortle, Ivysaur, and Gligar immediately lit up with eager anticipation. Everyone, Bai Yi patted Ralts on the head. Ralts worked so hard in the first round and got us first place. How about we let it decide who goes next? Even the usually jealous little Eevee and the Yandere Queen, Ivysaur, nodded in agreement. Ralts had been personally recommended by Diantha, so they had to show respect. Besides, after returning to the Pokémon Center yesterday, it didn't cry or make a fuss, sweetly calling everyone big brother and big sister. They had all been won over by this adorable new little sister. Hearing the enthusiastic praise from her companions, Ralts smiled shyly, her gaze wandering among them before finally pointing toward Gligar, who showed the strongest fighting spirit. Bai Yi nodded approvingly. Gligar indeed needed more real combat experience, or its talent would go to waste. Just as he was putting away the other Pokémon and focusing on battle tactics for Gligger, nearby shrubs suddenly rustled. The next second, shadows on the ground shot upward dramatically. A Pokémon with flowing hair and a completely dark body appeared. Get out! Get out! A hoarse, echoing voice exploded through the air. Darkrai. Bai Yi's 5 Pokémon immediately surrounded him in defensive formation, forming a protective barrier. This was the same Darkrai from the movie, yet Charizard's Pokeball remained still, indicating Darkrai harbored no malicious intent. Darkrai, you don't need to rush to drive me out of Alamos Town. If there's real danger, I'll leave on my own. Bai Yi attempted to communicate. Get out, came the same response. Bai Yi felt puzzled. In the original plot, Darkrai appeared to drive away Ash while actually warning the injured Palkia. But Ash hadn't arrived yet, space showed no anomalies, and Palkia couldn't possibly appear, so why was Darkrai so agitated specifically toward him? More importantly, Bai Yi clearly sensed these words were indeed directed at him personally. You're telling me to get lost because I'm a good person? He pressed his lips together. Good people deserve to be driven away. Finding communication futile, Darkrai simply waved its hand, launching a precise dark void that struck Bai Yi directly. The move was so swift and mysterious that even Eevee, with its anticipation ability, couldn't react in time. Before losing consciousness, Bai Yi remained confused. Why hadn't Charizard automatically emerged? And why hadn't his emotional power protected him as it usually did? Darkness engulfed him like a tide. In his consciousness, he plummeted into an abyss where he couldn't see his hand in front of his Facino direction. No exit, only spreading silence. Gradually, 2 massive Pokémon, one purple and one blue, appeared. As they appeared, Bai Yi felt his body gradually dissolving away. Xiao Yi, the sudden shouts in his ears jolted him awake from his weak slumber, and before him stood Karuno, who had rushed over in haste. How did you fall asleep here? What happened? Karuno? How did you get here? What about Darkrai? Bai Yi struggled to sit up. Karuno's brow immediately furrowed. She explained that on her first day at the filming location, Gardevoir had sensed Darkrai's presence, so she brought Talonflame to negotiate. Darkrai had promised that as long as humans didn't destroy the garden, it would never actively disturb them, yet today it attacked a human for the first time. In fact, Karuno had deliberately finished work early to watch Bai Yi's performance. She hadn't expected to arrive at the lawn only to find him collapsed on the soft grass, with several little Pokémon gathered around him in panic. Thank you, Karuno. Bai Yi shook his dizzy head and first calmed his Pokémon. Just then, staff member Bai Yi came running over. Contestant Xiao Yi, the second review is about to begin. Please prepare quickly. All right, thank you. Karuno had deliberately disguised herself today and hadn't been recognized by others. Bai Yi bid her farewell, recalled his Pokémon except for Skorupi, and rushed into the contestants' passage. The second-tier contest had limited difficulty, and Skorupi won battle after battle, defeating opponents all the way to claim the championship. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Contesta. Bai Yi accepted the ribbon medal, forced a smile as he waved to the audience, not wanting to disappoint Skorupi and Ralts, as if he were truly immersed in the joy of victory. That night, in the Pokémon Center's softly lit lobby, Bai Yi sat alone on the sofa, his thoughts churning. Why did the usually gentle Darkrai suddenly become so fierce toward me? The movie events are still days away. Could it be targeting only me? After the competition ended, he had already questioned Charizard. Charizard hadn't sensed any hostility, and after Bai Yi fell asleep, it had specifically emerged from its Pokeball to demand an explanation, only for Darkrai to leave behind the words, "This is for Bai Yi's good." For my good, Bai Yi muttered quietly, completely puzzled. The new moon feather charm was still intact, indicating the dream wasn't a nightmare, but rather that Darkrai was trying to convey some message. He recalled Uxie's warning at Lake Verity, stay away from temporal spatial energy. But if friends were in danger, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. In the original movie, though it ended peacefully, Ash and the others had narrowly escaped death, and even his favorite Darkrai had nearly perished. Worse still, because of his intervention, Karuno had met Ash 2 years earlier than in the original plot, and now she had come to Alamos Town. This wasn't her stage to shine on, and temporal spatial turbulence was untouchable. So Bai Yi had laid plans in advance, first coaxing Cynthia over, then bringing Shinji along, and borrowing Charizard from Professor Oak. His idea was simple. Once Ash arrived, he would immediately withdraw from Alamos Town, leaving Charizard behind. Then Garchomp, Gardevoir, and Charizard, 3 champion-level fighters plus Darkrai, would jointly face the legendary dragons of time and space. Shinji would assist Ash in dealing with those troublesome bystanders, and everything would be resolved. However, Darkrai's premature action filled him with unease. Karuno had been sitting quietly beside him the whole time, not saying much. She had already sent Gardevoir to search for Darkrai, confident there would be results tonight. In the corner of the Pokémon Center, Shinji's eagle-like eyes had been fixed on Bai Yi all along. For once, Bai Yi wasn't being his usual troublesome self today, which made Shinji feel oddly uncomfortable, so he decided to check on him. Pushing open the door to the Pokémon Center, Shinji immediately spotted Bai Yi sitting on a bench with a stern expression, while beside him sat a blonde beauty none other than Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh region. Shinji scoffed inwardly. Having a champion right there and not challenging her, how slack. Just as he was about to approach, a familiar voice stopped him. I didn't expect to see you here, Shinji. Ash. Shinji turned around to see Ash, Brock, and Dawn bursting through the door, all disheveled and dusty, led by Alice, the blonde girl from the movies. Ash's voice also caught Bai Yi's attention, and he looked up to see Ash and Dawn walking toward him excitedly. Bai Yi, it's been so many days, have you gotten stronger? Let's battle. Ash beamed with his usual bright smile. Impossible. That idiot should still need a few more days before reaching Alamos Town. Bai Yi's heart sank. According to the original timeline, Ash's group should have arrived in the morning after the contest had already ended. But now it was the night of the contest, clearly ahead of schedule. Had his small interventions really triggered a butterfly effect? A chill ran up his spine straight to his head. Bai Yi shot to his feet and bolted out the door. The night sky was starless, and thick fog hung like a translucent curtain, shrouding all of Alamos Town. Without time to think, Bai Yi rushed straight into the depths of the mist. Bai Yi, what's wrong? Ash followed close behind, with Pikachu leaping onto his shoulder. Pika Pika. Bai Yi replied grimly. Alamos Town is surrounded by strange energy. I'm afraid we can't get out. His expression was grave, but his feet never stopped moving as he dragged Ash along in a frantic run. Deep in the fog, a wooden bridge suddenly appeared. Rushing to the end, both froze. Standing on the other side were Cynthia, Shinji, Dawn, Brock, and Alice, blocking their path directly ahead. Ash's scalp tingled. He had clearly been running straight. So how had they ended up back where they started? Bai Yi pulled Ash back, appearing calm, but actually the most panicked of all. Mesprit had warned him, stay away from space-time energy. He had originally planned to use his prophetic advantage to play the time difference. As long as Alamos Town could gather enough power to restrain the space-time dragons, he could minimize this disaster and ensure both he and his friends escaped unharmed. But he had ultimately underestimated this world. Trying to race against time, he had instead been slapped hard by time itself. Ash, how did you get here so fast? This isn't your usual pace. Bai Yi suppressed his panic, forcing himself to stay calm. Don't even get me started. It's all Ash's fault. Dawn jumped in with her hands on her hips. He was so eager to catch up with you guys that he went charging around and ended up in a Beedrill swarm on Mount Coronet. We were chased for a whole day and night before we escaped, arriving early in Alamos Town, but we still missed the contest. Shinji snorted from the side. Pathetic. Ash couldn't save face and immediately shot back. It was Dawn's fault. We finally got away from the Beedrill, but then you just had to try catching a Pidgey and got us chased by Pidgeotto instead. Listening to the two of them bicker, Bai Yi felt his head spinning. At that moment, Kaloon approached, and even she, with all her worldly experience, showed a look of terror. Xiaoyi, your body, she cried out in alarm. Everyone turned to look, only to see that Bai Yi's skin was much paler than normal, especially his legs, which flickered between light and shadow, as if they might completely vanish at any second. Arceus had once mentioned that Bai Yi was a stranger swept into this world by temporal spatial turbulence, neither blessed by Arceus nor favored by the origin of time and space. Once the forces of time and space fluctuated, Bai Yi could be erased from existence at any moment. At this moment, the Arceus crest on the back of his hand was flashing wildly, with emotional power barely maintaining his physical form. Bai Yi knew he wouldn't immediately dissipate and was actually the calmest among them. Looking at his semi-transparent hand, he smiled bitterly. So it's true that if you toy with time, time will toy with you too. His companions, however, had no time for philosophical musings. Xiaoji was frantic with worry. He rushed forward in one swift motion, hoisted Bai Yi onto his back, and ran toward the Pokémon Center. Kaloon followed closely behind, one hand supporting Bai Yi's back and the other protecting his legs, afraid he might slip off. What are you two doing? I'm not actually disabled. Bai Yi struggled on his back. Xiaoyi, stop joking around. We need to find Nurse Joy. Xiaoji's face turned red with effort. You dummy. I'm really fine. Put me down quickly. I can walk. Don't talk. The Pokémon Center doors burst open as Xiaoji rushed to the front desk, practically flipping Bai Yi over and pressing him onto the counter. Nurse Joy, please check my friend. I'm really fine. Bai Yi tried to sit up, but Xiaoji held him down firmly. The super rookie from Pallet Town had surprising strength, and after several futile struggles, Bai Yi couldn't move, only able to watch as the surrounding trainers looked on curiously, his face going numb with embarrassment. I haven't been taken away by the dragons of time and space yet, but I'm about to be pressed to death by this dummy. Kaloon quickly helped him up, gently patting his back to help him catch his breath while moving him to a nearby chair. Xiaoyi, are you okay? I'm fine, just nearly got flattened. Nurse Joy came over with her usual gentle smile and performed a full body scan on Bai Yi. The equipment's light screen moved back and forth over his semi-transparent body, but there were no reference indicators to work with. Nurse Joy could only shrug helplessly. I'm sorry. This condition is beyond the scope of medicine. Though she spanned both human and veterinary medicine, she ultimately hadn't studied how to deal with the metaphysical. I never learned how to draw talismans either. Joy's helplessness left Kowloon feeling lost for the first time. As the Kalos champion, she had experienced countless adventures and crises, yet had never felt as helpless as she did now. She tightly gripped Bai Yi's faintly glowing hand, as if by not letting go, she could keep him in this world. What had once begun as a cooperation tinged with self-interest might now truly reach the point of life and death separation, leaving only reluctance and sorrow. Bai Yi's color continued to fade bit by bit, and while everyone felt anxious, they were powerless to help. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, a bespectacled man carrying a computer walked over. This is it. This is him. Perfect. The man with glasses looked at Bai Yi's flickering body, his face showing an expression of pure ecstasy. Kalanai stood to the side, her slender eyebrows furrowing slightly, yet she maintained her usual elegant silence. Bai Yi wasn't so good-tempered, however, and questioned in a low voice. What's with your tone? What do you mean perfect? The man with glasses seemed to snap awake, pushing up his thick frames and hastily introducing himself. Oh, sorry, I'm Tonio, a research intern from Bayong Town. Space-time fluctuations are my area of study. Bai Yi looked him over messy hair, wrinkled white shirt. He was much more disheveled than the sharp Tonio from the movie version. No wonder he hadn't recognized him at first. Tonio opened his handheld device and said in one breath, my equipment detected a special spatial wavelength appearing in Bayong Town, originating from a single person, and it seems closely related to the town's overall spatial fluctuations. His eyes lit up as he stared at Bai Yi. Who would have thought that a human could emit such fluctuations? This is my first time seeing anything like it. Really? Tonio, you're talking to yourself again. Alice hurried over, supporting the still excited Tonio, and bowed to Bai Yi and Kalanai. Sorry, he gets overly excited when it comes to research, but he's actually very reliable. I'm not that great. Tonio's face turned bright red from his childhood friend's praise, nearly burying his face in the computer screen. Bai Yi interrupted helplessly. You too. I'm in an unstable condition right now. Either help me or leave, but don't put on a public display of affection here. His irritation wasn't unreasonable. Though his body, barely held together by emotional force, could still move, the sense of detachment like controlling a character through glass was growing stronger. He was even beginning to doubt whether he truly existed in this world. Tonio nodded repeatedly in apology, then called out to a corner. A drifloon with an antenna tied to it floated over leisurely, handing him a red stone fragment the size of a pinky nail and as thin as a slice of beef. Try this. Tonio placed the fragment in Bai Yi's palm. The moment the fragment came close, the space-time force pressing down on Bai Yi instantly weakened, and he could finally breathe a bit more easily, thinking to himself, this Tonio really has some skill. Seeing the significant effect, Tonio suppressed his excitement and explained cautiously. Legend says that Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space, once descended upon Bayong Town, and their uncontrolled divine power plunged the town into crisis. A hero found this red stone fragment at the site where the two gods descended, used it to communicate with them, and calm their fury. Bai Yi nodded, knowing this was a core fragment of the Red Chain, legendary power originating from Arceus, capable of influencing the gods of time and space. In the original story, Team Galactic used the Red Chain's power to control the Lake Trio to summon the Temporal and Spatial Dragons, then used the Red Chain to control them as well. Unfortunately, this stone fragment was too small and impure, and after all these years without proper preservation, what little power it contained had severely dissipated. Bai Yi held the fingernail-sized red stone fragment, clearly sensing the weak energy within slowly leaking out, accompanied by hairline cracks visible to the naked eye. He understood the fragment wouldn't last long, it could only temporarily stabilize his condition, while the real key was to quickly appease the fury of Dialga and Palkia. Though his skin still bore an unnatural grayish-purple hue, it had finally settled at a relatively safe shade. Only then did Cynthia breathe a sigh of relief, realizing she was still gripping Bai Yi's hand tightly. She quickly let go, maintaining her composed expression. Xiaoyi, are you okay for now? Don't worry, I won't disappear anytime soon. Bai Yi nodded, giving her a reassuring look before turning to Tonio. Thank you, Tonio. Are you really okay with giving me something so precious? It's fine. Tonio scratched his head sheepishly. It's not like I can use it anyway. I'm just glad it can help you. Standing nearby, Alice crossed her arms, her tender gaze practically glued to Tonio, as if announcing to everyone, this is my man. After brief introductions, Bai Yi discovered that Tonio was just an ordinary researcher whose work had nothing to do with evolution or fossil. She only found the name vaguely familiar. This discovery brought Bai Yi considerable relief finally, a researcher who maintained a normal attitude toward him. He secretly decided to introduce Tonio to the old man later, helping to solidify his researcher credentials as a way of repaying this favor. But now clearly wasn't the time for such discussions. Gardevoir returned through the air with the messenger birds. They had been sent to negotiate with Darkrai and now brought back the message intact. Darkrai had already sensed the presence of Palkia, the god of space, and detected that Dialga was heading toward Alamos Town, ready to respond at any moment. Though events had erupted ahead of schedule and Bai Yi couldn't leave Alamos Town as originally planned, the overall situation remained on track. Meanwhile, outside Alamos Town, Garchomp, Dragon Rush. At Cynthia's command, Garchomp soared into the air, dragon-type energy and killing intent around its torpedo-shaped horn becoming almost tangible, carving a brilliant trajectory through the sky as it struck directly at the dense fog surrounding them. The mist merely rippled slightly before reforming, not even leaving a gap. Cynthia was blocked outside the thick fog. Originally, she and Diantha had agreed she would temporarily stay at Alamos Town's Pokémon Center. Diantha remained to accompany Bai Yi while she returned to Diantha's villa to fetch a change of clothes. Who knew that upon her return, the entire town would be completely shrouded in fog. Sitting in her car, Cynthia bit her lower lip lightly, her gaze fixed on the grayish-purple mist enveloping Alamos Town. Please don't let anything happen to you. Inside the town, the anomalies intensified. More and more residents discovered that while walking, nearby trees or even rocks would suddenly split in half. No matter how solid the object, it would be cleanly severed by invisible blades, the cuts smooth as mirrors with a faint purple glow. Less sturdy items were instantly reduced to powder. Tonio quickly reassured everyone, explaining this was caused by spatial energy disturbance. But fear continued to spread through the streets. No one knew if the next invisible slash would strike them. In comparison, the Pokémon Center was much calmer. Paul seized this rare opportunity to insist on challenging Diantha, while Ash nearby was equally fired up, proposing a battle. Diantha smiled slightly. Sure, you can both come at me together. 5 minutes into the battle, Nurse Joy rushed over with her medical kit, quickly wheeling all 12 Pokémon belonging to Satoshi and Shinji into the healing chambers, where treatment fluid bubbled continuously. On the other side of the battlefield, Carnay maintained her professional smile, while Gardevoir kept her eyes closed, reading commands through telepathy alone and clearing the field with graceful gestures. A dark-type Murkrow had barely launched its attack before being scorched by a blazing, mystical fire, its wings giving off the aroma of roasted meat. If this weren't a movie version where Pikachu had gained some levels through plot armor, the battle probably wouldn't have lasted even 5 minutes. Satoshi slumped against the wall, hands resting on his knees, replaying every moment of the battle in his mind. Unable to speak, he had withdrawn into himself. Shinji had already returned to his room to rest, having been schooled by Cynthia at Mount Coronet and getting beaten daily by Charizard. He had developed a sleep-it-off mentality. Suddenly, a slender yet strong hand rested on Satoshi's shoulder. Satoshi, Miss Carnay. Satoshi looked up to see her still wearing that gentle smile, and couldn't help but stare. Is there something you need? Your battle strategy is excellent, and your bond with your Pokémon is outstanding. Carnay glanced toward the recovery room where Pikachu and his other partners were resting. They trust you completely, especially that Pikachu. Yeah, Pikachu and I are the best of partners. Satoshi scratched his head. Too bad I'm still nowhere near being a match for you, Miss Carnay. He had no idea that somewhere in the future, a Froakie was waiting to meet Hema Pokémon that would help him write their own legend and eventually go toe-a-toe with Gardevoir. Carnay withdrew her hand and sighed softly. As a champion, her performance today hadn't been particularly graceful. Each champion had their own way of nurturing newcomers. Cynthia liked to play matchmaker, letting rookies grow through battles and competition, offering guidance at crucial moments, but if anyone dared challenge her without listening, she'd end it in one move. Carnay, being gentler by nature, usually gave opponents a couple of moves before finishing them with overwhelming power, leading many to think anyone could last a few rounds against her. But today, she had shown no mercy. Satoshi, since I agreed to battle you, I should have given it my all instead of engaging in this meaningless, drawn-out fight. She glanced at Bai Yi in the distance, whose translucent form flickered as he continued strategizing against unknown dangers, and felt a pang in her chest before turning back. You're welcome to visit the Kalos region sometime for a real battle. But today, I'm sorry, I wasn't in the mood to drag things out. Satoshi didn't fully grasp her complex emotions, but hearing the keywords Kalos and real battle, his eyes immediately lit up as he nodded vigorously. As long as there was a fight to be had, he was all in. That night, nearly everyone at the Pokémon Center lay awake, except for Satoshi, who slept soundly, while even Pikachu stared at the ceiling with round eyes. Everyone had their own worries. Bai Yi tossed and turned in bed, unable to shake his unease. Having spent so much time in this world, he had genuinely grown to love the Pokémon here and cherish these friendships. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked himself during the Alamos Town incident. Was he really going to be forced to leave like this? Bai Yi leaned against the wall, bathed in the cold moonlight, and let out a long sigh. Eevee was awakened by the sound and perked up its ears, but unusually didn't bite him. Instead, it gently nuzzled against his ankle. 2 days ago, Gardevoir's healing pulses had mended its hidden injuries, and though its body felt comfortable now, its anticipation ability still filled it with vague dread, a constant fear that it would lose its trainer at any moment. Vui, you stinky human, are you really going to leave? Don't worry, I'm not leaving. I can't bear to part with you all. Bai Yi stroked Evie's soft head, a smile playing at his lips, though it quickly turned into a self-deprecating bitter laugh. But if you really can't find me someday, take Ralts and go with Diantha, okay? Seeing Evie's wide, watery eyes staring at him, he could only helplessly continue his instructions. Give Squirtle to Shigeru. Put Ivysaur in the old man's backyard. Entrust Riolu to Sharona. Let Gligger lead the combi to find Shinji. Rotom goes with Brother Clement. Give the Aerodactyl to that fool to train, and Murkrow. Vui. Eevee slammed into his chest, then curled its entire body into his arms, biting down hard on his jacket and refusing to let go. On the other side of the wall, Diantha sat elegantly on the sofa, though she looked haggard. The ashtray beside her was piled high with slender women's cigarettes she never actually smoked, only lit them while staying up late memorizing scripts. The smell kept her alert, and afterward Gardevoir would use a healing pulse to quickly restore her health without any harm. Tonight, she had been lighting them almost one after another, repeatedly polishing the mega stone at the center of her swan necklace with a silk handkerchief. Moonlight streamed through the window, refracting off the keystone and casting an eerie glow. Gardevoir stood quietly nearby, understanding that her sister was feeling down because of that troublesome boy, but it also knew now wasn't the time to advise separation. Gardevoir, how long has it been since we had a real battle? About a year, Gardevoir replied. At the same moment, outside Alamos town, others remained sleepless through the night. Garchomp, the 98th time Dragon Rush. Gastrodon, Stone Edge. Sharona's face was ice cold as Garchomp and Gastrodon took turns bombarding the spatial barrier surrounding Alamos town. At her feet lay a pile of attribute gems that had lost their luster, all used to amplify move power. The battle-hardened champion was usually composed, but tonight her rage burned unusually high. I'll be damned if I can't break through this thing. The sleepless night finally passed, and sunlight shone down as usual. Early in the morning, Bai Yi, who had just closed his eyes briefly, was awakened by sudden commotion erupting from the Pokémon Center. Rubbing his eyes, he walked to the courtyard to find sleeping Pokémon scattered all over the ground. Darkrai has appeared, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Darkrai often appeared in town, and because of it, Cresselia frequently blessed this place. Lunar wings that sold for tens of thousands outside could be bought here for just a few hundred. So the townspeople usually didn't think much of Darkrai. However, now that trouble had arisen, everyone immediately pointed fingers at it. Baron Alberto had called in reporters. His main Pokémon, Lickilicky, had been beaten half to death before, and since then he harbored deep hatred for Darkrai, hiring passing trainers as muscle with high pay. By the time they reached the old warehouse, he had already cornered Darkrai against the wall with his group. Face your fate. There's no escape for you. Darkrai, the Baron roared through a megaphone. This shout slightly lifted the spirits of Bai Yi, who had been gloomy all night, and he couldn't help but laugh. It doesn't even want to deal with you. Hearing the laughter, Baron Alberto immediately turned around, his gaze locking onto him. What are you laughing at? I'm thinking of something amusing. Bai Yi watched Baron Albert, who had been transformed into a Lickilicky by nightmares and chaotic spatial forces, and after holding back for a long time, he finally burst out laughing. It was already ridiculous enough in the movie, but seeing it up close in reality made it even more hilarious. Behind the Baron, Team Rocket's trio hunched over, struggling to support a real Lickilicky while drenched in sweat. But who could blame them when the Baron had paid them? Anyway, don't come over and interfere with me. Watch this bind attack. After transforming into a Pokémon, the Baron skillfully mastered Lickilicky's signature move, his long tongue lashing out like several orange lightning bolts striking toward Darkrai. Electabuzz, use Brick Break. Shinji coldly commanded, and Electabuzz flashed forward, bringing down a powerful hand chop. The fighting-type move struck hard against the tongue, causing the Lickilicky Baron to roll around on the ground in pain. Useless thing. Shinji's lips curved into a cold smirk. The Baron clutched his tongue and roared angrily. You brat, don't come here and mess things up. Are you trying to protect this Darkrai that's dragged Alamos town into crisis? Seeing he couldn't win through force, he began playing the moral card. Around them, the trainers hired by the Baron at high wages were initially restless, but Carnet simply stood quietly to the side, and with just one calm glance, she silenced those temporary mercenaries completely. Shinji glanced at the Baron and sneered. Since it's a Pokémon, it can be captured. This Darkrai is my target, so don't you dare interfere. The Baron was stunned, everyone was stunned, and Ash's group was equally dazed. Even Bai Yi hadn't expected that Shinji's motivation for intervening was actually to capture Darkrai. It seemed this guy still craved powerful strength. That was fine though. With Shinji in front, at least no one else could get close before his official battle with Darkrai. Team Rocket's 2 humans and 1 Meowth quietly exchanged glances, suddenly struck by inspiration, and whooshed into a nearby alley. We already took the Baron's money anyway, and we're the evil Team Rocket. We'll take the money and catch Darkrai. In the field, the Baron and Shinji began fighting in earnest. Take this. Hyper Beam. The Baron opened his mouth and shot out an orange-yellow beam straight at Shinji. Just as the beam fired, the ground beneath his feet gave way, and Monferno burst up from underground, sending him flying. After landing, the Baron got up and whipped his tongue out in a lick attack, targeting both Monferno and Electabuzz, was obviously much more durable than the original Lickilicky. As the battle raged on, the space above Alamos Town fluctuated violently once again. The trainers who had gathered for the bounty immediately scattered like birds and beasts upon seeing this. However, a few people still harbored thoughts of taking advantage, trying to slip through the chaotic battlefield to attack Darkrai. Don't even think about it. Wartortle, Water Pulse. EV Swift. Bai Yi promptly released EV and Wartortle, blocking the path of those opportunists. At a time like this, you're still thinking of taking advantage? Ash, let's help too. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Piplup, Bubble Beam. Pachirisu, Discharge. Ash and Dawn joined forces, their electric attacks and water moves interweaving to completely drive back the scattered trainers attempting to approach Darkrai. Bai Yi looked up at the sky. Once Palkia and Dialga really start fighting, we'll all be finished. Carne stood guard on the side, deciding not to intervene. The impact would really be too significant. Freed from the interference of those small fry, Darkrai leaped up and reached the top of the space-time tower. Ash, Bai Yi, and the others followed closely behind. Before leaving, Ash shouted back, Shinji, we're leaving this to you. Shinji seemed not to hear, his expression remaining indifferent as always. The next second, his Poke Ball opened automatically, and Torterra landed with a thunderous crash. You're still as meddlesome as ever, Shinji said, raising his hand as Torterra responded with a low growl. Go ahead. Elekid and the others can handle things here. Be careful. Torterra. Torterra pursued toward the space-time tower with earth-shaking steps. The moment Darkrai set foot on the tower's peak, a thick spatial barrier sent it flying backward. In midair, Palkia was curled up within a light barrier, eyes closed in recovery. Get out! Darkrai roared furiously, unleashing Dark Pulse, but the attack was erased by spatial power before it could even approach. Palkia was awakened by the thunderous noise and let out a low roar. The thick fog that had shrouded Poplar Town instantly dissipated as all spatial energy flowed back into its body. However, the violent spatial fluctuations in such a short time dragged the entire town into a space-time rift, causing streets and buildings to warp bizarrely. Fortunately, the space within the town quickly repaired itself, and the Pokémon trapped in nightmares began to awaken. Baron Lickilicky reverted to Albert's true form, only to be sent flying by Elekid's brick break, crashing into a wall and falling unconscious. Shinji glanced over. Definitely broke some bones, who knows how many. Completely useless. With that, he recalled Elekid and Chimchar, then looked up at the storm-churned sky, where Darkrai and Palkia's battle raged with lightning and thunder, stirring his emotions. Is this what Bai Yi meant by true power? As the aerial battle intensified, the blonde girl Alice noticed cracks appearing in the lustrous pearl on Palkia's shoulder and cried out, "It's injured." She gripped Tonio's arm tightly. According to legend, when legendary Pokémon are wounded, they lose control due to rage, their power becomes chaotic, and disaster follows. That's not all, Bai Yi said, gazing at the horizon. The next moment, meteor-like Draco meteors streaked through the sky, crashing down with thunder and fire toward Darkrai and Palkia, the explosions sending towering clouds of dust skyward. A massive dragon with a sapphire-blue body and a diamond-shaped energy crystal embedded in its chest tore through the night. Dialga had arrived. With an earth-shaking roar, it tackled Palkia down among Poplar Town's buildings. The two titans clashed furiously, walls crumbling and streets shattering. Roar of time spread outward, causing the great clock on the space-time tower to spin wildly, sometimes accelerating, sometimes reversing as temporal energy fell into chaos. The battle grew more intense as Aura Sphere and Hyper Beam collided midair, creating brilliant pillars of light. One stray Aura Sphere shot straight toward the space-time tower. Darkrai flew up to intercept it, its dark form thrown backward by the blast's impact, yet it remained steadfast before the two dragons. Get out, it roared again. For Alicia's kindness, to protect the garden in its memories, Darkrai fought fearlessly. Even facing divine beings, it refused to retreat a single step. Charizard, Bai Yi threw his Pokeball. The orange-eared dragon soared skyward, its flames illuminating Poplar Town bright as day. Gardevoir, let's go. Cynthia followed suit. Gardevoir used Psychic to hover in the air, her figure like a fairy beneath the moon. The three Pokémon stood side by side in formation, facing the space-time duo Hedon. If you two insist on turning everything upside down today, then let us show you the power of humans and Pokémon. Charizard unleashed Flamethrower. Gardevoir used Moonblast, and Darkrai launched Dark Pulse. The three mighty attacks intertwined in midair, forming a blazing torrent that thundered toward Dialga and Palkia. As the champion's ace Pokémon, Charizard and Gardevoir had long lingered at the threshold of legendary status, but had never had the chance to unleash their full power without restraint. Now, joined by a true legendary Pokémon in Darkrai, their combined might, while not world-ending, carried the overwhelming pressure of moving mountains and filling seas. The raging flames, brilliant moonlight, and dark energy struck in waves, finally forcing the twin dragons of time and space to divert some attention from their mutual battle to deal with these external attacks. Dialga and Palkia continued to restrain each other while being forced to spare power to resist the three-way assault, at last entering a true life-or-death melee. Charizard and the others understood their mission: draw the battle to higher altitudes while using their own energy to neutralize any collateral damage the space-time dragons might inflict on Alamos Town. Tonio, Charizard and the others can't hold out much longer. You're a scholar of space-time, think. Is there anything in the literature about calming the space-time dragons? Bai Yi shouted his reminder. He remembered that in the movie, it was Alice and Tonio who found the crucial clue in a diary, but he couldn't recall which specific one. Having learned from past experience when the plot went awry, Bai Yi didn't dare interfere rashly again, only pointing them in the right direction. Tonio frowned in thought amid the explosions, and after a long moment, his eyes lit up with inspiration. That's right. Godie's diary. It contains records about the space-time dragons. I'll go find it right away. Wait, I'm coming too. Alice followed close behind. The two stumbled toward the laboratory. Watching them leave, Bai Yi immediately turned to Ash, Dawn, and Brock. You go with Tonio. But here, Ash looked up at the deafening battle in the sky, his fists clenched white with frustration, wishing he could fly up and help immediately. Bai Yi patted his shoulder with firm resolve. Charizard and Cynthia are here, don't worry. Go help Tonio quickly. That's right, Ash, let's go. Staying here would only distract Miss Cynthia, the ever-calm Brock added. Ash took a deep breath, nodded firmly, and turned with his two companions to chase after Tonio. High above, the battle intensified. Ultimately, the first-class gods wielding divine authority held the advantage, as Dialga and Palkia gradually suppressed their opponents through sheer power. To protect the garden from collateral damage, Darkrai took a devastating blow from Dialga Hedon, its body charred black and trailing smoke as it plummeted toward the ground. With its fall, the situation instantly became tense. Even though Dialga and Palkia were mortal enemies, the occasional strike they could spare was enough to force Charizard and Gardevoir into retreat. In a split second, the blue diamond on Dialga's chest blazed with light as purple-black energy surged in its throat. Palkia was equally unwilling to yield, though the pearls on its arms were already covered in cracks. They still frantically gathered energy. Spatial rend and roar of time collided once again. In an instant, the entire subspace trembled violently, the order of time and space teetering on the brink of destruction as the escaping energy obliterated more than half of Poplar Town. Darkrai roared in fury, leading Mew and Lugia in another assault against Dialga and Palkia. 5 legendary Pokémon clashed ferociously beneath the shattered sky. A single direct collision sent shockwaves rippling in all directions, causing the red chain stone fragment on Bai Yi's chest to shatter with a sharp crack, its pieces swept away by the howling winds. The moment the stone crumbled, his strength gave out, and he collapsed to his knees among the ruins. As the thunderous roar faded from his ears, Bai Yi felt as though he was drifting away from reality. His body felt weightless and torn, countless fragments of space-time spinning past his face, while a vortex-like force threatened to tear him apart. Bai Yi! Carne cried out in alarm. From an outsider's perspective, his body had become almost transparent. She reached out to support him, but her hands grasped only empty air. Little E, Eevee jerk, Boss Squirtle, Carne, Eevee, and Squirtle gathered around him. The chaotic space-time currents had nearly crushed Bai Yi, but as the aftershock subsided, his form gradually solidified, though it remained dim and faded. Fighting back tears, Carne let him lean against her arm. Little E, hang in there. Carne. Actually, I'm from another world, Bai Yi said with difficulty. Those so-called brilliant ideas weren't my talent. I am just a plagiarist. I'm sorry. No, Little E. Cynthia told me about your situation long ago. I don't care, Carne said softly, wiping the corner of her eye. She truly didn't mind whether Bai Yi was naturally gifted. Bringing creative ideas from his original world to this one required tremendous psychological strength. She had originally wanted to find an opportunity to help him let go of this burden, but now feared there might never be another chance. Little E, rest well. Everything will be fine. No, listen to me. Bai Yi struggled to sit up again, pain shooting through his chest. The power of emotion is sustaining me, but it still can't stop me from fading away. Carne, if I'm gone, please take care of my partners. I'm sorry to them, especially these two. He looked toward Squirtle and little Eevee. Squirtle loves pranks, but he's a good kid. Eevee is a bit tsundere, but very cute. Please help me raise them well. Yes, I promise. Carne said through tears, smoothing his disheveled hair and gently caressing his cold cheek with her fingertips. Bai Yi could feel his body fading away inch by inch. Carne, if there's ever another chance to travel through time and space, I want to see you again. Don't worry, boss. Squirtle said with tears in his eyes. Your little brother will definitely take care of sister-in-law for you. Evie burrowed into Bai Yi's embrace, shaking her head desperately. Stupid human. You promised that following you would mean a life of comfort. How can you break your word? She wanted to grab onto Bai Yi like Carne did, but she had no hands. How she wished she could grow hands to pull him back firmly. Evie! Evie! Evie cried out loudly, suddenly erupting in brilliant white light. Big sister is evolving. Squirtle watched in stunned amazement. From within the white light, two slender pink ribbons extended, wrapping tightly around Bai Yi's arm. As the light faded, Evie had transformed into Sylvian. Sylvian! Sylvian continued calling out, pink radiance rippling from her body. Centered on Bai Yi, a faint pink mist began to rise. Though the mist seemed fragile enough to shatter at a touch before the space-time domains of Dialga and Palkia, it miraculously blocked the twin dragons' temporal spatial waves, even forcing Bai Yi's dissolution to halt. Sylvian, stupid human, you're not allowed to abandon me. Evie evolved into Sylvian and learned Misty Terrain. As the Kalos champion who first discovered the fairy type, Diantha immediately realized what was happening. Although Spatial Rend and Roar of Time were terrifyingly powerful, they were ultimately dragon-type moves, and under the influence of Misty Terrain, their power would be cut in half, weakening the space-time impact affecting Bai Yi as well. Sylvian, well done. She bent down and rubbed Sylvian's head. Sylvian hummed proudly, tightening its ribbons to protect Bai Yi even more securely. However, they were still facing legendary Pokémon. Bai Yi's strength had only recovered slightly as he struggled to stand with Diantha's support. If they couldn't quickly calm the fury of the two divine dragons and prevent their ultimate attacks from clashing heat again, even Misty Terrain wouldn't be able to save anyone. Don't worry, I absolutely won't let that happen. Diantha turned to face the fierce battle in the sky, taking 2 steps forward as regret surged through her. The prolonged exhibition match had made her forget the principle of even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit, let alone when facing 2 enraged dragons. She gripped the necklace at her chest tightly. If she had given her all from the beginning, perhaps Xiao Yi wouldn't have needed to take such risks. Fortunately, it wasn't too late this time. She would protect Xiao Yi to the very end. Gardevoir sensed her determination and immediately withdrew from the battle circle, teleporting in front of its trainer. Gardevoir, I'm ready. Yes, let everyone see the bond between us. Diantha raised her Mega Stone, and the Mega Evolution Stone on Gardevoir's chest began to resonate without any wind, both gems releasing light that converged in midair before flowing back into Gardevoir's body. Gardevoir Mega Evolution. Brilliant white light tore through the gloom, piercing the terrifying space-time rifts like a lighthouse and bringing a ray of hope to the residents of Alamos Town. As the light faded, Gardevoir had donned an elegant gown, with white horns rising like an elaborate hairdo and a red spike on its chest resembling a beating heart. The Psychic Queen was officially crowned as Mega Gardevoir descended. With just one flash, she appeared before Palkia. Though Mega Gardevoir's base stat total of 618 couldn't match Palkia's 680, it was enough to hold it back. The intense fairy-type aura made Palkia instinctively recoil, and it struck with a spatial rend. Mega Gardevoir, dazzling gleam. The bond that united their hearts allowed Diantha's command to reach clearly into the sky. The dragon-type spatial rend collided heat-in with the fairy-type dazzling gleam, resulting in a stalemate thanks to type advantage. With Palkia held back, the pressure on Charizard and Darkrai was greatly reduced. At that moment, Tonio and Satoshi arrived carrying boxes of sound discs. Xiao Yi, this is Satoshi was seeing Sylvian for the first time. Bai Yi nodded with a smile. Eevee evolved to save me. It's a fairy-type Sylvian. Satoshi, no time for chatting now. We need to get these sound discs to the space-time tower. Tonio led the way. The group immediately boarded a hot air balloon and flew upward. Halfway through their flight, the hot air balloon's flames caught Dialga's attention, and a devastating hyper beam came roaring toward them. In a split second, Darkrai lunged forward, using its body to block the beam before plummeting to the ground with the acrid smell of burning. The shockwave tore the balloon's envelope to shreds, sending the basket plummeting like a stone. Turtwig. A cry accompanied the howling razor leaf attack. Shinji's Turtwig battled against the fierce winds to reach them, its emerald leaf blades swirling as it managed to flip the basket onto a platform halfway up the space-time tower. Thank you, Turtwig. Bai Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Turtwig, no problem. Turtwig replied quietly before retreating to a corner to catch its breath. With Darkrai out of the fight early, Charizard faced the enraged Dialga alone, relying only on its rich battle experience to dodge and weave. However, against a legendary Pokémon that controlled time itself, even the fastest reflexes couldn't hold out for long. Garchomp. Dragon Rush. Cynthia arrived and commanded her newly arrived Garchomp to dive down. Purple-black dragon energy wrapped around its steel-hard body as it slammed into Dialga's hyper beam, knocking it off course. She stood shoulder to shoulder with Diantha, directing Garchomp and Charizard in coordinated suppression. I finally made it in. Mega Gardevoir, Moonblast. Diantha roared. Garchomp, Giga Impact. Charizard, use Heavy Slam. The three champions held nothing back. The full moon hung high, casting silver light as pale purple Moonblast energy struck Palkia Hedon. Charizard transformed into a golden-red pillar of fire, crashing toward Dialga, while Garchomp launched itself from the ground, wrapped in purple-gold energy, as its Giga Impact hammered the legendary's chest. The explosive assault drove both space-time dragons into the dust. Sylveon, Swift, Wartortle, use Aura Sphere. Bai Yi seized the opportunity to command his Pokémon as streaks of light and blue Aura Spheres fired in unison. Turtwig's legs shook the ground, thick thorns bursting from the earth to strike at both dragons. Every bit of experience counted. As the dust settled, Dialga and Palkia slowly rose to their feet, their chests heaving violently. The concentrated assault had indeed left marks, but it was far from enough to defeat legendary Pokémon. Bai Yi cursed inwardly. These legendaries are ridiculously tough. Just then, clear chimes rang out from within the space-time tower as oration began to play. The gentle melody flowed into everyone's hearts like a clear spring, gradually soothing the legendary Pokémon's rage. Throughout the town, residents stopped what they were doing to listen quietly. Bai Yi leaned against Turtwig's back and let out a long sigh of relief to manage to save his skin. As the music grew stronger, soft white light emanated from the tower's surface. Dialga and Palkia flew to the tower's peak, standing quietly within the glow. The white light flowed around them, and Palkia's wounds visibly healed before their eyes. The two dragons looked at each other for a moment, then suddenly turned their gazes toward Bai Yi. Diantha immediately stepped forward, spreading her arms to shield him. What do you want? It's all right, Diantha. Bai Yi took a deep breath and moved to stand slightly in front of her, giving her a reassuring look. Their anger has subsided. They won't harm me. Despite his words, he still felt uneasy. A Pokémon world had countless legendary Pokémon, but these two were known for their volatile tempers. In the original story, Dialga had simply left without a word, so who knew what they wanted now? At that moment, Ash and Dawn's voices called out from the tower's peak. Dialga, Palkia, this is all your fault. Please restore everything back to normal. We're begging you. The protagonist's aura truly worked wonders. The space-time dragons looked at each other once more, then each raised their heads. Dialga released blue-white radiance, while Palkia emitted purple energy. One restored space, the other restored time. In an instant, the green mountains and clear waters around Alamos town reappeared under bright skies. Broken walls and ruins rapidly restored themselves in the swirling streams of light, with streets, houses, and the tower itself returning to their original state. After everything was restored, both Dialga and Palkia turned their attention to Bai Yi. Dialga, Palkia, you brought me here, and I don't want to leave. I want to stay. Bai Yi stood tall in the center of Alamos town square, openly declaring his intentions to the legendary dragons of time and space. Since he had been brought to this other world, he was willing to make his life here. The two divine dragons locked eyes, then simultaneously roared toward the heavens, their deafening cries seeming to tear through the very air. Bai Yi barely had time to squint before the world dissolved into blinding light. When his vision cleared, he found himself floating in the depths of space. Stars twinkled all around as Dialga and Palkia flanked him protectively on either side. The pink pearl on Palkia's chest pulsed rhythmically, and the pattern of Mesprit on Bai Yi's hand throbbed in response. Through the power of emotion, he understood the message Palkia was conveying. Bai Yi didn't originally belong to this dimension, but he had been brought here and had chosen to remain. In response, Palkia was willing to grant him a fragment of spatial power, while Dialga would bestow upon him a fragment of temporal power. These two energies would merge within him, transforming into a new force, the power to overcome. This power couldn't directly manipulate time and space, but it was better suited for human absorption. Once the wielder became strong enough, they could use it to transcend any obstacle, even surpass time and space itself. Bai Yi wasn't the first to receive this gift. People had long ago named it based on its meaning of transcending and overcoming all, the power to overcome. However, for the energies of time and space to truly transform, he still needed the complete recognition of the three lake guardians closest to humanity: Mesprit, the god of emotion; Azelf, the god of willpower; and Uxie, the god of wisdom. The power of emotion had already awakened within him, and now it carried the power of time and space. Only by gaining Azelf's willpower and Uxie's wisdom could he achieve true transcendent power. As for his current semi-transparent complexion, even the dragons of time and space were powerless to change it. They could only ensure he wouldn't fade away entirely. Only Azelf's power of will might restore him to normal for at certain moments. unwavering determination could indeed triumph over time and space. With the information transmitted, the starlight before him suddenly twisted and transformed back into white light. Bai Yi blinked and found himself back in Alamos Town Square. Dialga and Palkia had vanished without a trace. Xiaoyi, are you alright? Cynthia hurried over and reached out to steady him. Bai Yi's body was still several shades more translucent than others, and her expression was filled with concern. Bai Yi gave her a reassuring look. I'm fine. Palkia has told me how to solve this. Next, I need to go to Lake Valor near Veilstone City. Seeing that he was safe, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the crisis in Alamos Town resolved, Cynthia immediately informed them that Professor Rowan had submitted a proposal to end Bai Yi's supervision period early, and she would return to the Spear Pillar headquarters to help push it through. Once the paperwork was approved, Bai Yi would be free to move about as he pleased. Xiaoyi, since you're going to Veilstone City, why don't we come with you? Ash was still worried about him. But Bai Yi shook his head. Xiaosong from Chiefeng City is an ice-type expert, and the Chiefeng gym follows 4v4 rules, which is beyond what Xiaoji can handle right now. Don't worry, I'll make it a quick trip, Bai Yi said, then turned to Xiaoguang. Don't forget about the contest in Yuan City. The Yuan contest is top tier in Sinnoh. It's a rare opportunity, so give it your all. Xiaoguang nodded but still looked worried. Xiaoyi, are you sure you'll be okay going alone? Of course, Bai Yi waved dismissively. I'll head straight to Yuan City after I'm done, might even catch up with you guys there. Hearing his reassurance, the group had no choice but to let it go. That night, they all slept soundly at the Pokémon Center, finally shaking off the exhaustion from their long journey. The next morning, while Xiaoji and the others were still asleep, Bai Yi had already packed his bag and left Baiyang Town alone. As he crossed the small bridge, he saw Karun waiting there with a brand new bicycle. Karun. A gift, Karun said, pushing the bike forward. You love taking in the scenery along the way, refused to fly, and didn't bring any rideable Pokémon, so here's a Venusaur bike. Stay safe on the road. Bai Yi examined the frame. It was the standard model that cost a fortune in the games. After everything he and Karun had been through together, refusing would be too formal. He accepted it graciously. Thank you, Karun. I'll be careful. I should really be going with you, Karun said, brushing back her golden hair with a slightly apologetic tone. But I still have filming to do here. Bai Yi shook his head, cutting her off. I hope that when we stand together, people will genuinely think we're a perfect match, and when we're apart, we can each shine on our own. Kid, if you're going to be smooth with words, don't just throw them around carelessly. Karun looked down, her face turning red for once. But her mind was racing. Was that a confession? He's handsome and kind, just a bit young. Oh well, young is fine, nothing wrong with a little cradle robbing now and then. The Gardevoire's pokeball at her waist swayed gently, as if cheering her on hopeless. Just as the atmosphere was about to turn romantic, a dark shadow darted out from beside the bridge. Darkrai, leaving already? The shadow spoke in a deep voice. Darkrai, you're alive, Bai Yi exclaimed with joy. I'm not dead, young one, Darkrai said, scratching its head with a slightly helpless tone. Thanks to your help, I was able to protect the garden. It sensed the lunar wing on Bai Yi and gestured that it wanted to see it. Bai Yi quickly pulled the feather from his bag. Darkrai nodded. It was well preserved with abundant power, likely left by the divine Darkrai of New Moon Island. It raised its hand, wrapping the feather in dark purple energy and inscribing the technique for using Dark Void onto its surface. Any Pokémon with decent aptitude could learn it. If you encounter danger again, use the feather to call me, Darkrai added. Among my kind, aside from that old ancestor, I fear no one. With those words, it vanished into shadow. Interrupted by this sudden encounter, the two couldn't linger any longer. After a brief farewell, Bai Yi mounted the bicycle and headed north. Chiefeng City was located at the northernmost tip of Sinnoh. Just follow Route 217 straight ahead, and it was nearly impossible to get lost unless you were one of those airheads, of course. For this trip, he'd sent Charizard back to the research facility, and Riolu had been taken by Sharona for special training. His current team consisted of Wartortle, Ivysaur, Sylveon, Ralts, Combi, and Skorupi. Bai Yi figured that by the time he reached Chiefeng City, his probation period would be over. Then he could ask the old man to lift the 6 Pokémon limit and bring back Murkrow too. The road to Chiefeng City was both challenging and manageable, depending on how you looked at it. Route 217 wound its way up the mountainside toward the northern peak of Mount Tengan, where Chiefeng City was nestled. Halfway up the elevation, the dirt beneath one's feet gave way to pristine white snow. While the base of the mountain still basked in late summer warmth, the upper slopes had already plunged into deep winter, with blizzards carrying ice shards howling through the air. Bai Yi folded up his bicycle and continued on foot, deliberately choosing secluded paths. The snowy trail beneath him was riddled with potholes, fierce winds drove hail directly into his face, and his strength was gradually being sapped. But he didn't stop. The thick coat, scarf, and gloves he'd purchased at the mountain's base kept his body heat locked and tight. Through the swirling snow, an alluring, slender, ghostly figure quietly took shape, beckoning to him with a crooked finger. A frostless emanating a pale purple glow appeared in his field of vision, with a cozy wooden cabin materializing out of thin air behind her. Bai Yi Smurkity's target had appeared. Before crossing over to this world, he'd had his eye on this newly king-level frostless from the original story, and now he was deliberately playing the part of a lost traveler to lure her out. The frostless smiled and gestured for him to come inside and warm up. Thank you, frostless. Bai Yi stepped inside without hesitation. Inside, flames danced in the fireplace, logs crackled and popped, and the air seemed to be warming but with just a moment's focus. One could sense that the temperature was almost entirely an illusion. The frostless brought him a steaming bowl of soup, which Bai Yi accepted but didn't drink. There's a legend from the land of the rising sun. A snow woman knocks on doors at night, asking for water. If you give her hot soup, she finds it too hot and leaves immediately. If you give her cold water, the entire household gets frozen into ice sculptures. What a strangely morally instructive tale, he thought to himself with amusement. Bai Yi's hesitation caused the temperature in the frostless's eyes to plummet. Humanoid Pokémon never held back their expressions. At the same time, two round Snorant peeked out from the inner room, curiously staring at the stranger. Folk tales claimed Snorant symbolized abundance and joy, but Bai Yi only cared about their battle prowess. Drop the act, frostless. I'm taking all three of you with me today. What did you just say? The frostless's expression darkened. In an instant, the fireplace, sofa, and wooden walls all crumbled away, the cozy cabin transforming into a bone-chilling ice cave. The hot soup in his hands immediately froze into crystalline shaved ice. Bai Yi scooped up a spoonful and tasted it. Not bad, made with sweet peach and bitter plum berry jam. Very authentic. Plus this ice cave blocks the wind nicely. Thanks for the hospitality. The frostless was stunned by his composure, momentarily unsure how to react. Her original script had clearly been, terrified traveler breaks down in tears before being frozen solid. Bai Yi casually shifted his stance and patted the pokeballs at his waist. Wartortle, Ralts, Sylveon, Vespiquen. Bai Yi released 4 Pokémon. The 3 combi had just evolved into Vespiquen at the foot of the mountain. Her golden armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and together with a Sylveon, Wartortle, and Ralts, for sets of eyes locked onto the frostless. The sudden encirclement made Frostless's heart tighten as she slid back half a step, her slender shoulders trembling almost imperceptibly. Often, hunter and prey could switch roles in an instant. Frostless gritted her teeth and swung an ice blade, launching the first attack without hesitation. Vespiquen flew up to meet her, sharp arm blades slashing diagonally as the two crossed paths in midair, scattering ice shards and poison. On the surface, they seemed evenly matched, but Vespiquen had only recently evolved and was slightly weaker, allowing the experienced Frostless to maintain steady pressure. Seeing Vespiquen forced back, Sylveon's ribbons flashed with blinding white light as Irontail prepared to strike. Wartortle's cheeks puffed up as snowy radiance gathered between his fangs, ready to tear apart prey with bite. Ralts casually played with dancing magical flames, the fire tongues painting the snow surface crimson. Bai Yi stepped forward leisurely, snow crunching under his shoes. So, he chuckled, will you go into the Pokeball nicely, or after taking a beating? The next day, the wind died and snow stopped as bright sunlight illuminated the mountain path. Bai Yi hummed a tune while mounting his bicycle, heading toward Canalave City. The newly acquired dual-blade Frostless secured her position as the main Ice-type powerhouse of his Sinnoh team, while the 2 Snorant were also captured and sent to Professor Oak's laboratory. Originally, Frostless had no interest in following him, but when Bai Yi offered to take both Snorant along, she compromised just as the magical flames nearly reached her face. Learning that Professor Oak's backyard housed a young and vigorous Glalie made Frostless even more delighted, and she voluntarily entered the Pokeball. Through brief communication with Frostless, Bai Yi gained comprehensive understanding of the Snorant species. 1. Frostless often converts ice caves into houses, luring lost trainers inside during blizzards, though without truly malicious intent to kill. 2. Snorant's shells can absorb gratitude from rescued individuals as nourishment, making them both auspicious and mysterious. 3. When Snorant's energy is abundant, Frostless uses hypnosis to make trainers sleep while extracting about 2 to 3 days of their lifespan. 4. After blizzards subside, Frostless not only releases people but also points out routes to cities. Bai Yi considered this trade of rescue and snow for payment in lifespan quite fair. Getting lost in extreme cold and blizzards could prove fatal even for fire-type Pokémon, making Frostless's ice cave the only refuge. Snorant found it even more reasonable. Gratitude was their delicacy. Only Frostless felt frustrated. She had planned to capture a passerby to bring back to the cave as a meal for her children, but before she could deceive anyone, she ended up becoming someone else's Pokémon instead. Beyond the snowy mountains lay Windworks Town, where Staravia evolved in the original story, and Solation Town, which hosted contests. Bai Yi had no interest in second-tier contests, and having already spent 2 days capturing Frostless, he decided to head straight for Canalave City. The highest peak of Mt. Coronet's northern range loomed in the distance. His destination lay just beyond that ridge. However, at the Pokémon Center at the mountain's base, he encountered an injustice he couldn't ignore. At the end of the corridor, a girl in a pink princess dress was cornered. She had curly blue hair adorned with a pink hair clip and clutched a dazed Shelder tightly in her arms. Several girls who looked ethereally superior stood opposite her, pointing and gesturing with faces full of arrogance and contempt. Shelder mustered courage to shield its trainer, but was surrounded by the other girls' Pokémon. Its shell was covered in cracks, its body bruised purple and blue. Though Shelder wanted to protect the girl, it was blocked by the other girl's Pokémon and had already been beaten to a battered state. Bai Yi recognized this girl. Her name was Mary Ling, and she had appeared in one episode of the original story. He remembered that Mary Ling was considered an outcast by her classmates because she found Shelder cute. From isolation to verbal bullying, day after day, this child gradually buried her love for Shelder deep in her heart, and instead tried to cater to popular tastes, fawning over those soft, defenseless Pokémon that looked particularly pitiful when attacked. In the past, Bai Yi had only heard about such situations, but now this scene was unfolding right before his eyes. Seriously, how could you possibly think Shelder is cute? Exactly. That clunky, ugly shell has no charm at all. Who would like it? In the corner, 3 girls had cornered Mary Ling, mocking her with overlapping voices. They pushed forward what they considered cute Pokémon Swinub, Delibird, and Smoochum lined up in front of Shelder, as if trying to use their standard of cuteness to shame Mary Ling into submission. It's not that bad, Mary Ling defended quietly. Ice types are popular in Chefing City. Give me a break, one of them sneered. Bai Yi couldn't watch anymore. He stepped forward, breaking into their circle and positioning himself between Mary Ling and the 3 bullies. Hey, you 3, that's enough. His tone wasn't loud, but like a stone hitting water, it instantly silenced their mockery. Everyone has Pokémon they like or dislike. I have ones I'm not interested in too, like Jinx or Bruxish, but I never look down on people who like them. Don't you think your sarcasm and ridicule are going too far? Oh my, where did this loser come from? Help me, girl, some country bumpkin thinks he can lecture us. Get lost already, you're an eyesore. The 3 girls acted like they owned the world, arrogant, but lacking real confidence. Bai Yi was too lazy to waste more words and directly pulled out a Pokeball. Ivysaur, use Vine Whip. Thick vines lashed through the air, striking the 3 girls and their Pokémon several times, causing them to cry out in pain. They fled with their heads covered, cursing as they escaped the Pokémon Center, leaving behind only a few broken feathers and ice shards scattered on the floor. The air finally fell quiet. Thank you. Mary Ling, holding her Shelder, carefully approached Bai Yi and bowed in gratitude. Her voice was still trembling. Don't mention it. Bai Yi looked at her. This kind of thing happens to you often, doesn't it? Mary Ling nodded. Besides herself, no one else seemed to think Shelder was cute. While bullying didn't happen frequently, judgmental stares were everywhere. Over time, her confidence had been worn away bit by bit. If Bai Yi hadn't been there today, she might have actually been forced to admit that Shelder isn't cute. As she spoke, her tears fell onto Shelder's shell, and the previously slightly open shell slowly closed. In that moment, even Shelder wavered. Perhaps leaving Mary Ling would stop being a burden to her. Bai Yi crouched down, meeting the gaze of those black hole-like gaps in the shell. You feel frustrated too, don't you? He looked up at the sobbing girl. Just running away isn't enough. People who think you're not good enough will continue to think you're not good enough no matter what you do. There are always people in this world who don't care about facts, they just want to appear successful, so they pick a target and relentlessly tear them down. Bai Yi told Mary Ling and Shelder that it wasn't because they weren't good enough, but because they appeared weak and wouldn't fight back. These people would make them targets for their negativity. These people don't actually want to understand you, they just think you're an easy target. Bai Yi leaned against the glass door of the Pokémon Center, her tone cold and hard. When dealing with people like that, you've got to hit back hard. Tell them your life is for yourself, not for their commentary. If they insist on running their mouths, they better be ready to get punched. One strong punch prevents 100 more. That's the real wisdom. As soon as she finished speaking, Mary Ling, who was standing nearby, hadn't yet recovered from her shock when a skull-uniform-clad girl approached, her footsteps crunching through the snow. She had pale skin and cute twin braids, with a fitted white shirt that outlined her slender figure. A blue cotton jacket was casually tied around her waist, impossible to tell if it was for warmth or style. Bai Yi recognized her, the gym leader of Snowpoint Gym. Excuse me, are you Miss Xiaosong, the gym leader of Snowpoint Gym? That's me. The girl nodded cheerfully. Are you here to challenge Snowpoint Gym? We can go right now and start the match immediately. Snowpoint City was remote, and the gym rarely saw visitors. Xiaosong had so much free time that she worked as a teacher at the trainer school. With school closed today, she was feeling restless and decided to take a walk around town, just in time to overhear Bai Yi's fierce, one-strong punch speech. Though she found it somewhat extreme, her naturally fiery temperament appreciated this straightforward approach. Years of campus experience had shown her too many incidents of bullying, and she knew well that if victims could fight back from the start, many tragedies might never happen. Come on, I'll take you to Snowpoint Gym. Xiaosong waved. Thank you for the trouble. Bai Yi nodded slightly and walked out of the Pokemon Center. Mary Ling remained frozen in place. Bai Yi had made everything clear. Either learn to make those gossipy people shut up, or keep waiting for Xiao Gang to clean up the mess for her, had no interest in managing it anymore. Outside the Pokemon Center, cold wind mixed with snow pellets hit their faces directly. As soon as Xiaosong stepped out, she released her Dodrio. Get on. Thank you, Miss Xiaosong. Hold on to my waist. Huh. Seeing Bai Yi freeze, Xiaosong rolled her eyes. If you don't want to roll down the mountain, hold on tight. Bai Yi understood the situation and wrapped his arms around, but thought to himself, since she said to hold on, then, hey, who told you to wrap your arms around me? Xiaosong's ears instantly turned red. I meant grab the cotton jacket around my waist. Oh, sorry. Bai Yi awkwardly let go, secretly deciding he needed to get a rideable Pokemon soon. Dodrio lifted its long legs and ran swiftly along the icy, rocky path, with tree shadows quickly passing by them. The cold wind pierced Bai Yi's neck like ice needles, making him shiver with hunched shoulders, while the girl in front seemed completely unaffected by the low temperature. Only her ears, red from the earlier misunderstanding, betrayed her emotions. Soon, Dodrio stopped at the entrance of Snowpoint Gym. Xiaosong jumped down gracefully, nearly causing Bai Yi in the back seat to tumble. Return, Dodrio. She recalled her Pokemon, then glared at Bai Yi. Bai Yi waved his hands frantically. Sorry, Miss Xiaosong. Cold weather makes my brain freeze up, and when you said hold my waist, I just... Don't mention it again. Xiaosong glared at him once more, then turned and pushed the door open. I'll be waiting for you inside the gym. Bai Yi walked inside, and the Snowpoint Gym resembled a massive ice rink, with the front desk offering rentals for extra thick winter coats. It wasn't until she actually stepped onto the ice that Xiaosong noticed Bai Yi's coloring seemed much paler than usual. Why is your color so faded? She asked in a lowered voice. Ran into some trouble. I need to borrow Uxie's power from Lake Acuity to recover. But it's nothing serious, doesn't affect my daily activities. Bai Yi shrugged. Xiaosong nodded and told him that if he truly wanted to meet Uxie, he could ask the Shrine Maiden at Snowpoint Temple for help, though that was just legend after all, and whether his wish would be granted depended entirely on luck. Don't worry, it will definitely see me. Bai Yi smiled confidently. Mesprit had favored him, and he still carried residual space-time energy from Palkia and Dialga within him. Surely Uxie wouldn't refuse to show him that much respect. Xiaosong thought to herself. This man is not only a pervert, but also arrogant. I'll have to teach him a lesson in a moment. The two took their designated positions as gym leader and challenger. The bearded referee loudly announced the rules. Snowpoint Gym operates on a Furon Force system, with only the challenger having the right to switch Pokemon. I'll win with overwhelming force. Abomasnow. Xiaosong made the first move. The massive Abomasnow crashed onto the ice surface, instantly creating dense cracks across the ice. Its weight was clearly immense. Starting with Abomasnow right away? Trying to intimidate me. Bai Yi's lips curved upward, secretly marveling at how vindictive this girl could be. Show off your charm, psychic lowly Ralts. Ralts landed gracefully, her ice blue hair blending seamlessly with the silver-white arena, yet her presence was no less impressive. Shadow Ball. Block it. The deep purple Shadow Ball struck Abomasnow's chest, but the snow monster neither dodged nor flinched, not even taking half a step back. I can feel your fighting spirit, but that level of power won't hurt Abomasnow. Abomasnow, Blizzard. Return, Ralts. Bai Yi immediately recalled Ralts. Her task was complete. There was no need to take a Blizzard Heaton. With that tiny frame, one hit would finish her. Come out, Sylveon. Soft ribbon-like feelers touched down on the ice. This was Xiaosong's first time seeing this EV evolution, and curiosity flashed in her eyes. Fairy type, truly adorable. Thanks for the compliment. Sylveon, flowing triple kick. Bai Yi commanded. Though Xiaosong didn't recognize the move name, she could tell from its rhythm that it was likely a variation of the fighting type double kick. Don't let it get close. Abomasnow, Blizzard. Iron Tail, use your ribbons like ice blades. Sylveon's ribbons gleamed with white light as she glided swiftly across the ice, using them like two slender ice blades to cut through the air currents and nimbly dodge the blizzard. Taking advantage of the ice's low friction, her speed suddenly increased, and the flowing triple kick connected seamlessly. The first strike hit the abdomen, the second struck the waist, and the final two kicks launched into the air, striking directly at the face. The heavy Abomasnow was overwhelmed by the consecutive heavy blows and crashed down with a thunderous impact. Abomasnow. Hold on. Use Iron Tail. Sylveon's flowing ribbons blazed with blinding white light, striking the chubby face of Abomasnow as it struggled to get back up like a whip. Essenticath crisp sound exploded across the empty ice rink, its echo lingering in the air. Xiaosong froze, and so did Abomasnow. Would you believe me if I said that wasn't intentional? Bai Yi secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, crying inwardly. This young lady actually went straight for the face. Xiaosong must be completely offended now. Abomasnow. Use wood hammer. Fairy wind. Abomasnow roared as it swung down its heavy wooden hammer, scattering ice shards everywhere. Sylvian's ribbons spun, and fairy wind whirled up pink light, sending the massive opponent flying. The ice pillars at the edge of the field were instantly shattered to pieces as Abomasnow tumbled to the ground, its eyes turning into spirals. Xiaosong stared at her partner lying on the ice, her face full of disbelief. How is that possible? Double kick and Iron Tail hurt a lot, but one fairy wind and... She suddenly remembered. That's right. It was Shadow Ball. That move may have low damage, but it lowered Abomasnow's special defense. Abomasnow, you did well, show your spirit. Metacam. Xiaosong recalled Abomasnow and threw out another Pokeball. Bai Yi couldn't help but want to complain. How does an Ice-type gym have a fighting and Psychic-type Metacam? But seeing Xiaosong's grim expression, he wisely swallowed his words and tried to reason with women. Metacam. Bullet Punch. Use Detect. Steel-type Bullet Punch would be extremely deadly against Fairy-type Sylvian, which was exactly why Xiaosong sent out Metacam. Sylvian used Detect first, flashing to dodge the attack. Bai Yi immediately switched. Come back, Sylvian. Go, noble lord of the skies. Honchkrow. Honchkrow soared into the air, its black wings sweeping past, as its intimidating presence filled the entire field, making Metacam break out in a cold sweat. Xiaosong gritted her teeth secretly. Against a dark type, Metacam's renowned psychic abilities had become a fatal weakness instead. Metacam. Don't give up. Fire Punch. Dark Pulse. Honchkrow traced an arc in the air, launching a purple-black spiral dark pulse toward Metacam's face. What makes you think I'd engage in close combat with you? Bai Yi sneered. Metacam had just leaped up when it was knocked back down to the ice by the impact. Metacam. Use Bulk Up. Sky Attack. Xiaosong planned to boost stats first, then use close combat as a counter, but that slap had already disrupted her rhythm. Her timing was completely off. Of course, Bai Yi wouldn't let his opponent comfortably set up with Bulk Up. Sky Attack descended like thunder, exploding in a cloud of icy mist. When the dust settled, Metacam lay in an ice crater. Its eyes also turned into spirals. Come back, Metacam. Go, Sneasel. Come back, Honchkrow. Go, Wartortle. Boss Wartortle, who are we fighting? Wartortle patted its shell. Sneasel's attacking me. Bai Yi pointed across the field. Sneasel looked fierce as it glided across the ice surface under Xiaosong's command. Wartortle, ignore its shell smash. Sneasel. Hone Claws. Xiaosong regained some composure. If you use Shell Smash, I'll use Hone Claws. You boost, I boost too. On this icy surface, even if Wartortle uses Shell Smash twice, it still can't catch up to Sneasel. Use Shell Smash one more time. Sneasel, use Hone Claws again. Come back, Wartortle. Bai Yi quickly recalled his Wartortle. Murkrow, use Haze. Sneasel, use Ice Shard. Xiaosong immediately sensed trouble and hurriedly ordered Sneasel to launch a priority Ice Shard attack. However, priority didn't guarantee a hit. The moment Murkrow emerged from its Pokeball, it spread its wings and soared into the air, fanning dark mist like a tide in all directions, instantly covering the entire battlefield. The pitch-black fog blocked Sneasel's vision, and the ice shard whistled through empty air. Xiaosong's lips trembled with anger, nearly cursing aloud, starting to charge up haze from inside the Pokeball. How dirty. This was exactly the little trick Bai Yi had taught Murkrow. Whenever it sensed the opponent had stat-boosting moves, it would pre-charge haze inside the Pokeball. When deployed, it would instantly wipe out all of the opponent's accumulated boosts. In the black mist, Sneasel shuddered, its sharp gaze instantly dimming as all the attack boosts it had accumulated through Hone Claws were forcibly reset to 0. Xiaosong could only grit her teeth and give another command. Use Hone Claws again. In this fog, I can't see you, and you can't see me. Aura Sphere. As soon as the words fell, a light orb the size of a Squirtle burst from the mist, striking Sneasel squarely in the chest. Sneasel was sent flying by the heavy blow, crashing to the ground and immediately losing its ability to battle. Sneasel. Xiaosong cried out. As the fog gradually cleared, she finally saw that her opponent had already switched to Wartortle. The fact that it could use Aura Sphere meant this Wartortle had mastered Aura abilities. With Aura to lock onto targets, it didn't need to rely on sight at all. Use Shell Smash. Bai Yi issued another command. Wartortle's shell cracked, dramatically boosting its stats. Xiaosong's teeth clenched in frustration. Setting up stat boosts while I'm switching Pokemon, have some decency. Go, Snover. She sent out her last Pokemon. Bai Yi mercilessly had Wartortle perform a second Shell Smash. The subsequent exchange lasted only a few brief moments. Snover took a direct hit from Aura Sphere and was immediately knocked out of the battle. Snover is unable to battle. Wartortle wins. The victor is challenger Bai Yi. The bearded referee loudly announced the result, glanced at Xiaosong who stood frozen in place, then turned and left the battlefield. Xiaosong wasn't unfamiliar with defeat. As an experienced gym leader, she knew she should take wins and losses in stride, and sometimes even deliberately went easy to help challengers grow. But this time, she really hadn't held back at all. Bai Yi approached and saw Xiao Song's eyes reddening with anger as she glared at him indignantly. He could only awkwardly speak up. That was really an exciting battle. Wah, Xiao Song suddenly crouched down, hugging her knees and burying her head in her arms as she began to cry. She felt utterly frustrated. How could there be a challenger with such underhanded tactics? She really wanted to beat him up with her main team. Since graduating from the trainer school, this was the first time she'd been completely shut out and crushed. Seeing this, Bai Yi felt his scalp tingle. Did I actually make her cry? Waiting online, this is urgent. Seeing Xiao Song still crying with her head buried, he could only helplessly crouch beside her. How about, I let you hit me once? Xiao Song cried even harder, shoving Bai Yi away with one hand before turning and running out of the Snowpoint gym. Bai Yi stared at her retreating figure, stunned. In the original anime, Xiao Song wasn't like this at all. Didn't she take her lost to Ash pretty well? Come on, you're supposed to be Sinnoh's ice-type gym leader. Don't start acting like a certain normal-type gym leader from Johto. He walked out of the battlefield and happened to see the bearded referee approaching with a tray containing the proof of victory over the Snowpoint gym. The icicle badge. Congratulations, challenger. Thank you. Bai Yi pocketed the badge and quickly scanned the gym. A group of young men had gathered on the sidelines, mostly teachers or teaching assistants from the trainer school, all now glaring at him with hostility. They were usually Candace's admirers, but now they were directing their collective anger at Bai Yi, who had just completely defeated her in battle. The bearded referee approached and lowered his voice to explain. They've been watching the live stream in the break room and got a bit worked up. Don't take it to heart. Thank you for your concern. I don't mind. Bai Yi nodded slightly, then asked, how is Miss Candace? If he wanted to seek Uxie's help at Lake Acuity, having the Shrine Maiden from Snowpoint Temple make an introduction would be ideal. But in the original story, Uxie had chosen Ash. What if this legendary Pokémon was just as stubborn as Ash? He had just crushed Candace in battle, and he wasn't sure if she'd be willing to help. The bearded referee chuckled. Her? She's probably gone to that place. After the match, Candace handed all her Pokémon to Nurse Joy for treatment, then slipped through a side door of the Trainer Academy into an abandoned storage room. It was cramped and dimly lit, but it had been her favorite secret base during her student days. Stupid jerk. She sat curled up in the corner with her knees drawn up, her pale skin flushed with embarrassment and frustration. A gym leader giving her all, only to be completely shut out by a challenger with just 3 badges, and even crying on the spot. How humiliating. Even though this team was specifically for gym battles, and only Abomasnow was barely up to competitive standards, the loss was still too ugly. What made it worse was that he had the nerve to say something like, let you beat me up. What gym leader beats up challengers after losing? If word got out, where would I put my face? At this thought, she was so frustrated that she actually laughed through her tears, the tear stains still visible, but unable to hide her beautiful smile. What an interesting little rogue. Knock knock. The sound interrupted her thoughts. Hello, Miss Candace, are you there? Just a minute. Candace's heart jumped. This rogue actually found this place. It must have been that bearded old man who revealed her whereabouts. Definitely dock his pay later. She quickly wiped away her tears and opened the door. Outside, Bai Yi stood straight, holding out a package of Pastoria City's specialty yolk. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to bring himself to eat it all and had saved a few pieces. Miss Candace, I'd like to meet the Shrine Maiden at Snowpoint Temple. Could you help arrange an introduction? This is a token of my gratitude. Bai Yi deliberately avoided mentioning the gym battle. Having a gym leader hear apologies from the challenger, who had just crushed them, would only make things more awkward. This gift was the safest way to show goodwill. You can't hit someone who's smiling at you. Candace took the yokon and curved her lips helplessly. In that case, I'll accept it. I'll take you to Snowpoint Temple to find the Shrine Maiden right now. Right now? Bai Yi was startled. Candace's decisiveness exceeded his expectations. She nodded, then gave Bai Yi another look. Compared to others, his complexion was unnaturally pale. You haven't said anything, but you don't look well. It's better to go sooner rather than later. With that, she released her Dodrio for transportation. Remembering her earlier embarrassment on the battlefield when Bai Yi had asked her to beat him up, her cheeks reddened again. Get on. That's not necessary. I can just follow behind and walk slowly. I said get on. Why so much nonsense? After the two departed, in the distant Snowpoint Temple, a beautiful witch who had been sitting in meditation at the temple's center suddenly rose to her feet, as if hearing some distant call, and hurried deeper into the temple. Dodrio's 3 pairs of claws raced across the thick snow, kicking up fine ice crystals. Xiao Song and Bai Yi sat on either side. The biting headwind sliced into gentle streams by Dodrio's speed. Xiao Song's earlier sullenness was swept away by the exhilarating rush of their journey. She patted Bai Yi's shoulder, her tone brightening like that of an experienced tour guide. Snowpoint City isn't just about the gym, you know. Visiting challengers should first see how beautiful our city is. She explained that a gym leader's duties weren't limited to protecting the city and testing challengers. They also had to help visitors appreciate the city's charm. The people Xiao Song admired most, aside from Price from the Johto region, was Blaine from Cinnabar Island. After all, not many gym leaders made it into travel guides. If she could turn challenging the Snow Point Gym into a special tourist attraction, Xiaosong felt she could contribute to her hometown's development. As the cold wind through the forest briefly stilled, Xiaosong suddenly asked, Xiaoyi, do you know the legend of Snow Point Temple? Something about the legendary Regigigas, right? Bai Yi replied after a moment's thought. Seeing he'd hit the key point, Xiaosong nodded with satisfaction. Exactly. Legend says this Snow Point forest, which could be called Sinnoh's natural treasure trove, once faced a devastating volcanic eruption that swallowed the entire forest in lava. It was Regigigas who dragged the continental plates and brought in cold currents to save this area. After it fell into slumber, people built Snow Point Temple where it rests. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. He added that legendary Pokémon were often connected to ancient tales. Though human faith in these legends had weakened over time, these Pokémon's resolve remained unchanged. If disaster struck again, they would still step forward to protect the land and life, though those who were disturbed or embodied calamity itself were another matter entirely. Before long, the gray-blue outline of Snow Point Temple emerged through the wind and snow. The two dismounted from Dodrio. In the plaza outside the temple stood stone pillars representing the steel pillar, rock pillar, and ice pillar, their surfaces carved with legendary symbols depicting Regigigas and the three pillars protecting the world. The temple itself was built from rough blue stone blocks, yet in this frozen landscape it appeared especially solemn and dignified, naturally inspiring reverence. Xiaosong led Bai Yi through the temple entrance with practiced familiarity. She was close friends with the shrine maiden here and often visited during her free time. Incense wafted through the hall as a young woman in red and white shrine maiden robes approached, first nodding gently to Xiaosong. Xiaosong, you've brought a guest. Then she turned to Bai Yi, her gaze gentle, yet seemingly able to peer into souls. The divine provides guidance, and followers sense its call. Greetings, young emissary of time and space. I have awaited your arrival here for some time at the Earth Deity's command. Welcome. She bowed slightly, and an indescribable energy rippled outward. In that instant, the Mesprit emblem on Bai Yi's hand glowed with soft light, awakening the long-dormant power of emotion and resonating with that force. Bai Yi quickly clasped his hands and bowed in return, showing his respect. He silently recalled that in the original anime, this shrine maiden had always kept a low profile. Even when Hunter J invaded the temple, she hadn't made any notable moves, leading him to think she was merely a mascot, of sorts. He hadn't expected her to be someone who wielded supernatural powers. Hello, Miss Miko, I need Uxie's assistance with something. I thought that since you're a shrine maiden of the Snow Point Temple, even though you guard Regigigas, you must have some connection to Uxie, right? So I came to ask for your help. You're too kind. Guiding those who wish to commune with the divine is precisely a shrine maiden's duty. Miko smiled gracefully, gesturing for Bai Yi to follow her into the inner sanctum, while smoothly blocking Xiaosong who was about to follow. In the corner, Xiaosong was crouching and munching on Yokan, with a bit of red bean skin stuck to the corner of her mouth. She was completely bewildered by the cryptic exchange between the two, feeling utterly bored. The moment she saw Miko about to take Bai Yi inside, she immediately pounced over like a cat. Why, Miko? Aren't I your best friend? How can you bear to leave me here all alone? Have you forgotten how we used to do this and that? What Xiaosong feared most was loneliness, so she clung to Miko's arm and threw a tantrum. Due to the dual protagonist format of the Diamond Pearl anime, the early pacing was extremely slow to flesh out Ash and Dawn's characters, but to avoid viewer fatigue, the later plot accelerated like stepping on the gas pedal. Snow Point Gym was the 7th gym Ash challenged, so Xiaosong actually didn't have much screen time in the original. Bai Yi hadn't expected that this gym trainer who usually taught battle tactics on stage would be so emotionally expressive in private. For a moment, warmth surged in his heart. This wasn't just fixed plot lines or cold data, but a real and vibrant world with so much more excitement waiting to be discovered. With Xiaosong hanging onto her, Miko's cheek twitched slightly as she raised her slender index finger to gently tap Xiaosong's chin. Little Song, if you keep this up, I might get angry. Have you forgotten what I did to you last time? Don't say it, don't say it. Xiaosong immediately let go. She didn't dare offend this friend who was usually gentle and refined, but became terrifyingly formidable once she mentioned being angry. Miko patted her hair soothingly and smiled before leading Bai Yi through the curtain. The so-called inner sanctum was actually a massive hollowed-out cave. Stalactites hung from the ceiling above, with water drops creating long-lasting echoes as they fell. In the center stood 3 giant pillars, white, blue, and yellow, symbolizing Regice, Registeel, and Regirock, who had transformed into sacred pillars to guard Regigigas' slumber. Surrounded by the 3 pillars, a fist-sized light stone flickered on and off like a beating heart. The Divine Lord rarely gives guidance during its slumber, but this time, it has provided revelation upon sensing your arrival. Miko stopped beside the light stone and spoke softly. Me? Bai Yi was stunned. Regigigas, legendary Pokémon, said to be able to drag continental plates, a first-tier legendary with a base stat total of 670. In the games, players often mocked it as useless due to its slow startability, but this was the anime world. Well, though its performance in the anime wasn't particularly impressive either. As these thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, he focused and listened intently. Regigigas has sensed in its slumber that a disaster will occur in the near future. Miko's voice echoed off the stone walls. And you, as a variable in this world, it hopes you will assist with your companions. After speaking, she retrieved a palm-sized stone disc from her robes, its surface covered with intricate dots. This is the Sacred Pillar Disc, a token of gratitude from Regigigas. What does the Sacred Pillar Disc do? Bai Yi accepted the stone disc, feeling its cool touch against his palm. There has never been just one each of Regirock, Regice, and Registeel. Miko explained. Every time Regigigas slumbers, it creates a set of 3 sacred pillars. This Sacred Pillar Disc contains a portion of its authority, allowing you to sense the location of the 3 sacred pillars and control a set of wild legendary titans. Bai Yi nodded and accepted the Sacred Pillar Disc. The cool, heavy stone instrument in his palm reminded him that the 3 sacred pillars, if used properly, would be a crucial trump card against that divine beast man in the future. When he traveled to Unova and Team Rocket launched their storm plan, it could also be used to suppress the 3 genies controlled by the reveal glass. With this thought, he closed the disc and looked up at the shrine maiden before him. So, Xiao Yi, the shrine maiden's voice carried a pleading tone. When someone comes to disturb Regigigas, you must come quickly. Don't worry. Bai Yi nodded solemnly and wrote down his satellite phone number to give to the shrine maiden. Outsiders might not know about the crisis behind the scenes, but he understood clearly that Jay, who specialized in hunting legendary Pokémon, would eventually break into this temple. Since Regigigas had given him benefits and entrusted him with protecting its slumber, Bai Yi naturally accepted gladly. Regigigas itself was only temporarily awake at the moment. It understood that it had slept for a long time, and if rudely awakened, its anger would turn into uncontrolled destruction. Only by arranging guardians in advance could this land be protected. Bai Yi recalled how the colossal giant had patiently listened to his requests, and his lips unconsciously curved upward. Truly a remarkably gentle Pokémon. Miss Shrine Maiden, next I plan to go to Lake Valor to find a Zelf. Can you help me? He suppressed his thoughts, not forgetting the most important goal of this trip to meet the embodiment of willpower and borrow that power to restore his body, whose color had grown faint, back to normal. The Shrine Maiden glanced at him, noticing the almost transparent pale hue on his body, and bowed slightly. Yes, but we'll have to wait until evening. Lake Valor is next to the Pokémon Center, and there are too many tourists during the day. A Zelf only appears at night. Her arrangement was simple. First return to Canalave City, then sneak to the lakeside after nightfall. Bai Yi wasn't in a hurry and immediately agreed. The two passed through the temple back to the outer hall, where Xiao Song was sitting boredly on the steps counting stone pillars, poking each one with her finger. Seeing them appear, Xiao Song immediately rushed over. Xiao Song. The Shrine Maiden smiled and touched her face. We're not going directly to Lake Valor. We need to return to the city first and set out again tonight. Fine. Then I'll go back to the gym and wait for you. But you'd better hurry. Xiao Song pouted, and before leaving, she glared fiercely at Bai Yi, then turned and ran out of the temple. Bai Yi could only shrug helplessly, then rode back to Canalave City with the Shrine Maiden in the jeep. After entering the city, the Shrine Maiden first dropped Bai Yi off at the Pokémon Center entrance, then turned around to go to the gym to appease Xiao Song. After all the traveling, first the gym battle, then the round trip to the temple, the sky had already taken on evening hues. Bai Yi dragged his somewhat aching body into the Pokémon Center. The lobby was softly lit, and he planned to go directly to the cafeteria to fill his stomach. Just then, his satellite phone buzzed. The caller ID showed Xiao Mao. He connected the satellite phone to the video phone port, and a familiar face immediately appeared on the screen. Hello? Second brother, what's up? Third brother. Xiao Mao on the other end of the call looked unusually serious. I heard you went to Alamos Town, and were almost caught up in the space-time distortions there. Are you okay? On the screen, Xiao Mao's brow was furrowed, his expression rarely showing such anxiety, clearly very worried about Bai Yi. I heard Grandpa was so worried about this that he lost his appetite for instant noodles and only managed to eat 3 bowls of rice for dinner. On the other end of the line, Shigeru let out a long, drawn-out his tone carrying a mix of helplessness and relief. The old man was indeed startled, but thankfully you're safe and sound. By the way, who told you about this? Satoshi, of course. Bai Yi didn't elaborate further. To help Bai Yi fully understand the whole situation, Shigeru decided to explain everything from the beginning. A few days ago, the Masaki Research Institute detected abnormal space-time fluctuations coming from Alamos Town and immediately tried to contact the town, but no one answered. The institute could only keep redialing the number over and over. After a full day had passed, the phone finally connected, and the person who answered was Satoshi, speaking incoherently and in an agitated state. Satoshi had initially been able to report clearly and systematically, but the moment he mentioned the legendary Dialga, Palkia, and that Darkrai, he became so excited he nearly crushed the receiver. Shigeru was forced to have Bai Yi take the call directly, which was how he learned that Bai Yi had become much more subdued due to his involvement with the space-time dragons and had decided to go to Lake Valor in Veilstone City to find a solution. That's when Shigeru decided to call Bai Yi directly. "Xiaoyi, how are you doing right now?" he asked with concern. "Don't worry, I should be able to resolve this tonight." Bai Yi's tone was calm. With the assistance of the Shrine Maiden and carrying Mesprit's endorsement, he was confident that his elf wouldn't turn him away. "That puts my mind at ease." After confirming that Bai Yi was in good condition, Shigeru changed the subject. "I've plugged my Pokédex into the computer. Do you have any data to transfer over?" Perfect timing. Bai Yi swiftly inserted his Pokédex into his laptop's port. "I took photos of Palkia and Dialga earlier, and I've compiled data on Darkrai. I'll send a copy to Professor Masaki, as well help me receive it." "No problem," Shigeru responded, inserting his Pokédex into the computer slot at the Masaki Research Institute. On the screen, the file transfer in progress bar slowly advanced. In fact, before leaving Alamos Town, Bai Yi had already transmitted all the data about Dialga, Palkia, and Darkrai to Professor Oak's laboratory, though he deliberately omitted the details of his own involvement in the danger-sharing good news, but not bad was always the principle when away from home. Now that Shigeru had specifically called, he still politely sent another copy of the data to the Masaki Research Institute. Besides, Murkrow was entrusted to him by Professor Masaki for training, so it was just a small favor. Before the transfer was complete, Shigeru suddenly remembered something. "Oh, Xiaoyi, if things go smoothly on your end, there's a mission here, see if you're interested. The Ranger Association has commissioned me to escort 4 Sherelden cubs to the Masaki Research Institute. Want to come along?" Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. "Why not just capture them in Pokeballs and teleport them directly? You could release them once you reach the destination. Why risk being targeted by Jay by escorting them along the route?" He had wondered about this logic even before his transmigration, so he decided to voice his doubts directly. Shigeru patiently explained. "These 4 Sherelden must maintain their absolute wild nature. The Research Institute needs to record their behavioral data in a completely wild environment once they enter Pokeballs. Some personality and physiological indicators would be compromised. More importantly, there's international police involvement behind this mission." He lowered his voice. "My clearance level isn't high enough to share specific classified details, but the escort mission is obviously bait, designed to force Pokemon Hunter Jay and those collectors to show themselves. Jay's methods are vicious, but she's never left solid evidence this time we're setting a trap for her." Bai Yi understood. The mission wasn't just about delivering the Sherelden, but about fishing for criminals. "I get it. I'll contact you again once my mission here is finished." That evening, Bai Yi arrived at Lake Verity. The lake's surface was so still it resembled a massive black crystal, made tranquil by Uxie's presence. The moon's reflection fell upon the water, creating the illusion of 2 silver discs, one bright above, one dim below, like the rare phenomenon of twin moons sharing the sky. A night breeze swept by as Bai Yi set up 3 portable stoves and released all his Pokemon. Sylveon still clung to his lap, its fluffy tail swishing back and forth. Ralt sat steadily on his left shoulder, feet gently swaying. Murkrow stood behind and to the side, its broad wings shielding its trainer from the wind. Gligar held dumbbells straight up, cheeks puffed out, desperately training its pincer strength. Combi hovered opposite Gligar, tiny hands waving in the air, cheering, "Go big brother," which made Gligar want to rest but too embarrassed to stop. Wartortle, that old rascal, simply dove into Lake Verity for a refreshing swim. "Ralts, sweetie, mystical fire." The little one nodded happily, and 3 blue-white flames immediately flew toward the stoves, igniting the charcoal with a soft poof. Once the coal stabilized, Bai Yi dragged out a small stool, camping table, and tent from his backpack, then brought out the hundreds of skewers he'd spent an entire evening preparing, plus 10 marinated whole chickens and 2 lamb legs, not because he was greedy, but because his family was large, and who knew if Uxie might test their willpower by making them wait all night. The 3 stoves were arranged in a row. The left grill was first loaded with whole chickens and buttered pineapple chunks, topped with a layer of combi honey. The right stove was dedicated to slow roasting the lamb legs, fat dripping into the coals with a satisfying sizzle. The center stove held the first batch of meat skewers. Once half-cooked, Bai Yi brushed on his special sauce and had Murkrow gently fan with its wings, spreading the aroma everywhere. "Wow, that smells amazing, Xiaoyi. I had no idea you had such skills." Xiaosong rode up on Dodrio with Shinzi seated behind her. Without pausing his grilling, Bai Yi called out, "Come sit." He sprinkled his secret seasoning on the tender beef skewers as the fat sizzled and popped, serving his own Pokemon first before handing skewers to Xiaosong and Shinzi. Xiaosong ate with grease running down her face, while Shinzi maintained her elegance, but ate just as quickly. Just as Bai Yi was preparing the next batch, water splashed from the lake as Wartortle swam back. "Boss Cammy, Where's mine? Don't tell me you didn't save any. Before it could finish, Bai Yi stuffed an entire roasted chicken into its mouth. Wartortle crunched away, bones and all, the sound rather unsettling in the quiet night, if not for the lively atmosphere. Seeing Wartortle's gleaming white teeth, Ralph shrank back and burrowed into Bai Yi's arms. Sylvian sighed and extended a ribbon, gently wrapping and comforting the little one. Bai Yi frowned, suddenly remembering something. Turtle, did you learn crunch? Cammy? Yeah, I learned it. What's wrong, boss? Is there a problem? Nothing, keep eating. Bai Yi mused to himself. Just to eat roasted chicken without spitting out bones. It actually mastered the move. What a character. Sylvian quickly sliced the remaining chickens with its ribbons, letting everyone help themselves. Bai Yi patted his chest confidently. I prepared plenty. And hearing this, Xiaosong cheerfully released all her Pokémon as well. Blizzard King, Jinx, Ice Spirit, Weevil, and Frostless. This was Xiaosong's team, averaging level 70, plus a Mamoswine that she hadn't released yet. In fact, Xiaosong knew very well that if she actually called out the Mamoswine, these Ice-type partners combined wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between that big guy's teeth. Bai Yi's little darlings immediately scattered to curry favor upon seeing this group of high-level Pokémon. Squirtle trotted over to serve tea and water to Blizzard King, while Murkrow circled around Jinx with skewers in its beak. Only Sylvian and Ralts remained in their trainer's arms while Sylvian couldn't learn as diverse a move set after evolving as during its EV days. It was determined to perfect the face-kicking strategy. Ralts was still young and content to serve as a mascot. Laughter echoed around the campfire, and just as the atmosphere reached its peak, something unexpected happened. Lake Verity's surface suddenly churned violently, and a powerful aura burst forth from the water. Xiaosong's Pokémon immediately formed a protective formation around their trainer, Ice-type moves at the ready. In contrast, Bai Yi's team remained much calmer. Squirtle even yawned, and Sylvian flicked its tail to signal no big deal. After all, they'd already encountered the dragons of time and space. The power of emotion within Bai Yi became intensely active, and he stood up. Ralts peeked out from his shoulder, while Sylvian lay at his feet, the trio waiting quietly. A few minutes later, mist began rising from the lakeside and quickly spread. With a splash, a blue little mushroom emerged from the lake's center as Elf, the being of willpower. Azelf blinked its large eyes as it surveyed the surroundings, then flew straight to Bai Yi after catching the scent of grilled meat, pointing seriously at the grill and asking, "Is this thing tasty? Try it and find out." Bai Yi smiled as he handed over a skewer. Shenzi stood behind him, completely dumbfounded. Wasn't I supposed to help? This guy showed up so quickly that I seemed completely unnecessary. Bai Yi waved to everyone, signaling them to continue as normal, then bent his head back to tend the grill. The Pokémon understood each other perfectly. Eat what you want to eat. Socialize if you want to socialize. Learn what you want to learn. Azelf polished off the skewer in just a few bites, then turned its attention to the whole roasted chicken nearby. Squirtle quickly sat down beside it, and the two Pokémon exchanged glances without a word. They began competing for the food. Bai Yi removed 2 chicken wings and handed them to Sylvian and Ralts, then gnawed on a drumstick himself, finally able to truly relax. After eating and drinking their fill, Azelf contentedly patted its bulging little belly, and the blue gem on its forehead flashed with light. A stream of pure blue energy instantly merged into Bai Yi's body. The ethereal quality of his form visibly smoothed away, and his skin color returned to normal. At the same time, blue and purple patterns representing the dragons of time and space converged in a circle on the back of his hand, embracing the original Mesprit emblem within. Immediately after, a new cross swords pattern appeared as Elf's mark, visible only to Bai Yi himself. Having completed this task, Azelf nodded with satisfaction, casually grabbed a leg of lamb, and whooshed back into the lake. The lake's surface instantly returned to calm, the mist dispersed, and the night remained bright with moon and sparse stars. Bai Yi stared at the glowing patterns on his hand, somewhat dazed. That's it. Shunzi shrugged. Seems like it. Then her eyes lit up finally. It was time for her to lecture and show off. Xiao Yi, before you met Mesprit at Lake Verity, you must have done something that moved it, right? Bai Yi nodded and recounted in detail that night, when he and Squirtle sat together watching the scenery. Shinzi nodded smugly. Exactly. Mesprit is the being of emotion. It was moved by the genuine feelings between you and Squirtle. To make the being of willpower appear, you need to show it unwavering determination. Your love of barbecuing and zest for life, this strong obsession with staying in this world, touched Azelf, which is why it appeared. Bai Yi only half understood, but privately thought, it was probably just craving meat. Still, with the matter resolved and no longer facing forced removal from this world, he felt indescribably relieved. He raised the last large platter of meat from the grill and announced loudly, "Everyone, eat to your heart's content tonight. Xiaosong's treating." After resolving his personal matters in Sheffing City, Bai Yi bid farewell to Xiaosong and Miko. Leaving the urban area, he mounted his mountain bike and rode downhill along Route 217, his tires kicking up fine sprays of water on the half-melted snow and gravel. His destination was the rendezvous point he had arranged with Xiao Mao. But since he had time to spare, he detoured to the Pokémon training center at the eastern foothills of Mount Cornita facility that specialized in breeding Electabuzz and Shinx, Sinnoh's native electric cats, before sending them to power plants across the region. Bai Yi came here because his team still lacked a proper electric-type powerhouse. Rotom didn't count that little one could phase into various appliances and transform at will, and its flash of inspiration ability had given old Zvutch countless ideas. Now it was being treated like a mascot in Rustboro City, pampered beyond belief, so Bai Yi simply let it continue enjoying the good life without calling it back. As soon as he arrived near the training center, he spotted 3 alto familiar faces by the artificial lake. "Come here, you silly fool." Bai Yi removed his helmet and waved at the most energetic of the boys. "Mind telling me why I left Alamos Town half a month ago, and you're just now leaving Mount Cornet? There are less than 4 months left in the year. Are you planning to give up on your remaining 6 badges?" Ash was caught red-handed and sheepishly rubbed his nose. Bai Yi's gaze shifted. "And Dawn, you've only got 1 badge, right? Don't you want to participate in the grand festival anymore? Brock, they're both so easily distracted, and you're not keeping them in line either." He continued his lecture while pulling sandwiches from his backpack, crunching away audibly. Truth be told, they couldn't be entirely blamed for the delay. Ash had been eager for another battle with Cynthia. Dawn was captivated by Gardevoir's graceful form, drawing endless inspiration, and Cynthia was busy with her film shoot, leaving the trio with no choice but to wait. Brock was happy to spend a few extra days watching the filming. Their waiting period hadn't been entirely fruitless, though. 1. Cynthia's Gardevoir attracted a pair of Ralth male was caught by Ash, while the female ended up in Dawn's Pokeball. 2. Brock traded a rare stone from his family gym's collection with a passing trainer for a high-quality leaf stone, immediately evolving his Nuzleaf into Shiftry. 3. Ash's male Ralts quickly evolved into Curlia with Gardevoir's help. Bai Yi examined it carefully. The purple glow held faint traces of red, indicating exceptional talent. The protagonist was still the protagonist. Even his random catches were champion-level material. With an awakening stone later, this one could become Galade. So Ash's current roster consisted of Pikachu, Aipom, Starly, Turtwig, Curlia, and Shiftry. Once his Bizel and Chimchar rejoined the team, plus catching a Gligar, this Sinnoh squad would be complete, offering broader type coverage than the original story and better suited to Ash's battle style. All in all, everyone had gained something from their Alamos Town adventure. The group sat on the ground munching sandwiches and discussing their next moves. Just then, without a cloud in sight, a blue-white lightning bolt cracked across the clear sky, striking an empty patch of ground not far from them with a thunderous crash, instantly filling the air with the smell of burnt earth. They quickly scrambled away, and Bai Yi immediately understood the Elekid from the original story had appeared. In the distance, a pale blue thunderbolt rolled toward them, and a Raichu with green fur and sharp teeth came running over. In Bai Yi's vision, rich blue light danced between the Raichu's fur, with hints of purple flickering deep within the glow. Brock had once remarked in the original anime that this Raichu possessed exceptional talent, and now it was clear he was right. With gym-level potential, it was just half a step away from Elite Four caliber. Though Bai Yi didn't plan to make it his main partner, he still felt it would be a waste to send such a gifted Pokemon to work as a generator at a power plant. The second and third bolts of lightning followed in quick succession. Ash slipped and fell flat on his back, taking the second lightning strike directly. The third bolt shot straight toward Bai Yi. Holy crap! Bai Yi crossed his arms in front of his chest, fists clenched tight, and an invisible force field instantly redirected the lightning's path, forcing the bolt into the nearby river. This power came from the will force, gifted to him by his elf, similar to a psychic's telekinesis, though Bai Yi preferred to call it psychic energy. As long as his physical and mental stamina could support it, this psychic energy could make his imagination reality within certain limits, like piercing stone or redirecting lightning into water. However, it had its boundaries. Even if he could imagine Groudon using fly and had sufficient stamina, he couldn't actually make Groudon take flight. This impressive display stunned everyone present. Just as they were about to ask for details, the Raichu and its trainer Yusuker approached them. Yusuker claimed to specialize in flying-type Pokemon and admitted he wasn't skilled with electric types. Bai Yi had no patience for this kind of proud specialization. Before his transmigration, he had been the same way, missing many opportunities due to stubbornness and narrow focus, leading to mediocre grades and an unremarkable life. Seeing Yusuker was like looking at his former self, though fortunately, the helpful Brock was nearby. Since Shigeru hadn't contacted him yet, and he had nowhere else to go, Bai Yi decided to stay temporarily at the Pokemon Training Center with the others. The elderly director welcomed them warmly, and in the main hall, a well-trained Raichu demonstrated its abilities for the group, with electric sparks dancing throughout the venue as the performance drew continuous applause. After the demonstration, Bai Yi stated his purpose directly. "Hello, Director. My name is Bai Yi. Do you have any electric-type Pokemon here that are unwilling to serve at the power plant?" My team is missing an electric-type member, and I assure you, I won't take one without proper compensation. The director nodded, explaining that this was indeed one of the training center services. He then left Ash and the others in Yusuke's care while personally leading Bai Yi through a long corridor to another Pokémon dormitory. This Pokémon was returned by the power plant. It has some issues, the director said, pointing toward the far end of the dormitory. There, an Ampharos lay on its back in a private enclosure, snoring loudly. Bai Yi's gaze fell on the Ampharos's pale yellow skin and the red orb on its long neck, immediately catching sight of that pure red glow champion-level potential. The director added that while Ampharos originally came from Johto, they were highly popular with Sinnoh's power departments. Strangely, native Sinnoh Shinx weren't as widespread as Ampharos. This didn't surprise Bai Yi in the original anime. International Police Officer Looker's first appearance on a train featured an Ampharos as his partner, and Cynthia's father also owned one. The director also provided answers to Bai Yi's questions. The power department's biggest fear is losing control of Pokémon. While Meowth are clever, they're too playful. Jolteon must store electricity in their fur, creating serious hazards when they enter flammable or explosive areas. Ampharos, on the other hand, provides its own light sourceway, don't even need flashlights when inspecting power lines, and has such a gentle temperament that it's always been our first choice. The director listed his reasons one by one. Bai Yi nodded and pulled out his Pokédex. Ampharos's data immediately appeared on the screen. Ampharos, the lighthouse Pokémon, evolved form of Flaffy. The light from its tail can be seen from far away, guiding lost travelers. Ability, static. Type, electric. Gender, level, 34. Moves, Thunder Shock, Cotton Spore, Electro Ball, Thunder Punch. Egg moves, agility, charge. Tutor moves, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Flash. Director, what exactly is wrong with this Ampharos? Bai Yi closed the Pokédex, his voice carrying determination no matter how big the problem. He was going to add this Ampharos to his team. In his eyes, while Ampharos had average speed, Cotton Spore agility could cover that weakness, and combined with charge to power up Electro Ball, it could deliver devastating burst damage. Its battle potential was absolutely solid. Looking at those 3 tutor moves, they were clearly taught specifically by the power plant for better service. Fortunately, its level wasn't too high and it had just evolved, so its potential hadn't been exhausted yet. Hearing his persistent questioning, the director sighed helplessly. Well, it's a long story. This little one has been at the training center since it was a Mareep. Strong electrical output, high accuracy, gentle nature. It was an outstanding graduate that year. A year ago, it was taken by the Inno City power plant, but was sent back just 2 days ago in its Ampharos form. The power plant staff said that whether as Mareep or after evolving into Flaffy, it was very obedient and everyone loved it. But ever since evolving into Ampharos, its personality completely changed, reluctant to work and always picking fights with other Pokémon. After listening, Bai Yi walked thoughtfully toward the Ampharos that was curled up on the ground napping. He could tell that after evolving, this guy had gotten a taste of real power and no longer wanted to live the monotonous life of generating electricity. It craved real battles. What was trouble for the power plant was a huge advantage for him. His footsteps disturbed the Ampharos, which opened its eyes irritably. The warm afternoon sun had made for perfect napping weather, and being woken up would put anyone in a bad mood. This was exactly the kind of fire Bai Yi wanted to see. Hey there, tough guy? Think you're pretty strong. He crooked his finger and held up a pokeball. Let's have a battle. Win, and you come with me. Murkrow. The Ampharos's temper flared, and with a quick agility, it instantly dashed out of the dormitory and stood in the open area, waving its arms defiantly. Having only practiced generating electricity since childhood and being confined to the power plant after graduation, it had never fought in a proper battle and just wanted a good fight. Everyone, come on out. Bai Yi threw all his pokeballs, and his partners landed one by one, ready for action. The Ampharos, originally cautious and gentle by nature, saw the impressive lineup facing it and immediately used another agility, afraid of being overwhelmed by these eager-looking opponents. Meowth Dragon wants to gang up? Don't worry, I mean you can pick your own opponent. Bai Yi's lips curved slightly upward, his thoughts completely unconcealed. Today, he absolutely had to beat the Ampharos into submission and make it return to its proper nature. Otherwise, leading the team would be impossible later. Releasing all his team members was meant to tell the Ampharos, I can send out any one of them, and they'll wipe the floor with you. The Ampharos looked around, quickly screening potential targets. Ralts is too small, I don't fight kids. Murkrow and Wartortle obviously aren't pushovers, and I'm a cultured Pokemon who's above that. Vespiquen and Drapien's poison pincers look painful. Its gaze swept back and forth across the team, finally settling on the newcomer draped in pink ribbons who looked delicate. Never seen her before, but she looks like an easy target. It raised a claw pointing at Sylveon and shouted loudly, Meowth Dragon, you with the ribbons, come out. I hate ribbon wearers the most. Before Sylveon could respond, the other Pokemon instinctively stepped back. Wartortle and Murkrow exchanged glances. No wonder the boss took a liking to her. This guy's got some serious guts. Ralts quietly made the sign of the cross while muttering, Ba, may Ampharos not get beaten to death by Big Sister, amen. Sylvian stepped forward, her aura instantly spreading as she bared her fangs and glared coldly at Ampharos. Sylvia got a problem with my ribbons? Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, Ampharos stopped the trash talk and immediately launched a cotton spore attack. Detect. Sylvian's form flickered as the spores drifted past her ear. Ampharos used teleport, striking directly at her forehead with Thunder Punch. Triple kick. Sylvian's hind legs flashed with white light. The first kick blocked Thunder Punch, the second struck Ampharos's abdomen, and the third was a double kick to the face, sending her opponent staggering. Dig. Though dazed and seeing stars, Ampharos still managed to hold on, her tail orb bursting with blinding white light. Flash. But Sylvian had already burrowed underground, causing the light to miss its mark. Ampharos calmly closed her eyes to sense movement in the ground. Go! The ground burst open as Sylvian launched upward, sending Ampharos flying. Ground-type moves were super effective against electric types, and Ampharos hit the ground hard. After gasping for a few seconds, she still gritted her teeth and got back up. Bai Yi nodded approvingly to himself. After being baptized by 4 gyms, except for Ralts and Vespiquen, even Drapion, who rarely battled, was level 29, while the main fighters were above level 30. Ampharos was at a comparable level. For this girl to take a dig attack and triple kick and still get back up showed real toughness. Ampharos looked up as storm clouds gathered. Thunder. Thanks to accuracy training at the training center, this typically low accuracy move had been honed into a tracking lightning bolt that crashed down towards Sylvian with rolling thunder. Dig. Sylvian burrowed underground again, but the lightning struck straight down, pouring directly into the tunnel entrance. Every Pokémon on the sidelines, even Bai Yi himself, stared in amazement. Fairy wind. The gale from within the tunnel collided with the lightning, exploding thunderously and blasting Sylvian out of the ground. She landed gasping heavily, her snow-white fur standing on end like a bird's nest, her ribbons charred and curled. Looking down at her disheveled appearance, she gritted her teeth. Wartortle nudged Murkrow with his shell, and both Pokémon simultaneously showed sympathetic expressions. Ralts covered her eyes with her small hands, unable to bear watching. The white light around Sylvian's hind legs began to glow again. It was over. All right. Easy there. Bai Yi struggled to restrain the furious Sylvian. Its pink ribbons lashed around like whips, and the little one's destructive power when angry was so intense that even Bai Yi caught a kick. As for Ampharos, after receiving dozens of resounding slaps from Sylvian, it dejectedly retreated into its Pokeball on its own, which was instantly teleported back to Professor Oak's lab by the system before the ball could even light up. Once he confirmed Ampharos was safe, Bai Yi immediately called the old professor and gave him a detailed report on the Pokemon's injuries. Professor Oak cheerfully agreed to take good care of this newcomer, since the Pokemon in his backyard were all battle-hardened veterans who could both provide exciting battles and teach some new moves to expand its coverage. For Bai Yi, the more pressing matter was calming down Sylvian. He gave it a quick recovery treatment and rubbed its head. There, sweetheart. Don't be angry anymore. Afterward, he mounted his bicycle and rushed out through the training center's side exit. Ash and his group would be stuck at the center all day, but Bai Yi didn't have that kind of time before nightfall. He had to reach the next Pokemon Center and capture his Ghost-type ace there. The shadows of roadside trees stretched long under the setting sun. After riding hard, Bai Yi finally arrived at his destination on the map, just as night was falling. The old house in the forest. Strictly speaking, there was only a dilapidated wooden door here, with a crooked frame and peeling paint. Seeing this door, Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. That's right, he'd found the correct path. As expected of a wild Mismagius, its hypnosis had taken effect without him noticing. In the original story, there was no door here at all. The so-called old house was purely a product of nightmares. Being able to see the door meant he'd already fallen under its spell, and his real body was probably lying in the grass by the roadside. However, this Mismagius wasn't truly malicious, it just loved to play pranks. In the anime, it didn't really harm Ash and his friends in the end, which was exactly why Bai Yi had chosen it. As he pondered this, fine rain began falling overhead, cold droplets pattering on his shoulders. Bai Yi shook his head helplessly and stepped through the door. Inside was a completely different scene. The moon was bright with few stars, grass grew waist-high, shrouded in light mist, and the air carried no scent of rain. Bai Yi followed a small path through the grass as the mist gradually cleared, and his appearance began changing. In the hazy it became the youthful face of an 18-year-old, his appearance from before crossing over. The mist completely dispersed, and his surroundings transformed into a concrete jungle of flashing neon lights and flowing traffic. Bai Yi had returned to Blue Star, back to his original world. Yet the moment he landed, what arose in his heart was a deep emptiness. Here, he had no family, no friends. He'd never thought much of it before, but now he felt utterly rootless. Go home. There's only me there. Return to school? I've already graduated. and there's nothing worth missing there anymore. Homesickness? Things remaining while people change? These concepts felt too distant for him. On Blue Star, he was nothing more than drifting duckweed without roots. Looking at the familiar yet strange streets, Bai Yi smiled bitterly. So the nightmare that terrifies me most is actually returning here? My eldest son, a kind-faced, distinguished-looking petite woman rushed toward him, her bright eyes filled with anxiety. Eldest son, where have you been all this time? Your mother has been worried sick, you know. Bai Yi's heart suddenly tightened as he looked at that face, smiling through tears, his voice low. This nightmare isn't funny. Come out, let's have a proper talk. His expression instantly became complicated because the woman before him was Bai Yi's mother. Bai Yi's mother had passed away before he left the blue planet, and what he saw now was merely the image from his memories, leaving him feeling dazed even upon seeing her. Come out. I can answer your questions. As the voice faded, a purple-black spirit wearing a pointed witch hat and floating in midair appeared Mismagius. As a ghost-type Pokémon also known as the magical Pokémon, it possessed an innate ability to capture human hearts. Having encountered countless trainers, it understood that losing something after gaining it was what people feared most. Therefore, it delighted in tormenting others in their dreams, causing them to fall into despair after awakening from sweet dreams. This had nothing to do with good or evil. Mischief was simply the nature of ghost types. However, Bai Yi puzzled it. The spirit had peered into his memories and knew that his mother was everything he longed for, yet it didn't see him becoming lost in the illusion. Why? Mismagius, humans have an emotion called helplessness. Do you understand it? Bai Yi spoke. Mismagius shook its head slightly. Bai Yi sat down on the grass under the moonlight, his voice calm, yet trembling. I miss my mother. I want to bury myself in her arms and cry, to let her hold me again. I envy those who still have their mother. 7 If she scolded me, I would be happy. He raised his hand to wipe away tears from the corner of his eyes. But I know that even if I returned to my original world, I could never see her again. She passed away long, long ago. This feeling of knowing something is impossible to achieve, yet having to accept it has, called helplessness. It's precisely because of this that I can remain clear-headed. Mismagius nodded with apparent understanding. Its ability was to let people fulfill wishes and dreams that they still had a chance to complete, but Bai Yi's wish was utterly impossible to achieve. I can let you have your mother again. But that would ultimately just be a dream, wouldn't it? Bai Yi gently touched its witch hat and said softly, Thank you for letting me see her again. However, it's time for me to wake up. Mismagius silently agreed, and purple light suddenly burst forth. The blinding radiance forced Bai Yi to close his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was lying on the damp grass with the night still deep around him. The dream was over. Mismagius hovered across from him, nodding gently. You may leave now. Leave? 3 flashes of white light responded to it. Murkrow, Sylvian, and Ralts landed, surrounding Mismagius in the center. Purple and blue light intertwined and flickered across its body, with purple clearly dominating. Mismagius, have you had enough fun? Facing 3 Pokémon watching it intently, one of which had a type advantage that completely countered it, Mismagius seemed to truly experience helplessness for the first time. Bai Yi remained calm and unhurried as he took out his Pokédex and scanned his opponent. Mismagius, the magical Pokémon, the evolved form of Misdreavus. It can peer into human hearts and cast spells, capable of bringing both suffering and happiness. Ability, Levitate. Type, Ghost. Gender, Level, 41. Known moves, Psybeam, Hypnosis, Confuse Ray, Magical Leaf, Will-O-Wisp. Inherited moves, Destiny Bond, Nasty Plot. Not a low level. Though its move pool is average, it's still quite usable. Bai Yi closed the Pokédex, having assessed the situation. This Mismagius might not make it into his final team, but it was certainly worthy of being called a capable fighter. He locked his gaze on his opponent, his tone calm, yet brooking no refusal. Will you come with me now, or do you need a beating first before you come with me? After a friendly exchange with Mismagius, Bai Yi successfully captured it and headed to the nearby Pokémon Center, which was his agreed meeting point with Gary. Before setting off, he made a special call to Professor Oak. Despite the late hour, the professor was still working in his lab. Thanks to the strong support from Lucian and Cynthia, the surveillance on Bai Yi had been lifted ahead of schedule, and tonight he finally received the official document, permission to train beyond the 6 Pokémon limit. With this restriction removed, he immediately reorganized his team, sending the young and rare shiny Ralts back to the research facility. In the eyes of Pokémon Hunter J, Ralts would undoubtedly be more tempting than Sheldon. Currently, Bai Yi's team consisted of Wartortle, Sylvian, Honchkrow, and the newly captured Mismagius. He then had Professor Oak transfer over Frostless, Ampharos, and Ivysaur, assembling his strongest 8 Pokémon lineup. Next, he contacted Cynthia again to confirm that Riolu had completed its training with Lucario. Finding a secluded grassy area, Bai Yi released all 8 Pokémon at once. Facing Bai Yi's uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, Riolu appeared somewhat shy, Yet one could see the composure and sharpness it had learned from Lucario. Once a solitary wanderer, it had now become a warrior in training ready to be tempered by battle, and Pokemon Hunter J would serve as the perfect whetstone. Everyone, we have a difficult mission ahead protecting Sheldon while evading Jay's pursuit. Bai Yi concisely listed Jay's crimes: trafficking Pokemon, illegal kidnapping, breaking into widows' homes, and destroying families. Hearing this, the hot-tempered Wartortle immediately clenched its fists, its shell producing crisp sounds as it struck itself. Easy there, let's assign roles first. Bai Yi raised his hand to stop it. Main attacker, Frostless. All the Pokemon greeted her in unison, with only the honest Riolu calling out, Aunt Frostless, which made Frostless smile. There was indeed quite an age gap between them. Secondary attackers, Sylveon, Ampharos, and Wartortle. The three named Pokemon eagerly prepared for battle. Bai Yi's arrangement wasn't random. Jay's trump card was a Salamence of at least Elite 4 level, and its Dragon Flying typing was perfectly countered by these four. Sylveon, the moment Salamence appears, immediately set up Misty Terrain. Ivysaur and Wartortle, you both know Protect handle the defense. Mismagius, focus on battlefield control and don't get distracted chatting with Frosary, the main controller this time. After completing the tactical briefing and assigning roles to all his partners, Bai Yi looked at Honchkrow and Riolu. Crow boss, that woman has a wave cannon in her hands. I need you to keep your eyes glued to that cannon. Destroy it if you can, but if not, disrupt her relentlessly. Whatever you do, don't let her fire that wave, and be careful not to get hit yourself. Got it. Crow boss nodded vigorously. Bai Yi's rare stern expression made it clear that there was no room for error this time. After giving his orders, Bai Yi turned to face Riolu. All the Pokemon had been assigned their tasks, except for this one. Riolu remained calm and composed, quietly meeting his gaze. Riolu, do you miss your mother? The question left Riolu frozen in place. Just days after hatching, its mother had left with the tribe's Aura Guardians on a mission and had never returned. Later, its godfather appeared with Yashuan and brought it to Iron Island. As time passed, even its mother's face had grown blurry in memory, yet the longing never faded. Every time it saw little Aaron and Beldum acting spoiled in their mother's embrace, it would look away with envy, never daring to ask Lucario about it. The surrounding Pokemon were equally surprised that Bai Yi would bring up the topic of mothers, and all eyes turned toward them. Bai Yi crouched down and put his arm around Riolu's shoulder. The person we're about to face is the one responsible for keeping you from ever seeing your mother again. You have only one task. He released his grip and looked directly into those azure eyes. Take her down. Riolu's parents had died at Jay's hands. While Bai Yi didn't want it consumed by hatred, he knew that blood debts must be paid in blood. This battle wasn't really about protecting the Sheldon, or even helping Shigarut, it was about avenging Riolu. Riolu's eyes only reddened slightly before it nodded with determination. This reaction made Wartortle, standing behind Bai Yi, quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Lucario, old brother. Wartortle muttered to himself. The boss hasn't let you down. Your godson has grown into a real man. As all the Pokemon prepared for battle, a familiar voice called out from deep in the forest. Third brother, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Shigeru appeared with Electivire and 4 Sheldon following behind. Bai Yi stood up and walked over with a smile. You're not late either, second brother. The two brothers shook hands, and during their brief chat, Bai Yi recalled all his Pokemon except for Ampharos. Since Ampharos and Electivire were both electric types, they could spar together while Ampharos learned some new moves. What surprised Bai Yi was that in just one day, Ampharos had become like a completely different Pokemon, constantly saying, elder brother, and this humble one, acting like a perfect gentleman. It turned out that after recovering at Professor Oak's lab, it had challenged Satoshi Sceptile, Swellow, Snorlax, Bulbasaur, the Tauros leader, and Heracross in succession, achieving a record of 3 losses, 1 draw, and 2 wins. Finally, it had received guidance from the old professor's Dragonite. This experience had greatly improved its manners without dampening its fighting spirit. After politely greeting Electivire, the 2 electric types engaged in a friendly sparring match on the spot. Bai Yi clearly saw Ampharos use Hyper Beam, and Dragon Pulse Dragonite had indeed held nothing back. After arranging the sparring session, Bai Yi and Shigeru entered the Pokemon Center with the 4 Sheldon. Just as they stepped through the front door, a suspicious-looking man slipped out through a side entrance. Their eyes met, and both brothers' lips curved upward simultaneously. The fish had taken the bait. Bai Yi and Xiao Mao entered the room and carefully finalized their entire plan. Under the soft white lighting, tactical maps covered the entire table, with colorful flags marking every mountain path and hidden trail around Mount Coronet. To completely uproot the Pokemon Hunter organization entrenched in Sinnoh, the region's research community was going all out this time. 4 newborn Sheldon from the conservation area were secretly allocated for the operation, and even Professor Rowan, revered as the most distinguished figure in the field, personally joined this elaborate scheme. The first step of the plan was baiting. They would quietly transport the 4 young Pokemon to the foot of Mount Coronet. disguising them as wild specimens discovered on the mountain. Then Professor Rowan would officially announce to Sinnoh's leadership that wild Shirelden had been found on Mount Coronet, and the government was preparing to establish a new conservation area there. For those greedy collectors, wild specimens held far more allure than conservation-bred juveniles. Once this news broke, it would be like dropping a piece of bloody meat into the water. From current feedback, the bait was already working. Xiao Mao, responsible for escorting the young Pokémon, had been secretly tracked the moment he left the conservation area. Bai Yi glanced at the photos captured by surveillance monitors and recognized the reconnaissance drones commonly used by the Hunter organization. The strategic choice of personnel became clear at this moment. Beyond Professor Rowan's researcher credentials, Xiao Mao was also Professor Oak's grandson. If someone brazenly stole the Shirelden from him in public, it wouldn't just harm Xiao Mao himself, it would be equivalent to slapping both Professor Oak and Professor Rowan across the face. Looking across Sinnoh, or even the entire world, probably only that money-obsessed, reckless Hunter J would dare take such a massive risk. At this realization, Bai Yi suddenly understood. In the original story, when Xiao Mao was escorting the Shirelden, why did he choose to flee desperately from Jay's pursuit rather than release his ace team? Once he fought back with full force, Hunter J might not have been a match for him, but that would have ruined their plan to draw the snake out of its hole. I understand now, big brother. Bai Yi closed his laptop and looked up at Xiao Mao. We'll split up tomorrow morning. I'll head to Mount Coronet first and wait for you. Little brother, partnering with you saves me so much more brain power than working with Xiao Ji. Xiao Mao said with a smile, extending his fist. The two brothers bumped fists lightly, sharing an unspoken understanding. The combat prowess Bai Yi had just demonstrated had undoubtedly reached Hunter J's ears. If she worried her subordinates couldn't handle both of them, she would most likely take action personally. When that happened, the situation would shift from group action to Jay's solo performance. However, if they directly captured Jay, the Hunter organization might scatter like monkeys when their tree falls, with hundreds of poachers fleeing in all directions, potentially causing even greater harm to Sinnoh's ecosystem. This was the outcome they least wanted to see. Deep in the night, cold light flickered in the surveillance room of the Hunter organization's headquarters. Hunter J removed her goggles and stared at the large screen occupying an entire wall. The display was split into left and right panels, showing Bai Yi and Xiao Mao's files side by side, with combat data and background information that made one gasp in shock. So these are Damu Xueqing's two grandsons? She curved her lips into a meaningful smile. Interesting. Go call our employer this time. I'm raising my fee. Yes. Her subordinate bowed in acknowledgement and quickly left the control room. Jay leaned back in her chair, exhaling a long breath mixed with exhaustion and excitement. Through the porthole, the night sky stretched endlessly, yet her gaze remained sharp as a blade. Come on, all of you come. Hunter J didn't want to take this job, but the Hunter organization had its rules. As long as the money was sufficient, no one could refuse a client's commission. This time, the payment was simply too tempting to resist. If she didn't take it, her reputation within the organization would suffer serious damage. She lifted her head toward the night sky, where occasional meteors streaked through the deep blue like cold light cutting through old scars. In this world, everyone was forced to keep moving forward. Freedom was reserved only for those born into Alliance families. Her thoughts drifted back 10 years to the day she received her first Pokémon. For newcomers in town, and the other three children clutched their shiny starter Pokémon, grinning with abandon. But she was just an orphan who had barely survived to age 10, dependent on her sister W. To secure a starter Pokémon for her, her sister was willing to work at the breeding center for life, even nearly kneeling before the owner, yet was still ruthlessly rejected. The disdain and pity in those three children's eyes were nailed into Jay's memory like rusty spikes. Whether by luck or cruelty, in the wilderness among the trees, she encountered a wounded Bagon being pursued by poachers, its body covered in scars. Young as she was, she desperately shielded the Bagon in her arms, and ultimately was captured along with it by the Hunter organization. Beatings, chains, and bloodstained floors became her daily reality from that day forward. She had tried to escape with Bagon multiple times, and each time they were dragged back, she was beaten half to death. During their final escape attempt, a poacher's Vileplume struck her eyes with a flash attack, leaving her vision permanently damaged. She had to wear protective goggles whenever she went out, or everything would be a blur. After that day, she learned to accept her fate. Through 10 years of struggle, she climbed to the position of organization leader with her Bagon, now evolved into Salamence. She couldn't remember how much blood she had spilled. She only knew there was no way back. Sinnoh League, you see me as nothing but a ruthless poaching leader, she thought with cold amusement. But when I wanted to be a trainer standing in the sunlight, where were you the moment I was captured by poachers? Static crackled through her earpiece as she gave orders in a low voice. Keep eyes on the cargo. If those two trainers stay together, report immediately. If they separate, move in. Self-pity was too much of a luxury. There was only time to cash in on profit. Only money never betrayed. She really said that? In a brightly lit mansion in Veilstone City, a man in a black robe set down his half-empty wine glass, his tone casual yet sharp. A Persian lounged beside his armchair, lazily swishing its tail, while the mega stone on his ring glinted coldly under the light. Team Rocket's boss, Giovanni. Across from him, Ariana stood at attention in hunter uniform. Yes, boss, that's exactly what she said. Foolish woman. Giovanni drained his wine in one gulp. Over the years, aside from Silver, few people could stir his emotions, yet Hunter J reminded him of certain old shadows. Unfortunately, this woman's vision was too narrow, and she had crossed someone she shouldn't have. Go. Report anything immediately. Yes. Ariana bowed and withdrew, the door closing silently behind her. Giovanni turned to face his computer screen, displaying Bai Yi's profile and his research paper on Mega Evolution. He stroked the Mega Stone on his ring, murmuring to himself, "Old friend, for your sake, I must repay this debt." Drawing back the curtains, Veilstone City's neon lights reflected in his calm eyes. The night was ink black, the lights like a flowing tide. Tonight, no one would sleep. Early the next morning, Xiao Mao left the Pokémon Center and climbed up Mount Coronet along the mountain slope. Bai Yi, however, deliberately slept until noon before leisurely getting up, definitely not because he was lazy. As soon as he left the Pokémon Center, he released Honchkrow and had his powerful Dark-type partner patrol along the mountain path just above the treetops while he rode on its back, soaring toward the mountainside against the mountain breeze. The two had made no arrangement, yet they understood each other perfectly. The moment Xiao Mao left the Pokémon Center, the Pokémon Hunter organization's ambush was set in motion. The tree bark torn by energy blasts and gunfire, along with the scorched grass, provided Bai Yi with the clearest tracking route. He followed the battle scars, cleaning up along the way. Those foot soldiers weren't Hunter J's trusted subordinates, with even the strongest being only level 20-something Galbot. After Bai Yi easily dealt with them, he had Miss Magius cast hypnosis, throwing them all into nightmares for Officer Jenny to clean up later. Halfway up the mountain, an explosion erupted in thick smoke from the dense forest ahead. Honchkrow, speed up. Bai Yi leaned forward and shouted. Wings stirring up fierce winds, he burst into the battlefield. Within moments, Xiao Mao and Electivire were locked in combat with 4 Pokémon hunters. The opponents were Jay's confidants, equipped with both Skarmory and firearms, with tongues of fire and metallic feathers crisscrossing through the forest. Miss Magius, Will-O-Wisp. Bai Yi commanded as he landed. Blue-purple ghostly flames traced arcs through the air, instantly engulfing 2 Skarmory in fire as they screamed and crashed to the ground. The remaining 2 were roasted by Electivire's thunder until their armor smoked, filling the air with the smell of burnt metal and char. Hypnosis. Before the flames had fully dissipated, Miss Magius struck again, purple light surging as the 4 hunters collapsed helplessly. Bai Yi crouched down to search them. One wore a listening device, and all 4 carried tracking devices. Indeed, Jay's elite squad. Just as Xiao Mao was about to speak, Bai Yi gave him a meaningful look. The two exchanged smiles, and Xiao Mao casually asked, "Third brother, how did you get here? I was worried about you. What's the situation now?" Bai Yi replied while exchanging information with Xiao Mao through winks and gestures. He spread out a map, studied it intently for a long while, then finally pointed to an extremely inconspicuous cliff section, a place without even a trail marking. "Second brother, since the hunter organization is targeting Shereldon, they've definitely got all the obvious routes under surveillance. Taking the paths people use will definitely lead to capture." Xiao Mao's eyes lit up. That cliff was precisely the route the Lyron clan took during their annual migration. Their massive bodies had trampled the area for years, carving out a hidden stone path along the precipice, just wide enough for them and Shereldon to pass through. The thought had barely formed in his mind when Bai Yi voiced it. Taking that cliff path carved out by the Lyron will definitely shake off pursuit. Xiao Mao was startled and quickly made a shushing gesture, but it was too late. The nearby listening device had already transmitted their conversation word for word to the distant Hunter J. Bai Yi merely smiled slightly and winked at Xiao Mao, and the two immediately left the surveillance range. Bai Yi even deliberately called out Ivysaur, using Protect to shield both of them, maximally isolating sound. "Xiao Yi, I've reviewed the route you selected. Though it's dangerous and difficult to traverse, it's indeed an excellent escape route that Hunter J would never expect us to take. But why did you?" Bai Yi interrupted before Xiao Mao could finish his questioning, narrowing his eyes. "Second brother, don't forget our primary mission is to draw out all of Hunter J's trusted subordinates." The two stood side by side at the forest's edge, mountain winds tugging at their clothes. Bai Yi flashed a mischievous smile. He had suggested that cliff path precisely because in the original anime, Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji had used it to escape Hunter J's pursuit. As it turned out, Hunter J had never considered that cliff a viable escape route. Xiao Mao's mind raced, instantly understanding, and the two scholars exchanged knowing smiles. So far, the enemy had only deployed ordinary hunting squads. The only elite team worthy of being called trusted subordinates was the one from earlier. Clearly, Hunter J sensed something amiss and, fearing an ambush, hesitated to deploy more elite forces. These elite hunters were precisely the targets Bai Yi and Xiao Mao needed to lure out on this mission. Bai Yi deliberately presented the cliff path as their only lifeline to create the illusion that they were fleeing in panic without backup. In Hunter J's command center on the other side, static crackled through the surveillance equipment as fragments of the two boys' conversation came through intermittently. For the first time, the usually confident and decisive Hunter J felt uncertain. She had always sensed something was wrong. Why would the steady Professor Rowan publicly announce the Shieldens' location? And after capturing them, why not teleport them directly? Everything looked like a phishing operation targeting her. Yet the panic in these two boys' voices as they fled seemed too genuine to be staged. Of course she knew about that path. The so-called road was merely a narrow strip of yellow earth jutting from the cliff's edge, steep mountain wall on the right, bottomless abyss on the left. Difficult to traverse on normal days, let alone while carrying for clumsy Shirelden cubs. Once discovered, they wouldn't even be able to turn around. If not for the surveillance equipment picking up the boys' conversation, these two might have actually slipped away under her nose. Clever boys, hiding in plain sight. Hunter J sneered coldly, raising her hand to give orders. Notify all elite squads, leave one team to guard base. The rest deploy immediately. In moments, over 50 elite hunters equipped with Skarmory, Crobat, and even Metagross took to the skies, wings and rotors churning the night air. Hunter J leaned back in her chair, brow deeply furrowed. She tried to convince herself. No bait would block off the final escape route. This had to be their intended path. However, all of this fell perfectly into Bai Yi's calculations. The boy knew the plot well and understood that the real escape route made the best bait. In Hunter J's world of pure profit, she was certain that even if opponents laid an ambush, they would never gamble with their own lifeline. Little did she know that Bai Yi and Xiao Mao never intended to flee at all. Time ticked by minute by minute. The Hunter organization's elite forces reached the cliff. As the dust settled, what met their eyes were not the two boys they expected. 5-officer Jenny stood in the center of the narrow path, pokeballs glowing in their hands, with near-elite level Arcanine at their feet. Behind them, over 100 detectives with their Pokémon completed the encirclement. The lead man's red afro was particularly conspicuous. Sinnoh Fire-type elite 4-member, Flannery. Flannery rode atop Rapidash, with Ninetales behind him spreading its elegant tails to instantly create harsh sunlight. His ace Infernape raised its hand and launched a flamethrower, sending numerous Skarmory tumbling to the ground. Then Driftbloom used Hypnosis to bring down the remaining airborne opponents, sealing their movements with Disable. The frontline Arcanine breathed scorching fire blast attacks, while dozens of Grolide's flamethrowers quickly interwove, forming an ever-contracting net of fire that forced the hunters into steady retreat. Individual hunters trying to escape on their Skarmory speed were pursued by Infernape's Thunder Punch and knocked down with a single blow. In mere minutes, the Hunter organization's elite members were completely annihilated. Simultaneously, Bug-type elite 4-member Lucian led even more officers to surround the Hunter organization's headquarters. The Hunter organization was finished. The moment Hunter J received the report from her subordinate, she slammed her fist heavily onto the control panel in front of her. The metal surface shuddered from the impact, and the lights flickered several times before stabilizing again. Cunning little bastard, she snarled through gritted teeth, data flashing chaotically in her visor. The hunter has become the hunted. Been played. Outside the hull, sirens wailed one after another, each wave drawing closer. Without a doubt, someone among those captured subordinates had spilled everything, selling out the Hunter organization's coordinates to the Sinnoh police. Chaos erupted in the corridors, footsteps scrambled, voices shouted, and the main screen displayed surveillance footage from various outposts. People fleeing, shoving each other, breaking down doors, fighting over flying mounts. Ammunition crates were kicked over, sparks flying everywhere. Only 3 of Jay's elite remained who hadn't been deployed, but even now there was no sign of them returning for backup. Most likely each had found their own escape route. Huh, trust? Always been a joke, she muttered, turning away to prepare her evacuation. Just then, a lazy male voice crackled through her earpiece. Hello there, Hunter J. She knew that voice all too well. The third brother, Shigeru, had mentioned, Bai Yi. The signal was coming from the listening device that had been planted in their base. Jay's eye twitched. The audacity of this kid to mock her so brazenly. You must be wondering why I'm suddenly reaching out, Bai Yi continued conversationally. Fire-type elite 4-member Flannery treated me to quite a fireworks show courtesy of some Skarmory and Metagross. Quite the spectacle, really. Such beautiful scenery, yet I only have my second brother here. What a waste. I heard you're quite the beauty yourself, Jay, so I thought I'd invite you to enjoy the view. Damn it. Jay's iron fist crashed onto the desk, shattering her coffee cup and sending liquid everywhere. The mocking voice in her earpiece continued. I'm guessing you're pretty fired up right now? Women shouldn't get so worked up. Wrinkles really aren't a good look. Besides, with your organization in ruins, if you turn into an ugly hag on top of that, you'll never find a husband. Your life would be truly over then. Crack. Jay crushed the earpiece directly, fragments scattering. She quickly locked onto the listening device's coordinates through her visor, mounted her salamence, and gave the command. The dragon spread its wings, shattering the reinforced glass into countless pieces as she rode the fierce wind into the night sky. At that moment, outside Jay's office, Athena stood pressed against the wall in hunter uniform, quietly eavesdropping. At her feet lay 3 corpses, Jay's last remaining trusted lieutenants, clean blood marks still seeping red from their throats. Athena had long since hacked into the hunter network and heard every word of the conversation between Bai Yi and Jay. "What a little devil," she said softly, wiping blood from her boot. "Though his methods are truly brilliant, no wonder the boss values him." She gave a brief report through her concealed earpiece. "Boss, Hunter Jay has departed." "Yes, I'll be careful." The sound of police officers climbing metal stairs echoed through the stairwell. Without hesitation, she slipped out the window and disappeared into the night using a rope. Meanwhile, in the valley, as darkness fell, Bai Yi had chosen a flat area surrounded by rock walls where a campfire crackled. He and Shigeru each held freshly made sandwiches, but their eyes never left the sky above. "Bai Yi, are you sure this is okay?" Shigeru still frowned with concern. "Of course." Bai Yi licked breadcrumbs from the corner of his mouth. "Second brother, with our combined strength, can't we handle one salamence?" Shigeru shook his head slightly, was worried about unforeseen complications. Technically, their mission was already complete, and they should be collecting their reward. But when Bai Yi learned that Bug-type Elite 4 member Aaron was the one officially assigned to capture Jay, he changed plans at the last minute. Rather than hand her over to someone else, he'd set his own trap. Besides, he wanted to let that little Riolu get its revenge personally. Based on his understanding of Bai Yi, Jay would definitely take the bait. For a woman with such strong career ambitions, using "your organization is destroyed and you'll never get married" as provocation was like a crushing blow, enough to make her lose control. Even if she could somehow maintain her composure, she would never pass up the chance to salvage her dignity. She would definitely come. If Hunter Jay wanted to make a comeback, she would need substantial funding, and capturing the 4 Shereld and traveling with Bai Yi to sell them was currently her best option. As she was calculating this plan, a fierce wind suddenly swept into the valley, bending tree trunks and sending branches flying. A massive salamence dove down from the sky, its heavy dragon wings stirring up sand and stones. On its back stood a silver-haired woman wearing goggles. Spokesman Hunter Jay had arrived. "Found you." Jay's voice was hoarse and cold, her already sharp features twisted with anger. She waved her hand. "Salamence. Hyper beam." An orange-eared beam shot out with a deafening roar, instantly carving a deep furrow in the ground beneath Bai Yi and Xiao Mao's feet. "Hand over the Sherelden." "Attack," Bai Yi quickly commanded. Light pink mist rose into the air as the Fairy-type's misty terrain instantly enveloped the entire valley. The fairy power swirling around made the part dragon-type Salamence particularly agitated, its dragon eyes becoming slightly unfocused. "Salamence, what's wrong with you?" Jay noticed the anomaly, but had no clue how to deal with fairy types. Almost simultaneously, 2 powerful thunder attacks flashed from the bushes on both sides, electricity crackling through the air. Salamence rapidly climbed higher, but the Ampharos, graduates of the training center, controlled lightning like extensions of their own bodies. The zigzagging bolts climbed 90 degrees upward, striking Salamence heavily in the abdomen, a critical hit. Immediately after, blizzard, fairy wind, and water pulse came one after another. The unprepared Salamence was battered and crashed to the ground. Jay was thrown against the dragon's back, gripping the scales on Salamence's neck tightly to avoid being flung off. "You? Good. Very good." Jay roared in fury, raising the petrification gun on her wrist. Energy flickered at the barrel as she aimed at Bai Yi. A sharp whistle cut through the air as a razor-sharp wind blade slashed down Honchkrow's air slash. Jay was forced to pull back her arm, or her entire hand might have been severed on the spot. Riola dove down from Honchkrow's back, its hand glowing white as it aimed a brick break directly at Jay's forehead. Salamence roared, sweeping its wing horizontally to block the attack for its trainer. Xiao Mao approached with Umbreon. "Hunter Jay, you have nowhere to run." Jay sneered coldly. "Run? Today I'll show you 2 brats what real power looks like." She tore open her collar, revealing a chain with a crystalline keystone pendant. Bai Yi's expression changed. "Honchkrow, stop her." But it was already too late. The keystone and the hidden mega stone beneath Salamence's neck simultaneously erupted in crimson light. A shockwave exploded outward as Salamence shot up from the ground like a tornado, soaring straight to the clouds. Xiao Mao, who was nearby, was knocked flying by the blast. "Ivysaur. Vine whip." Bai Yi shouted urgently. Ivysaur's vines lashed out, pulling Xiao Mao back to safety. The two looked up to see Mega Salamence looking down upon them from the sky. Its blood-red wings had merged into a crescent shape, hanging like a blood moon. Mega Salamence. Hyper beam. The golden-red beam poured down again. Ivysaur and Wartortle simultaneously raised protect barriers, barely managing to block it. Energy swept through the valley as debris and rubble rained down like a torrential downpour. Bai Yi quickly recalled his other Pokémon. leaving only Honchkrow to spread its wings and carry him and Xiao Mao away from the ground. Hunter J stood on Mega Salamance's back with her arms crossed, looking down at the two, seemingly ready to attack again at any moment. But she also knew that if she delayed, the Sinnoh police would arrive soon. Honchkrow was eager to charge forward for a bloody battle. For the first time, Bai Yi quietly held it back. Fighting in the air against a Mega Salamence with base stats of 700, an overwhelming level advantage would be suicide. He smiled bitterly to himself, hadn't even gotten his share of the Mega Evolution benefits yet, but his opponent had already beaten him to it. Wasn't that research paper supposed to have limited circulation in academic circles? Why did every notable trainer seem to know about it? Mega Salamence flapped its blood moon-like wings as Hunter J prepared to retreat. At that moment, a golden lightning bolt streaked across the distant sky, moving so fast it left continuous afterimages, circling around Mega Salamence in a ring of light. Even the aerial overlord couldn't react in time. Roar! Mega Salamence cried out in pain, two horrifying bloody holes appearing in its lower abdomen and hind leg, especially the thigh wound which was so deep the bone was visible. The Mega Salamence let out an agonized cry and immediately reverted from its Mega Evolution. Salamence, what's wrong with you? Hunter J stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. She could see that her ace Pokémon had indeed taken some damage, but for a Dragon-type Salamence, it shouldn't have been enough to lose its fighting ability, let alone instantly revert to its normal form. As she pondered this, an almost imperceptible gust of wind swept past. Hunter J felt a sudden chill across her chest and instinctively looked down. The necklace around her neck was empty. The Megastone was gone. Without the Megastone, Salamance's form naturally collapsed. Cold sweat instantly soaked through Hunter J's combat suit. What exactly was that yellow lightning from before? To be able to snatch the treasure from right under her nose, from her very chest if the target had been her life instead, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Salamence, retreat now, she shouted urgently. Don't think you can escape. Frostless, Ice Beam. Mismagius, Psybeam. Honchkrow, Dark Pulse. Bai Yi's voice was cold and sharp as three Pokémon appeared simultaneously in the air. Icy light, prismatic beams, and dark ripples merged into a deadly torrent, rushing straight toward the Mega Salamencino. To avenge Rulu, he had to stop Hunter J. Hunter J gritted her teeth and threw out three Pokeballs in one swift motion. Skarmory, Ariados, and Drapion burst forth, forcibly blocking the three attacks. Using her subordinate Pokémon as shields, she bought herself just a moment's respite as the Mega Salamence spread its wings and fled skyward, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Bai Yi watched the retreating silhouette, fury boiling in his heart. What a shame she got away. Honchkrow landed reluctantly, and as Xiao Mao and Bai Yi stepped onto the rocky terrain, they immediately began their rapid debriefing. Xiao Xian, what was that yellow lightning just now? I don't know. Bai Yi shook his head, genuinely clueless. It must have been some extremely fast Pokémon. Second brother, please take custody of these three Pokémon of Hunter J's and wait for Officer Jenny. I need to go. All right, be careful. Bai Yi nodded, recalled Honchkrow into its ball, turned, and headed down the mountain path. The fact that Hunter J had escaped weighed heavily on his mind as he repeatedly questioned his own strength. The training of Wartortle and Ivysaur had to be prioritized immediately. The corresponding Megastones and his Keystone needed to be prepared simultaneously. If Salamence hadn't Mega-evolved, or if he had possessed a partner capable of immediate Mega-evolution, perhaps the outcome would have been different. But he never rushed development. Any new partner, regardless of origin, once they joined his team, had to progress step by step. As for that yellow flash, he had seen it clearly with his special ability as it was a Pokémon, a Mega Beedrill with potential no less than the old man's Dragonite. But in his knowledge, there was only one Beedrill in the entire world with that kind of strength, potential, and ability to Mega-evolve. Why had it suddenly appeared? Carrying these doubts, Bai Yi hurried along the mountain path. The roar of helicopter rotors suddenly exploded overhead as a gray-green, painted aircraft slowed down and landed steadily before him. The cabin door opened, and light cast an orange silhouette. A composed man in an impeccably tailored orange suit sat calmly in the cabin, his gaze serene yet smiling. Hello, Teacher Xiaoyi. Hello, Mr. Sakaki. Bai Yi had imagined countless scenarios of meeting Sakaki, but now that he was actually face-to-face with the man himself, he realized all his preparations were useless. He wasn't afraid of Giovanni, but Bai Yi truly wasn't prepared for a face-to-face encounter with him. In his mind, their first confrontation should have taken place in Unova, or even on some more distant battlefield, certainly not on this desolate coastline. Yet reality was so ironic. Giovanni, the notorious boss of Team Rocket, sat calmly at the helicopter's door, his reputation preceding him. What do you think now that you've seen me? Giovanni looked up. Just 2 eyes and a nose like anyone else, though with a bit more ambition and cunning, Bai Yi answered honestly. Giovanni chuckled softly, seemingly pleased with the response. Come aboard. Bai Yi glanced at the rolling waves in the distance, then at the shadow cast by the helicopter's rotors. Do I have to get on? You could walk, but it's quite far to Yuan City. Then I guess I'll come aboard. He shrugged helplessly and stepped into the cabin, taking a seat across from Giovanni. There was no point in trying to run now, and besides, Giovanni's intervention had indeed saved him. The helicopter landed on the outskirts of Yuan City, where Matt Ori was already waiting with a car. The group drove directly to Giovanni's villa in the area. In the living room, expensive velvet sofas gleamed softly under crystal chandeliers as Giovanni cradled his Persian and gestured for Bai Yi to sit. Thank you, but why help me? Bai Yi cut straight to the point. Because of this. As Giovanni finished speaking, a yellow blur flashed behind Hema Beedrill. Though not as terrifyingly fast as in its prime, it was still almost too quick for the naked eye to follow. Around its waist was a special ring embedded with a Beedrillite, glinting coldly. Wartortle leaped from its ball in response, positioning itself protectively in front of Bai Yi, its shell trembling with alertness. Boss, this guy's incredibly strong. Giovanni extended a finger, and pale green energy flowed from his body like a gentle stream into Wartortle's form. Wartortle instinctively wanted to dodge, but found its body completely unresponsive. As the energy flowed in, it felt as though it were soaking in the purest hot spring, being soothed by multiple milotics simultaneously. All post-battle fatigue vanished instantly. Through this power, it also sensed that Giovanni harbored no ill will toward Bai Yi. This was Bai Yi's first direct experience of the Viridian Power's manifestation. The Viridian Power? Indeed. You truly are a scholar. You recognized it immediately. Giovanni glanced down at his finger, then looked at Beedrill, and finally settled his gaze on Bai Yi. Without your research paper, Beedrill wouldn't have survived this winter. Only then did Bai Yi remember that he had included experimental records of Beedrill and Pinsir's Mega Evolution capabilities in his Mega Evolution thesis. Giovanni had clearly used this information to prepare for Beedrill's Mega Evolution in advance. Seriously? My own research paper, and I didn't get any of the benefits while all you villains reaped the rewards. Bai Yi groaned inwardly. Giovanni's tone remained calm. The Viridian Power should be able to extend a Pokémon's lifespan, but it's abandoning me. There was no resentment or anger, just a statement of fact. Bai Yi's gaze fell on the Beedrill. This Pokémon originally possessed champion-level potential and had been raised to champion-tier strength through Giovanni's massive resource investment. However, bug types were naturally short-lived at a truly insurmountable ceiling. Even Alder, the Unova champion, had semi-retired after his Volcarona's early death, left to wander around with just his Buffalint. Giovanni could have used the Viridian Power to extend Beedrill's life, but years of immersion in the criminal underworld and repeated deadly battles with Lance, who also wielded the Viridian Power, had caused his own power to gradually fade. When Beedrill's life reached its end, even the master of this dark empire was powerless until Bai Yi's appearance advanced Mega Evolution, bringing new hope to Beedrill. Evolution has always been a subject of study in Pokémon research, yet it remains largely mysterious. The phenomenon known as Mega Evolution compresses what should be a gradual species transformation spanning thousands of years into mere seconds. Mysterious and powerful, this incredible leap of life is remarkable even when triggered by stones during battle. Sakaki explained to Bai Yi that Beedrill had gained numerous benefits from Mega Evolution. Although the power of Viridian was gradually abandoning him, the essence of Viridian power still existed within his body. When trainer and Pokémon unite their hearts during Mega Evolution, Beedrill receives nourishment from the essence of Viridian power after each transformation. Through several such instances, Sakaki was confident he could extend Beedrill's life by 10 years. He understood that this approach accelerated the loss of his own Viridian power, yet he didn't care. Over the past 6 months, as Beedrill's body gradually weakened, he had tried every possible method, only to find himself clutching the Pokeball in solitude, reminiscing about the glorious years with his old partner. Sakaki never regretted his choices, nor did he believe his past decisions were wrong. However, no matter how hardened his heart, thinking of his runaway son Jin and his dying Beedrill still caused his chest to tighten more than once. Fortunately, Mega Evolution had rekindled hope. Though Sakaki didn't say these words explicitly, Bai Yi caught that moment of tenderness when he looked at Beedrill beside his rebellious son. Only this old companion who had been with him for most of his life could make this dark boss show genuine emotion. That's wonderful, congratulations, Bai Yi said sincerely. What do you want? Sakaki asked directly. Bai Yi was momentarily stunned, then chuckled and shook his head. I don't lack anything. Kid, are you playing hard to get with me? Sakaki straightened up, his gaze sharp. When I want to give something, there's nothing I can't deliver. Anything at all. Anything at all, Bai Yi replied with a smile. Then does Team Rocket have any chefs from Dongwon? Huh? An hour later, Bai Yi launched a fierce assault on a bowl of steaming noodles with gravy at a long table. Chinese dishes stretched out before him like a dragon. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, lion's head meatballs, northeast smoked chicken, human beef slices, twice-cooked pork, spicy chicken. Several empty bowls were already stacked beside him. On the ground, his little darlings lay in a row, chewing on premium energy cubes, having just enjoyed therapy administered by Sakaki, using his Viridian power, all humming contentedly. The kitchen continued serving dishes. As soon as scrambled eggs with tomatoes and mapo tofu were brought out, Bai Yi casually dumped the entire plate of mapo tofu into the small rice cooker beside him. Having been in this world for over 4 months, eating Japanese cuisine every day, he was sick to death of it and yearned desperately for Chinese food. Although his cooking skills weren't bad, he wasn't a professional chef after all. Professor Oak had once mentioned that across the sea lay the Donghuang region, whose customs resembled the legendary Eastern Divine Realm. Today, on a whim, Bai Yi had Sakaki's chef attempt a table of Donghuang cuisine. The result, if not identical, was at least 80 to 90% accurate, making him eat with pure delight. Sakaki sat across from him watching for a long time, several times wanting to politely suggest eat slower. But the words turned into helpless resignation, reincarnated hungry ghost. Bai Yi had no time to pay attention to Sakaki, keeping his head down as he continued his assault on the rice before him. Sakaki's mouth twitched as he watched Bai Yi's eating style, cheeks bulging with food, sauce dripping from his chopsticks. For some reason, his own mouth began to water reflexively. He turned to Jinyao behind him and whispered, "Go to the kitchen and bring more meat dishes for this kid, and get me a bowl of rice too." As soon as the steaming white rice was served, Bai Yi dumped the entire plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes into Sakaki's bowl with a whoosh, the yellow and red sauce splashing onto the rim. "Uncle, trust me, this is how it tastes best." Before he finished speaking, his chopsticks speared a fist-sized meatball and dropped it into Sakaki's bowl with a plop. "If you weren't treating me, I wouldn't share with you." Jinyao's eyebrow twitched as she was about to intervene, but Sakaki raised his hand to stop her. Watching Bai Yi devour his food without any regard for manners, Sakaki's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. He mimicked the boy's posture and took a big bite. It was indeed delicious. Along with the aroma of the food, his thoughts drifted back to when he was a poor kid himself, that long-lost feeling of eating heartily despite being hungry. The two of them ate chopstick by chopstick, from braised pork to sweet and sour ribs, then to stir-fried vegetables, not even sparing the sauce. Without realizing it, Sakaki had several more bowls of rice. An hour later, the table was completely empty, and Jinyao helplessly cleaned up the greasy plates. Sakaki leaned back in his chair, holding his teacup and frowning as he studied Bai Yi, who was halfling across from him. "You've got quite an appetite, kid. Is this how you're using up the favor I owe you?" "What else?" Bai Yi patted his belly and sat up straight. "Do you know who I am? Your favor as the great boss Sakaki is worth just one meal of me stuffing my face. That's definitely not worth it." Sakaki narrowed his eyes with a half-smile. "Then how much do you think it's worth?" "2 meals." Bai Yi held up 2 fingers. "Let me tell you, Uncle, the meatballs were a bit too salty, and the braised pork didn't have enough caramel color. I didn't eat to my heart's content this time. I'll stay for dinner and have another meal." Sakaki was stunned for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Interesting. You're very interesting, kid. Uncle, laughing too dramatically at your age isn't normal. You should get that checked." Bai Yi delivered the final blow. Sakaki's laughter stopped abruptly, his expression suddenly returning to its cold severity. "1 meal means 1 meal. Jinyao, show our guest out." "Hey, don't push me. The great Team Rocket boss." Bai Yi shouted as Jinyao half-dragged, half-pulled him along. "Jinyao, you're bumping into me. I'll report you for charging. Wait till I recall my Pokémon." He recalled all his partners into their Pokeballs, but was still driven to the outskirts by Jinyao. As the car door opened and closed, Jinyao explained politely but stiffly, "Boss Sakaki's residence cannot be revealed. We're dropping you off here, please understand." She then handed over a black gift box. "This is a gift Boss Sakaki prepared for you, along with a Team Rocket executive badge. Please accept it." "I won't take it." Bai Yi pushed the box back. "When did I ever say I wanted to be your executive? This meal was to clear the slate. Nobody owes anybody anything." Jinyao helplessly held the box, her mouth twitching. "Don't worry, Boss Sakaki said you don't need to take on any responsibilities. But if you encounter any short-sighted Team Rocket members out there, having this badge will save you a lot of trouble. It's purely commemorative." "Since you put it that way." Bai Yi took the box back, calculating in his mind. With this badge, it would be convenient to ask for help from the trio in the future. After putting it away, he said to Jinyao, "Tell the uncle this for me. Team Rocket was founded by someone with true original intentions, but now it has too many people without heart." "I understand. Teacher Bai Yi, please take care." Jinyao nodded and drove away. After the dust settled, Bai Yi opened the gift box. A golden badge lay quietly inside, with a prominent red gemstone carved into an R in the center. Beside it was a keystone and a premier ball shrunk to the size of a fingertip. "Let me see who you are. Come out." He threw the premier ball. Roar. A Rhydon appeared, its entire body glowing with red light. "Uncle Giovanni is truly generous." Bai Yi raised his hand to open the Pokédex, and a pale blue holographic screen unfolded in his palm as Rhydon's data appeared line by line. Name: Rhydon Drill Pokémon. Ability: Rock Head. Type, Ground Rock. Gender, Level, 38. Moves, Stomp, Rock Blast, Horn Drill. Egg moves, Sandstorm, Swords Dance. Tutor moves, Thunderbolt, Double Edge. Although Rhydon wasn't the brightest, it possessed brute strength capable of smashing skyscrapers to pieces. Bai Yi nodded with satisfaction, recalled it into its Pokeball, clipped it to his belt, and headed toward the Pokémon Center in Hearthome City. Upon arrival, he first transferred Frostless and Mismagius back to headquarters. These two Pokémon had lived in the wild for years and had limited move sets, so it would be better for them to learn more techniques in the backyard. He then retrieved Ralts and Skorupi. Now, Bai Yi's 10 Pokémon were Wartortle, Sylveon, Honchkrow, Ivysaur, Vespiquen, Skorupi, Ralts, Riolu, Ampharos, and the newly acquired Rhydon. After the Hearthome Gym, plus the Hearthome Contest and Tag Battle Tournament, I'll adjust my team composition once everything's finished, he calculated silently. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Bai Yi arrived at the Hearthome Gym and caught the gym leader red-handed as she prepared to skip town with her luggage Fantina. Arriving a full week earlier than Ash did in the original story, he witnessed Fantina's truancy mode firsthand. Seeing her awkward smile, Bai Yi could only shrug helplessly. In the original series, Fantina was incredibly strong with masterful hypnosis techniques and an unfathomable understanding of ghost-type moves. She had instantly seen through Ash's counter shield and even helped improve it on the spot. Her only flaw was her dislike of work. Miss Fantina, could you please battle me first before leaving Hearthome City? Bai Yi asked politely. Well, I suppose I have no choice, Fantina shrugged. How many badges do you have? 4. Hearing this answer, her eyes lit up and her lips curved into a smile. Wonderful. I can use my second team. She patted her backpack, nearly spinning in place with excitement. Now things are getting interesting. Bai Yi nodded with a smile. That suits me perfectly. The two entered the battle arena. The referee, dressed in elegant Western gentleman's attire, walked to the center with measured steps, his voice refined and resonant. The gym battle between gym leader Fantina and challenger Bai Yi from Pallet Town will now begin. Each trainer will use 3 Pokémon until one side's Pokémon are unable to battle. The challenger has the right to substitute Pokémon. Let the battle begin. Go, Rhydon. Bai Yi threw his Pokeball first. White light materialized on the ground as Rhydon roared proudly. That morning, he had specially prepared a sand bath for the Pokémon and used his empathic powers to communicate with it. Finally establishing basic rapport, now was the time to test their connection. Rhydon, Swords Dance, he commanded without hesitation. Gengar, Hypnosis. Fantina smiled, as if everything was under her control. Rhydon's body erupted in crimson flames as its attack power soared. However, the purple waves that followed hit their mark precisely, and Rhydon's eyelids grew heavy before it crashed to the ground in deep sleep. Gengar, calm mind. Fantina seized the opportunity to give further commands. Gengar pressed its hands together as dark purple energy swirled around it. Taking advantage of this opening, Gengar began setting up with calm mind, preparing for a sweep. What Melissa hadn't expected was that the Rhydon had already opened its eyes, chewing on an orange berry. After 2 sword dance boosts, its steel armor and muscle fibers bulged like waves, and the massive ground-type beast radiated an intimidating presence that couldn't be underestimated. Gengar, use Hypnosis again. Hypnosis had always been the core of Melissa's strategy. She knew the Rhydon could only survive on that one berry, so if she could put it to sleep again, the tide of battle might turn. Use Sandstorm. Bai Yi's command followed immediately. Rhydon stomped its front hooves hard, and swirling yellow sand quickly formed. The sand particles danced in midair, creating a barrier that blocked Gengar's hypnotic waves. The erosive effect of the sandstorm began, with tiny grains cutting like countless blades, steadily wearing down Gengar's stamina. In that case, Gengar, use Calm Mind. Gengar closed its eyes and floated in meditation, surrounded by purple mist. Use Smackdown. With Bai Yi's words, a brick-sized rock shot through the air, heading straight for Gengar's face. Boom. The purple shadow was sent tumbling and crashing down. Gengar, get up. Melissa cried out urgently, but Bai Yi gave no respite. Stomp. Rhydon lifted its front foot high and slammed it down hard. The shockwave hit like a drumstick on membrane, sending Gengar flying knocked out. Though Bai Yi had never learned any mysteries of the earth, he understood a fundamental truth. For ground-type Pokémon, as long as the enemy was willing to stand on solid ground with them, it was like giving away a free advantage. The sandstorm gradually subsided as Melissa pulled out her second Pokeball. Take the field, Sableye. Not Miss Magius, it seemed she was getting serious. This Sableye had dim eyes but erratic movements, clearly possessing the prankster ability. Bai Yi frowned. What a dirty strategy. In that case, come back, Rhydon. He immediately threw another ball. Ampharos, you're up. As the white light faded, a modest-looking Ampharos bowed politely. This humble Ampharos greets you courteously. This gentle, almost courtship-like demeanor made Bai Yi twitch at the corner of his mouth. I sent you to fight, not to show off your manners. Ampharos, Thunder Punch. Sableye Swagger. Sableye immediately bared its teeth and waved its claws menacingly at Ampharos. Ampharos's palm crackled with electricity as it walked forward with a smile, delivering a precise slap to its opponent's nose. Sableye was sent flying several meters. Ampharos used Thunder. Thunder crashed down instantly, blue-white arcs like massive pillars striking Sableye without missing. Ampharos was already at a high level, and after this combo, Sableye was directly defeated. Watching Ampharos stroll back to its side as if taking a leisurely walk, Melissa was stunned. How is that possible? How could your Ampharos not be confused? Miss Melissa, that's just my Ampharos's personality. Bai Yi smiled easily. This world isn't as simple as just looking at stats. Every Pokemon is like a person, with flesh and blood. He gave an example. Ash's Swallow once relied on sheer willpower to withstand thunder and still won a gym battle. Personality is also part of battle strength. Ever since Ampharos had been trained by Dragonite in the old man's backyard, its temperament had become gentle and refined, rarely getting angry. With such composure, how could it fall into confusion from an opponent's swagger? Of course, it still received the attack boost benefit. This humble Ampharos greets you courteously. Ampharos bowed respectfully again. Master Dragonite said that for slow Pokemon like me, we must guard against pride and impatience. Having a harmless face isn't nearly enough. To reach the pinnacle, the heart must also be calm as still water. No matter how the opponent provokes, we must remain unmoved, letting them confidently stick their face out like a rear end for provocation. Ampharos looked up, electricity crackling in its palm. Then, we can slap the hell out of them. Wait, this Ampharos. Melissa stared at the lightning-wreathed Ampharos across from her, finding it increasingly familiar. Could this be that prodigy Ampharos from the Sunnyshore's city power plant? She wondered silently. Yes, this one has grown stronger. Bai Yi nodded in confirmation, letting Ampharos step onto the field. He chose to send out Ampharos first partly because of its type advantage over Duskull, and partly because he wanted it to battle once more in the place where it used to work. How thoughtful. Melissa smiled slightly. But don't forget, I'm a gym leader. You can't afford to underestimate me. With that, she reached into her collar and pulled out her final Pokeball. Shall we? Let's see what you're capable of. Go Drifblim. As the red light faded, a massive purple balloon Pokemon floated in midair, its shadow looming over the arena. Bai Yi gritted his teeth. Its level is incredibly high. To be honest, Shao Yi, this one was my very first Pokemon. It only stepped back to my second team due to age. Can you defeat it? As soon as she finished speaking, flames erupted across Drifblim's surface. It winced in pain, yet its aura continued to intensify. Burned. It was carrying a flame orb, and after triggering its Flare Boost ability, its special attack became even more formidable. Ampharos Thunder. Drifblim, Ominous Wind. Lightning and gale winds crossed paths without directly clashing. The thunder struck Drifblim, leaving scorch marks. The whirlwind swept up Ampharos, hurling it to the edge of the field where staff members quickly carried it away. So powerful. Bai Yi recalled his Pokeball, gently stroking its surface. Ampharos, you did well. Though he knew his opponent was strong, he was still shaken by the display of power. If not for its age, it would still be on my main team. Melissa touched her pendant with a smile. Even if you lose, I'll still give you the badge. So what's next? Being underestimated is quite troubling for me too. Bai Yi smiled with pursed lips. You're forcing me to show my trump card. He threw out a new Pokeball. Ivysaur, go. The burn continued to sap Drifblim's strength while making it even more aggressive. Ivysaur, Leech Seed. Green seeds shot through the air, embedding into Drifblim and beginning to drain its energy. Useless. Ominous Wind. Protect. Stun Spore. A pale green barrier steadily blocked the whirlwind, followed immediately by silvery white powder that enveloped the opponent. Drifblim's body stiffened as paralysis, burn, and Leech Seed simultaneously ate away at its stamina. In real battles, multiple status conditions could stack. Hypnosis. Melissa launched her counterattack. Just as the eerie light began to gather, Drifblim convulsed from paralysis, and the move was interrupted. Bai Yi's lips curved upward. Who said I was going to fight Hedon? Ivysaur, Toxic. Don't I hit away? Ivysaur raised its head and spat purple venom, which splattered right across Drifblim's face. Use Ominous Wind. Hold your ground. 10 minutes later. Congratulations, this is proof of your victory over Hearthome Gym. The relic badge. Melissa gritted her teeth as she handed the palm-sized, bronze-colored badge to Bai Yi, her face still showing traces of helplessness after being tactically suppressed. What a dirty fighter, she cursed inwardly. During that grueling battle, Bai Yi had not only used Substitute combined with Toxic to disgust his opponent, but also stacked sleep and paralysis status effects, and even threw in the occasional synthesis at full health just to mess with her mindset. Still, she maintained the courtesy expected of a gym leader, looking up at Bai Yi with a forced smile. That was a beautiful battle, Shao Yi. Truly worthy of an official league researcher. Your battling style is quite, well, refined. She swallowed back the uncensored profanity that had almost escaped with that last word. Thank you for the praise. Bai Yi placed the relic badge into his collection case, gently stroking it. Battling is a dirty game, and I'm a dirty player. Melissa was slightly taken aback by his words, looking thoughtful, but said nothing. Bai Yi focused intently on polishing the 5 badges in his collection case: coal, mine, forest, icicle, and the newly acquired relic badge, all gleaming with metallic luster in perfect alignment. He double-checked his contest battle record: Jubilife ribbon, Aqua ribbon, Daybreak ribbon, just 2 more to complete the set, with total victory within reach. Move aside, everyone move aside. Oh no, I can't stop. A yellow figure burst into the hall accompanied by panicked shouting. Bai Yi and Melissa exchanged knowing looks, and each stepped aside as the blonde boy failed to break, smacking straight into the wall with a thud. Ouch, that hurt. I'm gonna get fined, he groaned, rubbing his forehead. Are you alright? Melissa signaled to a staff member, who immediately helped the boy to his feet. Bai Yi recognized him: June, the fine obsessed boy and Dawn's hometown friend. When Ash had challenged Hearthome Gym in the original story, June had been his immediate predecessor, only to suffer a crushing defeat. This must have been June's second attempt. Given his even more reckless battling style than Ash's, Melissa's tactical approach was the perfect counter. Are you gym leader, Melissa? Please battle me. June's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course, I accept your challenge. We can start right now. Melissa smiled warmly. Bai Yi felt a twinge of guilt. If he hadn't kept Melissa tied up at the gym, she wouldn't have to battle back-to-back like this. It's fine, Xiao Yi. This will be over quickly, she whispered reassuringly, then turned to June. Challenger, do you mind if this trainer observes from the sidelines? I have some business with him after the match. I don't care, as long as I get to battle. June beat his chest enthusiastically. Excellent. Melissa chuckled mischievously, gesturing for Bai Yi to wait before leading both trainers and the referee toward the battlefield. The massive arena's lights blazed to life as Bai Yi took a seat in the spectator section. Both trainers took their positions, and the referee announced the start of the match. Melissa threw her pokeball first. Take the field, go Jengar. The purple-black, rotund Jengar landed and wiggled its body, clearly at a lower level than the one that had battled Bai Yi earlier, yet equally round and adorable. Let's go. Empoleon, use Hydro Cannon. June immediately unleashed his trump card, sending a high-pressure beam of water and electricity roaring forward. But Jengar slipped away like a shadow, gliding past the edge of the attack. June's eyes widened in shock. Melissa licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with excitement. You know what? Big sister here just loves hot-blooded boys like you. She immediately locked down switching options with mean look, followed up with hypnosis to drag Empoleon into slumber, then alternated between Shadow Punch and Curse. Since gym battles needed to maintain entertainment value, she didn't resort to the completely crushing Calm Mind sweep strategy, but this series of torturous moves was still lethal enough. Empoleon managed only that single Hydro Cannon in its final moments of consciousness before collapsing from accumulated damage. The referee declared the winner as June's face flushed red with frustration. Meanwhile, Melissa was in high spirits, mimicking Bai Yi's earlier tone with a light laugh. Oh ho ho, battling is a dirty game, and I am a dirty player. How satisfying. This was the proper rhythm for a gym battle. Actually, while Melissa's battle style might be disgusting, it's not impossible to crack. You just need to prepare Pokémon with the Insomnia ability in advance, or have your team members learn Sleep Talk to easily counter hypnosis moves. After all, a gym leader's duty is to guide challengers toward growth with proper preparation against hypnosis techniques and a reasonably strong team. The relic badge isn't out of reach. However, Axon was just too stubborn. He sent out Skarmory and Hitmonlee again, only to be completely shut out by Melissa's Jengar. How could this happen? I'm going to get fined. The boy clutched his head and stormed out of Hearthome Gym in frustration. Melissa watched him flee in defeat and could only shake her head helplessly. There was literally a walkthrough guide sitting in the audience, but he didn't even bother to ask for advice before running off. If someone like that got a badge, she'd have to write her name backwards. Bai Yi was equally amused and exasperated. Having a fan like this was quite the misfortune for Shinji. After Axon left, Melissa recalled her Jengar, handed a small package to Bai Yi, asked for his contact information, then quickly departed without even taking her luggage. Bai Yi returned to the Pokémon Center, first leaving Ampharos, Rhydon, and Ivysaur with Nurse Joy for treatment, then went back to his room to open the package. Inside lay a disc and 2 spell tags. The disc contained practical insights on hypnosis techniques and recordings of several classic gym battles. Soon, Melissa called to apologize for getting carried away during the match and using Pokémon beyond standard gym battle level. As compensation, she gifted him the spell tags and battle insights. Bai Yi graciously expressed his understanding, then after hanging up, released Frostless and Mismagius, handing each a spell tag before projecting the recordings onto his computer screen. Frostless, focus on studying this. Mismagius, you should observe too, your hypnosis techniques lack systematic guidance. After arranging their training, he left the Pokémon Center. Hearthome City, located in central Sinnoh, was the capital of arts and entertainment. With its thriving economy, it boasted one of Sinnoh's premier shopping destinations' Heart Home department store. Besides major festivals, it hosted Sinnoh's largest contest spectacular, with fanfare that even surpassed Slateport City in Hoenn. With both the tag battle tournament and contest approaching, the city's crowds had more than doubled from usual. Bai Yi also needed to start planning his performance for the double stage. The Heart Home contest was extremely high level in the original story. Don didn't even pass the second review. He was determined to claim that Heart Home ribbon. Come out, Ampharos. Hunchcrow. He decided to have these two partners tackle the first review, secretly planning to unveil some unique creative ideas from before his transmigration. Time galloped like a wild horse, never stopping once it started running. In the blink of an eye, it was the eve of the Heart Home contest. Ash and his group also arrived at the Pokémon Center. Although the Sherelden incident had been resolved early by Bai Yi and Gary, more roving Pokémon hunters had appeared along the route, causing Ash considerable trouble. However, it wasn't all bad news. Xiaoji's Curlia gained a tremendous amount of experience. They also found an awakening stone on that unfortunate Pokémon hunter. So Xiaoji didn't hesitate to send Curlia back to Professor Oak's lab for a thorough checkup and to prepare for its evolution into Galade. After settling his partner, Xiaoji eagerly rushed to the Heart Home gym, only to learn that gym leader Fantina was temporarily away. He had to head to the Pokémon Center instead, where he reunited with Bai Yi. After hearing about Xiaoji's adventure, Bai Yi first remarked, "Senior brother truly is Destiny's chosen one," then teased, before challenging a ghost-type gym. "You send away your psychic-type Curlia? Can't handle type advantages anymore." Jokes aside, Bai Yi was genuinely happy for Xiaoji after all. Having an open spot on the team meant more tactical flexibility. In comparison, Xiaowang's situation was more troublesome. Upon learning that the Heart Home contest followed the same rules as the Grand Festival, she had been on edge ever since arriving in Heart Home City. Bai Yi asked with concern, "Xiaowang, are you alright?" I'm fine," the girl forced a smile. Bai Yi didn't call out her bravado, only reminding her not to forget to register for the contest. He understood that Xiaowang needed to face a real challenge on her own without experiencing the darkness. Her ice crystal chandelier could never truly shine. There was also a small incident during this time. Xiaowang encountered another trainer who participated in both gym battles and contests besides Bai Yi the Bard Shangji. Xiaowang remained hostile toward dual-path trainers. The kid was great in every way except for her narrow perspective. In the original story, she lost to Shangji in this round. Hopefully this time it wouldn't completely shatter her confidence. No matter how nervous Xiaowang felt, the sun still rose as promised the next day. The Heart Home contest, with its dramatically increased number of participants, began at dawn. The judges were still Mr. Contesta, Mr. Sakizo, and Nurse Joy of Heart Home City. Contestants brought out their best performances. Shangji took the stage first. Although Bai Yi had seen this in the anime, experiencing it live made him truly appreciate its charm. Kricketot and Sunflora immediately used sword dance to focus the spotlight. Then Sing and Grass Whistle intertwined their melodies. Synchronizing with Shangji's harp, the music performed jointly by trainer and Pokémon was so enchanting that the audience could close their eyes and still be mesmerized. Bai Yi thought to himself, such a unique auditory experience deserved high scores. The subsequent contestants each displayed their talents. Xiaowang sent out Gastrodon and Glamo, with water droplets refracting sunlight into rainbow arcs that made Glamo's fur appear lustrous and silky. Musashi continued her self-harm while showing intimacy, desperate approach, creating such intense atmosphere that even the judges gasped. Xiaowang's performance left Bai Yi completely puzzled. Bubble Beam and Angel's Kiss wove together into heart-shaped bubbles, followed by Discharge and Whirlpool transforming into fireworks. The visual effects were no less impressive than others. If he had to nitpick, perhaps Discharge and Whirlpool operated independently. Lacking overall continuity, Piplup was Piplup, and Pachirisu remained Pachirisu. But could this alone warrant elimination? No wonder Xiaowang would be devastated. Finally, it was Bai Yi's turn. As he stepped onto the stage, he clearly caught Mr. Contesta's meaningful wink. Only then did Bai Yi understand why he was always scheduled last. That old gentleman's wink clearly meant, "Begin, I'm very much looking forward to this. Go, Murkrow." Ampharos. With Bai Yi's crisp command, both Pokémon leaped into the spotlight almost simultaneously. The moment Murkrow landed, it unleashed Shadow Clone, its jet black wings beating as the duplicates spread through the air like ink dissolving in water. Ampharos stood firm, the orb on its neck gleaming as it repeatedly used Flash. For stage safety, Bai Yi had adjusted Ampharos's flash frequency early on, intense, yet not blinding, like soft studio lights designed to illuminate backgrounds. Each flash caused the venue's brightness to surge and dim dramatically, maximizing visual impact without harming the audience's eyes. With each fleeting flash, Murkrow's shadows multiplied. Bai Yi caught the rhythm perfectly and raised his hand, shouting, "Now Murkrow, quick attack." Ampharos, follow up with Thunderbolt. Murkrow transformed into a silver streak of light, racing along the stage's edge. Electric arcs instantly lit up Amphiros's body as it unleashed Thunderbolt, locking onto the dark shadow ahead. They moved one after another, separated by just one body length. The path Murkrow traced was outlined by electric light, as if dragging a genuine lightning whip behind it, and with each sharp turn, it left behind an afterimage that was impossible to distinguish from the real thing. Ampharos. Agility Thunder Punch. Electric sparks exploded beneath Amphiros's feet as its form became a yellow light darting across the entire stage. Every new shadow left by Murkrow was precisely captured by the high-speed Ampharos and shattered with a thunder punch. The moment each afterimage broke apart, static electricity scattered like countless tiny fireworks, further concealing Murkrow's true form. Final strike. Shadow Lightning Flash. Murkrow suddenly reversed course, its form refracting into sharp arcs. Ampharos swung its electrically charged fist, and the two attacks met in midair, instantly destroying the last shadow. At that moment, Amphiros's flash ceased, leaving only residual electricity crackling through the air across the entire stage. The dazzling lights and shadows combined with their seamless coordination drew thunderous applause from the audience, nearly bringing the venue to a boil. This complete performance was inspired by a combination technique from the Chinese animation Adventures of Lolo that Bai Yi had watched bore his transmigration. He simply borrowed the original name, Shadow Lightning Flash, unchanged. The three judges at the evaluation panel gave high scores one after another. The special effects were so spectacular they were mesmerizing. The coordination between Murkrow and Ampharos was nearly flawless. This would be equally powerful in contest battles. 4 flying-type and electric-type moves to coordinate to this degree shows that Murkrow truly trusts its trainer. I love it. Far away in a villa in Edge City, Giovanni reclined on a sofa, his gaze quietly watching the live broadcast through the television screen. The image froze on the moment Shadow Lightning Flash concluded. He smiled slightly, turned off the TV, recalled Persian into its pokeball, and said to the figure at the door, "Matori, we can leave now." The door closed, and everything returned to silence. Half an hour later, the first round results were announced. Bai Yi ranked first, Shangji second, Xiaowang fifth, Musashi seventh, and eighth place went to a random contestant using Typhlosion. Surprisingly, Dawn failed to make it into the top 8. Dawn, fighting back tears, rushed out of the venue. Ash was about to chase after her when Xiaowang stopped him with an outstretched hand. At the end of the corridor, Dawn curled up in a corner, her fingers clutching tightly at her skirt hem, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Finally, she began to sob quietly. Suddenly, a pink handkerchief appeared before her. "It's frustrating, isn't it?" I'm fine, Wah." Dawn took the handkerchief, initially trying to act tough, but ended up burying her head in her knees and crying her heart out. Bai Yi stood quietly not far away, watching her and the pokeball in his hand. Xiaowang was right. At times like this, Dawn needed to be alone quietly with her partner. But after much hesitation, Bai Yi still took a step forward. Bai Yi had thought for a long time before deciding to come check on Dawn. After the ribbon contest, Hikari had been quiet for quite some time, even feeling lost and nearly giving up. As a spectator, such dramatic ups and downs were certainly captivating, but as a friend, Bai Yi felt it was his responsibility to pull her out of this emotional valley. "Hikari, have you ever seen ice lanterns?" "No, I haven't." The girl shook her head, her bangs swaying gently with the movement. In Twinleaf Town with its distinct 4 seasons, she had never had the chance to encounter such scenery that bloomed only in extreme cold. Bai Yi explained that his hometown was so cold in winter that it wouldn't ease up until March. Further north, there was a city that specialized in carving miracles of light in the frigid night's ice lanterns. "Only in the cold, dark nights do they shine their most beautiful colors," he said, giving Hikari an encouraging smile. "The colder it gets, the brighter the ice lanterns shine. The deeper the night, the more dazzling the light becomes. Hikari, you've got to live up to your name." He turned back toward the venue, reminding her as he walked away, "When you're done crying, wipe your tears and don't let Piplup and Pikachu worry. And remember to return my handkerchief." Hikari had always been easily amused. She burst into laughter through her tears, wiped away the traces of crying, and headed toward the contestants' lounge. The second review pairings were quickly announced. Shangji versus Random Contestant A, Bai Yi versus Cannon Fodder B, Xiaowang versus Filler C, and Musashi versus Nobody D. Since none of the acquaintances were matched against each other, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. On competition day, Bai Yi sent out his Wartortle and Skorupi duo. Wartortle was now level 33, and Skorupi level 30. Ivysaur had also reached level 33, but Bai Yi deliberately reduced its appearances and put the Everstone on it. Again, he had long-term plans for its evolution. When he returned to Kanto, he could still catch the last grand celebration at the Mysterious Garden in late summer and early autumn. The contest battle was like cutting through vegetables for Wartortle and Skorupi. Although Skorupi had never participated in official gym battles, it had swept through countless street competitions with solid levels and moves. In the end, Bai Yi stood on the champion's podium. Mr. Contesta personally pinned the ribbon badge in his palm, expressing his anticipation for Bai Yi's future performances. Bai Yi thanked him solemnly and placed the badge in his collection case. Just one more badge and I can advance to the grand festival, he calculated silently. That night, everyone celebrated with a feast at a restaurant in Hardhome City. Even the usually composed Xiao Wang was unusually excited. If there was anyone who could make him accept both gym battles and contests simultaneously, that person would definitely be Bai Yi. Walking on the street heading back, Hikari suddenly stopped, attracted by a streetlight. The tall lamp post cast white light into the cold night, and she remembered those words. The colder it gets, the brighter the ice lanterns shine. Her companions waited quietly in place, not understanding what was happening, but Bai Yi just smiled and continued walking, not wanting to disturb her contemplation. Perhaps the ice chandelier really would debut earlier than expected. Just past the intersection, Bai Yi's phone rang. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Xiao Yi. I watched the live broadcast of the ribbon contest. Congratulations. Karuno's voice came through the phone. Immediately after, the Pokédex chimed with a notification. A promotional photo appeared on the screen. Karuno standing on the space-time tower, her dress swaying in the wind, her long, elegant legs particularly eye-catching. This is an exclusive photo and the ones released to the public. The legs are covered. Standing so high in the wind, be careful not to catch a cold. Bai Yi offered his gentle reminder while quietly saving a photo of the girl standing on the high platform to his album. Finished filming? All the scenes I needed to appear in are done. Kaloon's voice on the other end carried a hint of disappointment. I was actually hoping to vacation in Coumarine City, but the Kalos League Affairs Bureau scheduled several more exhibition matches. That's truly unfortunate. Bai Yi caught the dejection in her tone and softened his voice. Do you still remember what I told you? I remember. When we're apart, we should shine with our own light. What about the first half? Bai Yi's smile turned mischievous. Kaloon's cheeks flushed red on the other end. This guy might be young, but he's quite the schemer. In a couple more years, he'll definitely be a real troublemaker. Yet her voice remained tender as she repeated. When we're together, we make others genuinely feel we're perfect for each other. Her sweet, soft voice traveled through the phone waves straight to Bai Yi's heart. Since the incident in Aspertia Town, Kaloon had earned a special privilege with him, the ability to stir his emotions at any moment. Kaloon, while this isn't my only goal, I've been working hard to achieve it. Little E, come challenge the Kalos League soon. Once you defeat me and become the Kalos champion, I'll finally be able to relax a bit. Similarly, Bai Yi possessed the privilege of stirring Kaloon's emotions. As his words settled, the nearby Gardevoir elegantly huffed. Don't worry, sister. With me here, he won't beat you. Cut it out. Kaloon shot her partner a look. I'm not playing around with you. The two chatted for a few more minutes before Kaloon had to catch a red-eye flight, forcing them to hang up early. After ending the call, Bai Yi stretched and walked back while chatting casually with his accompanying Pikachu, unconsciously making his way back to the Pokemon Center. After getting his room key, he entrusted his Wartortle, Skorupi, Ampharos, and Murkrow to Nurse Joy's care, then returned to his room to arrange his team's battle order for the upcoming period. The final starting lineup. 1. Skorupi, LV32. 2. Wartortle, LV34. 3. Vespiquen, LV26. 4. Ralts, LV21. 5. Riolu, LV28. With the Coumarine Gym badge in hand, his next target was the double battle tournament. During this time, both Ralts and Wartortle were just one step away from evolution. Nurse Joy confirmed that energy-wise, Ralts could evolve into Kirlia at any time. Recently, its body occasionally glowed with the white light of evolution, forcing Bai Yi to temporarily suppress it with an Everstone. The reason was simple: this Ralts didn't know hypnosis. To compensate for this weakness, Bai Yi had it absorb energy related to Dark Void from the Lunar Wing, gifted by Darkrai. Now Ralts could use Dark Void, though not yet skillfully, and it was still foreign power after all. Bai Yi decided to wait until it fully adapted before removing the Everstone, allowing his little darling to evolve healthily. Early the next morning, Ash and Brock knocked on his door, bringing Bai Yi a card with the number 17 written on it. Xiao Yi, here's your doubles tournament entry number. Thanks, but why are you so diligent today? Bai Yi took the number plate and looked up to see Xiao Ji's rare early morning state, his mind full of questions. Xiao Gang teased from the side. He didn't get up early, didn't sleep a wink all night. With the Fate Gym temporarily closed, he's been bottling up his battling energy. The moment he heard about the doubles tournament, he was so excited he stayed up until dawn. So Xiao Ji, Xiao Gang, and Bai Yi drew numbers 15, 16, and 17 respectively, while Xiao Guang got number 28. After registration, Bai Yi patted his pants and stood up, walking toward Xiao Guang nearby. He thought to himself, this is the second time I'm blocking unwanted suitors for her. You got number 28, right? He waved his number 17. I like the number 28. Can we switch? Of course. Xiao Guang generously handed over her number, and the exchange was complete. After finishing registration, Bai Yi headed alone to the Venue Fate Stadium. The morning arena wasn't crowded yet, and he immediately spotted Team Rocket restocking their corner stand. Give me a Coke. Bai Yi reached out. Thank you for your patronage, kid number 2, Meow. Meowth had just handed over the Coke when he recognized Bai Yi, his voice suddenly shooting up. Musashi glared over. Hey, kid number 2, why are you still hanging around after the contest is over? If it weren't for being eliminated by you in the second review. Before she could finish, Kojiro quickly covered Musashi's mouth. Don't make trouble. Today we're Team Rocket working to earn money, customer first. Right, Meow? For boss Giovanni. We need to make money first, Meow. Meowth chimed in. MMPH. Let go. I get it. Musashi shook off the two, kicked Meowth aside, her face flushed red. Seeing this, Kojiro gritted his teeth, snatched the Coke from Meowth's paws and drank it down, then turned around and bowed restrainedly. We're terribly sorry, customer, the Coke is sold out. Please try elsewhere. I'm not in a hurry. Bai Yi smiled slightly and walked straight into the stall, pulling over the only folding chair to sit down. His visit wasn't just about wanting a Coke. The three Team Rocket members exchanged glances and followed behind the curtain. Bai Yi looked around, confirming the surroundings were empty, then flicked his finger, sending a cold gleam. A badge landed steadily in Meowth's paw. Meowth looked down and immediately trembled all over. SP. Special Agent. Musashi and Kojiro immediately crowded over, the three heads bumping together as they whispered, and in less than 2 minutes, they slid to their knees before Bai Yi with a thud. Greetings, Special Agent. All of you get up. Bai Yi helped them up one by one, his brow slightly furrowed. That woman Midori clearly said this badge was just a commemorative item, but these three's reaction was completely different. In that case, let's test the waters first. He lifted his eyes slightly, his tone casual. Uncle Giovanni never imagined that just the three of you could rack up such enormous debt. I'm terribly sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Bai Yi's voice boomed like thunder, instantly intimidating Team Rocket's trio, especially Meowth. It had originally worried that Bai Yi's badge might be fake after all. Counterfeiting was its specialty, but when Bai Yi casually mentioned their debt to headquarters, Meowth's scalp went numb. Nobody except the higher-ups knew about the debt, yet this young man not only knew but said it right to their faces. Even worse, he had just called Boss Giovanni uncle. Meowth's face went from pale white to bright red. Bai Yi caught that flash of terror and smirked. Meowth, you're a Pokémon that left quite an impression on Uncle Giovanni. You know exactly what this badge represents, don't you? Yes, Meow. The called-out Meowth quickly puffed out his chest and approached with a fawning smile. That's the exclusive badge for Team Rocket's special executive officers, Meow. Besides Boss Giovanni, no one can command the bearer, and they can directly order all members below general rank, Meow. Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. So that woman Ariana hadn't given him some ordinary commemorative badge, but an actual executive badge. He cursed himself for being too slow-witted after eating, completely fooled by her talk of commemorative significance. His expression changed, and Kojiro quickly brought over an ice-cold cola. Executive, please have this. Thanks. Bai Yi took a big gulp of the cold drink and looked up at Musashi. The moment their eyes met, Musashi instinctively looked away. She hadn't exactly been friendly to this newcomer earlier. Kojiro winked at Meowth, and the two immediately stepped forward, one massaging shoulders and the other pounding legs, both wearing ingratiating smiles. Executive. Kojiro tried to speak. Bai Yi waved his hand, his gaze returning to Musashi as he smiled gently. Musashi, you work really hard. Executive. Musashi was stunned, not expecting any recognition. Bai Yi said calmly. Even bad guys can have dreams. Nobody's born wanting to do bad things. With that, he stretched and stood up. Your current battle strength still needs work. Find opportunities to expand your Pokémon roster. Also, Musashi, you do have talent. When you save up money, don't always think about building giant robots. Spend more effort training your own Pokémon. He pulled out a bill and slapped it on the stall counter. Go have a good meal, and don't think about causing trouble for the next few days. Work hard and earn money properly. That's what matters. I have high hopes for you all. Please take care. Please take care. Please take care. The Team Rocket trio was moved to tears as they saw Bai Yi off, then quickly huddled together to discuss. Hey, Meowth. Kojiro lowered his voice. The executive doesn't seem as stern as we imagined. Yeah, Meow. He even gave us money for a big meal. Is really gentle, Meow. What are you talking about? Musashi bonked each of them on the head, blazing like a lit flame. The executive gave us money, so of course we have to repay him. We'll use this money to stock up and make a killing at the double battle tournament. Wow. Musashi's fired up. Meow. In that case, Meowth's eyes lit up. Let's use the double battle tournament to raise funds, then catch that Pikachu as a gift for the executive. Kojiro scratched his head. But the executive's Pokémon are already so strong. Does he really need Pikachu? How can you be so dense, Meow? The executive is also doing the gym challenge, so of course he needs it, Meow. That's right. The executive must be traveling with those brats, because he wants to steal Pikachu. Kojiro started imagining things. No wonder the executive treated us to burgers when we first met and let us drive the jeep to train those kids. He must want to use us to eliminate those children first, then claim Pikachu for himself. That's exactly it, Meow. The more Kojiro thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Meowth nodded frantically. We need to catch Pikachu first and present it to the executive, then have him put in a good word for us with Boss Giovanni. Meow. While Kojiro and Meowth were lost in their fantasies, Musashi had already rolled up her sleeves and was shouting through a megaphone. What are you dawdling for? Get to work. Conquer Sinnoh, get promoted fast. What an amazing feeling. 3. Sanansu. Her passionate battle cry echoed across the empty training ground. More than 2 hours later, the double battle tournament in Hearthome City began right on schedule. The audience seats were packed, with cheers and shouts rising and falling in waves. Hearthome City, meaning the city where hearts connect, had residents who loved double battles, so such tournaments were held extremely frequently here. However, since the tournament only lasted 3 days, it wasn't particularly large in scale. Only the first 32 trainers to successfully register were eligible to participate. Bai Yi clutched the number 28 plate he had exchanged with Hikari and successfully found his partner through the crowd. Kohei stood at the edge of the crowd. His sparse long hair hung by his ears, and his thick glasses gleamed coldly under the lights. He looked as frail as a tech nerd, yet exuded an aura of meticulousness and cunning. Hello there. I'm your battle partner, Kohei. His voice was low and restrained. Hello. Bai Yi enthusiastically grabbed Kohei's hand and shook it up and down, his smile almost reflecting off the other's glasses. Kohei was so overwhelmed by this excessive enthusiasm that he wanted to turn and run. Hello. Sorry, I'm a bit excited. I'm Bai Yi. You're Professor Oak's researcher, Teacher Xiao Yi. Upon hearing the name clearly, Kohei suddenly gripped Bai Yi's hand tightly, his expression completely different from before. Though he wasn't exactly part of the league's inner circle, he had access to considerable academic resources. Naturally, he was well-versed in research community gossip. While public prejudice suggested that researchers were all powerless scholars, Professor Oak had once won a world-class championship. To break this stereotype, Sinnoh's research community deliberately selected talented, hard-working commoners for focused cultivation. It didn't matter if they lacked starter Pokémon, as research institutes would provide Pokémon and travel funds, allowing them to challenge regional leagues while studying at local trainer schools. Kohei was among the elite of this group. Bai Yi's name was even more thunderous. To claim a regional championship in the future, Kalos seemed most promising given the current situation of Elite, for they were each more negligent than the last, with some even openly collaborating with criminal organizations, forcing Diantha to personally handle even small-town exhibition matches. To replace this group, Bai Yi would inevitably need to promote suitable candidates. Kohei was steady, powerful, and skilled in data analysis and strategic planning. Though he lacked the on-the-spot creativity of top-tier masters and was destined to peak at Elite 4 level, this also made him sufficiently stable once seated as an Elite 4 member. He wouldn't be easily shaken. Give him 2 more years to grow, and he might well become someone like Lucian. Most importantly, that sparse long hair paired with thick glasses made him absolutely perfect for overtime work. Due to Bai Yi's influence, the plot had shifted, so Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang were paired together, while Yan Hua, the long-legged beauty who had treated Xiao Gang as a mere tool for climbing ranks, was stuck with a bearded stranger as her partner. Xiao Ji was still paired with Jin Si, while Bai Yi and Cao Ping were assigned to Group A. As the first pair to compete, they walked toward the battle platform under the staff's guidance. Coincidentally, their opponents were none other than Yan Hua and that bearded stranger. Cao Ping, do me a favor. Teacher Xiao Yi, please don't be so formal. We're partners. Cao Ping adjusted his glasses slightly, his eyes confident and bright, clearly conveying, leave it to me. In his view, Bai Yi, despite being younger than himself, had become Professor Oak's assistant and achieved such remarkable results. This was extraordinary and made him a senior-like figure. Determined to show his best performance before this respected senior, he decisively sent out his starter partner for the first match on. With this Pokémon, he believed he could keep up with Bai Yi's pace completely. Teacher Xiao Yi, whatever you want to do, just give the order, I'll provide cover. I appreciate it. In the audience stands, Team Rocket's trio was busy selling snacks and drinks. Beer, drinks, mineral water, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, sausages, instant noodles, crackers, popcorn. Excuse me, sir. Could you please move your leg? Thank you. Their calls echoed throughout the stands as they occasionally peeked toward the battlefield, secretly cheering for Bai Yi. Officer, go for it. Bai Yi glanced at Yan Hua, who was whispering with the bearded man across from them, feeling no goodwill whatsoever. This woman had relied on Xiao Gang to carry her all the way to the semifinals, but after losing, she didn't even show her face, just left behind a note saying she was not yet mature and needed more training before fleeing in panic. It seemed humble, but was completely insincere. Throughout the 3-day competition, Xiao Gang had been treated like a tool, yet she never once thanked him face-to-face. Thinking of this, disdain flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Treating my brother like a tool? The mayor of Yuanji City was guest hosting today, and with his command, the battle began. Go, Wingull. Yanhua threw her pokeball. Go, Victory Bell. The bearded man followed suit. Let's go, Wartortle. Bai Yi made his move. Time to shine, Hippowdon. Cao Ping also released his partner. The Pokemon from both sides landed on the field. Wartortle, use Shell Smash. Bai Yi commanded first. Wartortle suddenly emerged halfway from its shell, cracks spreading across the surface as red light burst from within. Perfect opportunity. Focus fire on Wartortle. The bearded man reacted quickly, immediately ordering Victory Bell to use Razor Leaf, while Yanhua commanded Wingull to use Water Gun. Hippowdon, protect. Yan. Hippowdon crossed its arms, its crown swaying as an emerald shield instantly formed, firmly blocking in front of Wartortle. Shell Smash again. Red light burst through the shell, once more as Wartortle's stats rapidly soared. Cao Ping immediately followed the strategy. Hippowdon, safeguard. The crown sparkled as rainbow-colored light enveloped Wartortle, completely blocking any interference from status moves. Damn it. We can't let it boost anymore. The bearded man gritted his teeth. Victory Bell, Vine Whip. Oh right. Wingull, you turned. Yanhua hastily followed up. The bearded man hurriedly tried to stop Yanhua, but it was already too late. The Hippo King used Protect to block Victory Bell's Vine Whip, while Bai Yi commanded Wartortle to use Skull Bash. After 2 Shell Smash boosts, Wartortle's muscles tensed throughout its body, white mist-like air currents erupting from its shell as the entire turtle shot forward like a cannonball, thundering toward the Wingull that had foolishly swooped down low. When you're up in the sky, I might not be able to reach you, but if you dare get in my face, don't blame me for what happens next. Bai Yi thought with a cold smirk. Wingull took the hit square in the chest, crying out in pain as it was sent flying out of the battlefield and crashed into the concrete wall behind, immediately losing its ability to battle. Victory Bell, go. Razor Leaf. The opposing coach, seeing his partner's Pokemon knocked out instantly, frantically pinned his hopes on Victory Bell. I won't let you succeed, Hippo King Psychic. Bai Yi countered. Hippo King raised its paw and pointed, pale purple psychic ripples distorting the air as the menacing Victory Bell froze midair. Wartortle leisurely turned around, even boldly exposing its vulnerable back to the enemy, slowly walking back to its side of the field. Wartortle's head, something about flies being meat, came garbled complaints from the audience stands that no one could understand, only adding to the comedic atmosphere. Hippo King nodded slightly and pointed down again, powerful psychic force crashing down as Victory Bell was pressed until its petals and leaves trembled wildly, sinking directly into the ground. The bearded coach, having lost all his battle power, stomped his feet in distress before turning to vent his anger on his partner Yanhua. You stupid woman. The opponent had boosted twice, and you still dared to get Classito, you have a pig's brain. How can you say that to me? Have you forgotten what you did to me last night in the room, this way and that way? Yanhua felt both wronged and embarrassed, immediately grabbing at the bearded man's collar. The two instantly escalated from verbal argument to physical fighting, and were directly ejected from the battlefield by the referee. In the audience stands, Team Rocket's trio watched the show while munching on snacks. Meowth, don't you think the officer battled particularly aggressively today, Meow? Really so scary, Meow. You two stop just watching the excitement and get to work. The doubles tournament continued in full swing, and fortunately everyone was in different brackets, so they wouldn't face each other before the semifinals. When the morning matches ended, Bai Yi headed to the Pokemon Center. Since he arrived early, he barely had to wait in line. After getting initial treatment for Wartortle, he heard a familiar call. Long time no see, little E. Looking toward the voice, he saw a petite Nurse Joy in training uniform running over quickly. It was Sayaka. Hello, Sayaka. I didn't expect to run into you here. Were you assigned to work in Edge City? Not yet. My clinical skills are fine, but I haven't officially entered nursing school yet, so I'm just helping out. Sayaka's voice grew quieter and quieter, her small face turning bright red. It turned out she had seen Bai Yi on the contest broadcast, and since Edge City's Nurse Joy was her aunt, she had used helping Andy as an excuse to take the overnight train here. Her mother had long seen through her daughter's feelings, but Bai Yi was indeed excellent, so she let her go. With few patients in the center at the moment, the two chatted casually. Edge City is well connected with all kinds of people. It's perfect for your training, Bai Yi said encouragingly with a smile. Sayaka nodded gently, still shy from their past encounter. One sunny and confident, the other like a budding flower, the two stood facing each other across the counter, creating quite a pleasing scene. With frequent events in Edge City lately, media outlets were swarming everywhere. A reporter struggling for material happened to raise his camera and captured this moment. Originally planning to add some poetic fluff and call it a day, he nearly jumped out of his skin when he looked up the background information. The young man in the photo was not only a hugely popular contest participant and top championship contender, but also an official researcher for Professor Oak. Even earlier, he had made significant contributions in the operation that brought down a Pokemon poacher organization. Most explosive of all, paparazzi had previously photographed him having close ties with Kalos champion and actress Diantha. like a shark smelling blood encountering a drowning lamb. This reporter instantly began typing furiously, his serialized in-depth report easily breaking 10,000 words. I'm going to be famous. This was the reporter's final thought. Gossip news like this always hits the papers incredibly fast, and by the next morning, newspapers were flying everywhere. Bai Yi had barely opened his eyes when the pile of newspapers on the table nearly blinded him. He grabbed Squirtle's pokeball and stormed toward the door in a rage. Cao Ping, don't try to stop me. What kind of nonsense did those unscrupulous reporters write this time? He held up the newspaper, pointing at the glaring headlines, Kalos Champions Love Crisis, and Contest Dark Horse Heartthrob caught playing the field, his anger flaring up instantly. Today I'm going to show them what's what. Squirtle, let's go teach them a lesson. Squirtle poked its head out from behind, waving its claws in agreement. Squirtle. No, Teacher Xiaoyi. Stay calm. You must stay calm. Cao Ping lunged forward and wrapped his arms tightly around Bai Yi, while Hippowdon simultaneously pounced behind Squirtle, locking it in place with its four stubby front legs. Cao Ping urgently pleaded. If you really make a scene, they'll write it up as two-timer exposed, lashes out at reporters in embarrassment. That would only confirm their story. Fine. How about I use different words then? Playing both sides. Get lost. Bai Yi broke free suddenly but stopped at the doorway, saying stiffly, I'm going to buy a Coke to cool down. Cao Ping squinted and shook his head. I don't believe you. You promised one shoot and wouldn't lie to another. Bai Yi simply shoved all the Pokeballs from his belt into Cao Ping's hands. I'll leave all my Pokemon with you for safekeeping, okay? With that, he walked out of the Pokemon Center. Not far away, Ash, Dawn, and Brock had just arrived. They too had rushed over immediately after seeing the news. Dawn watched Bai Yi's retreating figure and asked quietly, Is Xiaoyi going to be okay? Ash rubbed his nose and winked at Pikachu on his shoulder. Don't worry, Xiaoyi will be fine. Right, Pikachu? Pika Pika. Pikachu spread its paws, as if to say whatever you say. Brock crouched in the corner, covering his face and sobbing, nearly biting through his handkerchief. Wah, Xiaoyi is just so enviable. Just as Bai Yi was thinking about finding Team Rocket to ask for clues, his satellite phone suddenly vibrated. Hello. Good morning, Xiaoyi. You sound like you're in a bad mood. Diantha stirred her coffee with a silver spoon while watching the live news broadcast, her expression calm. Thousands of encounters with paparazzi had long since smoothed out her emotions, but she knew this was Bai Yi's first time facing such a situation, so she called during breakfast time. Didn't you say you wanted to reach the top through your own efforts and become a boy worthy of me? The attention will only increase, and there will always be unscrupulous news stories. You can't afford to panic. Bai Yi quickly poured out everything that had happened between him and Sayaka. Having never properly talked to girls before his transmigration, this first crisis hit like a bombshell, leaving him quite flustered. Diantha listened with a constant smile, her slender fingers gently caressing the rim of her cup. Gardevoir stood nearby, eavesdropping the entire time, and finally let out a oof of laughter. Diantha glanced at Gardevoir, raised an eyebrow smugly, then gently reminded the person on the other end. Xiaoyi, girls are sensitive about these things and get embarrassed easily. Since she's a good friend who went through trials with you, don't make things difficult for Sayaka. Okay, I understand. Bai Yi was stunned for a few seconds, suddenly feeling that things weren't as complicated as he'd thought. He hung up the phone, looked up at the clear blue morning sky, and couldn't help muttering, Are all the girls in this world this understanding? With that settled, Bai Yi decided to take the gloves off. It felt great not having to worry about being backstabbed by someone close to him. All right, I will. But this matter can't just end here. He looked at his phone screen with a confident smile. I'm not the type to just take false accusations lying down without fighting back, especially when they've dragged you into this mess. Do whatever you want. I need to head to the office now. Bye. Kaluna responded softly on the other end, then hung up and turned to pat Gardevoir on the shoulder. Gardevoir, let's leave this matter for Xiaoyi to handle. Gardevoir shrugged with a playful tone. He's your man, why are you asking me? Bai Yi wasted no time and went straight to find Team Rocket's trio, pulling the three of them to the end of the hallway. I have a new assignment for you. Dig up everything you can on that newspaper and that unscrupulous reporter. Got it. Leave it to us, Meow. Officer, you can count on us, Meow. Meowth reflexively saluted. Don't worry, we'll handle this smoothly and efficiently, Kojiro said, adjusting his plain glasses with a serious expression. Musashi clenched her fists, eyes blazing. How dare they spread rumors about our officer? I'll use my best actress popularity to settle this. The three rushed into the room to change outfits. In just 5 seconds, 3 well-dressed, professional reporters, carrying cameras reappeared. Bai Yi nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. He knew very well that aside from catching Pikachu, Team Rocket's trio could achieve industry-leading results in virtually any other field. The double battle tournament continued. Bai Yi sent out Riolu, while his teammate Kohei stuck with Hippowdon for type coverage. On the other side, Satoshi and Shinji encountered opponents using Zangoose and Metagross, just as in the original storyline. The reality was even more painful to watch than his memories. Shinji's methods were truly excessive. Chimchar had a natural fear of Zangoose, and it was a trainer's duty to help their Pokémon overcome such fears. But Shinji only wanted to recreate that moment from years ago when he forced out the Blaze ability, giving chaotic and reckless commands. The result was the same as in the original, ultimately abandoned Chimchar. Chimchar walked alone into the depths of the forest, its drooping tail flame casting a lonely silhouette. Satoshi chased after it and crouched down, extending his open palm. His sincere care still touched the Pokémon's heart, and Big Brother joined the team. Since Team Rocket was busy gathering intelligence, this crucial encounter had no additional interruptions. In a hallway on the other side of the Pokémon Center, Bai Yi intercepted Shinji as he was preparing to leave. Shinji, please wait a moment. What is it? Shinji maintained his surface politeness, knew he couldn't beat the person in front of him. Bai Yi looked at him. You're actually curious about what heights Chimchar and Satoshi might reach together, aren't you? Shinji snorted and looked out the window. That's not it at all. They're just two useless fools. With that, he walked away. Just as Shinji's figure disappeared into the night, Team Rocket's trio emerged from the nearby woods, still covered in grass and leaves. Officer, all three said in unison. Thank you for your hard work. How did it go? Bai Yi took the thick stack of documents Kojiro handed him, densely packed with inside information about the newspaper. It was fairly large in scale, but had long relied on gossip and tabloid stories to chase trends. Due to their lack of credibility, once they made a serious mistake, they'd face reader exodus and industry retaliation. When the forest gets big enough, you'll find all kinds of birds, Bai Yi said, flipping through page after page. UN City's positioning naturally gives these unscrupulous newspapers room to survive, but it also means they can't handle real consequences. He closed the file and beckoned to Kojiro and Meowth. You two, come here. The three huddled in a small circle, whispering among themselves. Musashi pouted nearby, elbowing the empty space beside her. How rude. Just because I might be a little less smart doesn't mean you should exclude me from strategy meetings. Bai Yi looked up and winked at her. Musashi, you've got it, Ranjari, the leading lady this time. Bai Yi smiled slightly. That night, the Pokémon Center in Inno City was rocked by a massive explosion. The thunderous blast shook the entire half-block radius, waking everyone in the vicinity. Sayaka happened to be on night duty, and this was her first time encountering such an emergency. She was so startled that she jumped up from behind the reception desk. Bai Yi was the first to arrive at the scene. Through the thick black smoke, he quickly assessed the damage and found that the explosion was limited to the Pokémon Center's intransit, hadn't affected the interior or caused any casualties. He nodded to himself approvingly. Team Rocket had indeed placed the explosives in precisely the right spot, truly worthy graduates of the Rocket Academy. Within minutes, Ash and his group arrived, followed by curious trainers who had been awakened by the commotion, poking their heads out to see what was happening. As everyone was discussing the situation, three figures slowly stepped into the hall, silhouetted against the flames and smoke. I heard voices chattering here and there, so I came at the speed of light. Wind, earth, sky, meow. Carry danger to the whole world. Spread crisis throughout the universe. Whether angel or demon, just swap those names around. A captivating sound that makes anyone who hears it tremble. Jesse, James, I'm Meowth, meow. We are the stars of this era. We are invincible. Team Rocket ×3, so there. Mime Jr. The Team Rocket trio struck their signature pose, tears of nostalgia gleaming in their eyes. It's been so long since we got to say our complete entrance speech. Sayaka gripped her Pokeball tightly and stepped over the shattered door frame, shouting, You again. This is a Pokémon Center, leave immediately. Following Bai Yi's script, Team Rocket naturally wouldn't back down so easily. They still had a battle to fight here. We're going to steal all the Pokémon in this place. Jessie commanded with a wave of her hand. Seviper, use Bite Attack. Carnivine. Cacnea. Ow, that hurts. I told you guys it's not this way. Meowth yelped as his teammates bumped into him. Carnivine, you use Bite too. Cacnea, Pin Missile. The three dark and grass-type Pokémon bared their fangs and lunged straight at Sayaka. She took a deep breath and threw her Pokeball into the air. Don't even think about it. Go, Drifloon, ominous wind. With a light, pop sound, three Drifloon emerged, spinning and whipping up whirlwinds. Team Rocket hadn't planned on fighting seriously anyway, so they were immediately blown around helplessly, retreating in complete defeat toward the exit. Retreat. Retreat. As their figures disappeared into the night, Nurse Joy came running from the back with a first aid kit. Is everyone okay? The trainers all shook their heads and dispersed. Having won her first battle, Sayaka stood frozen in place for a moment. I won? Sayaka, you did great. Bai Yi approached and nodded earnestly. I believe you'll become an excellent Nurse Joy. Thinking about those sensationalized newspaper reports, Sayaka said quietly. Xiao Yi, about what's in the papers, Bai Yi shook his head reassuringly. It has nothing to do with you, it's all just unscrupulous journalism. Just then, Police sirens wailed outside. Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny from Inno City headquarters arrived with their teams, along with several news outlets that had been alerted by the explosion. Thanks to official protection, no tabloid reporters managed to sneak in, and the entire incident was documented by Sinno Now's Inno City correspondent. Bai Yi gave Sayaka an encouraging look before returning to his room. Right now, things are at a critical juncture, so it's better for him to avoid appearing on screen with Sayaka. The late-night streets were empty and bathed in dim yellow light. Under a street lamp, a middle-aged man stumbled along, his suit jacket unbuttoned, tie askew over his shoulder, and a DSLR camera hanging around his neck. It was Hirata, the tabloid reporter who had previously covered Bai Yi's news. With half a bottle of beer in his left hand and his right hand against the wall for support, he looked ready to collapse with every step. Damn it. What's so special about Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy that they won't let the great Hirata interview them? So what if they're reporters from Sinno Now? They just have a bit more conscience than me. He raised the bottle and took a big gulp, beer dripping down his chin onto his shirt. Why should only they get exclusive access? Recently, the scandalous news about Diantha's boyfriend and the intern nurse from the Joy family had been selling like hotcakes, and Hirata could practically taste his promotion and raise. He wiped his mouth and staggered forward, stepping on shadows. Won't let me report? Fine. I'll write fake news next time, claiming this Team Rocket attack was staged to distract from the scandal. Feeling queasy from the alcohol, he suddenly heard whispered voices from the shadows ahead, with the words, Team Rocket, faintly audible. Professional instinct instantly sobered him up. He pressed against the wall to hide and carefully peered out. A man, a woman, and a strange cat-like figure emerged from the depths of the alley. Hirata's heart raced as he crouched down and followed them. We've got a bite, meow. That alcohol stench can be smelled from blocks away, meow. Meowth's eyes curved into crescents as he snapped his fingers at Musashi and Kojiro. The trio deliberately maintained a leisurely pace, leading Hirata all the way to the double battle tournament stadium. Inside the venue, the lights were dim as they began counting the contraband items they planned to sell the next day. My God! Hirata crouched behind the stands, his hands trembling as he rapidly clicked the shutter, capturing the entire scene before bolting back to the newspaper office. The Team Rocket that launched the terrorist attack on the Pokémon Center is actually hiding in the double battle tournament stadium. This is huge news, he shouted to his night shift colleagues as he burst into the editorial department. In his excitement, he took it upon himself to insert the story into the next day's electronic layout, even bumping it up to the front page. After the layout was locked, he collapsed at his desk with his camera and fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he got promoted, married a rich beauty, and reached the pinnacle of his life. At dawn, the newspaper hit the stands, and the entire city was in uproar. Team Rocket is hiding in Kuraway Town. The bold headline was like a spark thrown into hot oil, triggering a chain reaction of panic. The first to explode was the mayor of Kuraway Town. As soon as the newspaper arrived, he received 2 consecutive phone calls from Elite 4-member Seabold demanding answers. Immediately after, contest director Raul Contesta called directly, questioning the city's security and announcing that no Pokémon contest would be held there for the next year. Ticket sales, vendor stalls, and item sales were all affected, instantly putting the city's finances on red alert. The mayor quickly deployed a 3-pronged approach. The first team rushed to conduct a carpet search of the double battle tournament stadium. The second team investigated the audacious newspaper, and he personally contacted Contesta and Seabold to apologize and explain. Meanwhile, Professor Oak Kanto, Professor Rowan Sinno, and the Jenny and Joy families of Sinno issued statements, either diplomatically or bluntly criticizing Kuraway Town's security failures. Team Rocket had indeed attacked the Pokémon Center the night before, and the Sinno Joy family even threatened to withdraw all their medical staff. Under immense pressure, the mayor held his head and lamented, "You're usually nowhere to be found, but now you're all here at once." As for why these big shots all spoke out on the same day, the answer was simple. He had stayed up all night and contacted everyone he could reach except the Joy family. The mayor had just finished placating Contesta when the red hotline suddenly rang. Except for Alola and Hijui, every city mayor's office had this Onsine Thunderdire's red line, and when it rang, it meant only one thing: the Pokémon League was personally demanding accountability. Faced with direct questioning from the Pokémon League, even the mayor of Eterna City, despite his years of political experience, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Team Rocket's foundation and development focus weren't in Sinnoh, so he initially thought the league was making a mountain out of a molehill, but when the phone rang, he obediently answered. "Hello, this is Lance, champion of the Johto region." The deep, intimidating voice made the mayor nearly slide off his chair onto the floor. Though he wasn't a professional trainer, he knew the profiles of Elite 4 members and champions from all regions by heart. When it came to stubbornness and single-mindedness, Lance was virtually unmatched among champions, and this man had spent his entire life locked in battle with Team Rocket. What can I do for you?" the mayor managed to say. "Investigate the situation in Eterna City within 24 hours. If there are no results, I will personally come to Sinnoh to investigate. Miss Cynthia has already agreed. With that, the phone was decisively hung up. The mayor slumped back in his chair and waved his hand. Investigate. Start investigating immediately. All security forces mobilize. No one leaves Eterna City, only entry allowed. Martial law on all streets. The Team Rocket trio was soon brought to the police station for identity verification. However, their disguises in this world were almost conceptual, as long as they were in costume. Even Ash couldn't recognize them face-to-face, let alone Officer Jenny trying to identify people from blurry nighttime photos. Musashi restrained her dramatic behavior, looking like nothing more than a frightened, ordinary girl. The lying and dealing with police officers was handled by Kojiro and Meowth. After a full day, the police station came up empty-handed and even ended up giving the trio dozens of boxed meals. Late at night, as the mayor hunched over his desk trembling, preparing for Lance's arrival, a piece of news reached his ears like heavenly music. A citizen had reported that the newspaper that published the Team Rocket story had been relying on fabricated gossip and sensational headlines to attract attention for years. The article's author, Hirata, was a notorious and scrupulous reporter who just yesterday had written about a scandal between the Kalos champion and a Joy family trainee nurse. No wonder the Joy family had reacted most strongly to this incident. They'd been thoroughly offended before. The mayor immediately ordered a thorough investigation. After all reports were verified, he demanded that the Sinnoh Now branch office in Eterna City handle the matter personally. When Officer Jenny arrived at Hirata's house, the guy was buried in writing a new conspiracy theory article, insisting that the Team Rocket attack was a rehearsal with an even bigger mastermind behind it. As he was being taken away, he struggled desperately, shouting loudly, "Everything I said is true. They really are Team Rocket. I swear to heaven. I've written fake news my whole life. But this time it's real. It's really real. You can't arrest me. I'm a journalist. Informing the public is my job." But no one paid attention to his shouting anymore. What awaited him was a lifetime behind bars. When Bai Yi heard this news, he was stunned for several seconds. A man who had told lies his entire life was now being punished for lying because of the one time he told the truth. And this guy's guesses were all spot on. He really was talented, but it was a shame he used other people's privacy and lives as stepping stones for his own career advancement, acting like it was perfectly justified. The incident finally came to an end. Although the mayor of UNG City felt embarrassed, it was still better than having the entire city mistaken for a Team Rocket base by outsiders. 2 days later, the UNG City double battle tournament resumed. In the semifinals, Bai Yi and Kaoping faced off against Brock and Hikari. As soon as Kaoping saw Hikari, he froze. "Teacher Xiao Yi, is that girl your friend?" "Yes, her name is Hikari," Bai Yi nodded. Kaoping's eyes lit up. "She's so cute. I feel like I should have had some kind of encounter with her, but that encounter just never happened." "All right, stop being a lovesick fool," Bai Yi patted his shoulder. "Do you think every pretty girl needs to have a story with you? Besides, Hikari is the female protagonist way out of your league." Kaoping's face turned slightly red, and he fell silent. The 4 contestants stepped onto the battlefield and threw out their poke balls. Brock smiled slightly, revealing his pearly white teeth, full of fighting spirit. "Xiao Yi, this should be our first official battle. I specially called one of my guys from home. Go Steelix." With a thunderous crash, a massive Steelix burst through the white light and landed, purple-red energy swirling around it as it instantly dominated the entire arena's atmosphere. Bai Yi glanced at his Pokédex level 52. Indeed, it was significantly stronger than Donghua Steelix. "Teacher Xiao Yi, that Steelix is really strong." Kaoping whispered a warning. "Of course it is. Brock is a pewter gym trainer." Bai Yi smiled and sent out Wartortle. Hikari and Kaoping simultaneously sent out Bizel and Shuckle. Wartortle Water Pulse. Bai Yi cautiously took the initiative, not having Wartortle use Shell Smash. Facing Brock and this Steelix, lowering both defenses would be too dangerous. Shuckle withdraw. Kaoping seized the time to power up. Steelix dodge. Brock commanded. Steelix slammed its tail hard against the ground, sending rocks flying and blocking the water pulse. Bizel, water gun on Shuckle. Wartortle, let's join in. 2 streams of water collided in midair, creating a mist. As the debris settled, all 4 Pokémon charged back into the battle circle. Steelix's Iron Tail clashed with Wartortle's Aqua Tail, while Shuckle's rollout crashed toward Bizel's water pulse. The scene was evenly matched for the moment. Bai Yi felt the pressure mounting. He had to create an opening for Shuckle to continue powering up, so he single-handedly took on the firepower from both Steelix and Bizel. Wartortle, Aura Sphere Barrage. For small aura spheres cut through the air, Bizel fired consecutive sonic booms to shatter the first 3. Steelix hastily breathed out Dragon Breath to intercept one, but one still landed squarely on its face. Though it showed pain, its fighting capability remained unshaken. Shuckle, withdraw again. Kaoping seized the opportunity. Brock immediately sensed the danger. Steelix, Hyper Beam. Hikari followed up. Bizel, Water Gun. Their target was the same focus fire to eliminate one opponent first. Wartortle, Protect. A green shield appeared, blocking both the hyper beam and water gun simultaneously. However, Baisel's water pulse maintained its momentum and sent Wartortle flying. Wartortle, don't worry about me, boss. Wartortle flipped in midair, and amid its roar, it was enveloped in brilliant white light. The arena fell silent instantly, with Brock unconsciously taking on the commentator role. It's going to evolve. Within the white light, Wartortle's wave-patterned tail retracted, its limbs grew thicker, and its body visibly expanded. The shell's center bulged upward as two thick cannon barrels slowly extended, their dark muzzles deep and imposing. Wartortle evolved. Kelping excitedly pumped his fist. The white light faded, revealing Blastoise. Through continuous physical conditioning, Blastoise's shell was no longer fragile, having transformed into a sturdy and reliable defensive shield. During the extensive training, its size had also broken conventional limits compared to typical specimens standing around 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighing over 150 pounds. Bai Yi's Blastoise had grown to 6 feet 6 inches in height and over 330 pounds in weight. This nearly doubled mass brought an even more intimidating presence. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Bai Yi commanded in a low voice. The shoulder cannons suddenly angled downward, and with a deafening roar, 2 water cannons shot out like solid pillars. Thanks to excellent training, Blastoise had learned Hydro Pump at level 36 instead of the usual level 49, making it more powerful than normal. The first water blast aimed directly at Steelix. To help its partner, Floatzel forcibly countered with its own water jet, managing to partially neutralize the impact. However, still affected by the recoil delay from Hyper Beam, it could only block one attack. The second Hydro Pump struck Steelix's metallic body unobstructed, creating a violent mixture of steam and sparks as the massive serpent was instantly stunned. Now's our chance. Shuckle, use Power Trick, then hit Floatzel with Euro Ball. Kohei seized the opportunity. Shuckle's entire body glowed with an eerie light as its attack and defense stats instantly swapped, its round shell taking on a sharp, menacing aura. It spun rapidly, transforming into a metallic top as it charged toward Floatzel. Hikari, don't panic. Have Floatzel use Aqua Jet. Hikari quickly responded. The water stream and Euro Ball collided heated in midair, exploding into mist and debris like an aerial impact bomb, with the resulting windstorm knocking both Pokémon back. Let's finish this. Blastoise Aura Sphere. Bai Yi followed up. A pale blue orb formed in Blastoise's palm, shooting out like a cannonball and striking precisely into Steelix's chest armor. As the rumbling faded, the massive body toppled over, and the referee's flag fell. Steelix was unable to battle. What should I do? Seeing her teammate fall, Hikari panicked momentarily. Bai Yi reminded her solemnly, whether in double battles or contests, the most important quality for a trainer is believing in your Pokémon's power. As long as they're still standing, nothing is over, and you can move forward together. As his words settled, Floatzel clutched its wounds but stubbornly remained upright, and Hikari's eyes finally regained their clarity and determination. Floatzel, use Sonic Boom on Blastoise. Floatzelzel. Several crescent-shaped sound waves tore through the air, but Blastoise raised Protect, its green barrier effortlessly absorbing the impact. Shuckle Sludge Bomb. Kohei gave no respite, launching another purple-black toxic mass. This is what I was waiting for. Floatzel, spin and use Aqua Jet with maximum power. Hikari counterattacked. Floatzel spun violently, its water stream creating a rapid spiral that pierced through the sludge bomb like a drill, splashing toxic mud as it struck Shuckle directly. The defense weakened by the earlier power trick crumbled instantly, and the rock-type Shuckle fainted on the spot. Shuckle was unable to battle. Let's end this. Floatzel Water Gun. Blastoise Hydro Pump. The thin stream and massive column clashed violently in midair, creating explosive sounds mixed with white mist. As the smoke cleared, both Pokémon shared a smile. The next second, the exhausted Floatzel collapsed first. With this, Bai Yi and Kohei successfully advanced to the finals. In the other match, Satoshi and Shinji also made it to the finals, finalizing the ultimate showdown lineup. After the match, Hikari thanked Bai Yi. Your words really inspired me. All that confusion and worry before was so irresponsible toward my Pokémon. I'll pull myself together from now on. This was undoubtedly the best news for Piplup, Buniri, and the others. That afternoon, the Eternicity branch of Sinnoh Now reported on Sayaka's solo nighttime battle against Team Rocket to protect the Pokémon Center. To divert public attention and appease the Joy family, the editorial department spared no effort in praising the young girl, making her blush bright red with embarrassment. The Joy family also issued a statement that while they primarily train medical personnel, they also had the responsibility to fight bravely against evil forces. Sayaka's outstanding performance will be documented, but she won't receive special privileges just for doing good deeds. She will still attend nursing school for rigorous training to become an excellent medical professional. As soon as the documents reached the League archives, the Joy family seized the opportunity and submitted a comprehensive proposal to the League for strengthening Pokémon Center security forces. This included deploying additional guards, updating equipment, and most importantly, enhancing the combat abilities of the Nurse Joys. Their reasoning was solid since the Joy family had always served the League. The League should share the resources needed to train battle partners. Such a proposal faced virtually no opposition, especially given the prestigious family's reputation and the sensitive nature of security concerns. The meeting quickly approved it. Meanwhile, news of Hirata's punishment and the closure of the sensationalist newspaper spread like wildfire. The mayor's office in Kotobuki City handled the situation with careful precision, choosing not to rush into debunking the previous tabloid stories. When public opinion is overwhelmingly one-sided, people tend to believe only what they want to believe, and hasty denials might backfire. Instead, public outrage was precisely directed at Hirata, the source of the rumors. In the public eye, there was the heroic Joy, who protected the Pokémon Center on one side, and the unscrupulous journalist imprisoned for spreading lies on the other. With the highly credible Sinnoh now, from the Sinnoh region, handling external communications, the truth needed no explanation. The rumors naturally collapsed. Once the tide had turned, Bai Yi finally spoke to the media. He refused to hide behind the girls and be seen as someone who lacked the courage to even take a stance. The only reporter willing to interview him was sweet Musashi Rin, Musashi in disguise. Bai Yi accepted without hesitation, with Sylvian serving as his spokesperson and Meowth providing translation. He felt completely confident in his earliest and most reliable partner, the big sister Eevee. After the interview, Bai Yi threw himself into battle and Kohei would team up against Satoshi and Shinji. Go! Hercross! Riolu. Bai Yi sent out Riolu to replace the battle-weary Blastoise, giving it a chance to rest. Shinji threw his Pokeball. Elikid. This time, Satoshi didn't send out Chimchar. Instead, he excitedly waved toward the center of the field. Bai Yi, this guy has received a lot of help from you. Shiftry, I choose you. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Riolu had the advantage against dark types, and Heracross countered grass types. But Satoshi had gained a speed boost that reversed the type disadvantage. This would be a tough battle. Shinji snorted coldly and dismissively looked away from Satoshi. Useless fool. Satoshi was used to it and didn't respond. The weather was clear, maximizing Shiftry's chlorophyll ability. Satoshi and Shiftry make quite a good match, Bai Yi thought to himself. Shiftry's base speed was only 80, but now it moved like a black shadow. Shiftry, use Leaf Blade. Green Blade light exploded as Shiftry almost teleported in front of Riolu. Riolu, Force Palm. Heracross, Bug Buzz. Two moves specifically designed to counter Shiftry launched almost simultaneously. If they hit, the opponent would likely be knocked out instantly. Satoshi dodge. Shiftry double team. The image instantly split into multiple illusions, causing Riolu and Heracross's attacks to miss. Air Slash. Shiftry spun around and launched pale blue arc blades. Exclamation point. Heracross had nowhere to dodge, taking a direct hit to its chest armor. Shiftry's Air Slash scored a direct hit on Heracross, dealing significant damage. Riolu, calm down. Sense the Shiftry's aura. Although Riolu couldn't yet unleash Aura Sphere, its perception of aura was even sharper than its evolved form, Lucario. Deceptive moves like Double Team and Dig were practically useless against it. However, Bai Yi had overlooked a crucial factor: Ash's own aura. All things possessed aura, though their strength varied, and Ash's pure, intense aura was like a searchlight suddenly blazing in the darkness. Even without the trainer's awareness, it was enough to disrupt Riolu's perception in an instant. In that brief moment of distraction, Shiftry had already flashed back to its side of the field. Sometimes, being overly sensitive became a hindrance. Electabuzz used Thunder. Shinji seized the opening as Electabuzz raised both arms high, sending a brutal lightning bolt crashing down from above. Riolu, use Brick Break to defend. Bai Yi commanded, but Coping's voice immediately cut in. No need for that. Heracross, use Revenge. Heracross suddenly stepped forward, blocking Riolu's path. The blazing lightning struck its thick shell, and its horn immediately glowed with the crimson light of revenge before charging forward. Electabuzz was sent flying on the spot. Riolu, use Home Claws. Seizing the gap, Riolu crouched down to sharpen its claws, its fighting spirit rising. Shiftry, Quick Attack. We'll use Quick Attack too. Two streaks collided at incredible angles, sparks flying. Leaf Blade, Brick Break. The emerald blade swept close, and though Riolu took the hit without retreating, it struck back with Brick Break, landing a heavy blow on Shiftry's Foradata critical hit. Shiftry cried out as it was sent flying. On the other side, Heracross had already engaged Electabuzz. It feinted and suddenly launched a fake attack, completely catching Shinji. Ho was accustomed to protect counterattacks off guard. Electabuzz was already covered in wounds. The battlefield naturally split into two unknown matches: Riolu versus Shiftry, Heracross versus Electabuzz. Whenever Ash's Pokémon faced a type disadvantage, his focus would reach unprecedented levels, his thinking becoming razor-sharp as if enhanced. Under his control, Shiftry pressed its relentless assault. Though Bai Yi wasn't at a disadvantage, Riolu was already panting heavily. The results of training with Cynthia's Lucario now showed. With a base speed stat of 60, Riolu was barely keeping up with Shiftry's base speed of 80. Enhanced by chlorophyll, this alone was miraculous. Ash wanted to replicate the tactics he'd once used to overwhelm Turtwig, cornering Shiftry before delivering a decisive blow, but Riolu never gave him the chance. The situation with Electabuzz was even worse. Shinji hadn't yet reached his full potential and was being toyed with mercilessly by Coping's Heracross. Though the tide seemed to favor Bai Yi and Coping, Bai Yi didn't dare relax. Electabuzz was about to. Elicate. Electabuzz's entire body erupted in blinding white light as its form grew taller and its shoulders expanded. Evolution had suddenly begun. Both trainers and spectators stopped their movements, watching the entire evolution process intently. Only Riolu remained restless. The little one looked at Bai Yi's grave expression, its ears drooping slightly. Was it because it was too weak, unable to defeat Shiftry, that its trainer felt such pressure? That Electabuzz was becoming stronger. Were they going to lose this battle? Bai Yi sensed Riolu's emotional turmoil and crouched down to pat Riolu's head. It's okay, Riolu. You have your own strength, so there's no need to envy others. Win or lose, nothing matters more than you do, and I believe we're going to win. Bai Yi gently stroked the little one's head, the warmth from his palm seeping through its fur as if driving away all its insecurities. The cheesy yet sincere words made Riolu's nose tingle, and golden tears began to fall. Even though I've been holding everyone back, Boss has never blamed me. He even wanted to get revenge for me and found me such a great teacher. The little one silently vowed to itself. Making it to the finals was something Uncle Blastoise fought for step by step. Boss entrusted me with such an important position. How can I lose? On the field, Elicate had also reached its evolutionary threshold. Its entire body flickered with electric light, resembling a small thunderball. At the same time, Riolu began glowing with the same pure white evolutionary light. Bai Yi and Shinji locked eyes, both seeing the mutual understanding that the tide is about to turn. At that moment, far away on Iron Island in the middle of the sea, a Lucario training with Brock suddenly stopped and perked up its ears toward the east, its aura sensing seemingly picking up something. What's wrong over there, Lucario? It's nothing, Brock. Maybe just my imagination. Brock patted its shoulder, but noticed it still gazed into the distance. The evolutionary light faded. A tall, handsome Lucario and a wild, fierce Electabuzz appeared simultaneously. UNG City's stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. The announcer excitedly proclaimed, "In this city where hearts connect with hearts, Elicate evolved into Electabuzz to prevent its trainer's defeat, and immediately after, Riola transformed into Lucario to avoid disappointing its trainer." Lucario and Heracross switched battle positions, exchanging a glance that seemed to honor each other's perseverance through their eyes. "Looks like our showdown will have to wait again, Ash." Bai Yi smiled. "That's fine." Ash responded with a clenched fist. "Please go easy on me, Kohei." Kohei raised an eyebrow with a chuckling smile. "I'm looking forward to battling Ash too." Before the pleasantries could settle, Bai Yi and Shinji launched their attacks simultaneously. Electabuzz used Thunder. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Golden purple lightning and azure aura collided midair, exploding into billowing smoke. The newly evolved Lucario flipped and burst through the smoke, more composed after evolution, its aura control no longer affected by Ash's influence. Bone Rush. Protect. A blue-green bone staff gathered the Earth's power and struck down fiercely, only to be blocked by Electabuzz's protective barrier. On either side of the barrier, the opponents briefly locked eyes and shared a respectful smile. "Smash that shell for me." Bone Rush. Electabuzz, use Thunder on yourself. Shinji commanded. Violent electricity struck itself, triggering motor drive. Electabuzz's entire body became wreathed in electric light as it flash-stepped out of the attack range just as Protect shattered. Use your bone staff to hit the Aura Sphere. Bai Yi followed up immediately. Thunder. The pure, solid Aura Sphere was struck golf-style by the bone staff, colliding head-on with the massive lightning pillar released by the electrified Electabuzz. Lightning and aura intertwined like a thunder dragon playing with pearls before exploding thunderously. The shockwave swept across the battlefield, even sending the battling Shiftry and Heracross flying. When the black smoke cleared, both Electabuzz and Heracross had collapsed from their accumulated injuries, losing their ability to battle. Only the panting, battered Lucario and Shiftry remained standing with difficulty. Ash, Leaf Blade. Shiftry tried to gather energy but collapsed to its knees due to severe injuries, its last breath fading away. Shiftry is unable to battle. Lucario wins. Double battle champions, Bai Yi and Kohei. As the announcer's voice fell, the audience erupted once more. Shinji recalled Electabuzz without any rare criticism. Afterward, the group headed to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Bai Yi handed the Sooth Bell to Ash. Currently had no Pokémon that needed friendship evolution and felt secretly guilty. In the original story, Shinji had given Ash a bell that caused him to lose 2 bells, So returning this one now was brotherly loyalty. If he really needed it in the future, he could just take it back. Later, Bai Yi sought out Kohei. Kohei, are you going to continue challenging the Sinnoh League? Of course, Teacher Bai Yi. I look forward to battling you in the Sinnoh League. The young man looked up as the setting sun streamed into the training ground from outside, casting a confident smile across Kohei's face. Bai Yi nodded gently in response. All the observers knew that Kohei's strength was considerable under the full battle format. He had the potential to make it to the top 8. Unfortunately, his specialty, tactical flow style would have to face Xiaoji, who was notorious for not following conventional strategies, making all predictions highly unpredictable. What about after the Sinnoh League? Bai Yi followed up naturally. As his words fell, Kohei fell silent. For him, that was still an uncharted future. Taking things one step at a time and dealing with immediate matters was his style. Anything else would be a waste of time. I haven't thought about it yet, he said, touching his nose. Maybe I'll find a research institute and start as an intern assistant. Kohei, the Sinnoh League shouldn't be your endpoint, but your starting point. Bai Yi's gaze was intense. Starting from Sinnoh, tactics like move combinations, spatial control, weather manipulation, and ability synergy will become systematized, providing the most fertile ground for your tactical flow style. It would be such a waste to switch to research at this point. After the Sinnoh League ends, I suggest you take a trip to Kalos. There's a power there that no trainer can refuse. You mean Mega Evolution? Bai Yi nodded in confirmation and turned to leave. Oh, by the way, he added, turning back. If needed, I'll show you this power during the Sinnoh League. And let me mention if by then you're still the same you. Bai Yi's lips curved upward. The Kalos region is in need of an Elite Four member, just like you. Elite Four? Me. Kohei stood frozen in place. What trainer hadn't fantasized about standing at the world's peak? But among thousands upon thousands of challengers, only 5 could become a region's top experts, the champion, plus the Elite Four. Kohei had certainly dreamed the same dream, but he was realistic enough. He had once thought about defeating the Elite Four and challenging Miss Cynthia, but had long since put away that impulse. Kohei had always been clear about his limitations. The most ideal path would be to win the Sinnoh League's honorary champion title, then return home with that achievement to work as a researcher at an institute, eventually earning a doctorate before retirement, both practical and respectable. However, at this moment, Bai Yi's words were like sparks falling into dry grass, reigniting the passion in his heart. Even though this seemed like a boundless, perhaps even irresponsible suggestion, even though the speaker was younger than him, he was still willing to believe. Not because Bai Yi was Professor Oak's assistant, nor because he was a dark horse in the contest circuit, but because of how utterly serious he had been when saying those words for the first time. Someone had told him with such certainty. Kohei, you can do it. This promise was too tempting to resist. Teacher Bai Yi, thank you for your support and confidence, but I have one question. Go ahead. If you think I can become one of Kalos's Elite Four, then what do you think you'll become? Hearing this counter-question, Bai Yi's expression relaxed, and gentle laughter escaped him. Me? I don't have any grand ambitions. I just want to live happily and freely with my Pokémon and the people I care about, then open my own dessert shop. That's a pretty nice dream too, isn't it? Being free with the person you love. Kaoping stopped mid-sentence, as if suddenly remembering something. Who does Teacher Xiaoyi like? He added quietly. Exactly, so I need to figure out how to get her to step down from her position as Kalos champion first. Bai Yi shrugged, speaking as casually as if discussing the weather. Kaoping stood there stunned, not knowing what to say. One becomes an actor, another sells cakes. Can't the Kalos champions do something proper for once? He muttered. When he came to his senses, he realized he had never doubted whether Bai Yi could pull it off, was only worried about Bai Yi not taking his duties seriously. Teacher Xiaoyi, I look forward to seeing your strength in the Sinnoh League. You will. Bai Yi smiled slightly, and this time actually turned to leave. The next day, following Kaoping's suggestion, the group set off on the road to Veilstone City. To get there, they would first need to pass through Solation Town and participate in the Solation contest. It was at this very contest that Hikari suffered another defeat, not recovering until the Mikuri Cup. Therefore, Bai Yi set the Solation contest as his target for his final ribbon. But he heard that the holder of the Solation ribbon was Musashi. Never mind, never mind. He abandoned the idea of competing. Musashi really has it tough. There are plenty of other contests for ribbons. I won't compete with her for this one. If Hikari can defy fate and make it to the second round, then it's up to Musashi's luck. The group traveled along the westward road, reaching a stretch of rolling mountains. During this time, Chimchar gradually integrated into the team, even climbing onto Satoshi's shoulder for a good cry. Bai Yi remembered how this episode had moved him deeply when he watched the anime years ago. Chimchar had been suppressed for too long under Shinji, and now being able to love, hate, and bounce around freely. This was what the senior disciple should be like. However, this segment in the original story had caused quite a commotion, something the Rocket team had stirred up, with Chimchar ultimately saving the day. What was it again? Right, Zangus? After lunch, everyone took a rest. Bai Yi wiped his mouth and walked to a corner to release Murkrow. I'm taking him for flight training. You all rest well. Be careful not to get lost. Takashi fussed like a mother hen. Don't worry, I'm not Satoshi. Bai Yi jumped on a Honchcrow's back and gave the command. Honchcrow spread its wings and soared straight into the sky. Just as they entered the forest, cruel roars and sounds of battle reached his ears. Honchcrow, over there. Through the swaying tree shadows, a Sevapur was fighting desperately against 3 Zangoose, while the 3 members of Team Rocket cowered behind bushes. They wanted to help but couldn't get involved. The surrounding vegetation was torn to shreds. Sevapur displayed the full strength of a former forest tyrant, holding its own against 3 opponents. But outnumbered, it was soon covered in bite wounds. Aerial ace. Honchcrow dove down, its wings becoming hammers that struck the ground repeatedly, forcing the 3 Zangoose to retreat. Sevapur seized the opportunity, sweeping with its poisonous tail and knocking them all back. The startled Zangoose were bullies by nature, and now fear overcame their instincts as they turned and fled into the woods. Bai Yi didn't pursue them, still needed these 3 to give Chimchar a chance to overcome its fears. Sevapur, covered in wounds, continued hissing and tried to charge into the bushes to keep fighting. Stop! Bai Yi jumped down from Honchcrow's back and blocked its path. Sevapur's eyes were bloodshot with rage, its tail glowing with purple poison as it charged forward. Help it come to its senses. As soon as he spoke, Honchcrow swept with its wing, sending Sevapur flying into a nearby tree. If you don't stop now, you're going to die. When Bai Yi spoke these words, he deliberately infused them with emotional power. The emotional force was like a needle dropping into water, creating no ripples, yet piercing straight to the heart. The Sevapur instantly understood. If it charged forward again, the trainer before it would end its life with a single move, even before Zangoose could strike. Bai Yi even added coldly, if you're truly seeking death, you might as well become a meal for my Crobat. Cruel, but honest. As Zangoose departed and the oppressive killing intent dissipated, Sevapur's excitement faded, and excruciating pain quickly spread throughout its body. Little Sevapur. Musashi rushed forward, gathering her Pokémon into her arms. Kojiro and Meowth followed closely behind, pulling Musashi's hands as they all knelt before Bai Yi in gratitude. Bai Yi quickly reached out to help them up. Don't do that, I am not comfortable with it. He then handed over a bottle of healing medicine. Kojiro accepted the medicine and skillfully disinfected, treated, and bandaged Sevapur's wounds. While Team Rocket might be unreliable in general, their care for their own Pokémon was unwavering, especially Kojiro, whose movements were as gentle as if handling a newly hatched infant. Officer, we truly thank you for this. No need for formalities. Bai Yi glanced at the thoroughly bandaged Sevapur and reminded them. You should also consider expanding your battle strength, or incidents like today will happen again. I'll help you figure something out another day. With those words, he leaped onto Crobat's broad back. Wings beating and stirring up air currents, they soared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Originally, he had planned to capture a Zangoose, but he lost interest the moment he saw them all. 3 Zangoose emanated a dim black light. The League's academic community had long established clear classifications for Pokémon potential: Champion, Elite Four, Gym Leader, Elite, Normal, Novice, and No Potential, in descending order. Potential determines a Pokémon's lifetime level cap and the number of moves it can master. Extensive experimental data confirmed that Champion potential could reach level 90 at most, Elite 4 level 80, Gym Leader level 70, and so forth. As for levels above 90, that depended on the trainer's cultivation methods and individual differences. Pokémon capable of breaking through level 90 were colloquially called Divine Potential. Though not officially recognized, this had become the accepted terminology. Over time, people replaced level ranges with similar designations. Levels 81 to 90 were called Champion Class, and so on. While a Pokédex sufficed to check a Pokémon's current level, discerning potential required extraordinary eyesight, experience, and sufficient contact. Bai Yi was born with the ability to see light invisible to others, quite an excellent advantage. Different potentials emitted different lights. Champion through No Potential corresponded to red, purple, blue, green, white, black, and no light respectively. Divine Potential radiated brilliant golden light that grew more intense with higher levels. The black light emanating from those 3 Zangoose clearly indicated they possessed only Novice Potential, with a level cap of 40. A lifetime maximum of level 40 held no cultivation value for Bai Yi. That makes sense. If they had better skills, they wouldn't need 3 against 1 and still fail to gain the upper hand quickly. After Bai Yi left, he thought he had helped Team Rocket dodge a bullet, but instead he had made things worse. The 3 Zangoose slunk back to their pack and immediately tattled to their leader. Boss, there's an Arbok in the forest, and the 3 of us together couldn't beat it. Being the leader and naturally despising Arbok, it immediately decided to step in and get revenge for its subordinates. Meanwhile, the 3 Team Rocket members were crouched in a forest clearing eating rice balls when they were suddenly caught off guard by slash attacks that sent them tumbling, scattering their food everywhere. Bai Yi was wandering through the forest at this time, but hadn't encountered any Pokémon that caught his eye, so he had to return to camp with Murkrow. As night fell, Chimchar had a nightmare. dreaming of wandering alone in a dark forest. After waking up startled, it went for a solitary walk and happened to encounter Meowth, who had been blasted to this location and was searching the entire forest for Jesse and James. You need to live for a new life, for yourself, because you already have new companions by your side. Life coach Meowth patted Chimchar's shoulder, then with his hungry belly, wobbled off into the woods. The next morning, Team Rocket recovered their spirits and continued their mischief, copying the old anime routine by trapping all of Ash's group and Bai Yi's Pokémon in a transparent cage lightning-proof, fireproof, waterproof, and even well-ventilated with good acoustics. Truly, black technology. Bai Yi complained through the bars. If these three would just use their technology properly, they'd probably be rich by now. The plot dictated that only Chimchar hadn't been caught. The night before, Bai Yi had instructed his team that once in the cage, they must cooperate with the performance, especially Ralt's absolutely no teleporting, or the whole act would be ruined. Team Rocket obviously hadn't expected Bai Yi to willingly send his own Pokémon into the cage as well. Sure enough, Meowth was the first to understand. The officer must be thinking of us, wanting to help us better catch those brats' Pokémon. So he put his own Pokémon in the cage too. The officer is so thoughtful, Meow. The three Team Rocket fools were laughing heartily and preparing to escape when the bushes suddenly exploded. Four white figures came bursting out. They had followed the Arbok scent all the way here. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Four of them? This is different from the original anime. One of them was glowing with a faint blue light that was gym-level presence. Obviously the leader. Beat up the young ones, and the old one comes for revenge personally. The enemies locked eyes, and killing intent ignited instantly. The leader charged straight at Bai Yi, while the other three surrounded Arbok. Ralts. Seeing her trainer in danger, Ralts ignored her instructions and teleported in front of Bai Yi, blocking the leader Hedon with a shadow ball. Good girl. Use teleport to toy with it first. Let me check its stats. Bai Yi pulled out his Pokédex. Zangoose. Cat ferret Pokémon. The memory of battling its arch-nemesis Seviper is already etched into its cells. Excels at using extremely high mobility to dodge attacks. Ability, immunity. Type, normal. Gender, level, 31. Moves, quick attack, fury cutter, slash, crush claw. Egg move, metal claw. Average potential, but that metal claw has probably taken down quite a few Seviper. Still has capture value. Meanwhile, Chimchar was forced to face three ordinary Zangoose alone, while Team Rocket, having hidden in the cage, became mere spectators. Since the plot was back on track, Bai Yi decided to end this quickly. Ralts, magical flame. Follow up with dark void. Ralts smiled mischievously, instantly burning the leader with scorching magical flames, then hurled a black vortex larger than her own body. The Zangoose leader fell asleep immediately and was captured by Bai Yi's thrown pokeball. After capturing Zangoose, Bai Yi immediately sent it back to the old professor. This creature was naturally rebellious and had been a leader for a long time, so it needed to have its temper tempered there first. Along with Zangoose, he also sent away Crobat, Blastoise, Frostless, Vespiquen, Mismagius, and Ivysaur. Only 5 Pokémon remained on Bai Yi's belt: Sylveon, Ralts, Skorupi, Ampharos, and Lucario. After resolving Chimchar's troubles, the group continued towards Solation Town. Along the way, they stopped at a small town called Twinleaf. In the park at the town center, Gardenia was crouched in front of a blackboard, tutoring children. Upon seeing Bai Yi, her eyes instantly sparkled with hearts, and she rushed over like a gust of wind, grabbing his hand and shaking it vigorously. Wow. It's Teacher Bai Yi. Did you bring Ivysaur? Quick, call it out. I miss its vine whip so much. Bai Yi smiled wryly and tried to pull his hand away. Sorry, I sent it back to Professor Oak's lab. Once it learns Power Whip. Power Whip. Gardenia shivered but couldn't help fantasizing about the sensation of thick, thorny vines striking her body. Her legs went weak, and drool even began to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Bai Yi quickly pulled his hand back. If not for the group of children present, he suspected this girl might have collapsed right there. Ash and Dawn stepped forward to greet them, while Brock hid to the side, biting a handkerchief with tears streaming down his face. Bai Yi is so enviable. From now on, I'll make you 8 fried eggs for lunch instead of 6. Let that fatten you up. Before he finished speaking, Team Rocket burst out of the bushes, shouting about stealing everyone's Pokémon. Kojiro quickly threw out Cacnea, but as soon as it landed, Gardenia grabbed it and started rubbing its face affectionately. Kojiro frantically chased after them, and Gardenia simply assumed a seductive yet compromising crawling position, tightly hugging Cacnea's large head. This scene left all the children staring in bewilderment. The Pokeball on Bai Yi's belt shook, and Lucario muttered quietly inside. Aunt Sylveon. Is this the wild girl that Uncle Blastoise and Uncle Crobat said was conquered by Aunt Ivysaur? Sylveon made a sill sound. She's just fit to be the trainer's little. Shut up. Bai Yi snapped quietly. Lucario, you've been hanging around Blastoise too long and picked up bad habits. And you, Sylveon, who taught you words like little? The children started cheering and then suggested a double battle. Kojiro teaming up with Gardenia against Ash and Dawn. Bai Yi threw out a Pokeball. Come out, Lucario, and observe this battle carefully. The blue and black Lucario landed and stepped back half a pace, standing at Bai Yi's side like a sword-bearing guard, its golden pupils locked onto the battlefield. Its upright posture caused the children to burst into amazed exclamations, and Ash even swallowed hard, staring intently at the aura Pokémon he had always dreamed of. After a few rounds of battle began, Kojiro appeared flustered, but Gardenia quickly grasped Cacnea's potential. She crouched down to demonstrate punching motions, toes on the ground, waist and arms swinging. Cacnea drained punch. Under her rhythmic guidance, Cacnea's fist became wrapped in green energy and struck out powerfully. With Gardenia's help, Cacnea successfully executed Drain Punch. Not only did Desert Naya succeed, but Lucario also mastered Drain Punch. This scene was clearly observed by Caizhong, who nodded approvingly to herself. Teacher Xiaoyi truly lives up to his reputation. Every one of his Pokemon is exceptional. Drain Punch is not only Lucario's stab move, but also a rare sustaining skill with excellent cost-effectiveness. Having achieved his goal, Bai Yi raised his hand to signal Lucario to continue practicing on its own. Lucario nodded slightly and performed a standard bow toward Caizhong across the field. Caizhong smiled and nodded in response, after which Lucario leaped several times to reach a large tree in the distance. Facing the falling leaves, it repeatedly practiced Drain Punch with precise punches and forms. Two female students were so captivated they forgot about watching the battle, chasing after it to the tree base and watching with starry eyes while cupping their faces, making even Lucario blush. After the battle ended, Caizhong expressed her desire to take Desert Naya for breeding. Upon hearing this, Kojiro fell silent. Seeing his conflicted expression, Bai Yi sighed inwardly. Given Kojiro's feelings for Desert Naya, once hesitation arose, his heart had already made the decision. Teaching Desert Naya Drain Punch was merely Kojiro's final effort to keep his partner, but this matter ultimately needed intervention. In the afternoon, Bai Yi went to find Caizhong first. Miss Caizhong, Teacher Xiaoyi, what can I do for you? Just call me Xiaoyi. Thank you for teaching Lucario Drain Punch. Caizhong waved her hand with a light laugh. It's due to its own high aptitude. This is the first time I've seen a fighting-type Pokemon master a technique so precisely after just one viewing. You're too kind. Regarding Kojiro and Desert Naya, this isn't really my place to interfere, but I'd like to ask Miss Caizhong to watch a performance. Intrigued, Caizhong nodded and followed him out of the nursery classroom. Before his transmigration, because Caizhong wanted to take Kojiro's Desert Naya away, many people online had felt negatively toward her. However, Bai Yi found it understandable. Caizhong was merely making a suggestion, and Kojiro was indeed thinking of Desert Naya's best interests. Later, Desert Naya became the ace at Veilstone Gym with no worries about food or shelter. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad outcome. Yet parting inevitably brings sorrow. The Rocket Trio now somewhat belonged to Bai Yi's circle, and Desert Naya's storyline had once moved him to tears. Out of personal sentiment, he hoped to help Kojiro keep Desert Naya. When they arrived at the small training ground by the cliff, Kojiro was sparring with Desert Naya against Satoshi. Satoshi had sent out Apalm, which appeared fierce, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Desert Naya couldn't learn Drain Punch at this moment. For it, Drain Punch wasn't a level-up move and required either a TM or Hansen. Instruction grinding here was purely a waste of time. Boss Luca, this kid has grit, but he's too stubborn. Lucario leaped down beside Bai Yi, quietly reporting that the practice was showing minimal results. It nodded toward Caizhong again before respectfully retreating behind Bai Yi with its back to everyone. Having received instruction, one must show the courtesy due to a half-teacher. Whether it was Maline's Lucario or Cynthia's, they all strictly adhered to this rule. In battle, Desert Naya was battered and covered in wounds from concentrated attacks. Kojiro finally couldn't bear to watch and urgently called for a stop. Satoshi had actually been holding back for a while. Desert Naya's injuries were all superficial, nothing serious for this chubby fellow. Caizhong had originally intended to approach and greet them as in the anime, but Bai Yi stopped her with a single glance. Just as Kojiro was tearfully about to bid farewell to Desert Naya, Bai Yi stepped forward. Wait, Kojiro. Wah. Seeing Bai Yi, Kojiro cried even harder and was about to let something slip when Meowth quickly blocked his path. Wawa. Number 2 twerp. Are you here to mock Kojiro too? Kojiro, Desert Naya's inability to learn Drain Punch is indeed related to you, but it's not because you lack ability. Bai Yi examined Desert Naya, then looked at Kojiro. It's because you spoil it too much. He turned to Musashi and Meowth, his tone brooking no argument. Musashi, Meowth, if you want to help him, do as I say. Tie Kojiro to that tree. Musashi and Meowth immediately pulled out rope and tied Kojiro to a tree. As they secured the knots, they teased him mockingly. Are you kidding? This is an order from our executive. The executive is so gentle, he would never harm you. In the clearing before the tree, Bai Yi commanded. Lucario, Drain Punch. The blue and black Lucario pushed off with its feet, sending stones flying as its fist, wrapped in green energy, struck directly at Cacnea. Kojiro, make Cacnea run away. Musashi appeared concerned, but her lips curved in a mischievous smile. No, Cacnea, I'll fight alongside you. Kojiro struggled violently against the tree. Cacnea proved remarkably resilient, shaking off the dust covering its body and swinging its needle-like projectiles to meet the attack. When the two punches collided, Bai Yi secretly held back 30% of his power, resulting in a draw. Use Drain Punch again. Bai Yi's tone remained calm. Please, stop hurting it. Kojiro shouted desperately, but his panic prevented him from seeing Bai Yi's true intentions. Musashi and Meowth simply covered his mouth, reducing his words to muffled whimpers. The battle continued. Lucario repeatedly threw drain punches while Cacnea's stamina reached critical levels, yet it stubbornly resisted. Through close observation of its opponent's movements, it gradually began mimicking the rhythm of power generation. The green glow of its needle projectiles started concentrating toward its fists. Though grass-type and fighting-type energy differed, their power generation methods were identical. Unfortunately, exhausted as it was, that final burst of determination remained just out of reach. Strike while the iron is hot, weaken on the second attempt, exhaust on the third. Bai Yi chose his moment perfectly, suddenly pointing at Kojiro. Lucario, use Drain Punch on Kojiro. Little brat, taste my massive fist. Meowth cheered from the sidelines. Cacnea, no. Kojiro watched helplessly as Lucario approached, shouting but powerless to intervene. At the crucial moment, Cacnea gritted its teeth and leaped up, its fist blazing with green light. It intercepted Lucario's punch just half an inch before it could strike. Kojiro Drain Punch had finally taken form. The two fists collided, and Cacnea forcibly pushed Lucario back several steps, then followed up with several more punches, driving its opponent away. Cacnea, Musashi and Meowth quickly untied the ropes as Kojiro rushed over with tears in his eyes, embracing his partner tightly. Thank you. You learned Drain Punch to protect me. Cacnea responded contentedly and settled peacefully in his arms. Kai Zhong approached openly. Congratulations, the special training was successful. Kojiro stepped back defensively. Gym leader, Cacnea is my dear partner. I won't hand it over to you. I see that can't be helped. Kai Zhong smiled and shook her head without insisting, saying politely, Eterna Gym welcomes Cacnea to visit anytime. Having witnessed their precious bond, she abandoned her original intentions. The next morning, Bai Yi rose early, instructed Team Rocket to continue monitoring Ash's group, then departed on his bicycle. That experience package called Ash isn't something you can just take when you want, he remarked before his figure quickly disappeared into the morning mist. Kojiro had wanted Cacnea to hug Bai Yi as a gesture of gratitude, but Bai Yi waved him off. I don't share your and Kai Zhong's strange preferences. That evening, Bai Yi reached the next Pokémon Center, made only brief adjustments, then hurriedly departed. According to intelligence, Ash's Apom would soon be traded with Hikari's Bizel, significantly boosting both their battle capabilities. For Bai Yi, there was nothing to regret. Since there was nothing regrettable here, Bai Yi didn't linger long. Bai Yi's destination was the next village. Under the scorching midday sun, Bai Yi walked along the soft dirt road and spotted a soul tower built from stones of various sizes in the distance. In front of the tower, a hunched old woman was muttering incantations while tapping the tower's base with her ebony walking stick, as if reinforcing some kind of seal for whatever dwelled within. A faint red glow seeped through the reddish-brown cracks between the stones, and the air itself seemed to carry a hidden restlessness. The moment Bai Yi stepped into the altar's perimeter, the old woman immediately raised her walking stick to block his path. Young traveler, leave at once. This place is dangerous, you mustn't come any closer. Though she was tiny, barely reaching Bai Yi's waist, and her few remaining teeth chattered as she spoke urgently, her movements with the staff remained forceful, nearly striking his knees several times. Bai Yi bent down slightly and patiently met her cloudy gaze. Hello, grandmother. I'm a Pokémon trainer, and I've heard that Spiritome is sealed here. I'd like to capture it. He opened his palms to show he meant no harm. Would you please let me pass? Absolutely not, the old woman replied firmly. Spiritome is extremely dangerous. Legend says only an Aura Guardian with a Pikachu can defeat it. Bai Yi flicked his wrist, and a Pokeball shot through the air. As the blue and white light faded, Lucario stood tall beside him. Bai Yi spread his hands with a smile. I don't have a Pikachu, but look at Lucario, surely it counts as an Aura Guardian's partner, right? The old woman stared into those golden aura-sensing eyes, hesitating for a long moment before stepping aside to create a narrow passage. Very well. My great-great-grandmother once told me that the legendary hero also had a Lucario by his side. If you're truly confident, then go ahead. Despite her agreement, she continued muttering the ancestral stories passed down through generations, her voice echoing in the empty altar. Bai Yi climbed the steps and stood before the soul tower. The rough stone surface emanated a chill, and that red glow flickered in the cracks like suppressed breathing. He pulled out his Pokédex and aimed it at the tower, pressing the scan button. Spiritome, forbidden Pokémon. Legend says it was formed from 108 spirits. 500 years ago, it was bound to the odd keystone for its misdeeds. Ability, pressure. Type, Ghost Dark. Gender, level, 4890. Known moves, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. Egg moves, Destiny Bond, Pain Split. Bai Yi glanced at the screen and muttered dismissively. If it weren't for your typing being so appealing, I really wouldn't care for that move set. Ha ha ha, kid, who are you looking down on? A cold voice suddenly invaded Bai Yi's mind, rough as sandpaper. If I weren't sealed, I'd kick you with my left. You were defeated by a mouse, Bai Yi interrupted, simply sitting down on the stone steps in front of the tower and closing his eyes to communicate with whatever was inside through emotional resonance. Haha, I've lived for 800 years. Right, and you've been imprisoned for 500 of them, Bai Yi replied calmly. At my peak, I had touched the threshold of godhood. Yet you've been locked up for 500 years, Bai Yi continued. Well-traveled and incredibly powerful, but still imprisoned for 500 years, Bai Yi said gently. Resentful energy churned within the tower as Spiritome roared in fury, but it still couldn't break through the seal. Bai Yi simply set up his tent beside the tower, spread out his portable picnic blanket from his backpack, and called his Pokémon over for a meal. The savory aroma of braised chicken wafted through the air as several Pokémon gathered around the aluminum containers, making satisfied sounds. Spiritome, you must be bored after being locked up for so long, right? Bai Yi asked through their connection. Dead silence from within the tower. Spiritome simply pretended to sleep and stopped responding. Bai Yi's lips curved into a smirk ghost, and dark types could never stay quiet for long. Hey buddy, exactly how old are you? What's it like inside the odd keystone? What was the last thing you ate before getting sealed? I had braised chicken for lunch honestly. It was a bit too salty. His voice remained steady but never stopped, questions flowing one after another like raindrops on an iron pot, creating a relentless patter without a moment's pause. Spiritome was tormented beyond belief within the seal, his rage burning hotter and hotter, but the stone walls were too thick, couldn't even make the tower shake. Outside the tent, Bai Yi continued his one-sided conversation. Hey buddy, is it damp inside the odd keystone? Can you roll over when you sleep? Do you think those 108 spirits ever argue with each other? Finally, a wail so low it was nearly broken echoed from within the soul tower. What kind of grown man talks this much? From dawn to dusk, Bai Yi spent the entire afternoon chatting, finally finding a topic that resonated with the Spiritome. With a thunderous boom that sounded like mountains splitting and earth cracking, Bai Yi dramatically recited that earth-shaking passage from Journey to the West. The monkey had already reached the front of Tripitaka's horse, knelt down with tears streaming, and cried out, Master, I have emerged. The Spiritome's stone patterns trembled throughout its body upon hearing this, and everyone present, including the tower guards, felt their hearts tighten with fear at such dramatic intensity. Bai Yi took a sip of the sweet and sour berry juice, looked up at the sky, and noticed it had grown completely dark. He dusted off his clothes and began packing his belongings. Ha ha ha, what are you doing? Keep going. After the Monkey King escaped from Five Elements Mountain, what happened next? Seeing Bai Yi preparing to leave, the Spiritome anxiously stretched out half of its body. Initially, the Spiritome had been dismissive when listening to Journey to the West, but as Bai Yi narrated Sun Wukong's adventures in the Dragon Palace, his havoc in the underworld, and his self-proclamation as the great sage equal to heaven, it became increasingly captivated. It felt a kinship with the Monkey King, both fearless of heaven and earth, yet both imprisoned for exactly 500 years. Now Sun Wukong had seen daylight again, while it remained trapped in the spirit tower, barely able to glimpse even moonlight. Ha ha ha, kid. Hurry up and tell me what happens next. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. You still want to hear more? I have other business and need to travel. Even though I find you agreeable, spending an entire afternoon here is generous enough. I'm leaving. He turned around decisively. In truth, Bai Yi had planned this all along, deliberately stopping at the cliffhanger moment of Sun Wukong's release. First, let the Spiritome hear about the havoc in heaven and 500 years under Five Elements Mountain to create empathy through shared experience. Then let it feel the disparity between Sun Wukong's freedom and its own continued imprisonment. The Golden Headband plot absolutely couldn't be spoiled early, or the Spiritome might become suspicious, wondering if following him out would also result in being bound by some kind of restraint. Ha ha ha, kid, don't leave. How about you take me with you? I'll help you fight, and you just tell stories. Deal. The Spiritome's voice grew hoarse with desperation. After 500 years of imprisonment, this was the first time it had encountered truly interesting people and stories. How could it let this opportunity slip away? Take you with me? Bai Yi feigned difficulty, tapping his fingers on his pack's opening. It's not impossible, but if you continue causing trouble after getting out, you'll likely bring disaster upon yourself. And wouldn't that harm me too? Ha ha ha, nonsense. I'm an 800-year-old spirit, would I deceive you? One must always guard against spirits, Bai Yi shrugged. The Spiritome hastily pieced together fragments of popular songs from its memories, saying ingratiatingly, Hehehe. Kid, don't you humans have that lyric, I fear ghosts, but ghosts have never harmed me. If the songwriter dared trust ghosts, you should trust me too, I won't hurt you. Are those really the lyrics? Bai Yi's face darkened, wondering where this strange old creature had dug that up from. Capturing you is possible, he pondered for a moment. But I have 3 conditions. First, you cannot harm me. Second, you cannot cause trouble anymore. Third, I'll send you to my grandfather first. He has plenty of Pokémon there, so you definitely won't be lonely. Hehehe, no way. The Spiritome stretched its neck and shook its head. I agree to the first 2 conditions, but not the third. I want to hear stories, not go to your grandfather's place. Bai Yi smiled slightly, but his tone carried a hint of provocation. Trust me, even at your peak, you couldn't defeat several of the Pokémon at my grandfather's place. Do you believe that? Hehehe, nonsense. Move the stone. I'm going right now. Bai Yi sprang into action, pushing with both hands to create a narrow gap between the rocks, then quickly pressed a Pokeball against the opening. Get in there. A flash of light appeared, and the purple figure Spiritomb was captured before it could even struggle. The moment the capture succeeded, he immediately teleported Spiritomb back to the research lab and briefly reported to Professor Oak through his communicator. After completing the capture, Bai Yi camped overnight beside the hallowed tower. The next morning, he packed up his tent, got on his bicycle, and continued his journey. Passing through Solation Town, he only stopped at the Pokemon Center to adjust his team configuration before hurriedly leaving. When he passed the Solation ruins, he keenly sensed vibrations from deep within that resonated with the power inside him, the original container of the spear. He was sealed there. Bai Yi understood that when Xiaoji and his group arrived here, Team Galactic would definitely appear to seize it. Since he was now a primary target of Team Galactic surveillance, he decided not to interfere for now, focusing instead on completing his main quest of collecting badges, waiting for the right moment to intervene in that storyline. Just outside town, Bai Yi stopped his bike, folded it, and stuffed it into his backpack. In the grassland, a wooden building looked warm and peaceful in the sunlight, so he walked inside. Master, you're back. In the hall, 3 girls dressed as maids hurried forward. The 3 sisters of the maid cafe. The eldest, Xiaochun, with her bean-colored high ponytail and enthusiastic personality. The second, Xiaoxia, with purple-haired wavy short hair and gentle temperament. And the youngest, Xiaoqiu, with apricot-colored short hair and an innocent face. Welcome back, Master. This is the maid cafe. I'm Xiaochun, and these are my sisters Xiaoxia and Xiaoqiu. Bai Yi glanced around the elegantly decorated shop, thinking to himself, every gentleman within 100 miles probably contributes their money to you sisters. However, his visit wasn't for sightseeing. Just call me Xiaoyi. I'm carrying quite a few Pokemon, so please prepare a spacious area and bring plenty of fresh milk and sweets. Thank you. Of course, please follow me. Xiaochun's cheeks flushed as she led him through the corridor to a picnic table in the backyard. The ranch air carried the scent of grass, with the snow-capped Mount Coronet clearly visible in the distance, and several Miltank leisurely swishing their tails while grazing. After setting up the backyard area, Bai Yi released all his Pokemon. Blastoise, Ivysaur, Sylveon, Honchkrow, Gligar, Lucario, Vespiquen, Ampharos, Mismagius, Frostless, Ralts, Rhydon, Zangoose, and 2 Snorant appeared one by one, instantly filling the lawn. Only Spiritomb was absent from this gathering, currently being taken by Charizard and Dragonite for rehabilitation education. Xiaochun quickly brought out whole pitchers of fresh milk, various cheeses, and cream pastries. Xiaoyi, these are our signature sweets made with Miltank fresh milk. Since you're a big customer, I'll give you a special discount. Thank you, Miss Xiaochun. Bai Yi smiled as he accepted them. Seeing him look down to make a call, Xiaochun shyly turned away and headed back inside. Inside the house, Xiaoxia and Xiaoqiu were peeking out the window. Second sister, big sister, is definitely blushing again. She only charged cost price this time. Is that really okay? You don't understand. Xiaoxia ruffled her younger sister's head. When you grow up and meet a guy you like, you'll understand. Ugh, what's so great about men? Those perverted customers always stare at us with creepy looks. But this Xiaoyi doesn't do that, right? His eyes are very proper. I guess that's true. The sisters whispered among themselves until Xiaochun gave them both a knock on the head and dragged them away by their ears to get back to work. With Bai Yi's keen hearing, he could naturally catch every word of Xiaoxia and Xiaoqiu's conversation, though he pretended not to hear any of it. He turned his attention back to the pasture, where among the herd of Miltank, there was indeed one Lawnera troublemaker swishing its tail and bumping around the grassland aimlessly. This was the very same disobedient Miltank from the original anime that belonged to Xiaoqiu. Once Xiao Gang arrived in a while, that girl would finally understand what it meant to have her heart skip a beat. As for this little youth drama unfolding before him, Bai Yi had never been interested in getting involved. He only concerned himself with people he truly cared about. Not to mention this was Gang's mom's rare chance at romance. Lost in thought, his communicator vibrated. Karuno, it's me. Little E, I saw everything. You handled it beautifully. I'm sorry I couldn't call you these past couple of days. He was swamped with work. Through the phone, Karuno's gentle, sweet voice carried through the current, making even the air seem touched with honey. Bai Yi took a sip of fresh Miltank milk and immediately found it tasted even sweeter. Karuno, do you like fresh Miltank milk? I love it. I love anything you give me. Hearing this, he struggled to suppress his rising smile. A straight guy who'd been single for 20 years, now dating a female celebrity who debuted in romance films, this happiness felt like it might overflow right through the screen. Say that again. No way. On the other end, Karuno laughed triumphantly, casually patting the disgusted-looking Gardevoir beside her. She had him wrapped around her finger. Bai Yi knew he was being played, but he didn't mind at all. What was the point of competing over such trivial things between a couple? As long as they could travel together in the future, wandering scenic mountains and waters without getting lost on winding forest paths, that was enough. He asked about the preferences of Gardevoir, Talonflame, and her other Pokémon, chatting with Karuno for a few more minutes before hanging up. Knowing Karuno's tastes, he simply ordered several buckets of fresh Miltank milk and one of every long-lasting dairy treat available, packaging everything for Polyper Express to fly directly to Kalos. Fresh Miltank milk was nutritionally complete and suitable for all ages, especially effective for elderly people and growing children. It was said that everyone could taste something different in it, and no one had ever been known to dislike it. After hanging up, Bai Yi clutched his milk bottle, staring longingly at the Miltank in the pasture. A Pokémon that could provide support, battle, and help raise children absolutely had to catch one. He just needed to find out which region these Miltank were originally caught in. Once he finished his milk, he began preparing gifts for friends and family. 1. Fresh Miltank milk, 1 bucket each for Grandpa, Aunt Hanako, Professor Rowan, Xiao Mao, Big Brother Qing Lu, and sister-in-law Qi Hong. 2. Daigo, Big Brother Zafuki, and Shay Xiang also got 1 bucket each. 3. Xiao Ji and his group would be meeting soon, so no need to mail theirs. 4. Team Rocket's trio often went without proper meals, so he picked out several packages of preserved cheese and milk candies to send along. 5. He specially prepared a can of milk powder suitable for elderly consumption for Sakaki, writing a letter for Team Rocket's trio to deliver with instructions to burn after reading. They were actually reliable when it came to this sort of thing. After finishing the mailings, he suddenly noticed white light emanating from the vines on Ivysaur's back. It had stored too much energy, and the Everstone seemed unable to suppress it much longer. This was a sign that energy storage was excessive and the Everstone suppression was about to fail. It looked like after the Curtain Gym matter was settled, he'd have to make a trip back to Kanto. After snack time ended, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Zangoose lay on the ground with his belly round as a ball, groaning contentedly. Having recently transitioned from life in the wild, his crude eating habits were understandable, so Bai Yi didn't say much about it. Xiaochun first offered him some digestive medicine, then gently rubbed his belly. The poor guy's snow-white fur nearly turned red from embarrassment. When it came time to pay, Bai Yi swiped his card while Zangoose dragged his round belly behind him. Bai Yi decided to let him walk it off rather than returning him to his Pokeball immediately. Seeing the bill amount, Bai Yi was stunned. This cheap? Something's not right here. It's fine, Xiao Yi, Xiaoxia said with a beaming smile, smoothing things over. You bought a lot, so Big Sister gave you a discount. Bai Yi regularly bought nutritional supplements for his Pokemon and knew the market price as well. This wasn't just a discount, it was practically selling at a loss. The amount only covered the raw material cost of Miltank's fresh milk, not even accounting for preservation, packaging, transportation, or labor. Belatedly realizing this, he glanced at Xiaochun, who was busy serving milk to other customers. When their eyes met, Xiaochun's face turned red all the way to her neck. What is this? The burden of a beauty's kindness. Bai Yi thought with bitter amusement. Boss Zangoose, that girl likes you, TSK, came Blastoise's teasing voice from inside the Pokeball. Shut up, Bai Yi grimaced. But before he could continue the banter, a scream suddenly erupted from the corner. A customer wearing square glasses, slightly overweight, and dressed in an olive-green short-sleeve shirt was grinning as he reached out to touch Xiaochun's waist. The man's soundless laughter revealed nothing but yellowed teeth and eyes squeezed into slits disgusting enough to make anyone, man or woman, feel sick. Xiaochun screamed as she dodged, but the perverted man pressed his advantage and reached out again. Zangoose. A red flash appeared as Zangoose's slash attack gleamed with white light, positioning himself in front of Xiaochun before the light faded. Rip. The man's shirt was instantly shredded, and 3 lines were carved through his hair. How dare you attack a customer? Come out, Grimer. Don't break anything, just throw them out. Zangoose sneered and launched a tackle attack, his metal claws landing solidly on Grimer. Battle-hardened and experienced against poison types, he sent both Grimer and its trainer flying. Xiaoqiu quickly pushed open the door as 2 round masses rolled straight down the hillside. Xiaoxia and Xiaoqiu flanked Zangoose with hugs. You're amazing. Thank you. Xiaoqiu even scratched under his chin affectionately. Xiaochun, meanwhile, huddled in the corner with her knees drawn up, her face red and tears streaming, whether from shame or fear was unclear. Bai Yi walked over to help her up. Come on, it's over now. Beyond that, he made no other moves. The Pokeballs containing Blastoise and Crobat shook violently at his waist. Boss, hug her. This is the perfect time to hold hands. Put an arm around her waist, maybe even a little kiss. Bai Yi flicked both Pokeballs twice to quiet the commotion inside. While Xiaoxia and Xiaoqiu kept calling him brother-in-law, Xiaochun covered her face and ran back inside. Bai Yi was in the midst of a passionate romance with his Karina and had no intention of fooling around elsewhere, though he was happy to accept the dairy products the two sisters pressed on him. That afternoon, Bai Yi left the maid cafe. Have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to stay? After leaving the maid cafe, Bai Yi took his companions to the hot spring resort where the main characters had stayed in the original anime. It seemed the resort owner's daughter was also Xiao Guang's childhood friend. However, there was no need to leverage that connection. So Bai Yi simply paid extra money and enjoyed a comfortable day at the hot springs with his partners, staying overnight as well. Everyone was quite considerate toward their new teammate Miltank. After all, Miltank was a gift from the girl who had a crush on their leader, and this gentle cow sister had joined the team with her own resources and had a mild, sociable personality, so there was no need to give her a hard time. After resting overnight at the hot spring inn, Bai Yi brought everyone to Veilstone City. At the Veilstone City Pokemon Center, Bai Yi once again rotated his Pokemon team. His current roster consisted of Honchkrow, Ralts, Vespiquen, Lucario, Sylveon, and Ampharos. Instead of heading directly to the Veilstone Gym, Bai Yi first visited the Veilstone City Daycare. The Veilstone City Daycare was run by Leiji, Shinji's older brother. Unlike Shinji, Leiji had a wonderful personality, neither arrogant nor impatient. The breeding standards at the Veilstone City Daycare were quite high, and the quality of Pokemon eggs they produced was excellent. Leiji was inside the daycare brushing an Electabuzz fur when he saw Bai Yi enter and stood up to greet him. Hello, welcome to Veilstone City Daycare. Hello, are you Mr. Leiji? Leiji was somewhat puzzled why this person would know him. But before he could speak, Electabuzz walked up to Bai Yi, looked up at his face, eyes full of fighting spirit. Electabuzz, don't do that. It's all right, Mr. Leiji. This little guy and I are old acquaintances, right? Electabuzz grinned and snorted, confirming Bai Yi's words. Lucario also emerged from its Pokeball, and the two Pokemon bumped fists as a greeting. Seeing this scene, Leiji smiled slightly. I see, so your teacher Bai Yi. Mr. Leiji knows me? Leiji explained that he had watched the live stream of Bai Yi and Shinji's double battle, and had recognized Bai Yi through Lucario. I've heard Shinji mention you, and also a boy from Pallet Town. You're friends with him, aren't you? Didn't you come here together? You mean Xiaoji, right? He and Shinji are more like rivals. However, I'm not traveling at the same pace as Xiaoji, moving a bit faster than him. Leiji nodded. It's unfortunate that Shinji isn't home. Bai Yi said it was fine, explaining that he had come to the daycare mainly to see if there were any fire-type Pokemon eggs available. Leiji smiled apologetically, saying there were indeed no fire-type Pokemon eggs. He had previously had a newly hatched Magby, but unfortunately, he had already sent it to Shinji half a month ago. No problem, I came a bit too late. Leiji was truly a gentleman, didn't need to be so forthright about it, but now that he had been honest, Bai Yi appreciated his candor. Just then, a series of explosions suddenly came from outside. Lucario's eyes sharpened as it turned to look out the window. Leiji smiled slightly and stood up. Those two troublemakers again. Teacher Xiaoyi, please sit, I'll go take a look. It's fine, let's go together. Bai Yi wasn't sure at first, but seeing Lucario's reaction, he knew who had arrived. In the breeding center's pasture, a Lucario was rapidly closing in on a pink-haired young beauty, continuously launching aura sphere attacks at her. The petite girl moved with crisp precision, deflecting each aura sphere with her hands. Her blue sleeveless athletic top clung to her body, with band-aids on her nose tip and left arm. The subtle curves revealed through her movements made her instantly memorable. This was Ali, the gym leader and martial artist of Veilstone Gym. Bai Yi had encountered many fighters before, but Ali's beauty was truly exceptional. Unlike other martial artists with their bronzed skin, she had fair, rosy complexion paired with a gentle personality, completely different from that rather arrogant fighter at the battle frontier. In daily life, Ali was graceful and polite, more like the sweet girl next door when not battling. If she removed the band-aid from her nose tip and let her soft pink hair grow longer, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Before them, the human and dog were getting more intense in their sparring. Bai Yi softly commanded, Lucario, go spar with it. Luca, his own Lucario leaped forward, positioning itself in front of Ali's Lucario. For beast eyes met, and battle spirit ignited instantly. Ali's Lucario was impulsive yet good-natured, always following the principle of, if you want to fight, I'll oblige. Fight to your heart's content, no hard feelings. Neither Lucario opened with aura sphere attacks. Instead, they began with palm strikes channeling their inner energy, followed by successive clashes of Metal Claw and Bullet Punch, ultimately each condensing their Bone Rush technique. Ali's partner formed a single elongated bone staff, while Bai Yi split into two short batons. moving like twin dragon maces. After over 100 exchanges, both were breathing heavily. Yet they both held back at the final moment. If Lucario truly settled their match with Aura Spheres, one would have to fall, which was clearly unnecessary at this point. Hello, is this your Lucario? Ali approached politely and inquired. Bai Yi nodded with a smile, and both recalled their Pokémon into their Pokeballs. Lacey welcomed them inside, bringing out nutritious Pokémon food to help the two Lucario recover their strength. Let me introduce you, Lacey said with a smile. This is Ali, the gym leader of Veilstone Gym. Xiao Yi, weren't you planning to challenge Veilstone Gym? Ali is quite strong, you know. Mr. Lacey, I'm not that impressive. Ali's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head like a little quail. After inheriting the family dojo, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly, battling far and wide. She had finally managed to upgrade the dojo to Veilstone Gym 6 months ago, but fell into confusion after understanding the responsibilities of a gym leader. Her kind nature often left her uncertain about how much to hold back against challengers to be truly responsible. When at full strength, being too serious could crush earnest but inexperienced challengers, yet holding back might let undeserving opponents become overconfident. These contradictions accumulated time and again, and Ali had even considered resigning as gym leader. Today was the first time she had voiced these concerns, only to have her emotionally agitated Lucario chase her all the way from the gym to the pasture. I'm sorry for making challengers worry. I'm truly an incompetent gym leader, Ali said softly. No, you're not. Bai Yi shook his head. Miss Ali, you have such an excellent Lucario that trusts you completely. If we can't give our all and have an exciting battle, neither my partner nor I would be satisfied. Even he found these words somewhat insincere, as he actually wished he could just get the badge directly. Ali smiled bitterly and sighed, admitting her recent poor condition. If you don't mind, I can accept your gym challenge, though I'm afraid I won't be able to deliver an exciting battle. No, I do mind. Bai Yi maintained his smile, but with determined eyes. Ali fell silent and eventually nodded. Lacey served tea and water, listening quietly. Bai Yi had already understood. Ali's problem wasn't lack of strength, but rather the absence of a clear goal and the confidence to decide how to win and who should win. He got Ida, Li was lacking direction. Since there's no goal, let's set another one. Ali's Veilstone Gym was built brick by brick with her and her partner's blood, sweat, and tears, so naturally she didn't want anyone slapping a lousy gym label on it. Hearing Bai Yi's words, Ali jumped up like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. Bai Yi nodded with satisfaction and continued with another line. Are you willing to let Lucario and the others be called useless because of you? No, Ali answered through gritted teeth. The cobble badge is the symbol of Veilstone Gym. If someone says it's worthless someday, can you stand it? As his words fell, Ali's little fists clenched with an audible crack. Even Lacey beside them frowned. Xiao Yi, are people really that harsh? Bai Yi shrugged. Mr. Lacey, fruits from the same tree can be sour or sweet. Children from the same mother can be foolish or wise. When the forest is big enough, you'll find all kinds of birds. Lacey blinked, still not quite understanding. Ali hung her head, her knuckles turning white. She knew that if things continued this way, the scenario Bai Yi described would eventually happen. Bai Yi placed his hand on her shoulder, his tone steady. Tell me, do you want to see that happen? No. Louder. No, I didn't. Ali raised her head, fighting spirit blazing in her eyes. Outside, Ali's Lucario sensed its trainer's emotions and excitedly stood up, wanting to rush into the house. Bai Yi's Lucario quickly held it back. Boss is busy right now. Let's keep eating. Speaking of that Jado fighting tournament, what happened next was the two Lucarios sat back down at the stone table, dividing up the steaming hot food. Completely gotta keep this guy calm and not mess up the boss's plan. Bai Yi then outlined the 3 core responsibilities of a gym leader for Ali. 1. Test challengers' abilities. 2. Guide challengers' growth. 3. Correct challengers' character. If you can do any one of these well, you'll be a qualified gym leader. Since you can't get the hang of going easy on challengers, Veilstone Gym should focus on the third point, helping those rude challengers fix their bad attitudes. Character education is still education. Ali pondered for a long time, then suddenly looked up, her honest and cute face breaking into a kind smile. Thank you so much, Teacher Xiao Yi. I formally invite you to challenge Veilstone Gym and guide me on my shortcomings. I'll present the best gym battle as my thanks. Good. Tomorrow morning, don't miss it. Both took their leave from Lacey. Lacey nodded, wishing them a pleasant experience. Bai Yi returned to the Pokemon Center with Lucario, while Ali headed back to the gym with her Lucario. The next morning, Bai Yi arrived at Veilstone Gym right on time. Ali's fighting ability was not to be underestimated. Just look at Xiao Zhi's gym battle back then. His hometown bird Staravia, his late-game ace, and his mid-game pillar Bizel were all forced into a draw by Ali. Thinking of this, Bai Yi didn't dare take it lightly. Both sides took their positions for battle. Ali threw out her Pokeball first, and a purple silhouette emerged from the light. Go, Meditite. Clearly, she wanted to take advantage of the psychic type first. Bai Yi's lips curved up. If you're going to play like that, Now I'm wide awake. Go, Honchcrow. The moment Machop saw Murkrow, a bead of cold sweat trickled down its forehead. The Murkrow line was Machop's natural nemesis, with overwhelming type disadvantage practically ingrained in every Machop's instincts. As a gym leader, Ollie knew this all too well. To survive in the arena, one must learn to face and even defeat opponents with complete type advantage. Besides staying composed himself, he needed to calm his partner's nerves in time. All right, Machop, stay calm and show our challenger our willpower. Ollie bent down to gently pat Machop's shoulder, his voice firm yet gentle. Meanwhile, he felt deeply grateful toward Bai Yi, who was smiling across from him. Bai Yi had deliberately chosen this moment for a practice match, clearly helping him temper his mindset. Bai Yi really is such a gentle person. Encouraged, Machop suppressed its panic, sat cross-legged, and floated into midair surrounded by purple light, resembling an enlightened master. Bai Yi raised his arm slightly and launched an aggressive attack without hesitation. Murkrow, aerial ace. Machop, detect. Ollie immediately responded. Murkrow's form became a streak of dark blue light diving downward, but Machop drifted half a foot sideways in a flash of purple light, narrowly avoiding the sharp wings. Bulk up. Machop seized the opportunity to recover and regulate its breathing. The purple light grew more solid as its attack increased by one stage. Aerial ace again. Detect. Bulk up. The second exchange was identical. Murkrow continued its dive, while Machop dodged again and powered up. Using detect consecutively made it appear effortless, but it was invisibly accumulating the risk of backlash. At this moment, some spectators whispered among themselves. Detect was essentially a dodging version of protect, but with lower cost effectiveness than the latter. Protect could also shield teammates in this world, while detect couldn't. Though the principle was the same, the limitations were significant. Ollie understood the pros and cons, but still chose to gamble on this rhythm. Bai Yi wasn't in a hurry to break the pattern, simply waving his hand gently. Haze. Cold mist spread rapidly like a dark tide engulfing the arena. Machop shuddered, and all the stat boosts it had painstakingly accumulated instantly reset to 0. Bai Yi didn't press the attack, instead waiting quietly for the mist to clear. As the fog lifted, Ollie immediately commanded. Machop, drain punch. Bai Yi followed up. Dodge and use wing attack. Machop lunged toward Murkrow, but the opponent rolled and glided to the flank, striking back with its wing. Detect. Machop dodged again, but the side effects of using the move consecutively now erupted, slowing its movement slightly. Murkrow's sharp, slap-like wing strike hit its cheek, sending it flying several meters. Use the wall to launch drain punch. Ollie seized the rebound trajectory. Dark pulse. Bai Yi's voice was low and deep. Just as Machop bounced off the side wall to counterattack, it was hit heat in by a spiraling black-purple wave, pinned directly into the back wall, and lost its ability to battle. Ollie quickly recalled Machop. You did well, Machop. Bai Yi walked forward calmly, showing no victor's arrogance, only serious commentary. Ollie, detect is indeed excellent, but its instability is too high. It's very prone to failure when the opponent closes in for close combat. You must be careful. I suggest having Machop learn substitute and protect as well. He pointed to the fallen edge of the arena. Confusion doesn't necessarily have to control enemies. It can control yourself too. If Machop had used confusion to make itself retreat at high speed just now, it could have avoided Murkrow's close approach. Close combat is originally fighting type's specialty matchup, could have completely used drain punch to trade blows with the opponent's wing attack, even trading damage for damage. Remember, Murkrow has dark typing in addition to flying. And then there's Haze. Your stat boosting strategy wasn't wrong, but you must guard against Haze. I suggest learning Taunt. Even if the opponent makes your efforts futile, don't panic. Machop can learn Flash if he dares use Haze. You blind his damn eyes. Don't forget, this world has no 4-move limit. Bai Yi spoke sentence after sentence, practically teaching Ollie hand by hand how to use Machop against Murkrow. Outside the arena, the watching apprentices nodded repeatedly, all taking notes in their handbooks. Near Suiyu Town, Shinji, who was training his Bagon, sneezed. Ollie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly like a pecking chick, finally pulling out her notebook to start taking notes. The curtain gym was brightly lit, its polished battle arena reflecting the silhouettes of both trainers. Serving as today's referee, the elderly man cleared his throat twice as a reminder. Ahem. Please pay attention, you two. This is an official gym battle. He was the same senior who had given Meowth free massages in the original anime, and also Ollie's eldest senior brother. Despite his serious tone, the old man felt deeply grateful toward Bai Yi when registering earlier. He had seen Dr. Oak's researcher written in Bai Yi's occupation field. Thinking of this, the elder instantly felt that the young man before him was like polished jade, with dark vein irradiating scholarly aura through and through. Having the opportunity to battle such a researcher would also give Ollie a chance to learn much more. Teacher Bai Yi, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's continue. Ego Machop. Ollie threw her pokeball, and in a flash of silver light, a muscular Machop landed on the field, its fists striking together with dull thuds. Bai Yi smoothly recalled his Murkrow from the earlier practice match and tossed another Pokeball. One practice match is enough. Now for the real gym battle. Go, little cutie. With a crisp release sound, a shiny Ralts appeared at the center of the field. Its body of intertwining white and pink-green gleamed under the lights like a fairy, drawing gasps from the audience. What an adorable little one. Machoke, use focus energy. Ollie quickly commanded. Machoke took a deep breath, its biceps bulging high as its fists trembled slightly. Building momentum, it planned to leverage its no-guard ability to boost critical hit rate, determined to defeat the opponent in one strike despite the type disadvantage. However, Bai Yi simply uttered two words softly, Dark Void. A dark purple vortex instantly spread from Ralts' palm. No one expected this psychic-type Pokemon to use a dark-type move, leaving everyone stunned. Due to Mashoki's no-guard ability, the vortex hit precisely without needing to aim. Drowsiness surged like a tide. Mashoki's eyelids grew heavy, and it crashed to the ground in deep sleep. Immediately after, invisible psychic force twisted the air, tormenting Machoke repeatedly in its dreams until its eyes turned into spirals, completely losing its ability to battle. Ralts clapped its hands cheerfully, then its body burst with white evolutionary light. Ever since successfully using Dark Void last time, Bai Yi had removed its Everstone, and now defeating Machoke provided the experience needed to meet evolution conditions. As the light faded, a graceful Kirlia appeared, her short hair swaying and skirt flowing like a flower. Kirlia, she joyfully leaped into Bai Yi's arms. Bai Yi patted her head and offered gentle encouragement before returning her to her Pokeball. On the battlefield, Ollie had only her last Pokemon remaining, her most trusted ace. Go Lucario! Go Lucario! Two blue lights shot forth as both Lucario landed simultaneously, locking eyes with burning fighting spirit. Bai Yi's Lucario wore a black belt around its waist, a gift from Cynthia's Lucario, making it particularly striking. Aura Sphere. 2. Water blue and cyan aura spheres traced two spirals through the air before colliding thunderously, brilliant energy ripples sweeping across the entire field. With the black belt's boost, Bai Yi's Lucario held a slight advantage. Bone Rush. 2. Bai Yi's Lucario wielded a long bone staff, while Ollie's split into two short bone clubs. Iron staff met wind. Metal clubs struck fiercely, colliding with sparks flying and crisp sounds echoing through the gym's dome. This was followed by force palm exchanges, then Bullet Punch and Metal Claw taking turns. Both trainers shared perfect understanding, simply stepping back from commanding to let their Pokemon decide the outcome through instinct and fighting spirit alone. After an unknown duration of fierce battle, Steel Fists and Steel Claws had worn red from friction. The two heavily breathing Lucario smiled at each other and nearly simultaneously collapsed to their knees. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. The referee raised both flags high, his voice echoing loudly. Since the gym trainer's Lucario and the challenger's Lucario have both lost their ability to battle, and all of the gym trainer's Pokemon have been defeated, the challenger is declared the winner. The referee promptly announced the match results, and Ali handed the round stone badge to Bai Yi. With the gym battle concluded, Bai Yi didn't leave immediately. At Ali's warm invitation, he stayed overnight at the Vale Gym. The enthusiastic elderly referee was the first to approach. You absolutely must try our gym's specialty-free massage. Bai Yi quickly waved his hands. I appreciate the kind offer, sir. Unable to resist everyone's expectations, Ali eventually took matters into her own hands. The girl's cheeks showed a faint blush, yet her fingertips were remarkably skilled. Whenever Bai Yi slightly furrowed his brow, she would immediately lighten her touch. When he let out a soft hum, she would accurately adjust her position. In less than 10 minutes, all the soreness had vanished, and he felt refreshed. The young female fighter was indeed better at gauging the right pressure than the elderly gentleman. After the massage, the two moved to the training room. Ali called out her 3 Pokemon, instantly livening up the atmosphere. Fighting-type Pokemon typically had their own recovery methods, so these minor injuries didn't require a trip to the Pokemon Center. Today's gathering was simply for a small meeting. Bai Yi first gave Meditite and Machoke a physical examination. He raised his Pokédex and carefully reviewed the data. Meditite LV32, Machoke LV35, not particularly high levels for Gym Ace Pokemon, but more than sufficient for handling challengers. Meditite's move pool was limited, unable to learn even status condition moves, and this would remain true even after evolving into Medicam, especially without the pure power ability. To address these issues, Bai Yi provided a complete move set: Foresight, Confusion, Drain Punch, Flash, Taunt, with Workup replacing Meditate. If the opponent sends out their Ace or Tactical Core, use Flash first to lower their accuracy. If it's a small fry like Carablast, or if the type matchup favors countering the upcoming Lucario, boldly use Taunt, then boost up for a sweep. He bent down and patted Meditite's head. Your role is crucial. Do you understand? Then, Bai Yi offered 8 words of wisdom. Swift as wind, gentle as forest, fierce as fire. immovable as mountain. Meditite nodded solemnly, walked to a corner to begin meditation, using confusion to practice self-control. Ali repeatedly pondered those 8 words of wisdom, her eyes growing brighter with each thought as if they contained lifelong wisdom. Now it was Mashoki's turn. Evolve directly into Machamp. Combine it with the no-guard ability and dynamic punch. Anyone who faces it will know what's up. Bai Yi spoke with complete confidence. The main strategy is straightforward, no playing around. The move set, dynamic punch as the core, with Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, and Bullet Punch for coverage, plus bulk up. Bai Yi placed his hand on Mashoki's forehead, whispering instructions. After evolution, learn to multitask, fight with both sides independently, don't always synchronize offense and defense. His finger trembled slightly as emotional power surged transmitted the scene from the pre-transmigration movie, Neza, Birth of the Demon Child, where the demon pill brutally struck Tai Junren directly into Mashoki's mind. This was Bai Yi's recently developed upgraded version of skill transmission. Ali didn't know what he had implanted, but she saw Mashoki's grin growing wider and more mischievous, as if already immersed in the pleasure of its Machamp form, excitedly grabbing Ali's arm and shaking it non-stop. All right, I'll take you to evolve this afternoon. For Lucario, Bai Yi called out Ampharos and demonstrated the Thunder Palm technique. Ampharos raised its paw, brilliant electric arcs flashing across its palm and crackling through the air. The lightning condensed into a blade-like form, sliding forward along its arm bone as a blue-white electric current. Ali and her Lucario watched intently from the sidelines. Next, Bai Yi called out his own Lucario and gestured for Ali and her Lucario to observe carefully. Sharona's Lucario should have taught you how to amplify aura, right? Bai Yi asked first. Master Lucario taught me, and Godfather did too. Ali's Lucario nodded in confirmation. Then let's begin. Bai Yi took a deep breath and raised his hand as a signal. He and his Lucario simultaneously closed their eyes and regulated their breathing. Their breathing rhythms gradually synchronized like a pendulum, and their heartbeats aligned beat by beat. Everyone possesses aura, though some people have higher talent and can actively use this power, earning them the title of Aura Guardian. This doesn't mean ordinary trainers can't borrow aura. Through synchronized breathing and heartbeats, Bai Yi transmitted his aura to Lucario through their shared intent, and silvery white aura light flashed briefly between them. In Ali's Lucario's eyes, this resonance manifested in an almost visible form. Bai Yi's heartbeat and breathing overlapped with Lucario's, and power seemed to flow from the trainer's chest through the air's pulsations into the Pokemon's body. Ali possessed exceptional talent. Though she couldn't see as clearly as a Pokemon, she still caught the key points. Synchronized breathing, synchronized heartbeats, exactly what was recorded in the fighter's manual as the highest realm of trainer and Pokemon unity of heart and mind, becoming one body. Do you understand now? Bai Yi finished the demonstration and asked with a smile. Master. Ali immediately bowed respectfully, acknowledging him as her teacher without hesitation. Fighters valued tradition and lineage. In her view, Bai Yi's willingness to share such precious techniques unreservedly made him her true master. Bai Yi quickly helped her up. The young girl's face was flushed red with excitement. He had always felt sorry for Ali, so young yet shouldering the pressure of a gym alone, without a grandfather like Cornus to guide her, lacking Maylene's well-off family background, and unlike the intimidatingly impressive Bee, who at least had a generous and principled boss. Such a hard-working girl, who out of kindness didn't want to delay challengers, had been bullied by Shinji during her period of confusion. It was truly tragic. Over the next few days, Bai Yi remained in Veilstone City instead of immediately returning to Kanto. By now, he had collected the 5 ribbon badges needed to participate in the Grand Festival, 4 of which came from major city-level contests. Mr. Contesta had privately given him extremely high praise and repeatedly expressed anticipation for his performance at the Grand Festival. As the days drew closer to the Grand Festival, Bai Yi was counting down the schedule when Ali came running over in a hurry. Master, Mr. Reiji's younger brother has come to challenge Veilstone Gym. Good that he's here. Bai Yi smiled. Master will watch your battle. Are you confident? He reached out and ruffled Ali's hair. The girl squinted her eyes and smiled like a sunflower touched by sunlight. Since becoming his disciple, she had gained much more confidence in her actions. His gaze is very aggressive, and his attitude is also. Ali wrinkled her nose. I think he's exactly the kind of foul-mouthed challenger you mentioned, Master. Then let him see just how formidable our little Ali is. Bai Yi patted her shoulder. If you perform well in this match, Master can travel with peace of mind. Bai Yi didn't directly demand that she win. To avoid adding pressure, Shinji wasn't someone who could be defeated just by wanting to win. Master, I'll do my best, Ali nodded. Hearing that Bai Yi would be leaving, she felt somewhat reluctant, but still gathered her spirits and walked into the battle arena. Wait, let me teach you one last technique. Come closer. Ali leaned in, and after hearing Bai Yi's whispered instructions, his expression immediately turned strange. Master, what does this mean? Don't ask. If you use it well, it's even more powerful than Aura Sync and can bring greater enhancement to your Lucario. After finishing his instructions, Ali walked toward the battlefield while Bai Yi leisurely picked a seat in the spectator area. Shinji, you don't mind me watching from here, do you? I do mind. Shinji glanced at him sideways, his tone stiff. This is my battle. Please don't interfere. Bai Yi couldn't be bothered to care. Your objection is invalid. Ali is my disciple, so I'm practically part of the Veilstone gym. Shameless. Shinji's mouth twitched, but he didn't try to drive him away again, turning his attention back to the battlefield. He had met Ali when they were children, never expecting that the other had now become a gym leader. Just last night, his brother had reminded him that Ali was quite capable, and now that he had become Bai Yi's disciple, he was even more formidable. Let me see what kind of fighter this scholar has trained, Shinji said. You'll find out. Ali responded defiantly, raising his pokeball high. Go, Meditite. Honchkrow, prepare for battle. Shinji released his Honchkrow. A glint flashed in Meditite's eye. She knew how to handle this, though this Honchkrow was much smaller than teacher Bai Yi's. She took a deep breath, calming her emotions. Meditite, the challenger attacks first. Sky attack. Psychic. Psychic should have no effect on the dark-type Honchkrow. Shinji was momentarily stunned. Surely a gym leader wouldn't be ignorant of such basic knowledge. What was she planning? Honchkrow accelerate. Honchkrow instantly sped up its dive, but Meditite used Psychic to lift herself into the air, easily dodging the sky attack. What? Shinji had barely exclaimed when Ali followed up. Flash. Meditite's entire body erupted in blinding light, causing Honchkrow to lose control and crash to the ground. Meditate, then pin it down. After boosting both her attacks, Meditite used Psychic to dive down forcefully, landing squarely on Honchkrow's back. The bird nearly threw up its breakfast to plain sitting on a crow. This was Bai Yi's teaching. Who says Psychic can't affect dark types? Drain Punch. Honchkrow return. Shinji recalled his Pokémon just in time, saving Honchkrow from the fatal blow. Electabuzz go. The moment Electabuzz landed, Ali sneakily added another Meditate. Light Screen. Drain Punch. Even with the dual screens up, Electabuzz was still sent flying by the twice-boosted Drain Punch. Reflect. Another Drain Punch. Electabuzz barely managed to set up the second screen, but was already severely weakened. Bai Yi noticed Shinji's rising smile. His plan was working. The dual screens were meant to provide survival space for Honchkrow and Magmortar. He didn't care whether Electabuzz could hold on. Meditite, one final Drain Punch. Electabuzz, use Thunder in yourself. As the punch landed, a massive electrical current exploded from Electabuzz's body. The self-inflicted thunder, while charged, instantly boosted Electabuzz's speed and special attack, and sent the overloaded electrical current through Ali's fist into Meditite's body. After the violent explosion, both Electabuzz and Meditite lost their ability to battle. Shinji's objective had been achieved. He had brought Electabuzz onto the field specifically to set up the dual screens of Light Screen and Reflect, and now that both barriers were successfully deployed, he had even managed to switch out the weakened Marshtomp that had been wearing down his opponent. It was a perfect tactical victory, killing two birds with one stone. Go, Macamp. Ali raised his Pokeball high, and in a flash of red light, the evolved form of Machoke landed on the ground. Its muscles were knotted and bulging, for arms rippling with veins, standing in an imposing and majestic pose. Shinji waved his hand coldly. Honchkrow, you're up. Dark wings beat as Honchkrow soared into the sky. With the dual screens protecting it, even this fragile, high-speed flying type could now boldly engage in close combat. Honchkrow Sky Attack. White light erupted from Honchkrow's entire body as it dove down like a black streak, crashing directly into Machamp's chest. Emboldened by his earlier tactical success, Shinji had grown somewhat overconfident. Macamp simply stood its ground without dodging, taking the impact heat in while simultaneously grabbing Honchkrow's wings with two of its hands. Break free with Night Slash. Shinji had anticipated this. Honchkrow's feathers gleamed with cold light, slashing like razors toward Machamp's palms. Humph! Macamp winced in pain as thin streams of blood seeped from its palms. Ali immediately commanded, Macamp, attack. Two arms were instantly covered in icy blue and fiery red. Ice Punch on the left, Fire Punch on the right. The ice and fire energies layered upon each other, blocking the sharp feather blades. Here it was the ice and fire dual heaven technique. This was a combination move that Bai Yi had taught him. Ali found the name too embarrassing to say aloud, so he remained silent through gritted teeth, though his ears turned slightly red. Honchkrow, break free quickly. Bang! One of Machamp's free hands had already thrown a dynamic punch, striking Honchkrow squarely in the face. The reflect barrier reduced some of the impact, but it still left Honchkrow's skull ringing. Macamp was enjoying itself more and more, gripping the wings again and delivering a series of dynamic punches. Previous challengers had been too fragile. This opponent with screens was perfect for practicing punches. Bang! Bang! Honchkrow was held aloft as Macamp laughed wickedly. Gaga! Don't come any closer. Help! I'm being assaulted. Honchkrow desperately kicked its legs, but its claws were too short to do anything but scratch futilely at the air. Getting carried away with the beating, Macamp actually pulled out a small mirror from somewhere and used its fourth hand to admire itself, striking poses so shamelessly that it was infuriating. When Shinji tried to recall Honchkrow, Macamp dodged left and right while holding its captive, causing the recall beam to miss completely. After several moments, the reflect barrier wore off, and the final dynamic punch came down. Honchkrow was immediately knocked out. Come back. Shinji recalled his Pokémon with an expressionless face, standing silently for half a minute before suddenly looking up with a smile. Torterra, go. Bai Yi's expression sharpened. Wasn't it supposed to be the expected Magmortar? Why had he switched to Torterra? Boom. Like a heavy tank, Torterra landed, causing the entire battlefield to shake. Ollie warned. Be careful. This Torterra is very strong. Macamp, use bulk upthin dynamic punch. Red light burst from Machamp's entire body as its muscles swelled even further, throwing a punch that crashed into Torterra's forehead. Torterra didn't budge an inch, taking the hit directly. Frenzy plant. It planted both feet firmly on the ground, and a green light network instantly spread across the entire field. Countless thorny vines erupted from the surface, lashing and whipping in a crisscross pattern, sending Macamp flying in an instant. Crash Machamp smashed through the wall at the edge of the field and was embedded deep within it, completely unable to battle. Even Bai Yi was stunned for a long moment, his atoms apple bobbing up and down. One hit. With just one strike, the Macamp lost its ability to battle. Before the dust had even settled on the stage, Shinji had already thrown his second Pokeball. A massive Torterra crashed to the ground, dark red light glowing through the cracks in its shell, its limbs planted firmly like roots. The overwhelming presence of a champion-level Pokémon instantly swept across the entire arena. Bai Yi raised his Pokédex, and the cold electronic voice quickly rattled off the data. Torterra, the continent Pokémon, evolved form of Turtwig. Sometimes small Pokémon gather to build nests on the motionless Torterra's back. Ability, Overgrow. Type, Grassground. Gender, male. Level, 61. Known moves, Bite, Leaf Storm, Hyper Beam, Giga Drain, Stone Edge, Stealth Rock, Earthquake. Egg move, Body Slam. Tutor move, Outrage. It's not that it doesn't have enough moves, it simply can't use them all, Bai Yi thought to himself with a sigh. With this kind of power, no wonder you rarely see Torterra use more than 3 moves in singles battles. Ollie took a deep breath and threw his Pokeball. Lucario, go. The blue and black Lucario landed steadily, its aura flickering. Lucario. Aura Sphere. The orb of light streaked toward Torterra's forehead with a blazing tail, exploding heavily on impact. Yet Torterra didn't budge an inch. The lingering effects of outrage were still restricting its movements. Again, Metal Claw. Lucario slid forward, diving beneath Torterra's belly. A flash of cold light tore shallow scratches across the thick shell, effective scratching at best. Leaf Storm. Shinji clearly intended to end it in one move. A emerald hurricane swept across the field, debris and sand caught in the chaotic winds that tore through the entire battlefield. Ollie shouted, Danger! Lower your center of gravity. Lucario threw itself down hard, scraping against the shell's underside in the turbulent winds, but still managed to avoid the direct impact. Earthquake. Torterra's massive foot rose and crashed down. Bone Rush. Lucario swung up its bone club to meet the attack. The bone shattered under the tremendous force, but the earthquake still came down. In the nick of time, Lucario used Force Palm to deflect it, though its entire right arm was twisted and injured, nearly losing its ability to battle on the spot. Aura Sphere. Stone Edge. The blue-white orb struck Torterra's chest first, followed by countless sharp stones whistling through the air. Lucario swung the remnants of its bone to block, but debris still struck its shoulders and back, drawing lines of blood. Giga Drain. Vines instantly wrapped around Lucario's limbs, frantically draining its life force. Ollie clenched his fists, left with only harsh words. Come on, you mangy mutt. You got this or what? This bizarre encouragement made Lucario's pupils contract sharply. It suddenly erupted with wild fury, forcibly tearing through the vines and escaping their grip. Let them see our aura. Ollie pressed his right palm to his chest, synchronizing his breathing with Lucario's, their heartbeats perfectly aligned. Blue aura surged wildly from Lucario's body as its power climbed higher and higher. Hyper Beam. Lucario, Aura Sphere. The golden beam and blue-white orb collided at the center of the field. Blinding white light instantly engulfed both combatants. With a deafening explosion, the shockwave of energy nearly overturned the entire battle arena. When the smoke cleared, Lucario had collapsed, covered in burn marks. The referee raised his flag. Lucario is unable to battle. On the other side, Torterra maintained its final pose for a moment before the massive creature crashed heavily to the ground, also unconscious. Though it was mutual destruction, based on the previous scores and elimination order, the referee announced. The winner of this battle, Shinji. While medical staff carried away Torterra, Bai Yi observed up close the shell covered in cracks, yet still hard as a mountain, gaining a more direct understanding of its power. The gym leader handed over the badge. Congratulations, This is proof of your victory at the Veilstone Gym the Cobble badge. Shinji accepted the badge and nodded slightly to Ali. Thank you very much for the lesson. Bai Yi approached, wanting to share this memorable moment with him, but met Shinji's hawk-like gaze instead. After a long stare, Shinji squeezed out through gritted teeth. This kind of result can't really be called winning. He turned and walked away. Just before leaving, without looking back, he threw out one final statement. My brother says he wants to see a full battle between you and me. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.